fair enough. He has been disappointing the last 3 seasons. I think the difference is he's coming here with a change of scenery. Maybe it will benefit him, but he's got to do his part. He's got to change his swing. He's fallen in love with this. There's been too much of a variation with launch angle and the approach, and you think that he's messed up. Something needs to change. Maybe Dustin Kelly, the new hitting coach, who has a background in the Dodger organization, didn't work directly with Bellinger. Know some people who did. Maybe that will be something that unlocks whatever is keeping him back. But this is a modest investment for the Cubs. The tom-tom drum is banging again, but this makes sense because you're right. He's defensively a plus player. They have a pitching staff that pitches to contact. This is a good move because he's a placeholder until Pete Crow Armstrong, Brendan Davis, and whoever else, and your facial expressions are precious. Watch on Twitch.
Well, if I'm making your guys' money, I can answer these questions.
How about the addition of overnight of the starting pitcher, Jameson Taillon, a 4-year, $68 million deal. Taillon is 31 with a 14.5 record last year, 3.91 ERA, 1.13 WHIP with the Yankees. Do you like that move?
I do like that move. I think it's a professional pitcher at the top of your rotation. I don't know where he fits. It depends on the health of Kyle Hendricks, perhaps. Kyle Hendricks is not your ace. Marcus Stroman pitched like one in the second half of the season. But you have, if healthy, a really interesting trio of veterans at the top of that rotation. Hendricks, Stroman, and Taillon. I like it. You mix in Wisniewski, you mix in Justin Steele. I could live with that 5. Maybe you need another guy. I don't know. What does Keegan Thompson do? Maybe he's a bullpen piece. You look at guys who finish strong with like Assad, and you have other pieces like Sampson. Maybe they work in as spring training. I don't know, but pitching depth is a luxury that now maybe the Cubs can enjoy. I think this is a smart move. This is a sizable investment, more than the prove-it $17.5 million investment in Cody Bellinger. This is $68 million over 4 seasons for a guy that was pretty good with the Yankees, is a professional pitcher. Interesting, too, Dustin, you like this. Went to the same high school as Paul Goldschmidt. His dad used to take him as an 8th grader to watch Goldie play, so that puts a little bit extra spice in that Cub-Cardinal rivalry.
Yeah, watching some YouTube on him overnight, it's cool to see. I mean, he is, though, a 2-time Tommy John guy. The biggest issue is they don't have the Cubs, anybody at the top of that rotation. But in this division, you might not need anybody at the top of the division. Now, I'm going to throw a question on top of the question. I like it. I'm fine with it. What if they add Senga and they don't add a shortstop? I mean, Tommy Hotovy has told this show many times, you can never have enough pitching. Some of those young guys that did have good experience last year were meant to be bullpen guys. What if you added a Senga and don't add really anything like a top flight shortstop? You're going to add another bat because you're going to have to. But what if?
It's an interesting question. I'd be disappointed. I have to be honest. I want a shortstop, but I like Senga too.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, to paraphrase Joe Cocker, you can leave your tie on. You give me a reason to live.
Can you do it a little bit more like Joe would do it?
No.
You make the face like he would make?
No, I will not. You can't force me. I'm not a face maker just because you like that stuff. I do think that Taillon is really good and fits into this rotation well, and I think that they would have a Justin now doing Joe Cocker over there. They will have a pretty good rotation, and I do believe that that you need any kind. You always need more pitching, and I think that these young guys will help in the bullpen and will help with your depth. I got to tell you, if they don't get the shortstop, I'm not changing what the refrain was. They were supposed to get one of the 4, and they've got to. And if they don't, it's going to be disappointing. And you know what? Go ahead and get the pitcher. Go ahead and get don't stop now, boys. Go ahead and add to the mix and bring in the shortstop. But I want that one player that people come out to see. They deserve that.
That's a big question.
Oh, sorry, I was karaokeing my Joe Cocker.
What was that? You okay?
I think he's in pain.
Sounds like you're having a grabber over there.
With his hand up and walk out on me. What did you make of Ken Rosenthal's report that the White Sox are open to trading Liam Hendriks, partly due to the strength of the bullpen and partly because they lack prospect depth to swing a major trade? The Sox will not listen to Tim Anderson because he's under control for 2 more years at $12.5 million and then $14 million for the 2024 option. Rosenthal says top prospect Colson Montgomery will start next season at AA.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Tim Anderson, they've got under serious control and at a really good price there when you start thinking about what baseball players make. And they've got him under control for a couple more years. And Colson Montgomery starting at AA, I mean, I link those, right? Colson Montgomery would be the guy that is eventually going to take that job. Although I saw Baseball America predicted the Sox lineup in 2026, and they had Colson Montgomery, wait for it, playing second base. And they had, I mean, that's about as big a second baseman you'll ever see.
It's a pretty big second baseman.
And they had Tim Anderson still at shortstop. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about it. I don't want Tim Anderson traded. I want Tim Anderson playing and healthy and able to play the whole season and making huge contributions and hitting home runs and Field of Dreams games and all that kind of stuff. So I wish Colson Montgomery were a little bit further along, if you will, because I think that they need as much help in the right now as possible. And, Oscar Colas is one guy, but they need more. And they, to me, I think the real takeaway from the Liam Hendriks thing is exactly the second part of that. They lack prospect depth to swing major trades. I agree with that completely. I think that's the problem. We talked about this a little bit. As much as we love the idea of the Birmingham Project and all that, it told you that they did not have the depth in their system if they could bring all their
Was that
best
a Joe Cocker
players.
song? The Birmingham Project?
I'm sure Dustin's going to come up with one.
Try with a little help from my friend. I don't like either one of these ideas. I don't like the idea of trading Liam Hendriks. I said that yesterday. I don't want to be a hypocrite. I think you've got right now a shortstop on the cheap, as far as baseball goes. That would be. Did I miss something? I know I've been told many times by people on this show, callers, our great texters, to stay out of White Sox business. But the strength of the bullpen, I don't recall. And now you're going to get rid of the strongest part of the bullpen. I don't know. I miss.
Well, they've got a lot of bodies in the bullpen.
They do. They have a lot of resources invested in the bullpen.
That's what it is. A lot of money poured into the Joe Kellys of the world.
I was going to say, but like Joe Kelly, wasn't he one of the guys that everybody wanted to run out of here unless he's just going to talk?
Last year was a
I mean, if he's
rehab
going to
year.
talk baseball, he does a great job
They
talking.
paid him to
doesn't do a
rehab.
great job throwing.
Okay, so Ronaldo Lopez would be a guy that you would turn to if you trade Liam Hendriks, and maybe you feel okay about him, and that's why you're willing to deal Liam Hendriks. And I'm okay with them dealing Liam Hendriks because if you're going to commit to trading your way back into contention, you have to have something to trade if you're Rick Hahn. If you're not going to throw money at the problem, you got to do something creatively to address the problem. Trade your closer. I found it very interesting how this report was worded because I wouldn't assume that people were asking about Tim Anderson.
Right.
I wouldn't assume the White Sox were offering Tim Anderson.
Right.
I would assume that they're offering or being asked about Colson Montgomery. I would be, if I were a major league team, wanting to make a deal with the White Sox asking about Colson Montgomery. I know they don't want to touch Tim Anderson. He means too much to this team now, in the window is open, and this community and everything else that he brings to the table. I don't know how committed they are to Colson Montgomery and touching him.
I think they are.
Well, if they are, then that's interesting because they have...
I connect those two things. I connect the idea that they don't have the prospects to make a trade. They got one prospect, right? They got him and they got Oscar Colas and maybe they got a Dominican pitcher.
Oscar Colas is going to be in the opening day lineup in April or March, as Rick Hahn suggested. Colson Montgomery, if you're going to make a trade that is of any significance, I do wonder if he's going to be factored in or out.
I think they want to protect him.
You can't have everything.
And that's why you trade your closer.
Okay.
In order to keep your shortstop.
Okay.
Don't you think?
I think you're probably right.
Yeah, I think it's a good question.
But they better not be trading him.
The disappointing Bulls return home tonight to begin a stretch where they only have their next 6 opponents. Only one of those 6 has a winning record. Given the problems on and off the court, what are the top priorities as they take the court tonight, and how many of the next 6 do they need to win?
You got to win 4. I think you got to go 4-2 over your next 6. Got the Knicks mixed in there. We got to at some point address this rumor, report, speculation. Derrick Rose, he's running out of minutes out of the rotation with Thibs in New York. Did Sam Smith suggest that he might be coming back to Chicago, or he might be an option at point guard? I don't know about that. The Bulls, meanwhile, any possibility is probably been considered because they've got it. They're reeling right now. It's a team in disarray. They had a day off to regroup and regather. Let's see some evidence of that tonight. Let's see some evidence of a team that is committed at both ends of the floor, shares the basketball, plays defense, rebounds, does the little things. The bench contributes. The stars are stars, and the Bulls look like the Bulls again. This is supposed to be the fun team. Bradley Beal's not playing for the Wizards. Take advantage of that. Win convincingly tonight. Set the tone for the next 6 games where you have to win 4 of them.
So we always joke around about must-wins and statement games with me. I'm going to call this a statement week. This is statement week. And the one game that you're probably not going to win is Saturday night against the Mavericks. But that's whether or not Luka hits a couple steakhouses. If he gets off the diet, maybe he's just not engaged in that game. Maybe he could win. We've heard from the $250 million man that they will talk it out. They will get together. They will come together. They will do it. All right. Put up or shut up time, Bulls.
Well, they're gonna make a move if this doesn't come to fruition very soon. So as long as everybody understands that it's not necessarily next man up, but next man out, then they're going to do okay. The Bulls have beaten some decent teams, and then they've lost to some really bad opponents. So I don't know if they need good opponents to capture their attention or what, but I like statement week. I think I might prefer must-win week. I think they need to put together a 5 or 6 game winning streak in these 6 games. They need to win, and they need to win now. And if they want to have meetings, if they want to talk about how great they should be and could be, if they want to have fun, you gotta, winning is fun and fun is winning, right? Haven't we heard that before? So I think, David, I'm going to say 5-1 because I'll give them one that they can't win, but they need to start stacking some wins or the season's gone.
Pick 6 of Justin Fields.
That the voice of Jeff Joniak. In the Sun-Times article by Mark Potash, it pointed out that Justin Fields is just 1-7 in games where the Bears have a chance to tie the game or take the lead in the final 5 minutes of that game. What, if anything, do those numbers say to you?
I really like Mark Potash, and he is he's a good guy, and I enjoy his work. I don't agree with this, though. Because what those numbers say to me is that you're not taking into consideration the number of drops and the number of times that the quarterback, just go look at the end of a couple of those games, right? If you're double catching a ball instead of just catching a ball, if you're catching a ball in the end zone instead of letting it bounce off your hands, if you're, these are not all on him. There have been some bad moments. I get it. He's not Tom Brady. I get it. People are concerned about finishing. This is not the problem. The problem is not Justin Fields. That's one of the few solutions you have. Okay, he threw a couple of picks. I thought we had decided we were blaming one on the receiver. The other one didn't matter because you're already down 9. And I'm not making fun of it. It was on the receiver. But come on now. Are we going to start picking apart? Are we looking at overall statistics, or are we picking apart why things happen? Because there have been a lot of bad plays, or there have been a very few good plays made for the guy at the end of games.
Well, I mean, the facts are the facts. Justin Fields was the quarterback, and they're 1-7 in those situations.
And Mooney double catches a ball on the goal line that would have won the game against Washington. And wasn't there a pass earlier that bounced off somebody's face mask or hands? Come on.
Listen, I don't want them to be 5-2 in those 7 games. I don't. I know that'll irritate David, so that's part of why I said it. But that's not what I'm looking at here. Justin Fields and the Bears offense, I'll add that, need to learn how to finish games. So does the defense. Defense needs to make a stand, needs to get a 3 and out, needs to force a punt. Oh gosh, God forbid, maybe sack a quarterback, a tackle for loss. But bottom line is, these are the facts. Justin Fields is the quarterback, and they're 1-7 in games where they had a chance to tie or take the lead in the final 5.
No doubt about that. I think the numbers speak for themselves. It says a lot of things. There's not just one player, and quarterbacks get assigned these win-loss records like they're starting pitchers in baseball. I don't think that's always fair or accurate either. A little misleading. So there are a lot of things that contribute to why the Bears are 1-7 in these situations, because of the lack of receivers, because they got guys who can't catch the ball in crunch time, because of lack of protection. There are a lot of factors, because of a defense that can't stop anybody down the stretch. That didn't really necessarily stand out to me in this story. What did was comparing his struggles in being able to get over that hump with Peyton Manning, with Aaron Rodgers. There's no comparison there. And I think we need to slow down in that regard as well, is that the 1998 Peyton Manning Colts have very little in common with the 2022 Chicago Bears. And Aaron Rodgers in 2008, his first year as a starter, doesn't really, that never crossed my mind to compare that team and that evolution with Justin Fields now. It's such a different situation. It's so many different circumstances. And stylistically, there's so many different quarterbacks. So I don't get that comparison, even though you want to see reason for hope, and these examples do exist. I don't think it's an apt comparison.
That's the dumbest question you could ask. What?
What do you make of LA Rams being the only team to place a waiver claim on Baker Mayfield? How about the reigning Super Bowl champions who have lost 6 straight games? Who does that remind you of? Reportedly sending him a playbook to study on the flight out west, with an eye toward playing him as early as tomorrow night against the Raiders?
I love that anecdote. I love the fact that they got him the playbook electronically so he would have something to do on the flight from Charlotte to LA. I mean, that is better than reading a book or watching Netflix, I suppose, but good use of your time. I think it says a lot about what the league thinks of this version of Baker Mayfield. I do believe he is damaged goods. I do think that he's got some obvious talent, but he's never been able to, at least the last couple of years, get the most out of it for whatever reason. It may have been circumstances in Cleveland. It might not have been the best situation in Carolina. And now the Rams, if there are a handful of teams in the league that you want to send a quarterback to get well and to rehabilitate his career, Sean McVay would be the guy that I would want, one of those guys I would want to help do that. So maybe there's hope there. Not surprised that the 49ers didn't lay a claim. Jimmy Garoppolo, the news is it could return in 6 to 7 weeks. He won't require surgery. Keep an eye on that. But the 49ers believe in Brock Purdy. They believe in Kyle Shanahan. And I am not surprised that the Rams were the only team, because they are desperate for somebody, a warm body, to take snaps.
Pretty good answer there. Connecting him with Sean McVay, that's I think, kind of the storybook here of this whole thing. And maybe he's a guy that can get along in the locker room. I think that's going to be the biggest thing. Can Baker Mayfield get along in that locker room? I think the other key to this is the wording of the only. Yesterday, Florio with you guys said 5.5. Mm-hmm. One team. So is it talent or is it locker room? Which one is bigger that he's not picked up by more than one team? That's the stunning thing to me. I'm stunned that only one team, as bad as quarterback play can be in this league, only one team was willing to put a waiver claim. That speaks volumes.
Yeah, I think that I think that the Niners had already decided that they weren't going to be able to claim him, and that they were waiting to see if he cleared waivers, and maybe they'd bring him in at that point if they were so interested.
So the money maybe got in the way, because if you claim him on the waivers, you
owe him $1.5 million. Right. I don't think it's.
But I mean, even our Bears, right? We talked about, David. You brought up this great point the other day about the fact that shouldn't your backup quarterback kind of be more like your starting quarterback? Mm-hmm. And Baker Mayfield can run around a little bit. I mean, wouldn't he be an upgrade?
Oh yeah.
as a backup.
Well, you would think he'd be an upgrade
No
over.
doubt.
Yeah.
And they've got nothing but money.
There's no way he would want to be a backup.
Would you rather Nathan Peterman or
Right.
Baker Mayfield?
I'm just saying. I mean, I
Yeah.
think that's how you could connect it to us. I mean,
Well, but that's. I mean, Dustin, you could go through the waiver wire, and you can come up with, as Mike said, 5-6 teams that could use quarterback help.
but nobody else did it. I mean, the Rams would have beaten out the Bears
If
because
Houston
of the record,
had done
right?
it would have been over immediately.
Oh, right, I understand
And the
that.
Rams are pretty high up. I mean, I think if you're the Niners, what's the point of putting in a claim wherever they're at if they don't feel like they're going to win it, and then they send the wrong message to their quarterback?
The only thing is if they felt like that he was so toxic that other teams would avoid him, they would have done that. They must have had a sense that somebody else was going to take a flyer on him. The Bears could have intervened. They're ahead of the Rams,
Yeah, of
correct?
course.
So that they wanted to take that chance and bring him in.
They
but
didn't, right? Why? What are they going to do? Send their playbook and have them learn it off in the bye week?
You don't commit your season to quote unquote creating a culture and then sign Baker Mayfield for December.
Yeah. I mean, look, I also just want to sing "I Feel Pretty."
Don't
I
get
won't
him,
do it.
Don't get him singing.
I'm trying
again.
to get him to go.
No, thank you.
You look awful pretty there, Dustino.
I appreciate the compliment.
What's going on here?
All right,
And you can leave your hat on.
Leave your tie on. 312-644-6767 is the telephone number. We've got the extra point next. We're going to get to all of your phone calls, so feel free to call in. Extra point next, Mully and Holmes.
Thursdays at noon, Score NFL insider Matt Bowen joins the Bernstein and Holmes show to get you ready for the upcoming Bears game.
Now with the Bears, you're thinking, okay, we talked about what's their offensive identity? Run the ball. Okay, run the ball. Now you go to a point where you have two explosive play targets down the field, and Claypool and Darnell Mooney, and that's when you set up your shot plays for Justin Fields.
Matt Bowen.
I was on a Zoom with Rick Hahn today asking questions.
Was he happy to see you this time like he was the last time?
He was happy I didn't ask about the shift.
I bet he was.
And then something happened in the middle of him answering my question, which is just perfect. So we'll bring that to you later on. And then it said, Danny called me. I'll tell you right now. Danny called me in the middle of Rick Hahn answering the question on the Zoom, and I didn't have my phone muted. So embarrassing. I should have said, Rick, you know who that is. I'm sorry, man. Let me just hang up on you. As you
that would have just been great. It would have
perfect.
It would have given you a sound bite that you could play forever and ever, or a like we could have got the screen grab of the look on his face when you tell him it's Parkins.
Rick, it's Parkins. Should I get it? I should have. Rick, it's Danny. I'm sorry about that. I was mortified. I was mortified that I was grandpa on the Zoom call. I didn't have my phone muted, and then later on, when it came time for a follow-up, somehow like I had been automatically muted. And so Daryl Van Schouwen started to ask questions. He saw that I wanted to, and he had to say, "Oh, go ahead, Speaks," and I had to unmute and then say, "Thank you, Daryl." Like I screwed up the
Dutchman,
the continuity and the flow of the Rick Hahn Zoom by being grandpa. It's a terrible feeling.
Well, that's why you're not a ball writer. You're a talk show host.
That's right.
You got to take it seriously. You messed up the sanctity of a Leori Garcia Zoom. How dare you?
How dare you?
This stuff is serious.
This is the problem every once in a while when you're a multi-level baseball individual at times, as I am. So like I got myself in there.
Baseball.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, I'm not a beat guy.
Is that what Tony La Russa said?
Multi-level baseball.
What I mean is like I dip my toe in various waters. That's all I'm trying to say. So like I'm an outsider.
Zoom. I'm not a multi-level baseball individual. You're a talk show host.
Okay, but talk show host. But sometimes I'm a play-by-play guy,
That's
as
true.
you know.
That's true.
Congratulations on retirement. I guess the obvious question is, what makes now the right time?
I've known for a while. I think just kind of wanted to get into the off season and sit down and make sure that it was right, and it is, and wanted to get through the holidays as well. So I guess there's no real great time, but this is as good a time as any. John Lackey told me a few years ago, he's like, when the work outweighs the pleasure of pitching, it's time to kind of evaluate the situation you're at, and that's where I was at. The work in between the starts was just getting too hard to keep up with just the little nicks and bumps that were bothering me through the years. And
John, I know this is at this point the definition of out of your hand. We stopped counting the numbers now on the day that you're officially retired, but what would the Hall of Fame mean to you?
Obviously, it would mean an unbelievable amount to me. I didn't play the game for that reason. I think that's another reason why, I know it's time. I've never played the game for numbers. I've only played the game to win and contribute. And if I was just continued playing, I would only be playing for myself and padding those stats, and I don't want to do that.
The numbers are virtually identical in both places. Would it be a Cubs hat or a Red Sox hat?
Hey, you know what's great about that whole deal is they get to pick for you now, so I don't have to pick if that happened. Somebody asked me that. It was earlier today, and that's a hard decision for me personally, just because both places meant so much to me at different points in my career. The people that I've met along the way in both organizations, kind of same thing. So that's why I say that. I'm not trying to be politically correct in that whole deal, but both organizations meant so much to me, and both cities meant so much to me that, if it was to happen, I was kind of hoping they could do one of those fan hats where you can pick both teams.
Yeah, there you go. Two bills, a bill on the front and a bill on the back.
The final 4 games of the season?
I think that's a bit over dramatic, but I do think that if this were a playoff team and the Bears were actually playing for something down the stretch rather than draft position and seeing who's going to be eligible for the 2023 roster, Cairo Santos would have a hard time spending the bye week relaxing, because he shouldn't be relaxing. He hasn't been good enough. He's been a guy that has been disappointing, which has been surprising based on his recent past. This is a guy who you trusted, but how does he miss 4 extra points this year? And you look at the way that he missed his last 40-yard field goal. There was a time not that long ago we were marveling at how confident the Bears were in bringing him onto the field to kick 50-yard field goals, because it was just a matter of course. It was just something you assumed. And now he's removed that assumption. He's been one of their strengths that now has become, I don't want to say a weakness, but certainly a question mark. And so Cairo Santos has got a month left under very probably more difficult conditions you would expect. So maybe he can regain some of the confidence that the last couple weeks in which he has lost it. But I don't think the Bears will go outside the organization. I don't think it would be something that they're inclined to do. And certainly Matt Eberflus didn't give that indication in supporting his kicker publicly. Supporting his kicker more, I think, more publicly than he did his cornerback or his wide receiver. He likes Cairo Santos, it seems, so I think he's safe.
You definitely have to have some kickers up at Haugh. Maybe, David, when you're driving in early and the lights are on at Soldier Field, you'll know that there's a kicker tryout happening. But could this be a whole process? They've got a new long snapper. They have a new punter who is now the new holder, and you have the kicker. Is it just that the trifecta is just not well oiled? Is that part of the issue? And that's where I get into Richard Hightower. During this bye week, they maybe should be also looking for a new special teams coach.
Wow.
Okay, so here's the thing. I think we're being pretty hard on this guy if we're looking at, the missed field goals in the last 4 games. One of those was 57-yard or something like that.
that one is,
come on.
That one's more on the coach than on the kicker.
Thank you. I just think that the fact that he's not kicking off anymore is probably a good thing. They probably, the fact that they needed to wait until there was a touchdown scored against them, and their third string special teamers, fourth string special teamers that is not good. I mean, if you had a guy that could kick the ball out of the end zone, then why are you letting Cordero Patterson return any kicks on you until he scores one? And then the minute that happens, all of a sudden you got a new kickoff guy. It's not unusual for a punter to have a stronger leg in kickoffs than a kicker. The kicker is there to make field goals. And I think David's right. I think that this is if you're losing close games because your kicker isn't performing, then you got a problem. But I think this seems sort of happenstance to me. I would not welcome more kicker problems. I think this guy has been pretty good since he's been here, and he sort of has solved an issue that was really problematic for the past administration, double doink. So don't wish problems upon yourself. There are other more pertinent and more pressing issues they need to resolve and solve than getting themselves a big kicker tryout. It seems like, I like this question, though, is he kicking for his life? Isn't every player on a team as bad as the Bears playing for their career in the final 4 games of the season? Don't you want to express that to them?
I suppose. I think that's interesting because that is, I guess, true because they're not a proven player to the point where they can assume anything. At the same time, I don't know that you see that urgency necessarily. I think that goes without saying almost in a season where you have so many players who aren't proven. So they're going to be playing that sense of desperation from day. They should be playing like that all season long, not just December.
I totally agree. But I'm saying if you're worried that you're in the midst of a 6-game losing streak and you got 4 games left and what's going to happen after the bye week, there is nothing wrong with pointing out to your players, hey, listen, guys, in case you missed it, we're no damn good. And you're on a team that isn't very good and you're on the edge of being out of the NFL. If I were you, I would be as good as humanly possible over the last month of the season. There's nothing wrong with letting that message get across because, you want buy-in, you want to praise all the positive attitude. Well, guess what? The reality is that if you don't play better and this team keeps losing, then your job's on the line. And Dustin, I don't think any of the coaches are going to get fired in the offseason. I think it's just they don't have enough talent, and I think that's fairly obvious.
And Cairo Santos has a contract through next season. So he is not out of contract at the end of this year.
And David, if you cut him and got rid of him, he'd be signed before next week.
Oh, yeah. Look what happened with the Money Badger. Michael Badgley, isn't he still kicking for the Lions? You look at what he was able to do just in his short time filling in for Cairo Santos. The other thing is, and I don't know the answer to this question, but I think because he missed time earlier in the season and it was, obviously they rallied around him, you do wonder if what part of this is Is it concentration lapse? Is he distracted by something else? Because this is very uncharacteristic. Yes, there's an excuse for missing the 56-yard field goal, but when you're missing extra points, these are routines. This is a matter of ritual. This is a process. That it wasn't a bad snap. It wasn't a bad hold. They were bad kicks.
I think it's 4 extra points this year.
22 out of 26.
2 of them were in the first game, right? In the flood. So I don't know that I count that, but the other 2 you got to hit.
Those got to be automatic.
No question.
Those got to be automatic.
It looked like you just pulled it.
Yeah.
All right. 312-644-6767. I'm surprised you're sticking with the kicker. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2. Quarterback whisperer Tim Jenkins.
He's doing a really good job with progressions. You know, every time I put out a Twitter clip about, hey, man, he's not a one-read-and-go guy, people get real mad. I don't know what it is with Chicago. Like, there might be some self-loathing in the fan base where it's like, there's a radio guy up there, Mike North. He was real mad. And I tried to handle it gently. He got real mad about it.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago.
Okay, Dan, so here's one of those texts that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Dual threat? How is he a threat other than running the ball?
Watch the game. Just watch it. Just do me a favor. I was dealing with those texters all day yesterday and on the morning. I saw 2 interceptions and he's not clutch. Just watch the games. Just watch him develop. This is a young, developing, multi-skilled player, setting records with his feet, setting records, doing things we've never seen, and still, I don't know, I'm not sure. Okay, that's fine.
What are you not sure about? Like, I understand that there still needs to be progress in who he is, but considering where the Bears offense started with this and where he's at right now.
All I know is every time he touches the ball, you're getting the equivalent of the possibility of a Devin Hester punt return.
Mm-hmm.
Every time he drops back to pass. Every single time. How about the one that was called back earlier, too? With all these numbers that we're looking at, the one where we had the phantom call on bum-ass wide receiver hyphen name. If that doesn't happen, and that was another one of those runs. They were like, oh, boy, it was like a season highlight, and then he did it 3 more times.
Yes.
Because he does that stuff. People forgot about that one. And that should not have been flagged. There should have been 4. No quarterback ever. Do you realize that? He's the first quarterback ever with 3 career 50-yard touchdown runs. He's done it in 4 games.
It's exciting.
No one's ever in a career.
And like watching them not be able to catch him.
And that would have been fun. And not even close, too.
And I mean,
and they knew it.
Well, they had him. Like they had called the right defense on the play. They had the edge defender there, and he made you miss. And once you missed, it's over.
Radio 6-7 of the Score. Always a delight to talk to our friend Joe Ostrowski. And he joins us now on the Signature Bank Score hotline. Signature Bank, making commercial banking personal. Joe, good morning. How are you? The Cubs probably going to win the World Series now. That must have really helped their odds yesterday.
It did help it a little bit,
Yeah.
a little bit. I don't think it was off the signings, though. I mean, maybe the signal was sent that they're going to do something. It's still about the speculation, not just Bellinger and Taillon. And the expectation is the odds are now down. They were up yesterday, but after stuff started happening, all sorts of rumors, they took down the numbers. But as of 24 hours ago, the Cubs were the favorite or the second favorite for all three shortstops. They were the favorite for Swanson, also near the top with Correa and Bogart. So they go from 80-1 down to 70-1. I see them as low as 60-1. White Sox, 25-1. Nothing budging there. You know, the Giants rumors moved the number a lot for the World Series just based on that speculation. I thought after it came out, oh, wait, that's not official yet. The number would go back. It went from 40 to 25, and it's sticking at 25-1, the exact same number as the White Sox at the moment.
Could be expectation that it's going to happen. It just hasn't happened yet. Joe, I'm very curious now that you've kind of piqued my curiosity. Who is the odds-on favorite for Carlos Correa? How about Dansby Swanson, and what about Xander Bogaerts?
Yeah, I don't have the updated because they took them down, but it's been Twins or Cubs for Correa throughout. The Giants are in the mix for a number of players, so they're always up there because they're expected to spend. But the one common thread is you see the Cubs up there, you see the Giants up there. So the odds makers believe that the Cubs are going to get one of these players, and it's going to be interesting. So after that monster Trey Turner contract, 11 for $300, what sort of contract are these players going to demand?
The Bulls are going to trade their team to the Lakers, I think, by recent reports. Help, Joe, help.
Oh, that was quick, huh? So, the Bulls are favored by 5.5 for tonight. But the big story here for me is big picture. The win total has dropped since the start of the season, guys, by 5 full wins. It opened the season at 42.5. This morning, it's 37.5. Wow. The over-under. They are as high as minus 275 to miss the playoffs. A game and a half out of the play-in at the moment, minus 275 to miss. There is an interesting angle that's been happening with this team. They do excel coming out of halftime. They're not the Warriors of old, but they're one of the best in the NBA. They are 17-6 against the spread in the third quarter. That's 74%. Second best record, only behind the Suns against the spread in the third quarter. The margin in that quarter, fourth best in the NBA. So if you're looking for something positive to bet on the Bulls, it's that. And hey, if you believe they can turn it around, there's some value if you think they're going to get to 38 wins on the year.
All right, Joe, Bears don't play. Full slate of NFL games, though, looking pretty chalky.
It has been lately. So over the first couple of months, it was all about these crazy upsets. And that hasn't happened much in the last 5 to 6 weeks. Things have settled in. It's funny, we do this every year, David. We have such strong opinions over the summer on which teams are going to be good, which teams are going to be bad. And we really have no idea. That's what the market tells us. And you know, who thought the Rams would be up here? That the pick they traded away could end up being a top selection. Who would have thought Russell Wilson going to the Broncos, they wouldn't be able to score points, and it would be a struggle to get to 10 points on a weekly basis? So we know absolutely nothing. This past week, favorites go 13-1-1 straight up. The only underdog to win was the Bengals. Against the spread, favorites were 12-2-1. So there's some interesting spots here. Cincinnati favored by 6. Burrow has not beaten the Cleveland Browns in his career, and he's coming off that big win. And Watson looked horrible, which was a beautiful sight there. Kansas City minus 9.5 against Denver. As we mentioned, the Broncos can't score points. Chiefs coming off a disappointing loss, so that could be an interesting number. I think the most interesting number, at least around these parts, is the Lions are favored by 2.5 against the Vikings, guys.
This segment with Joe O is brought to you by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks. Please bet responsibly. Joe, do you have any action on the World Cup? And do you care about the fact that Morocco has eliminated Spain?
I do not have any action on it, but we talked to the head of trading at BetMGM yesterday on the show, and he said the one bet that they won't stop taking, that every few minutes, ding, 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 everybody's bet on Brazil.
Yeah.
Every minute, he's got another bet coming in on Brazil, so that's the big liability for all these sports books.
Sounds great. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, guys.
If you think about what happened yesterday, maybe it's another country that speaks Portuguese that could be the winner of the World Cup.
The only country the country where Portuguese is spoken the most, perhaps. Is that what you're getting at?
Is Portugal?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Okay, that's what I think
now
you're saying.
that they have benched Ronaldo, his replacement scored 3 goals.
CR7.
I've been telling you, if they would just bench Ronaldo, they could win this thing. And it's so funny
and they
to
did.
see it happen. I know.
They exploded offensively.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Speaking of big surprises yesterday, maybe that wasn't a big surprise. Maybe the way they scored was.
Right.
But last night, did you happen to catch any of Illinois beating Texas? Flipping around, I think that obviously college basketball is starting to heat up. It's a little early. We have so much going on. But Illinois beating Texas, the number 2 ranked team in the country. Brad Underwood has that team playing at a high level. Terrence Shannon Jr.
Wow. Where did he go? Lincoln Park High School.
Yes.
I wanted that kid to go to Loyola. He went to Texas Tech, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
That kid is a stud.
They know how to work the portal.
Seriously good player.
They know how to work the portal.
They're better now than they were when they had their best players.
Remarkable,
Does that
isn't
make
it?
sense?
It doesn't make any sense,
No,
but I think it's a
they're
fact.
really good.
Yeah, last night he does not score in the first half. Scores 4 points in the second half. Gets 10 in overtime.
Right.
This is a team that is playing very well. You just worry almost about them peaking too early.
I don't worry about that with the Ramblers, but they did win last night
Saw
over
that.
Wisconsin Green Bay.
They beat Green Bay.
Let's get that out.
They avenged the Bears' loss.
They have, they've been losing too many games. But go Ramblers.
Go Ramblers.
Go Ramblers. 312-644-6767. That is the telephone number. When we return, Grody time!
All right.
We're going to bring in the great man himself. He'll take us down onto the sidelines. He'll give us snippets of conversations that he overhears. Nah, he probably won't do that. But we'll talk to Mark Grody next. Mully and Holmes score.
Bears.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. And I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2.
Layla Rahimi is in today for Lawrence Holmes, and we'll be...
Everyone who I'm going to call out here by name, I consider them friends. So I believe that they all can take it. Okay?
Okay.
Adam Haugh. They have to learn how to win. David Haugh. He wrote about experiencing winning being an important part of quarterback development. I'm not sure I could call Patrick Finley a friend, but I respect him. I think he does very good work. Careful, Bears Twitter gets mad when you point out that winning is better than losing. Dan Wiederer. Eventually, they have to take a step in the direction of where they can win a game through the air late. So my question for all of these Bears writers is, have you lost your mind? Do you watch football? And not just the Bears. Because, yes, it was a bad pick 6. Yes, in the micro, it was a bad loss to a bad team who they, by the way, weren't that much better than. But there is no evidence that suggests you have to learn how to win in order to one day be a winner. There's no evidence that suggests that. Peyton Manning was 3-13 as a rookie. He was 500 through his first 4 years in the NFL. Guy went to 4 Super Bowls with 4 different coaches, has a couple of rings. Troy Aikman was 1-15 at the beginning. Won 3 Super Bowls. Justin Fields has made 20 starts. The team sucks. They are terrible around him. The season is a massive, overwhelming success already. So this idea that loss Sunday was anything more than a loss Sunday is so ridiculous and not founded by any. The only quarterbacks who come into the NFL right away and win at the beginning are quarterbacks on good teams.
Like Russell Wilson 2012 with the Seahawks.
Ben
They have the Legion of
Roethlisberger
Boom.
with the Steelers.
Yeah, they Pat Mahomes, he inherits an 11-win team.
Joe Flacco.
And people now holding him to the standard of, well, you got to win the games late. Right now, throwing to these guys, with those guys blocking, with that front seven against these opponents, the standard is wins and losses in year one in this system, year two. And the guy's played 20 NFL games.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like, well, we're the big bad Chicago media and we're market 3, and so we gotta hold you accountable and hold you to a high standard. A+. I'm out of here, but I just remember how much that 2018 season really taught Mitch Trubisky and the Bears how to win.
These takes had to get off.
Yeah.
Danny had to get them off.
Stonecutter writes here, I'm already tired of the whinging and hand-wringing over whether or not Fields' style of play is sustainable. Steve Young carried 70 times for 454 yards and 6 touchdowns in his age 37 season. Aaron Rodgers had 63 carries in his age 33 season. Michael Vick had 100 carries at age 30 and played until he was 35. Randall Cunningham had 65 carries when he was 31 and played until he was 38. Justin Fields is 23. What is the expectation here? What should the Bears be doing right now, if not maximizing his ability to change the game with his arm and his legs? Yes, you should limit how often he gets hit. Yes, he should run out of bounds and slide rather than run to contact. And save one play versus the Cowboys, that's what he's done. The worst hits he's taken the last few weeks have been inside the pocket. If the concern is Justin Fields' long-term physical health, then we should just hope he retires from football immediately. But if the worry is that you're somehow using him up too fast or whatever, you have to be thinking, you're acting like he's a first edition Chewbacca action figure that must stay in the original packaging. Football's violent. The Wookiee's going to get bent. That's okay.
Hour is brought to you by NJ Diet. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days.
Just to confirm with you guys, today is Wednesday, right? It's Wednesday, right? Yes, today's Wednesday.
Yes, it's Wednesday, and that means Grody time on the Mully and Haugh Show. Always a delight to welcome in our dear friend, the great man himself. He'll play that one song for you. He is our guy. Mr. Mark Grody joins us on the Signature Bank Score Hotline. Signature Bank, making commercial banking personal. Mark, good morning. How are you?
Mully and Haugh, good morning. It is such an honor to be having my first cup of the coffee of the day with you two fine gentlemen. How are you guys?
The coffee.
The coffee.
Yeah,
the cup of the coffee. Yeah, I love it when you make
You're making the coffee.
That's great, Grody.
I'm also using my first words of the day.
Yes,
so we became across like that.
Coffee is so important in my life, it deserves the definite article.
That's true.
We're just lucky to talk to the Grody.
You too, like an English poet, deserve the definite article.
The Mully and the Haugh and the Grody. Well, here we all are, guys. Happy bye week, too.
Well, and I don't know what you do because you do such an excellent job. I'm sure, knowing you'll be out there at Soldier Field just walking the sidelines practicing because you never give up. You never relent. You never take a weekend off.
Hey, remember all those weeks when we were begging Cody Parkey to go out to Soldier Field? And I do that. I go there just to be a better sideline reporter. I throw little blades of grass up in the air to see which way the wind is going. I practice my injury reports. I talk about the blue injury tent. So, yes, I am very, very sturdy in that regard. Very thorough in that regard.
Before we get too far into the nuts and bolts about the Bears and the off week and all that good stuff, Mark,
yes,
recall for us, if you will, your exchange, your interaction with Jay Cutler and his kids that he brought to the sideline for the Packer game.
Oh, yeah, that was great. That was great. So I did not really cover Jay. I probably covered a couple of his games and or press conferences, but I was never really a beat guy with the Bears when Jay Cutler was quarterback, so I always feel the need to introduce myself when I see him, and I did. I saw him kind of standing there smiling. There was some kids around, and I said, "Hey, I'm Mark Grody. I'm the Bears sideline reporter." He goes, "Oh, okay." And then at that moment, his kids, two little boys, come running up to him, as jubilant as could be, bragging about getting a Justin Fields autograph. And I think I even said, "Oh, you guys got a Justin Fields autograph?" Yeah, look at this, this is crazy, this is unbelievable. And then Jay Cutler kind of looks at me and goes, "Yeah, that's why we're here right now." Because I was asking him, what are you doing here? What's going on? And then he's like, "There you go. There's the reason." His kids are big time Justin Fields fans, and they are like meatball Bears fans as well. So he's like, "Yeah, we sit around watching Bears games, and they wanted to come to a game, so here we are." And he also had his Bears Letterman jacket on, so he looked happy. Jay Cutler looked happy and good, and his kids seemed to have refreshed his life, I suppose.
Mark Grody nominating Jay Cutler for Father of the Year. That's a headline, buddy.
I can't deny him after that move. You know what I mean? He is standing there.
How do the simple folk of Chicago compete with that, Mark?
Well, look, Mully, it's cold that day. It's Chicago. Like, Jay Cutler could be anywhere in the world, right? And he's in Chicago in the 40-degree weather, hanging out with Bears fans and his kids. And who knows what happened after he left the side. I'm sure they escaped to a nice suite where it was warm and they were served well. But I was warm. I think it was like he was in the Christmas spirit.
That's
think
great.
That's what was going on
he is from
Cutler.
Santa Claus, so we know that he's in the Christmas spirit 365.
Of
All
course.
Right, so Grody, give me another insight on the sidelines. Wanted to ask you about this. We talked about it when Chase Claypool went down after the fumble, and he was grimacing in pain and grabbing his knee. They looked at his knee. He came back. He went into the injury tent a couple different times. There was even the suggestion about how badly is he hurt? Did the fumble exacerbate how badly he was hurt and how badly he felt the pain? How would you describe the extent of the injury, Chase Claypool, and what did you observe from your vantage point on the sideline of him coming off the field?
Yeah, I mean, he comes off limping pretty bad. First of all, if you want to go all the way back, the pain that I could see he was dealing with was pretty bad. Like, he was grimacing, all of that goes into a bad injury. And then he gets up and he is limping pretty badly. And I'm looking at this, this is not good at all. It appears to be the left knee. He's limping. He makes it into the injury tent. He spends time in there. He pops out, and he's no longer limping, which is a really good thing. Then I see him going through some running exercises on the sideline with the trainer and the doctors watching him. Then they go back into the tent for a little more work. So whatever Claypool said, this needs to be adjusted. They go back in there. Who knows what they did because we can't see inside. Comes back out again, and then there's more sprinting on the sideline and lateral movement to the point where it looked like he felt comfortable, went back on the sideline, never went in for the rest of that half. And then I was told on the sidelines, I asked, is there an injury update, as typically we do with the operation on the sideline with a point person from the Bears. And they said, I don't think there's going to be an update, as in it looks like he's okay. So, then he did come back and play some in the second half. So that was that's what we went through with Chase Claypool. And we'll see after the bye if he is okay. But it seemed like, David, from my vantage point, they worked through it.
Mark, I really enjoy often when you ask questions at news conferences, and I enjoyed you asking Justin Fields if he wants to throw the ball. I thought that was a really good, just kind of, hey, how much do you want to be a passer? And we know that he wants to be a quarterback. He has this unbelievable ability to run the ball, but his answer, as his answers always are, was excellent, saying that he wants to win and he's willing to do anything to win.
Yeah, he wants to win, but I think the answer even before that was, of course, I do want to throw.
Yes.
I'm a quarterback who throws the football. I was raised to throw the football. So, yes, while he wants to win and he's down with anything, as I've said, the conversations that we are having, even the one that we're embarking upon right now, they're having those exact same conversations at Haugh. And I promise you that even Justin Fields, as compliant as he has been and is wanting to win and to be part of this team and add to the chemistry of the team, he's thinking in the back of his head, yeah, I want to throw the ball. I want to throw the football more. This is pretty damn cool when I'm doing my 20 mile per hour legs here, but I do want to show people that I could do that. So that's just as much on his mind as it is on everybody else's. And I promise you that they've been having meetings probably since after that Green Bay game, the first Green Bay game where he threw the ball 11 times, where even Matt Eberflus at some point in time had to have been like, when are we going to use our quarterback? And they obviously changed it after the Washington game. And I'm looking forward to seeing what wrinkles they add or what the offense becomes after this bye, because I guess at least on a mini bye situation, Matt Eberflus and his coaching staff proved that they were able to. One case, so this is not a huge cloth from which to pull here, but at least from one mini bye week, we know that they are good at adjusting to things. I'm looking forward to seeing what they come out of it with.
Mark, before the players went their separate ways for the bye week, David Montgomery was at the podium at Haugh on Monday, and I was watching on the feed from the Bears, and he did not seem like he was in the greatest spirits. I think he's typically a little bit more forthcoming than he was. I wondered what your observations were of that 5 minutes or so at the podium. And if you could help me understand a little bit more, was there a reluctance to ask him about what Justin Fields said about him after the game? Or do you think that it was just one of those things? Could that have been one of the reasons he wasn't in the greatest of spirits or as expansive as he typically is?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, he can be. David Montgomery likes to, I don't know what the word, like sometimes he comes ready to play with the media, sometimes he doesn't, in terms of he kind of likes to mess with us and give short answers, and that was the mode that he was in. And when he was asked about the Justin Fields and the 56-yard touchdown, I think it was Chris Emma who asked, and he kind of shot back, well, what did you think of it? And, it was pretty spectacular. He goes, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. And he was just, obviously Emma was thinking, or any reporter would have been thinking, this is an easy layup of a question. Say nice things about the quarterback. But he was very short with it. Now, I will say this. When I asked, what was an innocuous question about his bye week, and he said that he was going to be spending time with his 7-year-old son who was recently diagnosed with leukemia. So that could have been something that was weighing on his mind during that press conference as well. So just based on that, I suppose I give him the benefit of the doubt. But it's not the first time that David Montgomery has been a little bit short with the media, I suppose we could say.
Mark, tell us about Alex Leatherwood. Tell us about your relationship with him, how often you guys just hang out together, and what you see from him.
I don't know, Mully. Maybe you've heard that Alex Leatherwood is a tough get in the locker room. So I don't have a I don't have a bad relationship with Alex Leatherwood, but he's been pretty to himself. in the locker room, and maybe it's because he just wanted to get out on the field and actually play before he talks. But the reviews have been positive for Alex Leatherwood in the rotation this week with Riley Reif. And that was interesting because I was told that, last week at Haugh, the guy that was getting the bulk of the starts at right tackle for at least two of the practices, for the Wednesday and Thursday practices, that was Alex Leatherwood. Now, Reif was limited in practice, so there was the injury, so it probably was in the back of the Bears' minds, if Reif can play, he's the guy. But I can't tell you from my source that it was Wood, as they call him, playing a lot of right tackle. So I'll be interested to see. I mean, I don't know. This is like with a lot of the Bears players, and specifically on offensive line. Like, we go back to Tevin Jenkins. There's something about him they did not like at tackle, and there is something about Leatherwood's game that they just thought he wasn't ready yet. And I know it had to do with some with the mono, but getting prepared to play. Where do they want him to play? Because they always insist he could play the inside or the outside. But I'm like everybody else at this point. Yeah, I hope that we do eventually get to see a full game, or at least Alex Leatherwood from the beginning at right tackle.
So, Grody, back to the Montgomery exchange. It crossed my mind when that was going on. You remember Khalil Mack when he was here, and you remember.
Yes.
Famously or infamously or whatever, when Akeem Hicks would come on and we would ask him about Khalil Mack, he'd get agitated and irritated about being asked about Khalil Mack. And players in the locker room would be asked, "Oh, okay, enough about you. How great is Khalil Mack? Isn't he awesome?" And I wonder if over the next month, over the last 4 games, what else to ask a Bears team that has double-digit losses? They're in the draft position, and the games really aren't going to matter in terms of the outcome. There's going to be very little to focus on except for number one. Is this team going to grow tired about answering questions about, isn't Justin Fields great, even though you just got your doors blown off?
Well, too bad, because when the guy is making spectacular plays, like he's good for it seems like a 50-plus yard run every game now. So it's impossible not to ask about those things. And what a great deflector he is. This is a 3-10 team, and they're not having to necessarily answer for everything that they do wrong. And I've said this before too, Haugh. It is a good locker room. It is a good locker room in that, and it better be a good locker room, because when you're 3-10 and you got a bunch of guys trying to prove themselves, then that is the formula probably for a good locker room. And hey, let's take, for example, this past week and the way that locker room was, and it was a loss, and you could chalk it up as a bad loss as well, because they kind of crumble, and it's the Packers and all that. But there was a lot of enthusiasm in that locker room for a secondary that didn't crumble like everybody thought, with Josh Blackwell and Elijah Hicks and even the veteran DHT, DeAndre Houston Carson. Jalen Jones looked like a man in that game. So there are different storylines that are beginning to blossom with the Bears as well that our focus lands on. So this past week it was clearly Justin Fields, and then hey, some of these young secondary players, and then Alex Leatherwood. So it's not all doom and gloom, clearly, even after losses. And that's sort of what the vibe is in the locker room, because we don't know who's going to get playing time, whether it be injury or just guys getting chances with this Bears team. So it kind of keeps it fresh.
Is Tevin Jenkins your new Demir Bird, Mark?
Well, I don't know, Mully. I like to keep my Demir Bird type of love in the wide receiver family, so I would actually tend more towards Byron Pringle. He's kind of my guy in that locker room, so it would probably be Pringle. The emoji for the Demir Bird, way cooler, just the little bird. I don't know if there's a Pringles chips emoji. I feel like that'd be too easy though, but that's really what we're aiming for here.
But just admit it, Grody, you are going with Tevin Jenkins this weekend to pick out a Christmas tree for the meeting room.
Of course, and I have to furnish my apartment. He's already promised to help me. So
he's going to furnish your apartment?
Oh yeah, of course, man.
I knew you were tight with the guy, but goodness gracious.
Yeah. So he's my guy overall, but in the Demir Bird category, it's Byron Pringle. Do you understand, Mully?
You've explained it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are you working a Jack Sanborn? I mean, how good could he eventually be? you got the quarterback, and then you got the middle linebacker. What do you think?
Oh, man, you're really starting to put this team together now that you have Jack Sanborn solidified. I'm really looking forward to seeing where he is when
agree.
the Bear, right? Like when everything starts to get filled in for real.
Yeah.
Like what part is Jack Sanborn playing? Because he's been very good, and there's no other way to look at it.
He would never. I mean, the one thing about trading Roquan Smith, he would never have gotten a look.
That's a great point. You're right. He would.
Yeah.
He would not have. Would
They
he?
weren't. Well, they weren't. He was there, and they didn't play him at all.
He wouldn't be being asked to make every tackle.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
That's for sure.
That's
Well,
right.
yeah.
Roquan would still have him.
I mean, it's a classic guy take it. I remember way at the beginning of the season, we were talking about this. I think I was talking to Joniak about this and how this is a team that there's going to be guys. There's going to be undrafted free agents. I think it was Jeff actually who predicted it. There's going to be undrafted free agents who are going to make this team and thrive because that's the way the team is set up. So he has busted through, and Jack Sanborn hasn't taken care of this, or sort of infiltrated the system. And now Jeff Joniak calls him the jackhammer. So you come full circle on him, and there you go. So I am looking forward to seeing what he becomes in the next few years.
You brought it up. It's worth exploring because you mentioned Jeff Joniak. His Joniak's Journal this past Sunday in the pregame on BBM talked to Jack Sanborn about the fact, I didn't realize this, and maybe I should have. He lost his dad when he was 4 years old.
Jeez.
This kid has grown up and overcome a lot of things that typically you don't have to overcome as a kid. He's an easy guy to root for. He was at Wisconsin. He's an undrafted free agent, as you point out. What's he like, Mark? What's he like to deal with? And do you think that his personality is what we see on the field? This is a guy that is very instinctive and always at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I hate to say it because it almost sounds cliche, but he's pretty lunch bucket-ish. He's serious. There's not like we haven't really seen the gregarious side of him. Like he's a good interview and he answers questions and he never turns anybody down. But so far he's playing the yes sir, yes ma'am role of being a Bears player and playing the part. And I think that goes along with the humility that one has when they're an undrafted free agent and still trying to prove themselves. So, he's been real amenable in the locker room and all the things that you would think he would be. But I do have to ask you this, Haugh. Did you find that more interesting or my interview with a shirtless Matt Adams in the pregame warmups? Because I'm a little bit upset that you didn't bring that up.
You know what? I texted you about that, Mark. I'm glad you brought it up because
Okay.
that was fascinating little nugget that you unearthed, and only somebody as intrepid as you are as a reporter would unearth that little nugget and bring that to your audience.
Yes, for people who don't know, Matt Adams, number 44, the Bears linebacker, when he warms up, he no matter what the weather is, could be 20 below, he warms up without a shirt on. And I had to get into his head. I'm like, do I move in for this interview? And I was glad that I did because he had he said, well, it's me against the weather, and this was something that the military used to do to get ready for it. And if I can warm up in the cold, then I don't feel the cold the rest of the day. So that's his thought process on that. I was glad. And he's got the right physique too. You got to have the right physique in order to warm up. Sure.
Why? Just tell us, please.
Yes.
Why did you not bring that to the pregame show?
I did bring to the real pregame show.
To the pregame show on the Score.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, I'm not going to complain about it, but I know I'm going to be hearing from a Patrick Manley and an Anthony Herron. That's the reality of it.
You're right. That's a huge. I was so obsessed with Jay Cutler being on the sideline when I was talking to you guys that I just plain forgot to talk about Matt Adams' shirtless pregame warm-up.
He was starstruck by Cuddy.
I was starstruck by Cuddy and just the aura around him and the people coming up to him. So I'm Mully. I owe you, Patrick, and Big Ant one for sure after the bye. I promise the Philadelphia report is going to be something to behold on December 18th.
Well, they're always very good. It's just that kind of special information belongs on.
I know. I failed, Mully.
It's okay,
I failed.
buddy. We love you dearly. God
I hate
bless
when I just. You're still going to bring me on in the gregarious way that you do, right? This isn't going to hurt.
Oh,
my
I will now
Okay.
just take all emotion out of it. I will now.
Mark
now
Grody.
we have Mark Grody.
This is the guy.
It's Grody time.
Robot Mully.
Grody time.
And we have Grody.
Here you go, Mark.
I won't be as enthusiastic. I can't be, Mark. You hurt me.
I know. This is going to be a process. So
and we got a texter. Jack Sanborn, you mean Mercedes? ? Boy, is that
No.
mean.
I
No.
mean, Jack
No.
Sanborn's not like pick six in everybody. Like your main Mercedes came up and was just crushing the ball out of the park and like just making these monster play. Like Sanborn's pacing himself a little
Thank
bit.
you.
All right, it's not
That's
all or
right.
nothing with Jack Sanborn. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rudy.
No one's eating a Sanborn burger.
That's right, Mully.
All right.
Guys, we'll talk to you soon. Bye.
That is our guy, Mark Rohde. Always a joy. He does a great job, and he does really work the relationships on the
He
sideline.
does. It's
Yeah,
great to
fun.
hear that
It's
each
really
and every
good.
week. You see that becoming the rapport being established.
Yes, no
especially
question.
with the guy.
As personable as Grody. is.
Exactly.
Likeable, handsome. Let's just be honest.
Effusive.
Wonderful human. We love Mark Rohde. A little creepy, but we do. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 Score. Yeah, Mark Rohde. Beautiful man.
Coming up today, Layla Rahimi is back with the Bernstein and Holmes Show.
Happy Layla Wednesday.
Covering the biggest Chicago sports stories of the day.
Luke Getzey, he's adjusted so much of his playbook to fit what Justin Fields is now doing.
So here's something that happened earlier, is that I was doing that interview, Groats.
Yeah, thanks for including me.
It was kind of a technical cluster bleep as it got a little rushed on us. It was earlier than expected, and then it was short, and we didn't have a chance to get you there technically in there. Apologies, but
and you bolted Grody out of the room.
I did. Wanted to make sure that Grody couldn't get in there, and then you still got in there, asked 4 questions, but I made sure that Tanny edited those out.
Right.
Make sure that he edited those out. No, do you know what happened to me at the end?
No.
They cut off Bilal Nichols, and I didn't realize they did.
Oh no!
So I just kept going.
Oh,
and then
what are the lost questions?
Oh yeah, here you go. Chris Tannehill decided that should see the light of day.
You've been playing this game since you was a child to have fun.
Yeah, well, you've been doing it so well and playing so well and being in a good headspace, and a pleasure to watch. No doubt that's going to continue. Bilal Nichols, when you do sign that deal, where's the celebration dinner? If I told you downtown Chicago, money is no object, and you can go have a meal at a restaurant for you and all your family and all your friends, where are you going? What's your place?
Oh no!
Oh no!
Bilal, you there? All right, man. I drop an all right, man, even though he's definitely not there.
That's what I would have dropped.
Bilal, you there? All right, man.
Bilal. That's hilarious. That's what I would have done.
Yeah. You would have been going, it was Bilal.
Hey, no way Bilal Nichols would have hung up if I was involved in that.
Could be.
Interview.
I don't think it was his
All
choice.
your
Family and all your friends, where are you going? What's your place?
I'm a big Joe West fan.
Phew, phew, phew.
Lucas, there is a question that is being, when I say this, we're also live on Twitch, those of you listening on 670 The Score, and there is one person on Twitch that has asked the same question about 24 times, and I'm going to ask it, and I don't even know why. They really want to know what your favorite fruit is.
Oh. My favorite fruit?
Your favorite fruit.
Yeah.
It seems to be a hot topic on Twitch right now, and I don't know why, but I got to know. For me, it's pears, but what do you got?
Oh my God. It's funny you say pears. I would have said like before mangoes, but then last week I went to the supermarket and I was like, you know what? I've never really eaten that many pears. And this supermarket I went to had like 6 different kinds of pears. And so I got one of each of them. And then like a few days ago, I just cut up a little bit of every single one, put them on a plate, and there was this one pear that was so good, it immediately became my favorite fruit. I don't remember. It was not Bosque. It was not like the green one. It was something in between, and it was like the greatest flavor.
We got the information we truly needed. Lucas Giolito's favorite fruit is pear. Lucas, we are best friends, and that is a fact. That is a fact. We are pear friends.
Yes, but it's this one kind of pear. I don't remember which one it was, which is unfortunate.
Please find out and send it to me. I got to find it. I got to get my hands on this.
I got to be honest, fellas. I didn't know there was more than one kind of pear. I just thought they were just everything was a pear.
.7 The Score. Breaking news on 670 The Score is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today, and we do have breaking news on The Score.
Yes, the verdict is in. Aaron Judge back to the Yankees. 9 years, $360 million. Wow. $40 million per. This is a guy who bet on himself, and it paid off in a big way.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and that's the biggest. That's the biggest chip of the offseason.
And
that's the biggest contract.
It's been a huge week at the winter meetings. Let's look at some of the things that happened before they got to San Diego. Jacob deGrom signs a $185 million deal with the Rangers. You got Verlander going to the Mets. Yep. You've got now Aaron Judge. You've got other deals. The Cubs have been busy. A lot of activity. Trey Turner to the Phillies for $300 million. My goodness sakes, there's been a lot of activity. Baseball is thriving. The revenue is flowing. People are going places. And I think that you understand this because it was the best offer. We talked about whether or not the Giants would be more appealing because of his home connections there.
$360 million.
I know.
Over 9 years.
for somebody who's
yeah.
a big man on the wrong side of 30.
That's right.
But you knew he was going to get that kind of a deal.
Yes.
Right? You knew it was going to be, I think the rumors originally were around 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So they found.
The rumor was they had a 10-year, $360 million deal that they'd offered him.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted, no, I can't quite make 10. Let's make it 9.
I think he probably wanted.
I think he wanted
10 for 400. He wanted that 40 million a year threshold to meet that.
Yes, and I think now he can be back on the free agent market as a 39-year-old and get that extra year.
There you go.
I don't understand why it's 9, but 360 million is a lot of cabbage.
Yes, it is, and he goes back to an environment he has thrived in. He goes back to a team that's very good in a ballpark that's more conducive to being a home run hitter than the one maybe in San Francisco. Perhaps that was part of the equation. But Brian Cashman, who signed a new 5-year deal before the winter meetings began, gets his guy. He could not have probably justified that in that market, his contract extension, without delivering Aaron Judge back to the Yankees. That was a lot of pressure on him. And now John Morosi was the first to report it, and it is true. Aaron Judge back to the Yankees. It could possibly affect some of the other things. It could possibly indirectly affect the shortstop market.
Yes, that's the problem. Now, that's my bad stomach as soon as that drops. Now, the Giants could be definitely in on Correa.
Well, have they, though, been mentioned in the past? Here's what I was thinking, though, Dustin. Maybe the other way. You're right. They could be. The Yankees, though, definitely would have been if they would have missed out on Aaron Judge. They would have had $360 million burning in a hole in their pocket, and we need to spend something, and we need to make a splash to counter this loss. Now they don't have to do that. Maybe that favors teams like the Twins and the Cubs who are talking to Correa.
Well, I like your glass half full approach, but I've got a anxious stomach about it.
Well, I mean, the price of playing poker is definitely going up, right? We've seen these deals now. Where does Correa fit? Somewhere between Trey Turner and Aaron Judge.
Somewhere between $300 million commitment and $360 million commitment.
That's right. And I would say it's below 360, if that helps you, Dustin. But it's probably above what did he get, 320?
He got $300 million for 11 years.
Okay.
Averaging $27 million per.
So 320 would probably be around the number. You got 320 laying around?
Well, I think that if you're looking at
$320
million, that would be the size of the investment for Tom Ricketts. And if he indeed, as reports indicate, did send Jed Hoyer to San Diego with the mandate to spend, that would be the price.
Well, on wine and steak or on players?
It's
both.
Someone said that contract, biblical losses. It's a biblical contract. I'll give you that. 312-644-6767. Tony is in Wonder Lake. Hey, Tony.
Good morning, guys. Thank you for taking my call, and I really appreciate the producer's segue into my comments. Thank you very much for that. The White Sox are showing their true colors as usual. They go to the winter meetings, and they pick up a guy that on any other team in baseball would be a fifth starter, but somehow, because they're so depleted, Clevenger will end up being a third or fourth starter for this team. They let Abreu go without really committing to a decent offer. And is there any coincidence, guys, that there is no Sox Fest this year? So that way the fans that don't know a thing about baseball can't confront the wimps in the front office and explain to me why last year was such a debacle, why you went backwards so far. Not that they went far the year before, but to have such a collapse and not want to take any accountability for it, I just think makes you stop and go, I think that shows you exactly what the brass of this organization feel about not only the fans, but the improvement of the team. The Sox are going to be in baseball purgatory for the next 10 to 15 years. Thanks a lot, Jerry. I appreciate it. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks, Tony.
Thanks, Tony.
Well put. I understand the frustration. I do think that if healthy, and it's a big if, let's just say it's a big
Yeah.
if, Mike Clevenger can be better than a fifth starter. I think you probably pencil him in that because your expectations are tempered by his health history and by the fact he's coming off of Tommy John 2 years ago, the second year, presumably better. He's on a 1-year prove-it deal himself, $12 million potentially. That didn't bother me. That signing, I think, made sense for this team. They need to do something else, though. They need to do several other things before you feel good about the White Sox. So I definitely understand the skepticism and the cynicism.
But it's my understanding that the Sox are not having a fan convention because of the pandemic, because they don't need to gather with the filthy, infected public.
Well, that's my understanding. I don't think they put it quite in those terms, but
I didn't mean it negatively.
Yeah.
Did that come across negatively?
Just slightly.
I apologize.
Just a slight hint.
I just
of negativity.
That's all. I thought there was the
not any more
horror
than
of-
usual. Let's just say that.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, the plebeians, the masses with their illness and disease wouldn't want to be. They're not going to have a no.
That's noted. So is Tony's discussed because you compare it in town with the other team, and they are having their fan convention.
Well,
and they will be introducing at least 2 new players, Cody Bellinger and Jamison Tyone. I think that is going to be definitely. So I get why you would be frustrated as a Sox fan because you want to be heard, you want to be seen, you want to be acknowledged that you.
Well,
you matter.
I mean, Tony just said it. I think there's a lot of fans that want to let their opinion be known to the architects of the team.
Yep.
And I'm almost positive that there wouldn't be a great market for that among the executives of the team. Do you want to know? Don't you think they know how they're perceived? Do they need that?
I don't think there's any doubt.
Yeah.
Every time that Rick Hahn faces reporters for the first time in a while, I think he references Twitter as much as any executive I've ever seen. So he is acutely aware of his reputation among Sox fans, and I think he's got to be aware of the level of disgust and frustration that has mounted over the past couple seasons, especially last year. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
You can't be oblivious. Nobody can be in a bunker that deeply insulated from that kind of criticism. He's got to hear it. He's got to be aware of it. He's got to read it. Yeah, I get it. I think he does.
Yeah.
And then they won't have the convention anyway.
All right. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Stay out of White Sox business.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
The Bears' Jalen Johnson on Jack Sanborn.
He took it on head first, been making plays in the run, in the pass. I feel like he's been showing up, and I feel like it just goes to his character, his preparation that he's been doing all year. I mean, he clearly hasn't played too much except for special teams until I feel like Roquan got traded, and then he took on that role like it wasn't nothing that he really had to learn.
What's wrong with Andrew Vaughn?
There's 2 questions. That's a very important one.
Get his legs back? From where? Where are his legs? From where do we need to retrieve his legs? Legs, plural. It's one thing to say his knee hurts. He's got some swelling in his ankle. He bruised his heel. Legs need to come back? He's 24. Where did his legs go? Where can we find them? Deserved? He's the second worst hitter in baseball. And he deserved the at-bat over players who are considerably better at baseball?
He's imagining a high leverage situation later when there's one in front of him.
And he's I would have pinch hit for Sheets later. I got to be careful saying that. Pinch hit for Sheets later. Oh, I would have used him for a situation that ended up not. This is the same thing that happened the other day with the pitchers. I have to use my bad player in the high leverage situation now because I have to save the good player for something that isn't going to matter. This is backwards. This is criminal. This is exactly what you don't do.
This is like I can't, man.
How many times?
How is Tony La Russa making the manager's position matter this much in a negative way, too?
Where are Andrew Vaughn's legs?
Where are his legs?
You see Larry's at-bats?
Yes, I've seen a lot of them.
They're terrible.
They're awful because he sucks.
His at-bats are the second worst in baseball. He's awful. You know who's not awful? A guy that's a borderline all-star.
Andrew Vaughn ranks of those 217 in WRC Plus. Of the 217 in the major leagues, Andrew Vaughn ranks 38th.
Nice.
Not 216th. Andrew Vaughn's 38th in that being able to hit stat. In the how good you are at hitting stat, he's 38th. The other guy's second from last in the league. You're seeing his at-bats? What the hell are you talking about?
We saw him.
Deranged old coot.
And we all knew what was going to happen. And if you want, you could just look at the percentages and you go, Leury had 2 good at-bats. What's the likelihood that he's going to have a third good at-bat? Not very high.
It's not very high.
Because he's the second worst hitter in baseball.
Did you say his at-bats? I'm going to pinch him for I'm saving him. He was going to pinch him for Sheets later. What? What are you talking about later for? Watch the game. You're not going to have a later. There was no later.
You were losing.
You're not entitled to a later. You're not entitled to that. You're not saving Joe Kelly. You don't use Jose Ruiz because you got to save Joe Kelly for something that's not going to happen.
I'm watching Larry's at-bats. You see Larry's at-bats?
Yes, they're bad. He sucks.
They're awful.
He's a bad baseball player.
Really learned a lot there in the American League East. And certainly, Cole, a huge day overall for the Cubs. You add Tyone and Bellinger in the same day, and I don't think the Cubs are done yet. Certainly one big hole filled in the rotation. The center fielder now, more to come from the Cubs.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That's the voice of John Morosi. He was on the Marquee Network yesterday talking about the Cubs not being done yet. But I'll tell you something. They're not going to get Aaron Judge. We've determined that. Not that he was ever on their list. They did get themselves a center fielder, so they don't need an outfielder.
They did. Cody Bellinger, the one-year deal, $17.5 million, good defensive outfielder.
Former MVP?
Former MVP. He's 27 years old. He won the MVP at 23. He was Rookie of the Year before that.
That's right.
This is somebody that comes to the Cubs, a confused hitter. He's been ineffective the last couple seasons. His swing has been all over the place. He adjusted the launch angle, then he tried to readjust, and there's been all kinds of things swimming in his head, perhaps. Maybe a change of scenery benefits him. Maybe Dustin Kelly, the hitting coach for the Cubs, who was from the Dodger organization, familiar with what was plaguing Cody Bellinger as a Dodger. Not sure, but it's a worthwhile gamble. I think Jameson Tyone is a more meaningful investment because it is part of your pitching rotation. You hope that he can stay healthy. He does give you a professional option every fifth day. And he has been somewhat durable. So that's an encouraging sign. But yes, Mully, the Cubs can't be done yet because this offseason is all about the shortstop.
And interesting to get a couple different reactions from our texters. One guy says the Cubs' recent free agent acquisitions, Bellinger and Taillon, not bad moves. Yet Bellinger was injured, but Taillon is healthy. And then another texter says, between Bellinger and Hayward, the Cubs now have $41 million reserved for outfielders that can't hit. It's just mean.
Kinda. I mean, it's
Hayward's
okay.
gone. He's not coming back.
His money's
He's
already,
not walking through that door.
It's a sunk cost, and he's gone, and he's not going to be part of next season. And I think the expectation level when you sign him to the contract that you signed him to back in the day, that was always going to be there. That was always going to be something that he fell short of meeting the expectations. Cody Bellinger, I think, are relatively modest expectations and an affordable salary. Makes you better defensively, and that could be the emphasis of this offseason with so many pitch-to-contact guys in the rotation. That's why, as much as I would love to see them sign Carlos Correa, you point out, and it's a great point, he's likely to be north of $300 million, right?
You would think.
Because Trey Turner's at $300 and I think if you look at Dansby Swanson, it's going to be maybe as much as half of that investment for a shortstop that would
Where is Bogaerts?
Well, that's a good question. I think probably somewhere in between those guys. I think that's the tier level when you look at.
So it's Correa number one, it's Turner number two, Bogaerts, and then Swanson. Is that what you're saying?
That's the way I've always ranked them.
All right.
And I know that there have been some variations depending on what you're looking for and what you value. But Bogaerts is getting a lot of attention from Arizona. You wonder if they will overpay the way teams have to overpay in free agency. Dansby Swanson would be the more affordable option of the three remaining shortstops. And you wonder if the Cubs add somebody like Swanson and add a catcher like Vasquez and call it a day or call it a week. That would be a very productive week for Jed Hoyer and Carter Hawkins.
312-644-6767. Maddox Boy is joining us now. Michael, good morning. How are you?
Hey, hi, guys. Great show, as always. And I wanted to kind of switch gears a little bit with talking about the winter meetings in baseball and talk a little bit about what the contemporary arm of the Veterans Committee did on Sunday. And that was to completely repudiate the Hall of Fame credentials of Clemens and Bonds. And Sosa didn't even get on the ballot.
Right.
These are guys who are Hall of Famers and soon to be Hall of Fame executives. And they just basically, none of them got 4 votes.
Right.
In the 16-person committee. It's remarkable. And I'm so glad to see it because it should finally, close the debate about whether or not these guys are going to get in the Hall. They're not going to get in the Hall.
You're exactly right. That's a very sound observation. They slammed the door shut, and it should echo loudly. This is not going to happen. I think it.
Did you expect that it would?
No, I felt like this contemporary players era, contemporary era players committee, or whatever they're calling it, was assembled for this sole purpose. I know they inducted Fred McGriff. Yeah,
that's it.
I have a lot of respect for him as a player, but is he a guy that you looked at and you said, oh boy, he deserves this Hall of Fame is incomplete without the crime dog in it? Of all the people on that list, Mully, he wasn't the name that jumped out, and yet he was unanimous. Don Mattingly didn't get in. Dale Murphy didn't get in. 2-time MVP Dale Murphy. So my sense was, and maybe this is inaccurate, maybe this is unfair, this committee was put together to make another loud statement about not letting steroid era guys in. I'm okay with that because I haven't voted for them. I think there's got to be a separate steroid wing to acknowledge it, but these guys not being in doesn't bother me. What does kind of concern me is that Fred McGriff got a rubber stamp, and I just don't know that he had earned that.
So did you get the sense that they had to let someone in? They felt they had to let someone in?
Well, I felt like he was a unanimous selection.
I know he was.
All 16 voters.
It's unbelievable.
Kenny Williams on there, Theo Epstein on there, Greg Maddox.
So they obviously had talked through a bunch of people, and they all agreed on the crime dog, and they all voted for him, right?
That's how it worked.
Yeah.
And I was surprised that it was only Fred McGriff. If this was a process that allowed to open the door a little bit wider for a guy like Mattingly or a guy like Murphy, fine, I would get that because those guys, I think, deserve they merit conversations. But I think that Maddox Boy makes a strong point about the overall takeaway. This was a resounding no.
Yeah.
To the guys
I
like
agree.
Bonds and Clemens and Palmeiro.
It means they're not getting in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as simple as that.
Right.
I don't know how, and I don't know, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I like you, would not vote for them, but I do think that Bonds probably belongs in the Hall of Fame. Now, I don't know how you go about doing that. There are guys that had a huge impact on baseball that were steroid era guys. And I don't know how you don't acknowledge that. And I think part of the problem I have is that Major League Baseball has never told anyone how to feel about it. And they also they turned a blind eye. They knew what the hell was going on.
Turned a blind eye. Now they're putting their hands over their ears.
Yes.
I hear no evil, see no evil.
Yes.
And it just is wrong because there has to be some acknowledgement of the game, warts and all.
Yeah, I
agree. And the Baseball Hall of Fame doesn't have to be just a museum where you celebrate, the things that you deem worthy of celebrating. You have to kind of look at the game and have a complete picture. And without those guys in it, I would agree with you. It is incomplete. So acknowledge what they did or were accused of having done, but you have to have a wing that's devoted to this type of accomplishment that comes with an asterisk.
312-644-6767 is the telephone number. We're going to bring in Chris Chelios eventually here, but we're going to take your calls next. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Baseball fans, the MLB offseason is here, and the hot stove is heating up.
Somebody's going to make a blockbuster trade. You just know it. If you're a Cub fan, you're like, okay, already. Let's get this thing going.
The Astros have finalized a deal with Jose Abreu. It was so avoidable and so dumb and such a waste.
That's why they canceled Sox Fest.
For all the latest breaking MLB news, keep it here on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's sports station.
I'm shaking a little bit. Let's get back to the phone lines. Ralph's on the north side. Hey, Ralph.
The last time I called was on the day they hired Eberflus. I called him Everluz that day. Everluz is what he is. Okay, I was upset when he got hired in the first place because I wanted Dayball and Shaw. That's the winning combination, an offensive-minded head coach and a great GM. You hire this guy who's a defensive coach who's playing a scheme that's been basically out of favor for 10 years. And it was out of favor in the Super Bowl in 2006 when you had the greatest middle linebacker in terms of coverage in the middle of the field possible, and it still didn't work. And you had Pro Bowlers all over the field on defense on the verge of Hall of Famers. and it didn't work. So now you bring this guy in here with a bunch of bums, and this is what he's going to run. It's what he's going to keep running. And as soon as they get a decent offensive OC, and it turns out well, he's going to be gone, and he's going to get a head coaching job, and it's going to be the same thing over and over, and it's going to be another 10 years of misery, and I'm sick of it. He's going to be ever lose, I guarantee it.
Thanks, Ralph. Appreciate the phone call. It's totally unfair. I think it's totally unfair.
But consistent.
Consistent. We appreciate him listening and the view only being reinforced in his mind by 10 losses. But I don't think that I'm at the point where I'm blaming much of this on Matt Eberflus. And I'm not going to give him a nickname he doesn't deserve.
Is he going along with it?
Is he going along with the program?
The lose program. They're gonna lose 14 consecutive.
What else can he do?
Okay.
I think he's coaching this team
as hard as he can.
As hard as he can.
Yeah.
And trying to maintain a positive perspective throughout it. And that can't be easy.
Call 1-877 Cars with a K, the number 4 kids.
Dan Wiederer
I mean, the dude is a tone setter, and that's undeniable. And I don't even think Ryan Poles and anyone in that front office would deny that.
On-air contributor for 670 The Score.
I'm really excited to be part of the family. I can't wait to do it all year.
Bears beat reporter and Enterprise writer.
Flat-footed is what happens here at Haugh Hall way too often.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
With our own David Haugh.
David, that's a lengthy description on the high-powered microscope that Matt Eberflus uses to judge his football team on a daily basis. And I think this is more than just a bunch of letters.
Dan Wiederer with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Bear down. Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a joy to talk to Dan Wiederer. He joins us now on the Signature Bank Score Hotline. Signature Bank, making commercial banking personal. Dan, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. I'm loving the December bye week. Like Jalen Johnson, I'm going to go 1-0 this week and not lose during the bye week.
Well, I said the way things are going, I think the Bears are going to continue to lose on the bye. I don't know how, but it seems like they're stuck in a lose. I'm not sure they're winning again.
They're underdogs.
Even in the bye week.
They're not favored.
Yeah, no. And Dan, that's just a sad reality, I think. And you look at the schedule remaining, and they've got a lot of tough games. I mean, these are teams. Maybe the Vikings aren't playing for anything at the end of the year. We know the Eagles are still trying to be the number one seed in the NFC. We know that the Bills are trying to remain in contention in the AFC, and it's these are important games for these teams. Detroit has been playing better. So I don't know that there's a game on this schedule that you look at and you say all they need is to organize a few things during the bye week like they did on the mini bye, and then everything's going to come to fruition here down the stretch.
No, definitely. But I love this next stretch of games because it's really going to test a lot of things about this team. You take two of the best teams in the league that are contending for Super Bowl, and you bring them to Soldier Field over a 7-day span, and you test your guys to see who's up for that challenge, right? Like I mentioned Jalen Johnson a minute ago, he's going to have to take some tests, right, against A.J. Brown, against Stephon Diggs, against the other receivers that those offenses bring to the table. The Bears are going to have to figure out a way to keep up with Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen, and that's going to be a challenge to Luke Getsy and Justin Fields. And so even at 3-10, there's some in-the-game challenges that you can take that hopefully teach you a little bit about who your football team is, how far it has to go, and what you need to do to get better. And so I think it should be something that Matt Eberflus and his staff are really eager to get going on because it's going to be a challenge that I think has some significance.
So, Dan, yesterday CBS tweeted out a graphic that showed the Bears have the toughest remaining schedule. And 3 of the final 4 opponents are teams that you could conceivably see as somebody's Super Bowl pick, with the Eagles, the Bills, and the Vikings. The Lions, by the way, playing pretty well. So what would 3-14 do to this idea that Matt Eberflus came in and Ryan Poles came in and established a winning culture?
Well, yeah, it would keep question marks all over what they've actually accomplished in 2022. And I think that if you're willing to look at a bigger picture, if you're willing to look at a picture that just isn't entirely fueled by hope and Fields fever, you're kind of left a little bit anxious about just how steep this climb truly is. That's why I think these next 2 games are cool for us, because it's going to be a measuring stick to show you just how far away they are, how much competitive fight do they really have, how are they able to keep themselves in games against top-tier opponents, and you just can't just make excuses every single week, every time you lose. At some point, you have to start identifying other players besides Justin Fields that are going to be difference makers for you in your long-term future, because it takes more than just a quarterback to become a team that is regularly in the playoff hunt, that's regularly pursuing championships. And so 3-14 is just, I mean, it's ugly, right? And a lot of people in this city are going to forgive it, but this league is unforgiving, and the rest of the league is not going to forgive it. And I understand that people are really excited to see, 35 new faces on the roster by the time they get to OTAs, but man, you've got a lot of holes to fill, and you better be able to identify at least a handful of guys on your current roster that you think are ascending and can play bigger roles than they've played for you this year.
And I think, Dan, it's a great point, because one of the more disappointing elements of what we've seen thus far from the Bears is that, and it can be summed up in 2 words, Jack Sanborn. He stepped up.
Yeah.
He got an opportunity. He did something about it. And now you think about him, and moving forward, you think of him differently. Why hasn't that happened on the defensive line? And who would that be? I mean, I was just jotting down names of guys. Taco Charlton got more playing time. Andrew Brown was brought in. And we're laughing about it, but they're churning through practice squads for tryout defensive linemen. They are churning, trying to find guys. How about in the secondary? What do you think of Josh Blackwell or Elijah Hicks? Or you know what I'm saying? Like we're seeing bodies and people, but we got to see more than that. We got to see somebody that wants to be here long term. And I told David, I'd have no problem with the coaches letting everyone know, hey, you guys are on the edge you're on the edge here. You're basically hanging on in the NFL, and we're about to lose all these games. It's up to you now whether you got a future here.
Mully, I'm with you on all of that, and like particularly with guys you drafted, Elijah Hicks now is getting an increased opportunity on defense, and he's got to show growth. He's got to show improvement. He's got to show that he's more than just a day 3 guy that helps you on special teams here and there. Dominique Robinson has to show that he's not a college wide receiver, right? That he's an NFL pass rusher, and we haven't seen it since week 1. And Bayless Jones has to show that he was worthy of a 3rd round pick. And this is supposed to be when you have 10 losses in December. It's supposed to be opportunity time. It's supposed to be a time for younger players to step through and make breakthroughs and emerge and show you who they are, who the organization thought they were. And you got to start identifying more than just Jack Sanborn. Look, like you hope that Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker are back after the bye. And we just mentioned the high-powered offenses that they're going to play against. Let's continue to see those guys make that climb, right? Because if they're not the players that you thought they were when you prioritized defense and secondary in your first draft, well, now you've got even bigger problems. So there's a lot here that still needs to be learned, a lot that still needs to be gained by this team to close the gap on where they are, which is at the top of the draft board, and where they want to be, which is at the top of the league. And you better not take any day for granted and think that it's just a write-off and you can just figure it out later.
Dan, my favorite stat of the week is something you reported and talked about the other day. The Bears under Matt Nagy went 38 games, and you broke it down to 430 possessions, 2,464 offensive plays, without scoring a touchdown on any snap taken from their own territory. Meanwhile, Justin Fields has done that 3 times in his last 4 games. That's remarkable in itself. And I wonder, as the Bears evolve and they use this bye week to kind of look ahead and plot and plan and strategize, is there a model to kind of tailor your offense around out there? Is it Baltimore? There's no other comparable quarterback that you can say has this kind of explosive, maybe Jalen Hurts. Are the Bears in the process of copying somebody else's offense again, or creating their own version, the unique, original Justin Fields Midwest Coast offense?
Well, I just want to correct you. It's been 4 times that Fields has had a touchdown of 50 yards or longer, 3 on the ground and 1 a pass to Cole Kmet. So there's been even more than you thought that there was originally. And it's just, that's evidence, David, of just how explosive this guy is as a playmaker. And it's what you need to tap into, and it's what you need to figure out what you're doing with your offense. I thought that Sunday was a display. First of all, it's probably Justin's most complete game, right? Because he gives you the long touchdown run, but he also stands in the pocket and shows you patience and presence and completes 20 of 25 and has his best passing yardage output of the season and really looked more comfortable behind the offensive line than he has at any point this season, which is growth. And it's promising growth, and it's what we've asked him to do and make. We can talk all we want about the last 2 interceptions and what they meant to us and what they meant about the Bears supporting cast, but you've got to continue to evolve as an offense. And this is where I think it gets tricky and it gets a little bit confusing because they cut way back on the designed runs on Sunday, right? Like there was 2 zone reads and a 1-yard quarterback sneak. Those were the 3 designed runs that they called for Justin on Sunday. And so now the question is, 1, was it because he was playing 2 weeks after separating his shoulder? 2, was it because, defenses are adjusting to the zone read and are challenging it differently with the mesh charge and other ways to challenge it? Or was it because they saw Justin getting beat up and getting tired legs and realizing that brand of football wasn't something that they could do for 18 weeks of every season? And so now it's like, where do they go and what do they do when they come back after this bye week to show us what their offense is going to be for the final 4 games? And that's worth keeping an eye on, because if you take away Justin as a designed runner on every series, well, then all of a sudden you see in the second half against the Packers, they scored 3 points. Their yardage output was up there, but they only had 3 points. And so, like, the idea that they were just going to score 30 a week till the end of time was a little bit of a myth, right? And now you've got to adjust as other teams adjust to you.
This segment with Dan Wiederer is brought to you by Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Get old. And Dan, you know, I'm convinced, watching how easily Justin Fields ran through that Green Bay defense to score a touchdown. Listen, he makes it all look easy, but it's remarkable.
Correct.
They may have done that the whole game long had he not been injured. And I think a lot of people are like, well, why did they get conservative? The guy's playing with a separated shoulder. I'm sure as the game went on, the meds wore off, and he was aware he had a separated shoulder. And it made sense to me that he wasn't going to run the ball all game long. But, I mean, you left a lot of yards on the field just because he was not healthy, because that defense was terrible. I don't think the Green Bay Packers are going anywhere, and I wonder what happened to them, frankly.
Well, and Mully, one of the worst sequences was they had 1st and goal at the 9, and the first play was a running play, and it got a holding call against Tevin Jenkins, and they backed up, and then they were a little conservative there. But we had been seeing Justin as that low red zone threat and that guy that you would just turn loose once you get inside there and said, okay, he's just going to run for a touchdown here, and they didn't do it. And so now the question is, okay, thankfully for us, we've got 4 more games to see, are they getting shy about that? Because of what happened with the separated shoulder, because of what the offense looked like with torn oblique Trevor Siemian trying to play in New York, you know, now they've got to play those games. And some of those are psychological games within themselves as a coaching staff to figure out how much risk they want to expose them to. So, look, I think the next 4 games are going to be telling for how aggressive they stay with Justin as a runner and what they're able to do with him. To your latter point, I have never seen the Packers offense with Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback look that disjointed, that uncomfortable, and that unproductive, particularly against the Bears defense that obviously wasn't playing with its full complement of standout starters.
So, Dan, we talk about the Sanborn effect on defense, and the guy came out of nowhere, and now I think he's a piece you keep, and you can envision him being a starter on a Bears defense that returns in 2023. Offensively, it's much harder to find those pieces. Not guys who maybe emerge, but guys who you want to keep. Receiving core, Chase Claypool's got to stay. Mooney, we'll see how he recovers, but he's going to be back. Beyond that, I don't know if anybody's worth keeping. We have Kmet at tight end, certainly. You know Justin Fields is there. Braxton Jones, sure. Cody Whitehair, maybe. Beyond that, Tevin Jenkins, is he a guy that they're going to invest in and bring back? How many guys, is there anybody on offense that has emerged as like, oh, yeah, got to keep him, and are any of those receivers coming back?
Well, that's why I say, right, like you just can't give a free pass for everything they've done because they've brought in so many receivers, right? They completely overhauled this receiving core, and they've gotten nothing out of Byron Pringle. They've gotten little to negative out of Equanimeous St. Brown in the passing game. They haven't been able to get Velus Jones unlocked as an offensive weapon, which was one of the biggest reasons that you drafted him on day 2 of the draft. And now you're going into the offseason, if nothing changes in these next 4 games, with all this uncertainty and all this need to surround Justin Fields with the playmaking weaponry that he needs to go from being a really good playmaking starting quarterback into what people want him to be, which is a championship fueling star, right? Like these are the conversations we're having about this quarterback this season because of his emergence. And so now you've got to find him help. And you would have hoped that you would have found him some kind of help within this season. And to your point, it just hasn't been there. There just hasn't been a guy that has taken advantage of opportunity. And, you know, so then it's like, who do you point the finger at? Is it the talent acquisition people in Ryan Poles' front office that are misidentifying guys? Is it the coaching staff that's not finding the right roles or not developing guys quickly enough? These are all questions that we need to continue to ask and keep our eyes on because the Bears, as you guys know, are so far away from being like a meaningful championship football team that eventually you've got to identify these guys, and they just haven't identified them this year.
Yeah, and you know, look, it's all by design. You know, I think it was, we've talked about this, Matt Nagy said that you can't blame anyone. It's everyone's fault when they lost 5 in a row last year. Well, I mean, they've lost 6 in a row, and I think you know who to blame. It's the guy that put the talent on the field. They just did not come into the season with a competitive team. And when you are investing more in payoff of salary cap issues than in actual defensive players, you're going to run afoul of issues. And, I thought it was very obvious watching that Green Bay game that they can't play complementary football anymore, that they can't, you just don't have enough talent to stop anyone. And it's really hard to try to play complementary football if half your team is just not up to snuff.
Right. And so now it's like, you're in this argument now where it's like, oh, as soon as they get Justin a sturdy offensive line and a full complement of pass catchers and a top tier defense and, coaching help and special teams help, they'll be all right. And you say, okay, well, guys, look at that checklist. Look at that checklist that you just asked for, and try to realize how long in the NFL that takes to go through that checklist and get all of those things. So now you're putting even more sort of demands on your young quarterback to step up and win these things. I know that Chicago hates this conversation about trying to finish games late, right? And doesn't mean anything because you don't have guys that are going to be here next year. Well, I don't know that you're just around the corner of having, 6 or 7 difference-making guys on your offense that are going to lift you to those things. And so eventually a quarterback has to get over that hump himself. He has to be that guy that wills a team to victory no matter who is on the field with him. And so it's just it's a box that Justin has to check. Nobody is saying that because he's failed in these last 4 starts to lead the Bears to a game-winning drive late in the game, that he's not eventually going to be capable of doing that. Of course he's got the potential to do that, but you'd rather him start that sooner rather than later, because the first time you get one of those victories, it gives you belief for the second time you try to get one of those victories. And the second time you get it, it becomes belief for the third time you get it. And then you see a game like the other night where the Buccaneers have an absolutely abysmal 54 minutes, and Tom Brady just says, hey, jump on my back, we're going to go win. And then they go win, right? And you say, wow, that was pretty cool.
Great point, Dan. Okay, away from the Bears, I want to ask you about something we talked about earlier in the show. We know that you have an opinion on the rest of the league. You've covered the league for 12 years. So Baker Mayfield is on waivers. He's cut loose by the Carolina Panthers. We talked about the 49ers maybe looking at him as a possible alternative to Brock Purdy. The Rams jump in, of all people, and he may play tomorrow night because he got the playbook for his flight from Carolina to L.A. What did you think about that situation and how he might have fit with the 49ers, which is a legitimate Super Bowl contender?
Well, I think I got the first word of this. It wasn't through Adam Schefter or Twitter, but my son telling me, hey, Baker Mayfield may be playing for the Rams this week. And I was like, all right, what weird website are you on right now that's giving you this fake information? The idea that he's in position to try to play this week, joining a team, I mean, it kind of makes your head spin, to be honest with you, not only because of the journey that Baker Mayfield's been on in 2022, but the one the Rams have been on. They're just hosting the Lombardi Trophy 10 months ago, and now here they are just in complete disarray and trying to hit this reboot. I don't know. It's going to be fascinating to see where that whole thing goes. With the 49ers, I don't think there's any more intriguing storyline in the league right now because of how well they are built everywhere else, and they just need somebody to be a caretaker of that offense to potentially play into February, and now they've got to find those answers and figure them out really, really fast.
Dan, we'll let you go. I am very curious, after seeing the Bears change dramatically during their mini bye week, if you believe there's anything that can change in the bye week. I mean, it's one thing to go into the kind of the experimental phase with different things, but I'm trying to figure out how they could get better in the fashion they did earlier in the year. What would that look like to you?
Well, Mully, I think it's just a matter of adjusting to how teams are adjusting to you, right? And you have to figure that out offensively. Look, they're going to go face 2 really, really good defenses when they come out of the bye week, and particularly that Buffalo defense is going to do things that are going to test what Justin Fields sees, how comfortable he feels, how he reacts when he's uncomfortable. These are 2, I'm telling you, I'm really excited for these next 2 games because there's no expectation for the Bears to win them, but you just want to see how far away they really are. And look, again, back to my earlier point of everyone just kind of feeling like they were going to score 30 points a week till the end of time. Let's see what it looks like down the stretch of these last 4 games. If all of a sudden you're averaging, 22 and you go, oh God, right? Like it's not as explosive as we thought it was in November. And now what do we have to do to make sure that it gets back toward that level. We'll see where it goes, but that's, look, at 3-10, there's still a lot that can be learned from the final stretch of the season.
Great stuff, Dan. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, fellas, have a good week.
That is Dan Wiederer, and it's an interesting idea. How do you adjust to the adjustments?
Yeah, I think there is a lot to be learned over the
agree.
final 4 weeks. It's at 3-10. A lot of people want to look away. It is the Bears, and there's plenty of opportunities for people to make impressions, for them to learn a lot of stuff. You can definitely see value in the final 4 games, even though they do have the toughest remaining schedule in the NFL.
312-644-6767. Back to your calls. Mully and Haugh on the score.
When we say we're Chicago's home for Bears fans, we mean it.
Jeff is in Rockford.
A lot of those things everybody's blaming on Fields is on the receivers.
Hey, Herschel.
The whole Claypool thing, people need to lay off him because it's hard to learn.
It was good to see Justin Fields back and doing his thing and looking like he was all right. I was really concerned going into this game that he wasn't going to be okay, but he made it through without any significant hits or without injury. On top of that, he gave you the big-time run. He gave you a couple of big-time throws, too. We saw him do some really nice things from the pocket. Outside of that last interception that pretty much ended the game, he did some great stuff. That first one, I have that one on an Equanimous, who had a pretty good game himself until that play, and then Jair Alexander made a great play on that. I'm not as enamored with some of the coaching decisions that went on in this game. I thought the timeout in the first half before with 20 seconds left, that gave Green Bay their opportunity to figure out what they wanted to do instead of forcing them to either use the clock or their timeout. I thought that was a bad moment for Matt Eberflus. You could also question what Luke Getsy and the Bears offense was doing in the second half of the game. I know that Green Bay made some adjustments, but there were some plays that were out there to be made, and it seemed like they were afraid to let Justin Fields do that stuff when he had proven in the first half that he could. So overall, it's a win because Justin Fields played really well, showed you some of that special stuff. If you're one of the people that is clamoring for success inside of games, but the Bears not winning the game because it ruins their draft potential, you got what you wanted too. You got to see great stuff from Fields and the Bears end up losing. I know for some people it hurts a little bit more that you lost to Rodgers when he wasn't great. Like, this was a game when he could have been had and the Bears weren't able to close the door on him. So that's kind of upsetting. But Dan and I will work through all of it over the next few days. I promise you that. Monday through Friday, 10-2, Bernstein and Holmes on the score.
It takes a long time for a receiver to learn an offense and come over midstream.
Not this offense. Listen, I could learn this offense in 24 hours.
Okay.
The passing game.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, should we be concerned that if you can learn it in 24 hours, let's say you're of above average football intelligence, like Claypool should have it down at this point? He should be more involved than he's been?
Yes. And yes. And I like Pringle as a blocker.
They're all blockers. St. Brown's a blocker.
St. Brown, yeah. One thing, you're not going to be able to attract anybody. You're going to have to draft them because you're not going to get a free agent when you're tilted this one direction run pass, because they all want to go where they're going to get fed the rock and make Pro Bowls and get their incentives, as they should. You won't be able to sell the quarterback's going to be a great player because any agent and free agent is going to be like, no, the proof's in the pudding. You guys ran it 66% of the time. I ain't going there. I didn't sign up to be a tight end, right? So
yeah,
you're gonna have that issue. And yeah, I think I don't know what you have in Claypool because you don't throw it enough, right? And then the ones you're really trying to throw, and I don't blame him. I design every play for Mooney as well. I think the kid's special. I think he's the next McLaurin. You know what I mean? The kid at Washington that came out of nowhere has become one of the best players in the league. I think Mooney could be as good as anybody. Komet's awesome. So you have two really good players. Why not try to develop another one? The backs are good receivers. That's another thing. We're talking about throwing the ball. You can throw the ball to the backs. Like there's no rule against, Bill Walsh did a pretty good job throwing the ball to Roger Craig 100 times a year. Like you can get the ball out quick and throw the ball to the back. Like there's a lot of things you can do in the passing game that basically are runs that protect a bad offensive line. So, again, I don't want to be the one that's just pouring on Getsy. I think he's really good. I think he's going to be phenomenal. But at some point, the head coach has to say, bro, just quit worrying about all these design runs. Go up there on a Monday and be like, I want to see triple the catalog in passing. I want to see it throwing twice as much in practice, and I want more than 30 throws in the game. And we'll deal with the rest.
Amongst some others.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Carter Hawkins of the Cubs. He's talking about Cody Bellinger's potential to be a great fit with the team, and it's a 1-year contract, $17.5 million. There's a mutual benefit for both the Cubs and for Cody Bellinger. It is a new opportunity for him. It is a quick opportunity to turn things around and hit the free agent market and be exercising your earning power. And for the Cubs, it's just sort of a stopgap measure as you move on to your outfielders of the future.
Absolutely,
as they develop.
Great point. You have Pete Crow Armstrong. You have Brendan Davis.
Yep.
You have Alex Canario in the system. Canario having been injured in this offseason surgery, but he is still a prospect that or you hope will be part of your future. And let's face it, in light of the Aaron Judge news returning to the Yankees, 9 years, $360 million, this is the offseason to look at and point to why betting on yourself is a pretty good idea. Aaron
yes.
Judge did just that.
And Aaron Judge, as Dustin points out to us, Aaron Judge turned down a 7-year, $213.5 million deal from the Yankees, and he just signed a 9-year, $360 million deal as a result. So he had an MVP season, and he just increased his contract by, wait for it, $146.5 million.
Absolutely a great gamble on his part. And you like to see that because by all accounts, he is one of those guys you want to represent your organization, a good teammate, a great player. Now, nobody is suggesting that Cody Bellinger is going to go out and have that kind of return on this investment, but he can bet on himself and put himself in a better position to cash in next offseason. Let's hope that's the case. I would have one bit of advice for Cody Bellinger before we get to the phone lines. The only thing I would tell him about playing for the Cubs in Chicago at Wrigley Field is I hope that he has already done this, but modify your celebrations so you don't injure yourself with a high five again. Remember that? The guy who famously separated his shoulder with the high five was that Kike Hernandez and AJ Pollock, I think, back when he was a Dodger.
Oh, yeah.
He kind of it hit a home run, and he's on this
funny.
on deck circle, locked elbows, and then boom.
Oh my God.
Bellinger separates his shoulder. That was in the playoffs, I believe. So you might just want to, a different salute, maybe a hand slap, something that is much less violent in nature. Yeah.
There you go. All right, let's try Dave. Dave's on the road. Hey, Dave.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Super exciting with the Cubs. Seem to be opening up the checkbook finally, and gave us some time to rebeef the farm system. So I'm interested to see who we're going to sign at shortstop. And, this is Jed Hoyer's time to, see what he's made of. So I'm looking forward to, who we're going to get. I think if, you can get a combination of somehow like a miracle combination of like Bogarts and Swanson, that'd be great. But if not, I think we should go for Correa. But in any event, I love the adding of the Talon guy coming off 14 wins, the add of the pitching staff, and then Bellinger is it seems like a really can't lose situation, and just if you only got him on the 1 year deal, so really excited for the Cubs finally honing up, and that's what you need to do. We're a big market team, we're not the Milwaukee Brewers, so it's time to go after it now.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, guys.
That's good stuff.
Totally agree. The tom-tom drum is beating again, as Scott Boras said. It's a good start. It's a good start. You would like to see them get the shortstop. I don't think you have to get greedy. I don't think you need two of the three. Great if you do. I don't think it's realistic. Realistically, I would love to get Correa. If he's priced out of the Cubs' range or somebody goes makes him a better deal or he stays in Minnesota, fine. Go get Dansby Swanson and add Christian Vasquez behind the plate. You need a combination. You need a catcher. You need a shortstop. You want to stay strong defensively.
Let's try James. James is in Wrigleyville. Hey, James.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, real quick, back to the Bears talk a little bit. I wanted to kind of make a quick comment and then ask you guys a question regarding the offseason. But I think these last 4 games, obviously super tough schedule for the Bears. I think the thing we all need to focus on to really take a positive, because like you guys had mentioned, realistically, the Bears are probably not going to win these games. But as long as they're super competitive, they're competing well on offense. But most importantly, guys, I want to see their defensive focus and intensity ramp up. I want to see every single snap. I mean, that's what the coaching staff should be preaching to the defense. Hey, guys, let's almost act like we're in a playoff race these last 4 games, and let's turn up the intensity a little bit. I also would like to see a little bit of a pass rush, but my question for you guys is, obviously the Bears have all this cap space. I think the second next closest cap space is legitimately half of what the Bears have. So what are maybe 1 or 2 pieces that if you guys were the GMs, who would you maybe go after?
Thanks, James. Yeah,
well, I think it's a little premature to look at the free agent classes. If you want to talk about positional priority, I think we both would agree that defensive line has reestablished itself as the most alarming area of need, the most urgent area that you need to address quickly, sooner rather than later. So you're going to probably overpay for a defensive lineman or a pass rusher or both, because you have to. You've got all that money. Let's also remove some of these. You don't want. I don't want to be negative about this, but when you have all that money, it doesn't automatically guarantee you're going to get the right players and spend it wisely. It just means you have all that money to spend on free agents if you choose to go that route. I don't know, in fairness, what Ryan Poles has done to earn the benefit of the doubt that he will spend that money as wisely as everybody assumes he's going to spend it.
The whole thing is confounding to me, frankly. I think that we know that there are going to be some offensive linemen available. in free agency, and I would definitely look for help there. I don't know. I don't have all the list of names of I mean, okay, Lamar Jackson's heading to free agency, right? Unless he signs another contract. I'm not interested.
You got
in
one of
Lamar
those.
Thank you. So where's Tom Brady going to go if he leaves Tampa? Not a concern in Chicago. So I think that the top names and the top of interest for everyone with the quarterbacks is out the window. You got a quarterback. Do you need to get a backup quarterback? Interesting idea. I don't know that you need to do it in free agency because most of those guys, first wave guys, are going to be high ticket prices, and you don't need someone coming in and backing
Their
up
identities are
your
less
guy.
defined. I would
Exactly.
draft somebody.
So I think that you have an opportunity to. You've got there are. It's not a great market for wide receivers, right? The kid from New England is a free agent. I don't know that I would go after him. I think there's a reason they got Claypool. I don't know that there are a lot of defensive linemen that I would be interested in. I would get a corner. I might get a safety. You need depth at those positions. Obviously, we've seen it happen this season. So I think the problem is that the pieces you need the most are pass rushers, very hard to get on the free agent market. You can get complimentary guys, but in terms of stud, go get the quarterback free agents, I don't think you're going to find them. I think you might have to draft them. So I know a lot of people want to just use all the picks on playmakers and surround fields with young drafted players. I'm not against that, but I think you've got to, if you have a chance at a change your organization, Hall of Fame talent, once in a generation type of defensive end or defensive tackle, I think you've got to make that move. And I would hope that you can finish out and fill out your offensive line, maybe in free agency, so you're not drafting more linemen, even though that is apparently their specialty. And I think that you're going to have to get a skill position player or two out of the draft.
Here's the truth about next season.
Yeah.
You're not going to be as good as the conditions suggest you might be. The cap space, the draft capital, people want to look at that as a reason for optimism, and it is about the future. But I just don't know if the future is going to be immediate in 2023. All of a sudden, boy, look at the Bears. They look like a playoff team. I don't know about that because of how many needs exist beyond the quarterback. You answered the toughest question, but so many others have popped up this season. You look at this free agent class of wide receivers, there's no answer there yet.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know who's going to be disgruntled, who might demand a trade, who might end up popping loose. We don't know that yet. But the free agent class of wide receivers right now, not something that is going to change the arc of your 2023 year. The offensive lineman, a little more attractive. Maybe you buy yourself a tackle. Defensively, though, this is where I'm going. You're going to have to reinvest in the draft and build slowly with young talent that you identify as being blue chip type players at the top of the draft. You don't have a second round pick. Maybe you can trade back and get one of those again, but I think your first two picks might be defense in the name of and with the idea of rebuilding that defense so it's sustainable. So you have a defense that can be a playoff caliber defense because you found your quarterback and you work out the rest with that guy and around that offense.
Would you be interested in signing like a linebacker to help with that group? There's a guy named Roquan Smith that is heading to free agency that is considered fairly good.
I don't think that he would come back to Chicago if you offered him the highest deal possible in free agency. I think there's a personal.
I was just joking,
but he's going to be out there.
And he's also going to be fairly.
He's been playing pretty well lately, too, by the way. Jack Sanborn has emerged in his absence, and maybe that would not have happened if you hadn't traded Roquan Smith.
Could they play together?
Let's be fair. Roquan Smith has been pretty good, Dustin.
Yeah, he does what a middle linebacker is supposed to. He gets 10 tackles a game.
You don't say that about Jack Sanborn.
It's nothing that merits $100 million.
I don't hear the qualifications on Monday morning about the jackhammer.
The neck.
Be fair. Be consistent. That's all.
I mean, listen, they've got, let's put it this way. The Bears have more spots to fill in free agency than the Cubs right now. And the Cubs have filled a couple.
Do you think that the Ravens are going to pay him $100 million?
I don't know if that's the magical number. He's going to get paid.
It is for him.
He wants 20 per. He wants 20 million per. I can get that. I could see that. Well, let's wait and see.
Yeah, let's wait and see. I didn't want to start a fight. I didn't want to ruin the show again.
Blood, man.
The two of you.
Bad blood.
312-644-6767. We're going to bring in Chris Chelios. We'll find out if he thinks the Bears can win the bye week. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Bears haven't quit. No, they don't quit. They just can't get to anyone.
Just bad.
They're blocked. They're very blocked.
They're so blocked.
They can't get to the quarterback at all. So everyone's running. Well, obviously, Jack Sanborn's going to have 10 tackles because the ball's out.
Someone has to tackle somebody.
Yes.
If he's going to run around.
What do you thought of the rookie DBs for the Bears? Brisker, and how has he done? What do you think of him, and what do you think of Gordon?
I think they're good. I think Gordon is a good player. I think Brisker can be a really good player.
Me too.
I think Brisker is everything we've wanted since Amos left, and I guess Mike Brown and Chris Harris. So he's fallen in that line to me because he's not afraid to come up and knock the piss out of you. He makes plays on the ball. So I'm not going to call him this because he's a first year guy, but if he ends up being a bigger Mike Brown, oh my gosh, what do we have? You know what I mean?
I said bigger Bob Sanders.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't know if he hits like Bob. I don't know if he hit Bob. Bob would knock the heck out of you, man.
Which is crazy because he was my size.
Yeah, Bob would blow himself up.
Yeah, he'd be gone. And then he'd magically show up for the Super Bowl and be a problem for the Bears in the Super Bowl.
Exactly. Yes. But I think Brisker can be a Pro Bowl level type player for years. I think Gordon can be a good player. It's just it's the big plays. Gordon, if he makes the big plays, he'll be a Pro Bowl level type player. But people got to throw the ball to him. Right now, we can't stop the run, so people don't have to throw it. We got to stop the run. So, but as far as those two, I believe Posum got it right, and you can see it in the first year. And it doesn't take 2-3 years for you to be able to see that these guys came out right away and they started making plays. They're not top 10 picks. It's just making the right pick and getting football players as opposed to getting guys that are big, fast, and jump high. I don't care about the combine warrior. I want a guy that can play football. If we only go by combine warrior, we never draft Lance Briggs. Right? Because he's not that. He is a football player, and that's what he does. He don't draft me. Heck, I was horrible at the combine, but I'm glad, Chicago, I'm glad you drafted me.
he go in the Hall of Fame. I think he should go in the Smithsonian.
Blackhawks legend.
Chelios will add defense, but he'll also add offense to the Hawks.
Steve Smith ahead to Murphy. Nichols at the line. Chelios moving in. Chelios scores! Chris Chelios has won it for Chicago.
3-time Stanley Cup champion.
What a competitor Chris Chelios has been over the years, and he's been a winner every place he's ever been.
Chris Chelios with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Chris Chelios. He joins us now on the Signature Bank Score hotline. Signature Bank, making commercial banking personal. Chris, good morning. How are you?
I'm good, you guys. How are you guys?
Good.
We're okay. You know, it's bye week.
Say, you're not great. Yeah.
Yeah, the Cubs made some news. The Cubs are adding some players, and, maybe someday the White Sox will do something. But, it's just, boy, Chicago sports. I mean, the Blackhawks last night, it's just getting a little bit tiresome. I think they're in a tough situation. We knew it was going to be a struggle for the season, but, shut out last night. It's just tough to watch.
Yeah, Taser's out of the lineup. That's it's bad enough as it is, and then you got him out with the flu, and then again, tough to score goals, and you're seeing without that depth, it's not hard for most teams, to shut down one line, and you see Kaner's doing the best he can. Domi's on fire, and Athesiu. But, you got your other teams got their top two defense and top, matchup line against them. It's tough. It's tough to create offense. So, and if you're not, doing it on the power play, it's going to be real difficult to win.
So Lucas Reichel gets to Rockford yesterday. The Rink gets news that, okay, he's going to play for the Hawks that night. So he gets on a plane, flies east, and gets to the Rink a couple hours before they play the Devils, Chelly. Lucas Reichel can skate. He's got some skills. I know he got knocked around a little bit last night playing for Taser. He's a lot thrown at him. But while he's here, why not stay here? If you're going to rebuild, if you're going to lose, why not at least have your prospect get some experience? Do you think he's here to stay?
Well, I'm not here to second guess, obviously being part of the organization with the Hawks, but I'm with you. It's not like there's high expectations from the team or on him. If you just ease him into the lineup, like a limited role, somewhat like what they did with Zetterberg and Datsu, because they had that depth and they were allowed that luxury of just easing guys into the lineup and developing them. You don't want to ruin the kid's confidence. I think, maybe Kirby Doc's a pretty good example of what can happen. He just lost his confidence and for him, good for him. He's doing great out in Montreal. But I've been just a little bit tentative on Reichel, but I hope, keep him up, at least getting close, give him some experience. You got to have that experience, and you're going to struggle in the beginning. Like you said, he's a smaller kid, not a physical kid, but he'll adjust to that. And, I think he'd rather be up, that's for sure, and getting some games in. But, that's a decision that the organization's going to have to make.
Chris, I guess maybe it was just the trip to New York, but the rumor mill really started churning with Patrick Kane, and I think we all know that he can help a team immediately. It's tough when you hit that point of the year where the rumor mill is maybe more interesting sometimes than the actual play of the team. So how do you deal with that as a player, and how do you deal with it as an organization?
Well, I mean, the only one that we're not behind those closed doors. So right. I'm guessing Toronto, New York, there's no question they'd love to add Kaner to their lineup, and they're probably stirring the pot the minute they see Kane walk into New York. That's the first thing the media is going to do is start, dropping those rumors. So, like I said, we've said it over and over again. There's no way Kaner wants to leave, but at some point, it's about winning, and how does, he want to be perceived as a player? Does he want to break every Blackhawk record? Does he want to win more cups? Like that's totally on Kaner and Taze, right? So they're going to, I think the Hawks, this is on Kaner, whether he wants to stay a Hawk and finish it out. Or I don't think the Hawks are going to let him make his decision. And by no means is anybody making a wrong decision. It's just a really tough thing for him and Taser for what they've done, over the course of the last 12 years here.
Chelly, Mrazek's been hurt a lot, I think, this season so far. It's opened the door a little bit for Soderblom to get some good looks there. He's a young goaltender, doesn't have a great record, especially over his last 7, but I'm not sure he's getting a lot of help. There's some things to like about him. What do you like about him, and what are some reservations if you have them?
I mean, Jimmy Waite's he's proven he's a good goaltender coach, and he just gets time and can keep his confidence. It is what it is. He's got not much in front of him right now, young team, the rebuild, and that's really tough on a young goaltender. He just got to stick with it, work hard, and keep his confidence. He's a guy for sure. His size, his athleticism, he can be that goaltender. The Hawks need to be a number one guy. And as far as Peter Mrazek goes, injuries, hampering him year in and year out, starting back at Toronto and Carolina. He's a guy that can win games for you. Like, for me, a great backup goalie, but he just can't stick in the lineup. And he's still young, but you got Soderholm, and I think he's adequate for, as long as he could, they don't totally, destroy his confidence.
Chris, how did you consume the Green Bay game? Where were you? What did you do? And what do you do during the bye week now?
Well, I did watch the game, and once again, I thought their defense, for what they are, and losing those players earlier in the year, they kept them in the game, and and at the end, they had that last drive. That they're in a position to win the game, and unfortunately, Fields threw that pick. It'd be great if they'd be a little more creative. I understand why Fields didn't run as much, but that's not winning them games either with all those exciting runs he's had. So. I just wish they'd be more creative. That last play Green Bay did, that last touchdown, we got guys, Mooney and these other guys with speed, to somehow get the ball in their hands and take the pressure off Fields to create some offense. But, I mean, it was a good game. The score wasn't really indicative of how the game went.
Chris, you're the best. Great catching up with you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, guys. Take care.
Yep.
That is Chris Chelios, BetMGM ambassador, and we're going to bring in Bruce Levine. We're going to find out what the latest news is from the fine folks in San Diego, and Cubs making a big move.
Well,
here.
we'll see. That today is the day. They could the way the market is happening, the way things are falling, things are moving pretty quickly out there. Aaron Judge picked the Yankees today. Did you see the latest report from Jeff Passan? He flew to San Diego. He was picking between the Yankees, Giants, and Padres.
Padres. The hell are the Padres
They finished
doing?
second again. They finished second to Trey Turner, now second to Aaron Judge.
Yeah. Too bad they didn't finish second to Manny. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Really aggressive pocket passer plays for Justin Fields yesterday.
We hear from fans all the time that say that the Cubs have the most expensive baseball experience out there, but the payroll is 14th out of 30 teams. What is your message to the fans and to the season ticket holders?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I kind of alluded to it earlier in the interview, but that's something that I don't ever have concerns about is the resources. I know they'll be there when the time is right. If you go back to, I think we've spent a lot of this interview talking about 12, 13, 14, and if you go back and look at where our payrolls were during those years, they weren't that high. And then when we were sort of in the window to win, we were a luxury taxpayer, and we spent a ton of money on everything, both players on the field and obviously trading prospects to get more players. We were really aggressive, so that's not something that I have concerns about. I think that it's really important to we talk about the two types of currency that kind of rule the game. You have financial currency and you have prospect currency, and it's really important to be as healthy as possible in both. And I know the prospect health is certainly improving and on the way to being really strong. And then I think from a financial currency, and that's something that I feel really strongly about as well, as making sure that we have the amount of money that we need to be really successful. And that's something like I never really think about. I know that the money will be there when the time is right to be aggressive again. I don't think there's a finish line. I don't think we're ever going to feel like we've figured out pitching development or we're there. But I feel really good about where we are. And it's really, I think the first time, since I've been here, where I feel like I look down at the minor leagues and think to myself, like, okay, at every level, there are, a lot of pitchers that have a chance to impact the Cubs. We have real depth. Now, there's never enough depth, and that depth can go away really quickly, and so you can't stop that process. But I do feel like our depth, pitching-wise, is probably at the highest point it's been since I've been here, since I got here in 2011. And that gives me a lot of pride. We have a lot of really good people working on it, and we'll just continue to try to get better and better. But I do think it's in a good place right now.
Jed, I know that you want to just kind of put your head down and let the proof be in the pudding when it comes to the next great Cubs team that you build. But considering, this is the flagship station, we reach millions of people on this radio station, a lot of them Cub fans. What's your message to them going into this offseason, considering some of the baseball that they've had to consume over the last 2 seasons?
We got here in 2011. Obviously, we had a plan to build something really special. We executed that plan, and we did build something really special. And obviously, you can't run the same play over and over. It doesn't work. The game evolves. But I feel like we have a plan. We have a vision of what we're going to build. We're going to learn from some of the mistakes from last time and try to extend that window longer. But we're going to take our fans on a very similar journey. We're going to build something really special. Do I have confidence that we're going to do it here because we've done it already? But also, when I look around baseball at some of the teams that are still playing, a lot of them have gone through really well-run processes where sometimes they had to take a little bit of a longer view. But when that longer view pays off, when it really pays off, I think you're going to get championship level baseball for a lot of years.
Levine.
It's great to talk some baseball.
Score Baseball Insider, covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Bruce Levine is a newsbreaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host, alongside our own David Haugh.
We've got a lot of baseball conversation to cover in the next 2 hours. How are you doing this morning, buddy?
Great being with you like we are every Saturday, 52 weeks out of the year, talking baseball on Inside the Clubhouse.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to our friend Bruce Levine, and he joins us now on the Signature Bank Score Hotline. Signature Bank, making commercial banking personal. Hey, Bruce, how are you?
Good morning, guys. It's been a long time, and it's great to be on with you guys again in the morning talking some baseball.
And, Dustin's most feared response from the San Francisco Giants has come to pass, according to Bob Nightingale. He says that the Giants are now going to jump into the shortstop free agent pool where Carlos Correa, Xander Bogaerts, and Dansby Swanson await. And that's what Dustin said he was afraid of the minute that the Giants did not get themselves a certain Aaron Judge. We found out this morning he signed the 9-year, $360 million deal. Does that throw a wrinkle into the Cubs' hopes and dreams?
I think it throws a wrinkle into the entire 3 guys that are left. I mean, it's a group of guys now that continue. The price keeps people like the.
Yeah.
Bruce having a little trouble.
I don't think he's having
there.
trouble. I think people are trying to get him to stop talking to us. I
Do you
think the
think that's
information
it?
is too good,
Yeah.
and the teams
He
are
does
afraid.
Good information. He's been doing a nice job this week on Marquee. Marquee Sports Network traveled to San Diego for the winter meetings. Also have a crew in Chicago in studio with Elise Maneker, Jim DeShays, and Bruce. and they broke things down well last night. So, yeah, he has been very busy, and I think he's back with us. And, Bruce, you were saying about the Giants being involved with the shortstops, much to the chagrin of Cub fans.
Yeah, the reality is that now teams like the Giants will pivot to get a slugger, and they'll move to the shortstop market, and then Correa and Bogarts are in that now that they missed out on Judge. And obviously, they have a lot of money to spend if they were in the $350, $360 million area, as it turned out to be the final amount for Judge with the Yankees. So that creates a good time for agents like Scott Boras that has 2 of the 3 shortstops available out there. And in fact, the price of poker might have gone up for one of these sluggers. And, I don't know how you guys look at it, but I look at Correa as a different player than Bogarts. I look at Swanson as a different player than the other 2. Yet quality shortstops is where it's at right now, and that's what we're looking at as far as this market goes.
Yeah, and I think that as we see some big chips fall, the whole game of dominoes kind of comes into better focus, and it's apparent that these moves could happen fairly quickly now that a couple of the big names have fallen.
Yeah, but if you look at Boros, right, and his big players, like he makes the pillow deal with he always calls the 1-year deal the pillow deal, like he did for Carlos Pena back about 15 years ago with the Cubs for Bellinger. But the big deals, he usually takes his time. I mean, if you think back to when Harper signed, it was like in February, about 4 years ago with the Phillies. He takes his time because he lets the market come to itself, So he's sitting in a great spot right now because a lot of people need his shortstops. A lot of people need the slug that these shortstops have. So I don't think there's any rush in the mind of Scott Boras right now to get this deal done.
So, Bruce, Jameson Taillon is a pitcher that comes to the Cubs from the Yankees through the Pirates. He was a 2nd overall pick way back in 2010, I believe, sandwiched between Bryce Harper and Manny Machado. So this is somebody at one point in time was very highly regarded. What is he in terms of a pitcher now in the Cubs context? Where does he fit into the rotation, and how much does he have left?
Well, he's a mini Verlander right now because he had the Tommy John surgery just like Verlander had about the same time. Had it in 19, missed 20, came back and threw 140 and 21. Last year, 177 innings. And the idea that the arm is fresh, even at age 31, is something that was intriguing to the Cubs and other people. So he slowed down a little bit at the end of last year, but he threw 177 innings. 177 innings is comparable to about 225, going back 5 years. It is a big amount of innings, considering that the average is right around 140, 150 for a starting pitcher. So with that in mind, the Cubs are thinking that they got a guy that's a 3 or a 4 on their staff, another veteran guy that they can kind of eat up a bunch of innings and not wear out another bullpen like they did over the last couple of years. So this is, I think, a really smart move for the player. It's a very smart move for the Chicago Cubs. And it shows you that the Cubs are incrementally sneaking up back on being a contender with the Cardinals. I don't know where the Brewers are going right now. There doesn't seem to be a lot of play there as far as them going and trying to improve and spend money out there. Their president and general manager stepped down and is now a consultant. With that in mind, it's right there for the Cubs in that division to step it up. A couple more moves, and they're right there contending with the St. Louis Cardinals again.
Pretty interesting to read Kenny Rosenthal's report in The Athletic that the Sox are they're open to trading Liam Hendricks, and part of that is because they believe the bullpen's strong, but part of it is because they don't have the prospect depth to swing a trade. Apparently, they're not interested in moving Tim Anderson. They're waiting on Colson Montgomery. I hope they don't move him. What do you expect? We've heard Rick Hahn say that they would have to make a trade at this point because they don't have the money to spend. Do you expect them to do that? And are we looking later on here, or are we looking for something relatively soon?
I really think they need, two vital things. Number one is a left-handed bat for the outfield. We know that and Colas is going to get a great chance to play right field. He's a left-handed hitter and one that they feel is going to be there, but that's not enough. Eli has to be their designated hitter this year for 90% of the time. Another left-handed bat to play left field, I think, is really important. And if they make a trade, I think that they have to fortify left-handed hitting. They have to fortify catching. The catching isn't. You can't be comfortable knowing that Grandal's had so much trouble with his knees over the last couple of years that it's impacted his ability to catch, certainly his ability to hit, and you can't be comfortable going into the season with that as your only catching option. So those are two really big areas. And if you trade a guy like Hendricks, you have to get big time quality back. You're not just trading him just to move a $15 million contract. You're trading one of the top closers in the game, somebody that you have for this year and an option for 2024. So with all that in mind, you're not just rolling him over to save money. You're trying to be creative, say that, hey, we got Graven at the back end. We have Bummer that could close. We also have Lopez, who we think can do a number of things out of the bullpen, and he had a strong year last year. So with that in mind, it's a little shaky, and I'm sure you guys feel the same way, because if you're trading the best closer in the game, arguably the best closer in the game, it's going to be a little weaker in that bullpen, and you don't want to strengthen these other areas while weakening a very essential part to the end of the game.
Great stuff, Bruce. Thanks for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Bruce.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
That is Bruce Levine.
Yeah, make some good points about the closer situation. If I'm the White Sox, though, I have to offer something to get something in return. I just want to hear what people are willing to give up to get a Liam Hendricks. And frankly, you don't have much else to go to the table with if you're Rick Hahn. So I understand those conversations. By the way, Jameson Taillon comes into a Cubs clubhouse where now, dare I say, there's going to be some coffee wars or maybe some coffee collaboration. He's a big coffee guy, apparently. I think that he has, like Ian Happ from Connect Roasters, I think we'll have to ask our guys during transition if that's indeed the specifics here. But Jameson Taillon has his own coffee company, and I think Ian Happ does too. And he has said, and Ian Happ tweets out, we're going to be so caffeinated this year. Huge addition to the pitching staff. Huge ad for coffee drinkers everywhere. Well, I hope that doesn't turn to bad blood. I'll drink to that. Yeah, that are they vying? I don't know. Maybe they can collaborate. Maybe it's a different type of coffee. Maybe one is lightly roasted. Maybe one is dark roast. Who knows all the possibilities? But I know, but you can't bring up that subject and then say, who knows? I mean, I can't predict the future. Listen, you are implying coffee wars, and now you're backing off it. Well, I don't get it. I think that Taillon is the guy who's from Pro Brew. That is the name of the company, apparently. That was as of his last days with the Yankees. But maybe they just have another option in the Cubs clubhouse. You can't just drink one type of coffee all the time. I don't know. I mean, I think that as a coffee drinker, I like to drink the same coffee all the time. Yeah, we kind of do, don't we? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know. Do you change your coffee order? It depends. I like my coffee. I have a different type at home, and they have a different type here. Do you really? Yeah, I do. Huh. Yeah. Do you have a different type at home than we used to have here? Try to figure out this riddle here. Yeah, it's a little different, I think. Yeah. All right. Well, it's just familiar, it's comfortable. But anyway, yeah. So Jameson Taillon and Ian Happ are going to have a lot in common. That's a good icebreaker, if you will. I guess. Iced coffee breaker. Or that's funny. Or there's going to be bad blood. Where are we with Ian Happ? Where
What's going on with you?
Well, one thing at a time. I think this winter meetings portion of the off season.
Okay.
You've got to finish this project, right? You don't want to start something else before you finish.
So
what's
get this
going on.
done and then talk.
Get the
extension.
foundation poured. Start to add, furniture in the living room. Okay, then let's get to the garage and clean out the attic. And I think the chores that are left to do after the winter meetings are Ian Happ, contract extension, check. Nico Horner, contract extension, check. Those two guys become priorities after you get your team in place for 2023 off the free agent market and any trades you may be willing to make or eager to make. Those two guys are here.
How do you like that outfield?
Oh, if it's Bellinger, Happ, and Suzuki, the pitchers are going to love that outfield.
Yeah.
You talk about every defensive metric you can imagine. Cody Bellinger is a plus defender. Ian Happ is a Gold Glover too. Seiya Suzuki is a guy whose defense is probably one of his strong suits. So, yes, this is the idea, though.
And you're going to get a shortstop, presumably.
If you do.
If you do, then Horner is your second baseman.
Mm-hmm. And wasn't he a Gold Glove finalist as a second baseman?
Who's your first baseman?
Well, that's
occasionally
Mash Mervis, and then who else? I think whoever else you sign, that's part of this project.
Catcher?
Your catcher is probably a combination of Yan Gomes and maybe Christian Vasquez if the free agent that you have yet to sign is eventually signed. This is incomplete right now. Your third baseman, presumably, is Patrick Wisdom, unless you're able to pull off what a couple people are getting greedy about, the Swanson-Bogarts combination. And then is Xander Bogaerts.
Wow.
I think it's wildly unrealistic, especially now that the Giants are in the mix.
It's a lot of new if you can pull it off. I mean, that's a significantly different, better team if you can pull it off.
Well, yeah, the Cubs need significant and better.
I agree.
They need those kind of changes because as encouraging as the second half of the season was, you were surprised because the roster was so young and unproven and untested. And so now you've got to upgrade in talent. You hope your pitching comes along, and you hope that you're a surprise team in 2023. You're positioned to do that if the tom-tom drum keeps pounding and beating.
Wow, this is crazy. What about the Sox? What does their lineup look like to you?
It's Oscar Colas in right field, Robert in center, TBA in left, Eloyd's at DH, Andrew Vaughn's at first, TBA at second, Tim Anderson at short, third base is Moncada. Your catcher is a combination of what's his name in Grandal.
Oh, I like a TA. I don't like a TB. Yeah.
I prefer a TA to a TBA or TBD. Definitely TA. TA7, much
excellent.
Preferred.
Don't you need to know who those players are?
Especially,
you just kind of casually said Oscar Colas. Do we know that Oscar Colas can do that? Listen, I'm a big fan. I hope he's the answer, and I think you have to go with that. But I'm just curious. Don't you need a couple of outfielders?
Well, you do.
Or is Cespedes one?
I think if you're asking two rookies to carry you through a season, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah.
Now, the Sox have been linked in free agency. We know it's been mostly trade talk, but did we not see a couple references to speculation about Joey Gallo? Isn't he out there? Isn't he on the open market?
How old is Joey Gallo?
Joey Gallo is probably younger than you think he is.
Okay.
How old do you think he is? He's got to be around 30, right?
Oh, 46. He's 29. Okay.
He's 29 years old.
He's much younger than I thought he was. I had him in his mid-40s. He's a good talker, isn't he, Joey Gallo?
Well, I don't really care what kind of talker he is. It's good for us, I suppose.
What are you talking about? You don't care.
Anytime I mention something about somebody's narrative or their backstory, you dismiss it. And then when I bring up Joey Gallo, you say he's a good talker. As a home run hitter, he's a good talker.
I don't mean it as an insult.
Talk about bad blood.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Right.
I just pounced there. I pounced.
Yeah, that's all right.
You were there for the pouncing.
You know what? Listen, I mean, give me anybody. Bring them all in. Let's see them all.
Would you feel good about Joey Gallo coming to play right field?
I don't know. I mean, No, not particularly. Do I feel bad about it? Not particularly. Do I? I mean, I am in stasis here, right? I'm just sort of waiting to see what it looks like when it all unfolds, and then I will kind of pass judgment in that point.
But you don't have an expectation of the Sox making a big move this week, do you? Realistically?
I don't have an expectation of the Sox making anything. I don't. I mean, I am locked into this kind of 500 sort of reality that I just witnessed.
But you're okay with Liam Hendricks being dangled as trade bait?
I mean, let's see what it looks like. I mean, I'm okay with them changing something.
Would it be okay if instead of Liam Hendricks, the rumors were surrounding Lucas Giolito, whose name has also been bandied about?
Well, I mean, I can't get upset until I see what happens. I'm trying very hard to remain even-keeled despite their attempts to ruin my fandom. It's a difficult thing to do. When you have a team that multiple championships and you see 500, it's hard to get too worked up. When you have a team that lets, arguably their most consistent player go to Houston, and then you hear, well, everything goes through Houston, apparently, including your players. I mean, I don't know. What am I supposed to say?
Right.
Am I supposed to be happy with everything that's happened?
No, not at all.
And
I was just curious.
Pedro Gaffol, okay, let's see. I'm not against anything. It's different. Recon back in charge. Is that it? Okay, let's see.
Gut feeling, Cubs get Correa or not?
No, not is gut feeling. I hope so. But it just feels like the money's getting
a little out of hand,
really crazy.
Yeah, it is a little bit.
Like I mean, just do you see them paying $325?
It's hard for me to envision that.
$340.
Gut feeling is they get Dansby Swanson.
Probably
right now that would be the way.
That's probably
based on just the same types of
his girlfriend
clues.
Playing for the Red Stars.
The Red Stars connection, the Vandy connection.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The fact that they're leaning into this defensive identity a little bit more by the signing of Bellinger, by the presence of, Ian Happ made himself into a extremely good defensive outfielder last year. So I could see that happening. Also behind the plate. When you reject Wilson Contreras, you are definitely prioritizing defense.
Texter checks in. Is Joey Gallo related to Ernest and Julio Gallo? Really?
I haven't seen that jug wine on the shelves in a while.
No?
Do they still make that? I don't know.
I'm sure they do.
Omar Khayyam, huh? A jug of wine, a book of poems, and you in the wilderness, paradise.
I don't envision Dustin.
Jug of wine in the wilderness, maybe.
You sipping much wine on a weekend with your Mick Ultras?
No, he's more of a boxed wine guy. What is that, an insult?
Matilda Bays back in the day. Ripped that
Dustin
cardboard box.
good
He just had like the
boxer.
cellophane bag with the pourer on it.
Dustin's more of a Mad Dog 2020 guy.
There you go.
Boone's Farm.
There you go.
312-644-6767. Is there anybody with high expectations among Sox fans? I'd be very curious. Is there anybody that's going to be angry if the Cubs don't get a Carlos Correa? I don't think so.
Well, I think if the Cubs don't get a shortstop, there will be a feeling of disappointment among Cub fans. And if people wouldn't be, let us know, because I think that you would have every right to feel disappointed if they don't get one of the three remaining shortstops.
312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
I wish I was drunk on a Mick Ultra.
Join Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Herron for the Miller Lite Top Draft Show on Friday at Union Bar and Grill at 17821.
Maybe we should have workshopped our questions to Jed before the show started.
Nah, I think it's better if we just kind of wing it.
Steak dinner, boom.
There it is.
Thank you to the texter who was like, hey, Layla, do you know that reference? And I was like, kind of, but not really.
So, yeah, there was a caller. I forget who the player or coach was. The way to get this person to sign was to simply take him out to a steak dinner, because then it's done. That
Mike and Oswego, you're on WSCR.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Listen, do you understand? I see a little bit of irony here. I mean, who called who? Did the San Diego Padres general manager call Ken Williams?
No, I doubt it. What's the irony?
Well, the fact that the Cubs are in San Diego for the next 3 days. So if I were Peavy, I would go ahead and meet with Jim Hendry and go have steak dinner.
How is that ironic?
Don't you see that if you play politics, you know the Cubs are coming to town. If the Cubs are coming to town, let's work something out. Let's get this deal done.
What does them coming to town have to do with anything?
You don't know anything about politics, do you?
What does them coming to
It's
town
all
have
about
to do with
politics.
What is that?
If the Cubs are coming to town,
First of all, why is that ironic? And second of all, what does that have to do with politics?
Okay, you obviously don't know politics.
Okay,
well,
irony.
You know what? He doesn't know politics.
Okay, I want you to explain the concepts of irony and politics to me, please.
Okay. If I were the GM, Jim Hendry, or the GM for the Padres, I know the Cubs are coming to town. I want to go to the Cubs. I want him to go to the Cubs. Peavy wants to come to the Cubs. Well, the Cubs are going to be there over the weekend.
What does that have to do with anything, whether or not they're going to be there over the weekend? Just explain. I've asked the same question 3 times. Why does it matter if the Cubs are going to be there?
You're not letting me finish, Diplo.
Why
You're not letting me finish.
Why? Explain it right now. Finish. Right now. Why does it matter?
Because now we can work something over steak dinner. Boom.
Steak
That's
dinner
why you'll be behind
boom.
radio all your life. You never won a team.
Steak dinner boom. And oh, he hung up.
Steak dinner boom. Steak dinner boom.
Steak dinner boom.
Narrator. Jake Peavy ended up in Chicago.
You do not want that at that time.
But what if it was Robot Bigsy?
Yeah. I think Robot Bigsy would be fine. I think Robot from the press box. I could see
Brad,
him.
what do we do here? Brad, what do we do?
Morning, boys. What's going on?
No,
we don't have time for hello.
I would take advice from Robot Bigsy because Robot Bigsy on a Sunday is somebody you'd want to take advice from. They allowed maybe the Bears defense to get their best personnel on the field, perhaps. But there wasn't a situation.
Oh, what the heck was that?
What was that?
Holy cow!
Something just.
Did you see me jump?
Yeah, I did see you jump.
Like, what? I immediately got into like a Karate Man pose.
What happened there?
I don't know, but someone could have gotten hurt. Honestly, something just collapsed somewhere.
I don't know what collapsed.
Did you guys hear that?
I heard it and I looked up. I mean, is there anything laying around you right now?
There's a body. Does that count? No, I don't know. I don't know what that
Something
was.
fell out below me, I think it was.
It was the banging.
That's
what happened. He was pounding the table.
I barely pounded the table.
You pounded it with your shoe.
Maybe it had something to do with your read.
All right. That's it.
We digress.
That I literally, I'm sure that will sound funny because I did let out kind of a surprised yell.
And
go ahead.
You're overstating how much I pounded the desk. I was just kind of.
No, you're like gently touching.
I don't want to touch anything else. I'm going to fix the desk.
David is going to repair whatever damage he's done. I'm gonna yell. As a texter said, I yelled like Homer Simpson. No. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Radio 670 The Score. ODB on the mic. No? Doesn't do anything for you?
Great. Good stuff. Good. Nice choice, Brandon.
Was that Joe Cocker?
No. No.
I'll leave the singing to you guys.
We got a lot of. What are you talking about? You're always singing.
What am I singing?
Don't we have any
No,
David?
I'm not singing.
Yes, he was singing.
He's more into the spelling bee stuff.
Oh, see the undercurrent. Our guy Bob Nightingale reported something very interesting on the Twitter machine. Says that the San Diego Padres offered Aaron Judge $400 million over 10 years, and that he was flying to San Diego with the intent of possibly either meeting with them or accepting that offer, but let the Yankees know he would settle for $360, take less money to stay in New York. And there's another report out there that they're going to put the C on his jersey to make him a Yankee captain, which is no small thing in New York for that organization. So he took less money to stay.
So he took less years. He took 9 years at 40 instead of taking 40 for 10 years.
It was still 40 per, but the overall size of the contract bigger in San Diego, according to the offers, according to the reports. But 9 for $360, he'll just have to figure out what to do for that 10th year.
But what don't you have to take the 10-year $400 million deal if it's offered?
No.
Why not?
Not if you're happy as a Yankee. Not if your quality of life is what you want it to be. You're making $40 million a year regardless. You have an extra year at the end of it. Who knows how we're going to feel in 10 years? Wow. Really? I can't tell you how I'm going to feel in 10 years. I can tell you how I felt 10 years ago. I mean, it's a decade.
10 years ago, did you feel like you'd take an extra $40 million? Because I did. In fact, 10 minutes ago, I felt like...
Not if I was entering the great unknown and a situation in San Diego that I might have felt uncomfortable, awkward, different. Southern California rather than Northern California where I grew up. The Yankees are a known quantity. They can win there. He hits homers by the bunches there. That ballpark's conducive to his swing and everything else. So I think, yeah, I could see that. It takes a lot to give up that kind of dough, but everything's relative, and it's difficult to relate to that kind of money anyway.
312-644-6767. It's just insane. Al is in Morton Grove. Hey, Al.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
I loved hearing baseball talk, given the Chicago sports team activity going on this year.
Amen.
My comment, I really think they need to go after Correa. He was the guy who I always liked. If you recall, somebody told the story, I'm not sure it was Bruce Levine or somebody, that when he first came up as a rookie and they had a rookie tryout in Wrigley Field, he loved the place. And I think, and I've seen him on other interviews. He's a smart guy. He's got great leadership qualities. He gives you defensively, and he's 28. So you got a guy who could anchor your team for 5-6 years easily, and then look at what we're all talking big contracts. Look at the Cubs' payroll overall. Look at what they finally without Jason Hayward. Their payroll is minuscule compared to some of the other big market teams, and I think this is the time.
I think you're right. He is their marquee player, pardon the pun, but he's a guy that you could build a lot of things around, not just a baseball team, but a marketing campaign. He's got charisma. He's also got the quality that he's a modern baseball player. And they talked yesterday after Dan and Lawrence did just about Carlos Correa going into the clubhouse and talking to players about the things that players talk about these days, the statistics that matter to today's modern day baseball player. And I think that's also interesting. There's so much to like. I don't want to get my hopes up though, because I think when you look at the affordability, there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to jack this price for Carlos Correa up. And, you mentioned the Padres. If they were swinging and missing and they were in the Aaron Judge sweepstakes,
Wow.
I would add them to the list of Carlos Correa as well. Because if they were going to go after Trey Turner, why wouldn't they go after Carlos Correa now?
Bob is in Willowbrook. Hey, Bob. Wow, it's just so crazy money.
I have a very unfavorable move for the White Sox.
Okay.
So Hendricks, Lynn, and Anderson all have 2 years left on their contract. So they're not rent players. It's not a rebuild. It's a refresh. What if we trade off 3 of them, get 4 to 5 top 60 MLB prospects, and go after it next year? And with their division right now, they still might be good enough to compete for it, even losing those 3 guys. Thank you.
It's just not realistic. It's just not realistic they're going to do that. I appreciate the creativity, but it's just not feasible. They may trade one of them, but they're not going to trade all of them.
Here's another baseball signing that will have great impact in Chicago, both sides of town. Free agent left-hander Jose Quintana in agreement with the Mets on a 2-year, $26 million deal pending a physical.
He finished strong with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
That's good money for a guy at that stage of his career. Would you have guessed that he would have gotten that kind of dough a year ago?
That's via Kenny Rosenthal.
Good for Jose Quintana.
Yeah.
Lovely
fella.
He really
Good
is.
man.
One of the guys I really liked covering with the White Sox.
One of Dustin's favorite Cubs.
Thanks, Cubs.
Well, that aside, he's joining a rotation.
That aside. How do you throw that aside? The guy,
Thanks, Cubs.
Yeah. The guy can't stand it.
You know, he was the trade had the right intentions. Boy, he's joining that Mets rotation. That's loaded. That's loaded.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
Mets are going to be serious. There again, you got 100 victory team going out and spending like they were shut out of the playoffs. That's what you love if you're a fan of a team like that.
Dustin apparently texted in, Quintana is awful. That had to be him. Let's try Nate. Nate's in Elgin. Hey, Nate.
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
I think it would be extremely disappointing for the Cubs not to take advantage of any of these shortstops. I think of Nico Horner at second base. My goodness. Getting 600 at-bats at second base with that defense hopefully puts together some, I think of who's the new Hall of Famer that was just announced the other day, said 5 good swings a month, 17 RBIs a month for 6 months.
Fred McGriff.
Fred McGriff.
Yeah, the crime dog. Quoting the crime dog now. That's
where we're at.
I think, though, Nico Horner as the everyday second baseman, I don't know that he gets 600 at-bats, but he would be the everyday second baseman. You would like that, especially if he's paired with somebody like Swanson, Bogarts, or Carlos Correa at shortstop. That is a exciting double play combination, possibly.
We'll close it out with Rick in Highland Park.
Okay. Hey, Rick.
Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for making it.
I have a quick question for you guys. Cody Bellinger, they just signed him to a 1-year kind of stopgap contract for $17 million. He's a great defensive outfielder. Obviously, his hitting is very suspect and seems to have gone away. They had a player exactly identical to him in Jason Hayward. They DFA'd him, so they're now, I believe, still paying him. He could have been the 1 year because he only had 1 year left. I'm confused as to why they wouldn't have just retained Jason Hayward, continue to pay him the $25 million, and then they wouldn't have to also pay Cody Bellinger $17 million. So that's kind of my question to you guys on that.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
Jason Hayward had reached his ceiling. He was not going to help the Cubs and rediscover whatever it was.
He was heading to his floor.
Yeah, he was heading back to the floor, maybe even to the basement. Cody Bellinger is a calculated risk. It's a $17.5 million gamble that he's going to recapture something that made him an MVP at the age of 23. He was the Rookie of the Year as well. He has gotten lost in his swing. They need to rediscover it. They need to help him find it. And if he does, this is a worthwhile investment. And frankly, I don't know what it is. There are no metrics to associate the change of scenery quotient, but I do think it matters, and I do think he can benefit from one.
All right, it's a Layla Wednesday. We'll talk to Layla next. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Go to 670thescoreshop.com now to see all the new Score t-shirts, sweatshirts, and hoodies that have just dropped. Perfect for holiday gifts for the Score heads in your family. Get a Mully and Haugh hoodie for yourself while you're there.
You know, I'm waking up. I'm hitting the Peloton at like 4:30 in the morning, Colorado time, and I've got people real mad at me in Chicago that how dare you? The crosser was open, and I'm like, bud, the crosser was not open when he hits the top of his drop, so he moves on to the cop route. But there's a radio guy up there, Mike North. He was real mad, and I tried to handle it gently.
No.
You know, I tried to handle it gently because, like, listen, the first thing in his bio was he was born in 1952. And if my grandpappy's on Twitter roasting somebody, I hope they handle him gently. And I tried to. He got real mad about it.
Dan, I'm going to make this bigger than it is, but also I feel like it's completely accurate.
That is the universe harmonizing with itself.
What just happened was, I think, the evolution of this radio station. We're not the only show that has a tape guy because we have a better sense of all of the things that are connected to a quarterback's performance. And to have...
And the listener has a desire to go to that level
to
now really know why, what, how.
Yes. And so for those two things to meet on social media, where our tape guy
is getting screamed at on Twitter because
from the guy who used to host in this
he's a running back.
That,
and he called him grandpappy too. Like that part of it. Like
yes.
Like somebody give Papa his tea and tell him it's nap time.
That is someone isolate that part and send it to Terry. Because I would love to know I would love for him to react to that.
And the 708 texter who immediately snapped into action by saying, does Tim Jennings ever try eating giardiniera off his shoes?
That was an amazing moment in Score history.
Studios brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Thank you for your help. Who do we thank on the Twitch?
It's Connor O'Donnell.
Connor O'Donnell again. I'm sorry, Connor. I couldn't look. But thanks to Evan Thomas, too, for keeping us motivated.
As always.
Every morning. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and email.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Wednesday.
Yeah, and thanks to our executive producer, Dustin William Rhodes.
Oh, sorry, I was karaokeing my Joe Cocker.
What was that? You okay?
I think he's in pain.
Sounds like you're having a grabber over there.
Would you stand up and walk out on me?
And Brady Fryer, thanks for bringing that back. Holy cow. I like it raw. I like it raw. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy. All right. Everyone's a clown. And it's a Layla Wednesday, everybody. Come on. Come on. And there's no Lawrence today. But,
no.
Yeah, but Dan's here.
Hey, Dan. Hey, Layla.
Hello, happy midweek. What's up?
I love that song, Mully.
I love that song. I used to play that song when I had the kids on like whatever it was Wednesdays when my daughter was taking ballet and my wife would drive her and then I'd have the two little ones and we would always play that and dance around the kitchen. And it was very funny because I don't think my eldest daughter had ever heard it, and then we all broke into it, and it was very comical.
There's a
Jealous.
there's a like trumpet and horn ensemble that does an excellent cover, and it's like one of my favorite tracks.
Have you ever heard I forget the name of the band. It's like a New Orleans band that does covers of all sorts of rock songs, but it's like one of those I remember going to a bar in the Garden District where they had all these people that it was like they had all been in band in high school and they all showed up at this bar and they would just play covers of songs, but like a high school marching band. And there is this marching band in New Orleans that does an unbelievable job of all these songs. It's like great songs too, like Love Will Tear Us Apart by like this like New Orleans marching band. It's hysterical.
It sounds like the band Hayseed Dixie, which is a really talented bluegrass band that does only AC/DC songs.
Oh, I get
Hilarious.
it. I get it.
They're called Hayseed Dixie, and it's
I bet
good.
that's great.
And it's good.
Yeah.
Because it's easy. I mean, it's a lot of these major chord progressions,
Right.
and they get their little show-offy moments, and they have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
I tried to look up the name, but I couldn't find it. I've heard of what you're talking about, Mully, but I just don't know. I don't know the names.
Oh, Hot Brass 8. I believe that is accurate. I think it's the Hot Brass 8.
Text line coming
really
through?
good. Yes. Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
My brain is just
Or
filled with
You want me to check
sports
the
right
text line
now.
for you? Where's
Oh,
your
yeah.
computer?
It's right there.
Oh.
But
It's a
it
great
doesn't
little
have a cord that's long
breakfast
enough.
joint
And
in
I'm pretty
the
sure that
Garden District too, called the Depot. I don't know if you've
computer
ever
was
been
built
there
like
for
20
eggs and grits.
maybe 1998.
There's a great little is that the place where they make like the pecan pie on the grill? Like they flip it on there and they do.
That's not the Depot. Is that Mother's?
No, Mother's is in. That's not
Mother's
the
is
Garden District,
downtown.
It's downtown.
Yeah.
yeah.
Because
That's a great spot.
What devil magic are y'all talking about over here?
New Orleans.
Breakfast in New Orleans. The two
Pecan pie you flip.
Yeah,
it's
that
unbelievable.
I don't know.
Oh my
exactly.
God, it's like a place you go
Grilled.
for breakfast.
Yeah.
It's like is it the something grill? I can't think of the name of it, and it's in the. You go through the Garden District to get there, but it's just fantastic.
You know, I lived virtually next door in Houston, and nobody told me about this. I would have liked to have known this information years ago.
Information like New Orleans, greatest food town in North America, right? We all understand that.
Is it
Houston was pretty good.
Camellia Grill?
That's it. There you go. Look at you.
There it is. Well, I mean, if you look up grilled pecan pie New Orleans, that's
all
what
right.
it comes
it's
up
very
with.
famous,
Is the Camellia Grill? I've not
That's
been
it.
there.
Oh, it's a good
Special
spot.
kind
Write
of
it down.
torture this
Write it
morning.
down, buddy. Write it down.
Yeah, one of the rare mornings when I'm not starving because
what else
I
did you ever go to
gorged on a bunch of
Central-
leftover Chinese
Well,
food
wait,
at
wait,
like
wait.
7 in the morning.
Your diet fascinates me.
What?
You eat whatever you want, and you eat it like in bunches. What did
Donuts.
you have
He had
last
baggy
night?
Last night
Chicken.
I made chicken cacciatore.
And you ate it
We ate
late?
it. Yeah, we ate it while watching the Herschel Walker concession speech and the Raphael Warnock acceptance speech. And then, but then I got hungry when I woke up. Get the hell out of here. And there was all this leftover Chinese food that I figure it's right on that edge of eat it or throw it out. And my wife is
Kinda
coming.
congealed a
She's
little
coming
bit.
home from out of town in like 3 hours, and she's going to ask me like, "Why is that Chinese food still there?" So I figured I would just eat it.
And you're paying for it this morning?
No,
I get to
it
sit
was
in an
good.
airtight room with you while this happens.
It was
for
good.
4
I
hours?
had some Szechuan eggplant and some barbecue pork chow fun, and
Just
and
because you
it
can
was
identify
fun.
it doesn't mean it's going to be okay.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all good. I'm set. I stayed away from the giant dried peppers. I'm cool.
No donuts?
No.
By the dozen?
I did have a half a quart of eggnog last night.
Oh,
though.
my God.
Oh, man.
Seriously? Yeah. I mean, if you drink half a quart of eggnog, that is going to
lactose intolerance.
Yeah, it's going to stay with you.
Yeah.
Nog is
That's very heavy stuff.
Nog rules.
Very
I
heavy
like
stuff.
non-alcoholic eggnog, but then I saw the calories and I was like, I don't know that I can justify this
Right.
anymore.
Oh, it's all calories, completely unjustifiable.
Silk nog, like the non-dairy eggnog, is actually really good because you just get the spices and stuff and the flavor,
Eggnog-
and then you're not like.
Good with bourbon, too.
Well, I was going to say
Yeah.
whiskey, right?
Yeah,
Isn't it?
Fireball.
Also, so
or
is
bourbon.
water.
Yeah.
Just have it on its own.
Yeah, I like a good eggnog. I look forward to eggnog
Southern
every
Comfort brand eggnog is.
year. I don't drink it by the quart, but
Southern Comfort brand eggnog.
Yes, it's not.
Yes.
Just Southern
eggnog?
It's not alcoholic.
No, I've had
it's
that,
just
yeah.
it's just their brand. Jewel
It's
carries it.
excellent.
I've
It's
tried them all. I've tried everything. Dean's and Kemp's and the I won't do Oberweis, but the SoCo brand is my favorite.
Eggnog pie.
What's that?
I've had it. It's like a cheesecake, except for it's eggnog flavored.
Can you
with the
grill it on the chameleon?
You can't grill it on.
That sounds
Oh,
good.
no, it's
It is
all
very
just
good.
saturated
Yeah,
With
fat.
kind of like a graham cracker crushed crust.
Yeah, yeah.
This
I'm
is
in.
the thickest show ever, and we just started.
My God, I just put
know.
on 6 pounds.
But I'm intrigued.
But
I'm
you
like,
can lose
this
it because you got all the
Oh yeah, it's
secrets.
Nothing. It's easy for me.
Yeah, you get the magic, right?
I've got the magic in me.
Can you share this? Some of us need help over here.
I need professional help.
I would like to offer this
memoir.
thought.
That's
now
coming
that
back.
it's over. The Dallas Cowboys knew they couldn't win with Herschel Walker a long time ago. That's it. That should have been the
Pretty good.
whole campaign.
Who was I think Jason Isbell tweeted Herschel Walker, Georgia, has entered the transfer
Yes,
portal.
I saw that. That's great.
Well, but he keeps a house
was
in
funny.
Dallas, and then there was that.
His
or not
primary
Dallas.
residence.
Yeah.
He claims his primary residence in Texas.
It might not be Dallas. Yeah, it's Texas.
How
And then-
could I mean?
So
no
then how are
offense
you
to
running
anyone,
for senator?
but how could you be that close to winning? That is
Right.
Yeah.
insane.
Yes.
Did you see that? You told me about the Open to
Well, first
Saturday
of all,
Night
like
Live. I went
12
back and
people
watched
vote.
it.
Open?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was very
Yeah.
funny.
like, if you had more people
I'm here
voting,
to-
you'd get a more accurate sample. But
Is
whatever.
he aware that he actually lives in Texas? Does he?
I really don't know. At least
Do we know
but you know
he's
what?
aware?
But you know what? He conceded. And it's a low bar for someone to say my opponent got more votes than I did.
Yeah, but he cleared it. Yeah, he did at least.
He came out and he said
at
I
least did
lost.
that. Yeah.
It almost looked like he was eager to be done with it after being propped up as just a prop. I mean, that's all he was. Was a useful or useless prop? And I think it just looked like he wanted to be done.
I think the Vikings finally recovered this year from that trade, actually.
Oh.
I'm just going to keep it going.
Cheers, Dan. To hell with Oberweis, followed by Oberweis is good. Why won't you try it?
That's the
Don't
text
you
line in a
remember the
nutshell.
campaign?
That's the
Yeah.
text line. I
Yeah.
don't, sadly. What
Don't you
was-
remember when Jim Oberweis is in a helicopter over Soldier Field and he's saying, that's how many Mexicans are going to pour over the border every day, enough to fill this stadium. If you don't elect me, I'm the one who's going to keep all the Mexicans out. It's like, what are you doing, man?
Yes.
You know, so yeah, it was after that campaign. And don't forget that he ran again and lost. And he didn't concede. And he actually went to the congressional the walkthrough for the people who won as if he won. He was there.
I hear you.
And people said, "What are you
I
doing
know.
here? You lost."
I'm good
No,
with-
I didn't lose. It was all fake. He was one of those.
I'm good
Please.
with Dairy Queen.
Please.
Buster
DQ
bars.
is pretty great.
Oh, you're not kidding. I mean, it takes you back to when you're a kid and you're going to,
I might have to get
The
that
Dairy
when I go
Queen man.
home. There's also that
There's
moment
one
of
on
death.
Southport and Grace that
There-
is terrific.
Dilly
There's
bars,
this moment
Buster
of death
bars.
where they turn the blizzard over and you're like, no,
They've
don't
got to
do it.
contractually do
Don't
that.
do
That's
it.
the bit.
Because if they don't do that, you get it free.
But there's always a chance.
I don't want them to do that because I get nervous because they're going to spill it.
Is that like
I'm
at
a
Walgreens where they say if
calamity.
they don't give you your receipt, you get $5?
Yeah,
Just,
right.
Wait, what? Come on
I
now.
know.
Oh, she gave me the receipt again.
And it's like 3 pages long.
Well, that's CVS.
Well, they're both.
I have to tell you,
Very,
going
very long.
paperless at CVS was such a freeing feeling.
That app is fantastic.
Yeah, like
This-
you're
this-
just paperless. Like you don't care about the receipt. It just goes to your email or you keep it on your app. And you don't have to worry about all the paper and whether or not you brought the random coupon you
And it
needed.
reminds you when you walk in, it's like, by the way, you have these coupons. If you happen to need, well, thank you, CVS.
It's like a
app.
found $5 bill.
It'll tell you, this is your shampoo.
Yeah.
It's on sale. Maybe you need some.
Today, you get it free.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
Marketing.
I gotta tell you, there's times when I feel like if I don't get a receipt at a gas station, then someone's going to jack up, the price of the gasoline. So I want to get a receipt. Just look at what they charge per, because the gas is so
That's an extra 30 seconds,
crazy.
though.
Not anymore. Gas is as low as it's
but
been.
that's
in-
what I'm
No, it's still
saying.
kinda crazy.
It's going
It's
up
always
and
crazy here in
down and
Chicago,
up, and it's just like I can't follow what I'm being
But
charged.
if you have
so
to
I like
wait for a
look.
receipt and you're outdoors, do you know how cold that can get?
It is worth it. It warms the cockles of my
Not
heart.
when we're coming to work.
All I do is look at that and then I throw it out.
Yeah, as a woman, I'm not doing that. It's not safe. But you can also just do a screen grab of the pump, and you could get your information.
I'm just
Just
like
take
I
a
said,
picture of it.
I just have some weird old man impulse that I've got to. I stop whenever I want for gas, wherever I want. I don't care if I'm attacked. Probably looking forward to it. And I always have to look to make sure.
Can you
they
text me
charge
when you get home then today? Because I'm worried.
we actually
no. I just it's just kind of what I do.
We got flagged by Visa one time because I stopped for gas. I don't know where it was. I needed gas. I was on the way to one of the Friday Bors and Bernstein remotes, and I somewhere on the south side, right off of the Ryan.
Yeah.
And Visa presumed my car had been stolen, or my card had been stolen.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "What's going on here?" Because all these alarm bells went off, and they're getting all these calls. And they said that is the gas station at which you stopped, for whatever reason, was frequented by it was known to be a place where if you stole a credit card, you
where
could
you'd go?
Yeah, that you could turn things
That's
around.
interesting.
Like they would give you cash back or
Yeah.
something. So the moment it was complete random.
I had a similar experience with traveling. It was at a gas station in Southern California. It was when we were covered. No, it was bears were out there for some reason in California, and a guy your credit card was stolen, but somebody had cloned. You went to the gas station, the rental car and you use your card to refill the tank and all that stuff, and then somebody had taken my credit card information from that.
Oh yeah, they put those things on there.
Yes,
I forget what
and
they're
it was
called.
cloned.
Yes.
And I was
It's like
like,
a little-
oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's like a little extra lid on the card swiper. I forget what that's called. I used to get email warnings about them.
Right.
I was
yeah.
somehow on an email list where they're like, "What
No,
has
I've
been
seen that
detected
too,
at a certain
yeah.
gas station?" I was like,
Ingenious.
"Thanks for the email." To my work email. I'm like, I have no idea how you guys found me, but I'm happy you did.
How did you find me?
I mean, that one I'm happy with. I'll take that.
I was on the L one time going to Loyola with a friend of mine, and a guy was running a shell game. And this guy, my friend, insisted that he could beat the shell game. And I'm like, you are an idiot. Do you realize
Like a
what's
lof
going-
shell game on the piece of
I'm not
newspaper
joking
with
about it, the whole thing. And of course, he'd lost money. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? How do you think he can do this?
It's his job.
But that's what I'm saying.
It's not like
Why would you think you're smarter than him?
It's
It's
you
a
know why?
cliche.
Because
It is a cliche.
it's because he goes to White Sox games and he every time knows which hat the baseball is under.
There you go.
And
That's
he's
what
and
it
again,
is.
and because he's
Yeah.
like, it's hat number 2. I knew it. It's like, I play this game all the time. I'm a season ticket holder. I always know where the baseball
My
is.
favorite was when I was covering the Bulls, and they had a sellout crowd every night, and it's the same people. You see them all, and they got they're cheering for what the number of people in the building is. It's a sellout crowd. It's a standard number. It's up there every day, and you'd see
It's
some
a
guy
23, 4,
he's
06 or
ripping
whatever.
his suit, cheering because he might have gotten a free piece of chicken over the crowd. You kidding me? Really? This means that much to you?
I do love the 100-point free tacos or the if you miss two free throws in the fourth
Yeah, I
quarter.
like those.
And
Those
I
are fun.
never even actually capitalized on
You've
them.
never cashed in on
But
it ever.
I just want to be a part of it.
Or how about people
would
betting
go
on
crazy
Cuppy
for
Coffee
that.
winning?
Oh, wow.
Is it Biggie Big?
The best was you would see the players, they would go into the huddle, and then they'd have the cup, and everybody would turn and look. And it's like Phil's like yelling out instructions, and they're watching Cuppy Coffee.
Well, I forget which minor
Can't
league
help
game.
it. You love competitions. That's why you're at the game.
We got there's a promotion at the Greensboro Grasshoppers for it. They'll just in the middle of
Minty
a start of it at bat. They'll just say, "This is your chance to win a biscuit." And like, what? It's like, if so-and-so, if he strikes this guy out right now, everybody gets a biscuit. And so it's like the biggest at bat you've ever seen, and all you want is to strike the guy out.
That's awesome.
And it was Biscuitville, I think, sponsored. And the pitcher it was like he had
Got into it.
won the playoff game or something.
Yeah.
A huge fist pump, crowd's going crazy because he got him at a high fastball.
There's a team called the Montgomery Biscuits.
There indeed is.
They play Birmingham all the time.
And actually, I know the former pitching coach there, who was a local pitching coach for young kids. Nice guy.
Did you get a biscuit?
We never got our biscuit.
What? What?
Put the
we
biscuit
we
in
had
the
to leave.
basket.
We didn't have a reason to get to Biscuitville. There's no Biscuitvilles here.
No biscuit, no biscuit.
I should have saved my stub like Mully.
Really true.
Just made sure. Just kind of look it over.
Okay, I got the biscuit.
Are you the guy when your family dines out that you get the restaurant check and you're like, all right, who had this? Who had that?
I'm the guy that has to pay the check.
Well, obviously.
Is that what you mean?
But you go through it with a fine tooth.
No. It's just something about gas. I don't know why, but I just want to make sure that the gasoline that I'm being charged is correct.
It's that 9/10 cent business too. What is that? Just round up.
I know, but it's like that. What's the movie? The Mike Judge movie where the guy gets the extra penny rounded up.
Oh, Office Space.
Office Space, yeah,
Yes.
which was based on Superman 2, right?
Which was filmed in my old workplace city of Las Colinas, Texas.
Is
Office Space was?
Yeah.
In a tech.
What a funny
Nondescript. Yeah, it's perfect.
Las Colinas?
Yeah, I mean, and who hasn't wanted to do that to a fax machine? Furthermore, do I
hilarious.
even understand how they work? No.
Biggest scam at gas stations, though, is the 20 cents off per gallon if you get a car wash. It's like $10 for a car wash, and you pay 20
Sometimes
cents per gallon.
Sometimes, unless you get the
Isn't that
unless you get the
depends on
cheap
how-
car wash.
Well, if you get the cheap car wash, but then you want to get another, it doesn't ever work in your favor.
What's wrong with
Right?
washing your car?
Do you wash your own car in the winter?
I used to wash my own car
Not in the winter, no.
when I lived in Texas, but
Yeah.
no. Also, apparently, they have technology now where the water you're using at your house is drinkable in a lot of places, whereas the water car washes use is not. So you're being more water sound.
Oh.
Not an issue as much for us as it is for Southern California, but something to think about.
So you would recommend using the?
They recommend that, authorities, municipal authorities in various places that are really concerned about water conservancy.
Yeah, that's sort of like the way it used to be. Last time I saw something like that was the hand wash stations at Bears training camp over by the baseball field. All those signs said this water is not potable.
Non-potable.
It was always. It's like you can do it. You can wash your hands with it, but don't let it get in your eyes or your mouth. It's like foreign travel. They always advise that. Depending on where you go, there's certain places where there's State Department warnings about water
Or
consumption.
your fridge this morning eating the Chinese leftovers and eggnog together?
No, the eggnog was last night. That was after the chicken cacciatore.
What do you think?
Okay, I'm nauseous.
Warning sign, Mully. Warning.
Exactly. What have ye today?
Terror, apparently.
Today's going to be one of these. Make sure the Twitter information is coming from a reputable source because we could have shortstop feeding frenzy today.
You mean to tell me Super Tough Scene is not reporting correctly?
Maybe was it Wet Butt 23?
Wet Butt 23 did.
It's going to snap into
and the
action
name
for
I
us.
can't say on the radio.
But you did.
On cable.
Right. You actually did say that name at one point.
Oh, yeah, I have no problem saying that.
Mike Florio is going to join us. Russell Dorsey is going to give us the latest from the winter meetings, and we're going to talk about the Cubs acquisitions, and we're going to wait for the team that's actually closer to contention in Chicago to do something.
Do
Also, I had to tell you guys about something nobody's talking about.
That's a tease.
It's really true, though.
I'll tell you what nobody's talking about. It's the general manager and the McCaskies. It's the McCaskies.
But this affects a lot of
cheap.
people.
Have a great show.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio, presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. Sports Radio 670 The Score. Chicago's home for Bears fans. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD.
By the way, did you guys? I'm looking at. I don't usually look at Twitch, but it's up, and so I'm looking at it as it fires through. Yes, the answer is yes. Just because of our conversation yesterday, I am wearing my Target purchased Nirvana T-shirt today.
Yes,
underneath
I love it.
My second best hoodie. So I feel good about this today.
Your second best. And how often do those rankings come out, and what are the criteria?
Well, I had to say second best because yesterday I told you guys I was wearing my best hoodie, the blue fatigue from Target.
Did you know that Dave has a command in Twitch?
Does he?
Yeah,
I've
you
seen a
can do
couple.
!Dave, and the Nightbot will reply with a witty reply automatically.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's basic code and it's fun. Maybe just for me.
How do you get? Do you guys keep? I don't know. This is probably not good for me to be trying to follow
Wait.
Twitch and the text board.
Hold on. So Nightbot is literally a bot?
Yes.
So when it says Grody's man cat
who is not fat.
So there's
There's one for Dan. How many
Where I
things
take the
Dan is
fun out
taking the
of
fun
things.
out of? That one is a little bit more difficult of a code because it counts. There is also one for Shane. There is also one for Boylan. And I believe one for Matt Nagy.
And now they're
Dave.
accusing me of taking the fun out of Nightbot. I didn't take the fun out of Nightbot. I'm just learning that Nightbot is actually not a human being and is an actual algorithmic bot. I didn't take the fun out of it.
Exclamation point, Dan.
Taking the fun out of Nightbot.
Dan Bernstein, when you write a book, and I do think you should write a book someday.
Seconded.
Taking the fun. What would this will get the Twitchers going? If Dan Bernstein was to write a book, what should it be called? I mean, taking the fun out of something, right? I mean,
How does this get us closer to winning a championship?
Yes, that's probably it. Actually, that's probably it.
And
I'll
then you're
track
like,
those throughout,
narrator, they were really far away from winning a
Right.
championship.
It didn't.
We want to build something stable, something lasting, and that's the lens that we're going to view our transactions this winter.
And congratulations on Cody Bellinger. We've got breaking news. You're welcome.
Really? Nice.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That just happened? Did it really?
Just happened.
Nice.
John Heyman reported. I
All
just
right.
got that in
Well,
my
you guys are in the know. Like,
well, okay.
I can't say that.
Yeah, you can.
Yes, you can, Ross. He will totally allow it.
Intelligent spending involves making decisions that make sense for, I guess now the 2023 season, but also aren't going to hinder what we're trying to build.
Cubs with the rotation. James Taillon could be, I think, as good of as a two-starter for the Chicago Cubs. He's someone that had a very reliable spot in that Yankees rotation through the course of the year. I've always loved his repertoire. He can get different hitters out at different points of the game with different pitches.
Bernstein and Holmes, your midday destination for Chicago sports talk.
I don't think the Cubs are done yet. Certainly one big hole filled in the rotation. The center fielder now, more to come from the Cubs.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Well, he was right. And no, Rossi, you can't say that. You're not on television. I know it's cable television, so you're probably fine. I wouldn't worry about it. But he seemed pretty pleased.
Why are you looking
Can I
down
get
on
it?
cable? I love cable.
No. I know that the rules are different for some stuff like that.
Just like the thing I said on the show that I can't say on this show.
Was it KPBH?
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Is that what it was, if I
You
remember
guys
correctly?
bleeped it, and I was like, whoa, I got bleeped on the score.
Yeah, you did, because things are different here. But we are following.
Are they?
We are going to be following the market as we watch everybody get money's just flying around everywhere. And Rob
Yeah, we're like CNBC over here.
and Rob Manfred can't wait to be a big downer about all of it. But
House of Pain.
He should be excited that people are spending again. The Cubs are spending again, and these are very reasonable signings.
Wet Butt 23 and Katy Perry's booty.
Yeah! Bring that person back.
There it is. So, shortstop market might move today. Will the Cubs be involved? We will find out. Just know that all day we're going to keep you apprised of everything. And there also could be an announcement regarding the broadcast wing of baseball's Hall of Fame. That decision is expected out today, so there's some fingers crossed there as well. We are going to talk a little bit of football with Mike Florio at 11, baseball again with Russ Dorsey at noon, and settle in for the Bernstein and Holmes show to feature Layla Rahimi for the next, 6 shows with Lawrence on vacation?
Yeah, who are you? I'm
What?
feeling it a lot. I don't I didn't quit my other job. I might get a little sleepy, I think, later today and later tomorrow.
You're always under
Yeah, I don't
rested.
get enough sleep. You're right.
That doesn't matter if you're working here or working there because you're probably up late watching games.
Yes, that too. I know that you were busy, but I stayed up late watching. Well, not really because it was work, but I was, instead of doing a lot of show prep, I was like intently focused on the Texas and Illinois game, and boy, was that a good game to watch.
That's show prep. You're watching sports.
It was just fun. It was a fun game to watch. Illini were like down 10 in overtime, and then they came back. Like, that was a heck of a game for them.
We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. 312-644-6767 is our number. We have Diaz and Rankin and Fryer and O'Donnell, and already a little bit of news. This from Ken Rosenthal, and I should definitely get this in multiple times today. Breaking news on 670 The Score is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Rosenthal reports Cardinals closing in on free agent catcher Wilson Contreras. Sources tell The Athletic that had been rumored, and if in fact he is the replacement for Yadi Molina, that is going to take some adjustment on the part of Cardinals fans for your catcher having a very, very different scouting profile.
And Cubs fans, ouch. It's going to suck to see him in a Cardinals uniform.
I think it'll look good in a Cardinals uniform, actually. I mean, it might hurt you, the Cubs fan, to see it, but I think it's a good look for him.
Cubs get a draft pick after the second round.
That's true, because they tendered the qualifying offer, which means they'll get the highest non-protected pick, however that works.
It's like after pick 75, I think.
They used to call them sandwich picks. I don't know if they do that anymore.
No, they have a different dumb term for it, but it does help the Cubs that at least they'll get something in return. However, this never really had a good feeling for me as to how it was handled, whether it was the extension that wasn't discussed at the beginning of last season or how he thought, and keep in mind, he grew up in this organization. There is some loyalty there, and frankly, routine combined with just a lifestyle that he had gotten used to being a part of that team and that organization at the trade deadline, and then neither he nor Ian Happ get traded, and then now we're here. I feel like the Cardinals was always the logical landing spot, but that doesn't make it any less. You feel some type of way about it.
I don't know. Hey, do we still is that still as meaningful as it used to be? I mean, I go back to when the Cubs signed Jim Edmonds and he was good, but Cub fans didn't like him because he had been on the Cardinals.
I don't think it's that meatball. I think in this case, it's just he's still a very valued asset, as you can see, with very good teams wanting him in baseball for years, not just one or two.
I'm just a little surprised that a franchise that has understood the value of a receiver would go get a catcher who is a bat and an arm more than he is a glove and a body behind the plate.
Perhaps change of scenery would benefit him.
Well, he's put in some work. I don't know if they're coaching. The catching infrastructure with the Cubs has always been great with Borzello and everybody else.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that sometimes going somewhere else you see something differently.
Who knows? And if they're bringing in robot umpires, it obviates pitch framing anyway.
Now, ideally, if the Astros could have given Urquidy for Wilson Contreras, then you're really getting something. But it sounds like they thought they were going to get him anyway.
The Cubs got two people yesterday, and last night. They have a center fielder in Cody Bellinger. That's a reclamation project. And they got a very solid mid-rotation starter in Jameson Taillon. And we did confirm it's
Taillon.
Because I had heard Taillon in Pittsburgh.
Texas also, they said Taillon, because he's from, I know he's not born there, but he considers, I think, Houston area where he's from. But yes, it is Taillon.
Okay, so Jameson Taillon will fit nicely in the middle of that Cub rotation as they still, we presume, are pursuing a shortstop. And we'll learn more today. We'll come back. Let's break down those signings and figure out what the Cubs actually got. So we'll do that next. Bernstein and Holmes, Layla Rahimi's in on the score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Tom Thayer on the Bears' preparations during the bye week.
This next team they have coming in here, offense, defense, and special teams, this is a real Super Bowl football team.
I find myself wondering, and a lot of us have been wondering since we saw the picture, if Paul Wilson charged the mound now on Kyle Farnsworth, and he was body slammed. I mean, what would you do to Paul Wilson of the Reds today, Kyle?
I don't like fighting anymore, so I probably wouldn't even said anything to him, and just be like, "All right, sorry, I didn't mean to do it." But I don't know. He probably would have had maybe a couple of broke ribs, because since I'm a little bit fatter now and I landed on top of him.
Yeah, it was really good tackling technique. It was like middle linebacker attacking a running back and just driving him back. He did not get the first down, if memory serves.
Yeah, I just reacted. My dad, he was a Vietnam vet, and he always told me to eliminate the threat as quickly as possible. So that's, I just reacted and just did that.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, that threat was thoroughly eliminated.
You remember what he said?
So I don't know if you guys know the whole story, but so I'll explain the whole story. So Mark Pryor was pitching that game as well. So I believe Mark hit Jason LaRue, and then when Mark Pryor came up, Paul Wilson hit Mark Pryor. So I come in the game, I didn't know that really happened, and I didn't really care. I didn't think it was on purpose. So I think it was I don't remember if it was the seventh inning or not, but when I think we were losing already. I think it was 2-1. Had a guy on first base already, and Paul comes up and he's trying to bunt the ball. Last thing I want to do is put another guy on with no outs. So the ball just ran up and in on him. Wild pitch. Then he went to go get the ball. Home plate is uncovered, so I'm just walking towards home plate just as, natural instinct, just to cover an empty base. And can I cuss on here?
Just once, real quick. No. or no.
The answer is no, unfortunately.
Okay. all right, I'll just bleep it out. So he said, what the F are you throwing me for? And I went, F you, I'm not throwing at you. And that's when he threw this bat down and came running at me. And I was like, oh, geez, what's happening? I just threw my glove and just reacted. So it was like, I know that was back in the day of greenies as well. So I heard that may have had something to do with Paul's reaction as well, but not 100%.
Oh, yeah. See, people get hopped up on that stuff. You never know.
Carter, I think you come into a situation where there's urgency, not only next season, but every season. And there should be. This in Chicago, it's a big market, and people like us are holding Tom Ricketts accountable to behave like a big market team should. So in that context, when you look at the task in this offseason, what's your understanding about how aggressive the Cubs plan to be in free agency?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm at day one now. Yesterday was day zero, so still trying to get an understanding of where we are and where we want to go with our off-season plan this year and off-season plans, in future years. That word urgency, I totally agree with you. And aggressiveness, I totally agree with you. I think that's something that it was clear to me from day one in the process through these interviews is that, people here are aggressive in trying to bring winning baseball to Chicago as often and as quickly as possible. Sometimes those decisions on the surface don't seem that way, but they all have that underlying understanding, like this is so that we can win our next World Series as quickly as we can. And I think that we'll think through our free agency process in the same way this offseason. Jeff talked about in his offseason presser about spending intelligently, and I think as painful as that is to hear for fans that want to say we're going to spend unintelligently and spend free willy. It's something that we have to do because we know that those are the decisions that help us to best put ourselves in position to bring those unbelievable moments to Chicago over and over again.
Taillon out to the mound. Swing and a miss. Got him. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout for Taillon. Swing and a miss. Taillon works out of trouble. And congratulations on Cody Bellinger.
Bellinger strokes this one to deep right center field. And gone!
Bellinger drives this one to left center. Did he do it again? Yes, he did. Cody Bellinger, 3 for 3 tonight.
Some highlights of your new Chicago Cubs.
To Idols.
Who is this?
I watched a movie about them on the plane. Idols, they were a band that played at Lollapalooza. Now I'm obsessed with them. I want to run away and join the band.
This has got a little, like a B-52 sensibility to it.
They're fantastic. They hate all convention. I think they're awesome.
Do they hate the Sox convention? Is that why it got canceled?
That too. Oh, that was a great call this morning. They have an album called "Joy as an Act of Resistance."
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice little turn of phrase there.
Get educated about idols.
Cody Bellinger projects as a 1.8 win player per the Fangraphs projection system and per Steamer, not Per Steamer, the former Loyola Marymount shooter, but 1.8 wins. He is a really good base runner. He's a really good defensive center fielder. They got to fix the bat. Something happened to it, and something happened to him. He had all kinds of physical issues on one side of his body that have led to some bad habits, but he's on a 1-year prove-it deal, and the defense isn't going to slump. That is a hell of a defensive outfield, man. That's what that is. Left to right with Happ, Bellinger, Suzuki. That's where a lot of balls are going to go to die.
And they needed numbers in the outfield once they obviously lost Jason Hayward, and then they needed some more backup, and they added to their outfield. What a concept. I'm bitter. The other important thing, though, to note here, and it's something that I thought of immediately off the top of my head, when you're talking about the Cubs and their spending, and we all triggered on that intelligent spending line, think about how much money, including the sunk cost of Jason Hayward, they have now put in that outfield. That's not nothing. You're talking about $40 million for one outfielder, essentially, when you combine Bellinger and Hayward's sunk costs.
Right, and Suzuki is relatively expensive, and soon Ian Happ will be appropriately.
Correct. And I wonder what that means for Ian Happ, ultimately, when you see the way they're building. But I don't mind the deal. It's a prove-it deal. You want to see what he can do. Once again, change of scenery, see what happens. And it wasn't that long ago that he was the MVP. It was 2019. Those numbers are gaudy, what he put up that year.
Well, the one outlier year for him is insane. It was a 7.7 F-WAR year.
It was like 47 home runs, like 115 RBIs. Like, it was just outrageous.
He had a WRC plus of 161.
That's not real.
And last year he had a WRC plus of 83 after it was 47 the year before. So they wouldn't have made this deal if they hadn't had all the discussions with their hitting infrastructure to talk about what they think they could fix. Now, it's not the same group, but they thought the same about Jason Hayward when they gave him the massive multi-year deal, and it didn't work out that way. But this is very different, even though you can comp some of his recent numbers to some of Hayward's lack of production. For it to be a 1-year prove-it deal makes of it a very different arrangement.
I would offer this. When it comes to the Hayward deal and what you're seeing now out of the length of contracts and what the market is bearing and what players are agreeing to, there's far fewer of those now, even for the hottest names on the market. Aaron Judge being the outlier here, Bryce Harper being an outlier. There's fewer of those now en masse than there is now. So when you think about how Hayward was part of a big collection of get as many years as you can with the team, slightly lower AAV, and then it balloons at the end, you're just not seeing as many of those. This is a totally different process right now.
And I think the Tyone signing is a high floor signing. That you know what he's very likely to be. You're not expecting him to be what he's not. The projections on him are right along in line with his last couple years as a 2-win starter for you with a projected xFIP of around 4.10, a guy who's going to pitch a lot of innings for you, who's going to slot in nicely, who you can trust to take the ball. I would like to see the strikeouts per 9 come up a little bit. They made some fixes with the Yankees to the spin and the axis of spin on his fastball. They got a little more late jump. I thought Matthew Trueblood, the former Baseball Prospectus writer, did a good job on his Patreon writing up exactly what Tyone has done. He does have a large repertoire of pitches where he can pitch lefties very differently than he pitches righties. It just seems like a very solid signing for them. They can't be done, though. They cannot be done.
No, and I don't think they are. When you look at all the reports that you're collecting about how they feel about the infield, I don't think that's the case. They also are building numbers in the pitching ranks. When you consider who's already there, like the Keegan Thompsons of the world, and how they're adding to it, Tyone becomes compelling because of that curveball that's got the really good low break to it, and then potentially having a tunnel with a four seam if possible. I need to look a little bit more into that. But also, he was tabbed as the number 14 free agent by MLB Trade Rumors. I like that site. I think it's good for context. And frankly, they needed more pitching anyway. And they got it. We're also just seeing them put their money where their mouths were when it came to they've been given the green light to spend, and they're spending. I also really want to see how they value certain individuals now in the free agent market based on what Carter Hawkins brings coming from the Guardians and having that background.
You mentioned Carter Hawkins. Well, we happen to have Mr. Hawkins right here discussing how Bellinger can be returned to peak performance.
I think a lot of these things, ultimately there's sometimes a chicken or the egg. It's the health first sometimes, and that can then lead to bad habits at the plate, but sometimes it's just a mental thing, sometimes just a change of scenery. That's something that anytime you get a new player into your organization, you do a full assessment of kind of where you are, then you walk through where you want to go, and then you pull the levers on how to get there. And that's something we do with anybody, and certainly we have the resources and the people to be able to pull that off.
There it is, hitting infrastructure, trying to fix them. And he mentioned change of scenery. And we were having fun with David Ross as he was learning about the Cody Bellinger acquisition while live on MLB Network. Well, he had some time to collect his thoughts and actually give a longer, more thought-through opinion at his media session.
Cody's a good player, man, and he's had a little bit of struggle since the injury with the shoulder. Dynamic center fielder, dynamic base runner, championship caliber, MVP. I mean, this guy's resume is pretty darn good. He could bring a lot to our team. Left-handed bat, fits our roster really well. We got a big hole in center field. This guy's got the potential to play every day out there and have a bounce back year offensively. I mean, I feel like it's a really good fit for us, for him. The bat is going to be the same every time he's in the box. He's not going to be a guy that the moment's going to speed up on him. He's going to save us runs. He's going to help our pitching staff. He's going to run the bases well. He knows championship caliber baseball, so he's going to bring that every single day with the thought of he's going to go out there and he's got an opportunity to get back to what he knows the player he is and what we believe he can be. And so I'm excited to watch him do that. I'm excited to get him around our guys and start that process to getting into a 2023 season.
And thinking about this, the one thing about Tyone is he does give up contact. For a guy who does throw hard and he will strike people out, he also has a tendency to not miss bats. So Cubs defense is going to matter. Because they already, we last year, we said no staff lacked velocity as much as the Cubs staff lacked velocity. And
2 years, yeah.
Right. So as we look at it here, in no particular order, Stroman, Hendricks, Tyone, Steele, Wisniewski, Thompson?
Adrian Sampson.
How are we figuring out Wisniewski?
I think Wisniewski is filthy.
He threw that immaculate inning. Oh, that was amazing.
When you look at the totality of the Cubs pitching staff right now, and that includes the bullpen, a lot of swing guys there. Those who can make spot starts or work 3-4 innings.
Looks kind of Tampa Bay to me.
How are we feeling about where Javier Assad fits in this, too?
That's another name, Layla.
Because he'll theoretically be healthy. I hate saying that. I always look around.
Theoretical
and I'm paranoid, and I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, I think this is a solid group, and like you say, that there is flexibility in this depending on how they want to use them. If you're going to go openers, if you're going to have multi-inning relievers, depending on matchups, that this does it's a stabilizing signing for them, but they absolutely cannot be done.
But let's not get it twisted. All signs point to a shortstop. I also don't want to discredit Nico Horner, though, because his infield season was outstanding. And I think if that can be built on in a good way, then they're cooking, man.
Yeah, I think it's presumed.
They're cooking a little faster than I thought they were going to cook, frankly.
They're still a ways away. They really are. They're still a ways away.
These are significant steps.
And thinking about the number of home runs that Tyone gave up, now with the other blockbuster story that hit yesterday from our friend, the astrophysicist Meredith Wills, and all her information that she's been gathering. She's been a guest multiple times on this show talking about MLB still lying about the baseballs that are in use. It's not just Aaron Judge returning to the Yankees, I'm thinking about some of Tyone's numbers and some of the home runs that were hit off him through a different lens now that we know that MLB was lying about the baseballs again.
Yeah, I don't also want to kill your vibe, but Wrigley is its own launching pad of sorts, thinking out loud.
It is, but based on the projections that I saw, nothing was like Yankee Stadium last year. That Wrigley...
Well, you and I can hit a home run to right field at Yankee Stadium.
But we talk about two Wrigleys, and a lot of it is just the wind. But the idea that the Yankee Stadium was an outlier home run park, and we know why, because of the story that was published in The Intercept yesterday with data about where and when certain baseballs were in use.
A bunch of people sent it to me on Twitter, like they're expecting us to talk about it.
too.
Do you think we should talk about it?
Russ Dorsey immediately DM'd me with it. Did you see this? Did you see this? I know that you've talked to so-and-so. And yeah, I do think the context of what we learned about the baseballs has a direct effect on the fact that the biggest signing of the morning in Aaron Judge for $360 million, of course you stay in New York if you know you're getting better baseballs there.
You want to do it next?
Yeah, I think we should. I think we should just at least recap the bullet points. I don't want to get into the weeds on the data, but just recap the bullet points of what Dr. Wills found about last year's baseball.
I mean, we could. It's the bye week.
Let's do it now, so everybody's aware of what we're talking about as we discuss it's going to be probably a flurry of further signings through today and tomorrow and whenever.
So you're going to tell us what everybody's talking about?
No, that's later. You're doing that at...
No, I'm telling you what nobody's talking about.
You're telling me what nobody's talking about. We're going to tell you what everybody's tweeting at us the moment this broke. That you and I, both our timelines blew up with people saying, you have to talk about this. Okay, we will. We promise. Next on The Score.
When we say we're Chicago's home for Bears fans, we mean it.
Jeff is in Rockford. A lot of those things everybody's blaming on Fields is...
Carter, with the present state of the organization, we're all back at a point where, as those of us in the media and plenty of Cubs fans, we are again paying attention to what is going on with the minor leagues and those potential major league prospects, especially the ones that I look at are the ones that you guys were able to get for Chris Bryant and Javier Baez and Anthony Rizzo. And one of those guys was in the Baez deal, who has had a strong year, sort of a revealing year this year, is Pete Crow Armstrong, PCA, who is going to be playing in the Futures game. I don't want to rush any processes, but when you look at a guy like that, how close to being ready is he, and how far off might he be? Because we hear a lot about him.
Yeah, I mean, I think any of our players that, have the skills that a guy like PCA has, could go up and play in the major leagues and be able to have some success. I think specifically for Pete, his defense is something that's, major league caliber. I mean, you see it in spring training when these guys come up and play major league games. It's not like they look out of place. Really what we're looking to try to develop in a lot of ways is just the consistency of that greatness. Great is just good, consistent over time, oftentimes. And Pete, certainly has shown that on defense and continuing to try to, develop his approach offensively. Tore the cover off the ball in Myrtle Beach, added some power. He really hasn't had that much bulk in his professional career just because of some injuries early on in his career. But, now that he's healthy, we've been able to see, the things that he can do at the plate. So saw it in Myrtle and have continued to see it at South Bend. He's in high A right now. To your point, can't really put a timeline on it, but he's certainly moving fast, and a guy that everybody organizationally is excited about. And I think with his Futures Game nomination, somebody that the industry is definitely taking a look at pretty hard.
is a...
We're not going to hear the I love ball. I thought that was next. What's happening?
I love ball.
Thank you.
So, Meredith Wills is at it again. She has been busy putting together data. And just so you know who she is, we'd spoken with her multiple times, and even on these airwaves, she said, send me your baseballs, because people were, any foul ball, anything that she got, she was accruing data through painstaking, actual physical research into what baseballs were being used across MLB. And
she's a physicist.
An astrophysicist, yes.
Correct.
And she was, even when Rob Manfred was asked about her work, and he's like, well, none of that's right. And people said, well, what evidence do you have that it's not? And he said, well, I can't help you with that.
Why is he the worst? Like, you're not...
Well, that's a different question.
But honestly... You're not denying anything and you're not confirming anything, but you're doing a terrible job of leading people to their own conclusions based on your reaction.
So Major League Baseball, according to their report, this is Bradford William Davis of Insider, and he had the data that Dr. Wills put together. Baseball said, after her first report, they said, we're only using one baseball all year for 2022. Well, they lied. Because according to her data, MLB continued to use the juiced baseballs that were supposed to go out of circulation. And they used the dead ball. They also found a third one. They found the baseball.
Sounds uncomfortable.
They used a third baseball in between juiced baseballs and dead baseballs. The name that they gave to the third baseball was the Goldilocks ball. It was just sort of just right in that regard. When and where were the Goldilocks balls used last year? Well, the entire postseason, including the World Series, the All-Star game, and in games where there was a special logo on the ball, a commemorative stamp on the ball, that kind of thing, where it was like, I don't know, the Rangers' 50th anniversary or whatever it was. There were,
or say...
Or...
home run authenticity.
Yep, those. And the only regular season games where Dr. Meredith Wills found the Goldilocks baseballs were New York Yankees games. The only part of their data set where they kept finding that ball used were Yankees games. Now, baseball's pushing back. Rawlings, which is the baseball manufacturer, which is now owned by
Major League Baseball.
Rob Manfred and MLB, says it has no basis in fact. And this was after all the anecdotal evidence last year of pitchers talking about, and how many times last year did we see pitchers grab a ball and throw it away?
Have blister issues.
Grab a ball and throw it away. And Bleacher Report notes it's worth noting that MLB began its 2022 season with a historic scoring drought before things leveled off as the season progressed. So,
was it Gavin Sheets who hit the home run? Jake Berger, one of the White Sox DH first baseman, so it could have been 6 people, hit a home run that you and I, Mike Rankin, were like, how did that not get out of the park? And we knew right then and there that it had been dead.
I think it was Jake Berger.
And it was something crazy, like a 34-degree launch angle that should have, something where the launch angle and the velocity should have sent it out of the park as it would have in the 2 years prior. And that's when I realized that something was definitely different. That was like in April, by the way. That's why I'm having trouble recalling this off the top of my head.
Rob Manfred said every baseball that's in use in 22 was produced under the new manufacturing process, meaning the deader ball. And he says, and in fact, the process has resulted in a more consistent baseball. But that is patently untrue. There were 3 baseballs that were being used, and all the data is available via Insider. And they found that the Goldilocks balls, there are color-coded charts here. There were I want to say she had over 200 baseballs as part of the sample, which is still a relatively small sample size.
It is, but when you're doing what you can with what you have based on other data, like say launch angle, exit velocity, you have a more controlled environment with which to sample.
And they collected 204 baseballs from 22 big league parks in 2022, and it's more than Dr. Wills had obtained in any of her previous studies. So if we talk about Aaron Judge, and there's so many places you can go here and so many rabbit holes, as far as gambling, what did people know and when did they know it about what to bet and when to bet it? Who knew what balls were in use when? There's that question that if you are one of the sports books right now, you're asking some questions about what's going on.
Absolutely, because what is the meaning of an integrity fee? Right. We all know what that really means, but challenge it.
Right. I don't think that Rob Manfred's going to be dragged in front of a congressional committee and have to answer for some of this stuff.
Well, where's the oversight, though? Because who's to say whether or not, if he's lying, if it matters? Typically, that would be your competition, correct?
Right.
Competition would call you up. There's no competition.
Correct. And then he was asked directly, and Manfred was asked, where is your data? How do you know that these studies are wrong? The previous studies. And he had no answer. None. He said, I can't help you with that.
I've never seen a dude in a higher position act more guilty more times than him. Whether it's calling the World Series trophy a piece of metal or just acting the way he's acting about this. Like,
and even right
stop
now.
acting guilty.
Even right now, he's talking about teams not being able to afford players because some teams don't have enough money. Come on. Your teams are throwing money around. You should be excited. This is fun. The Cubs are signing players.
Hey, did you see, according to that random study, that they're the 15th fastest growing brand? There you go.
Yeah,
Great Value cream cheese is number 8. Four Locos, number 20.
And Four Loco replied to your tweet.
Yeah, I didn't even tag them.
And it just said, "You get us,"
which I do.
With
duh.
a heart. I've never had Four Loco.
I haven't either because I'm alive.
Now
I'm
they're
a
going to be
Four
mad
Loko
at
survivor.
That is a dangerous. That is a dangerous combination. And frankly, no, they're not going to get mad because that's on brand.
And it's energy drink with alcohol, right?
It was.
What?
It's no longer, I don't think.
No,
they reformulated?
They had to
They
change
had
it.
to.
Because
the feds, man.
The people were getting wild off that stuff, me included.
So
too much.
You did it.
I told you. I just said I'm a survivor.
Yeah, survivor.
A Four Loco survivor.
But I mean, I just thought you meant like in general. Like, I thought you meant the new recipe, not the old recipe.
The old school recipe.
Do you remember? So when
I just know that combination of things, the old Four Loco and me would have been a really dangerous combination.
It was like 10.5%, right? Something like that crazy.
Yeah, it was like 3 Red Bulls and
Some of us light bulbs
hardcore
are
malt
not-
liquor.
I'm a light bulb that's not meant to burn for a long time. Like, I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
When I was trying to explain it to Jason last night, he was looking, and I showed him the Twitter exchange. He's like, "What the hell's Four Loco?"
You showed Jason the Four Loco Twitter exchange?
Yes.
You know he's not 21?
No, and I said, well, he's going to be 18 in Mexico in a couple of weeks.
You can be 18 everywhere, actually. That hasn't changed.
But I'm going to say you can drink legally in Mexico at 18. We're leaving for Mexico on his 18th birthday.
I'm filling in for you then, too.
Yep.
I expect story time.
So I explained what he said. What's Four Loco? And I said, well, it was a high alcohol energy drink. He goes, what? I said, yeah. I said, basically, it was crime in a can.
No.
Yes.
No.
That's what it was. It was
No.
it was crime in a can. Do you remember when we had Mark Deeks on when we did the high noon story about Buckfast?
Yes.
And there's this drink in England and the UK called Buckfast, and it's half fortified
Can't say
high
that drunk.
alcohol red wine and half like coffee. And he explained, and I said, "What do you do with Buckfast?" He says, "You drink a bottle of it, you sit on the curb, and you throw up between your knees, and then you smash the bottle over someone's head." I think that's exactly how he described
Sounds like an ideal mating ritual for yours truly. Pre-backlash, Four Loco contained alcohol, caffeine, taurine, guarana, and wormwood. Isn't that part of Malort?
No, that's part of old school absinthe.
Yes.
No, it is wormwood. Extract of wormwood. I believe the chemical is called thujone, Thujone. And because I looked this up.
You're correct.
I looked it up when I was in Paris because I wanted to drink absinthe, but they took that chemical out of the absinthe.
I like how you say absinthe, whereas once
Absinthe?
again, we would just be like absinthe. These days, it just has caffeine.
Oh.
Felix Ortiz, New York State Assemblyman, introduced legislation to ban Four Loko and other caffeinated alcoholic drinks in his state in the fall of 2010. And if you Google Four Loko, original Four Loko, it will still pop up as original Four Loko for sale. How old is that Four Loko? I don't think it's going to have the same effect. And it's supposedly from Chicago. Four Loko is a line of alcoholic beverages sold by Fusion Projects of Chicago. So maybe they knew. Maybe they knew already.
I also wanted to add one aspect to this baseball
story.
story.
Yeah, we're ruining the baseball segment
no.
with Four Loko. These two things could not be less related.
That apparently MLB sent an internal memo around that said anyone who was found to be cooperating with Meredith Wills' study would be terminated.
Acting guilty.
And yet baseball, they say they have nothing to hide.
What happens when you're just hanging out in the crowd and you get a ball?
Don't send it to her. If you're found that you had sent it to her as part of her study, you lose your job.
I think you need to send Meredith your ball is what I think needs to happen here.
Everybody should.
Also, this is so much work for a record that isn't even the actual record. I said it.
Of course it is. There's no an American. They made a whole big deal out of the
I'm okay
American
with the American
League.
League record, and I understand it's significant to the Yankees, especially because of who had it before, and that does matter.
They just call it the Yankees record.
But in the context of this, that's a lot of work for the non-record.
Well, either way, he knew it was probably sensible to go back to the New York Yankees, and that's what we found out Aaron Judge did.
I knew it. Malort is wormwood.
It is?
Yup.
It's not absinthe wormwood, though, extract, is it?
I like how you try to make it fancy. Absinthe.
Absinthe. Is that like umbrella and insurance?
Yes. Yeah,
Really?
that's exactly how it is.
Umbrella. They talk. Those are the two Southern tell words right there. Get yourself an umbrella.
I always said umbrella. I don't know.
Yes, because that's correct. It's not umbrella.
No, but I say a lot of things not correct.
You don't say insurance, do you?
I used to. Haven't we had the whole discussion about catty corner? And me and my friend who moved here from New Orleans at the same time, I was like, hey, they say kitty corner here. And then he's like, they're clearly wrong. And then we look it up and we're like, ugh, it is we who were wrong.
Yeah, it's kitty corner. Sorry. We don't have racing right here in Chicago. Yes. Well, that's like inline online. I always used to argue all the New York and New Jersey people would say standing online.
Calling in sick, calling out sick.
Right, but you don't stand on. You stand in line. You're part of the line, and thankfully the internet has made sure that the Midwesterners won that one. You stand in line. Online is an entirely different meaning.
I am pleasantly surprised by all the texts we're getting about Malort right now. Like this one that says, Malort is a wormwood liquor. That's why every bottle tastes different. Aw.
It says Malort literally means wormwood. It
Really?
does? I didn't know that. But
I had a former coworker who once
like
called it Mallard tea. We got to go. Mike Florio.
Mallard tea?
Yeah, it's a long. It's bye week. This is bye week. This is what you get from me. Mike Florio's next.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Really aggressive pocket passer plays for Justin Fields yesterday.
He was awesome. Oh, he had two. I want to hear about Cracker Barrel.
Things I never thought I'd hear Dan Bernstein say for 1,000.
I like Cracker Barrel.
I do too.
I don't like the people who like Cracker Barrel, but I like Cracker Barrel.
So
what does that tell you?
Cracker Barrel said that they were going to just have on the menu a plant-based sausage made by Impossible Foods. The post sparked strong reactions from its followers, with many complaining, of course, on Facebook, where people complain, especially boomers, about things like alternate meat, that Cracker Barrel should not be offering the meat alternative.
Why not?
Because they care what other people are eating, apparently. They can't just not eat it. It's kind of like how they'll tell you on Twitter that they don't listen to your show. Like, nobody cares whether or not you're listening.
And why? No one's forcing them to eat it, right? They didn't announce it.
Nobody's forcing you to listen to this station.
Cracker Barrel's not bringing it out to the table and be like, eat this.
No, a menu means you can choose what you want on the list.
Okay.
So that didn't stop one person from going, I just lost respect for a once great Tennessee company. What?
Why would you lose respect for them?
Another person said, not going to happen. Cracker Barrel used to be so good. We look forward to eating in them, but not anymore.
What?
Like, yeah, we gotta start getting some of these people off.
You know, it's always a conspiracy theory. You know, they're going to put the fake meat in our Cracker Barrel foods.
Yeah, and
That's
they
how it's
also
gonna go.
they're calling
That's
it
what people are
woke.
thinking, I'm
like,
sure.
you guys are such sheep. Like, this is so pathetic and sad, but it's also hilarious.
But again, like, just to be clear,
so
they
what?
don't have to eat it, right?
They just that's
They're gonna
it.
sneak it in.
Nobody's criticizing your choice here. They're just offering more choices.
So force feed you fake meat.
Now we've politicized the yucking of
for Ray.
We've politicized the yucking of yums now, and I like Redneck Ray.
I
Rambling
want,
Ray.
I need
Ray is a bit
Redneck
that needs
Ray
to happen more.
and NASCAR Dan to now have conversations with each other.
Hey y'all, what do you think about Cracker Barrel having a meat alternative meat?
Boycott them. Hate them. Boycott them.
I don't like the meat alternative because there's 3 kinds of sausage that I can get in my store, and it's all in blocks and it's wrapped up in wax paper. You can get the whole hog sausage, and the whole hog sausage means just that they use every part of the hog. And
Satan's in that fake food. Fake meat.
And the other kind of sausage that has real meat in it is called souse meat, and souse meat are the other parts. And at one point, when you cannot afford the souse meat, that's when you get scrapple, and scrapple's good too because that's wrapped up with it's stewed with the guts and the oats.
Hey, NASCAR guy, would you ever go to a Cracker Barrel in Chicago?
I can't go in Chicago, no, because when you get close enough to that city, you get shot.
Can you leave the state?
I could leave my state if
you sure?
if I want to.
Are you allowed by the laws?
Well, sure. I that was expunged. The exposing myself to the turkey was expunged.
Redneck Ray, are you aware that you don't have to eat the meat at Cracker Barrel that's not actually
They gonna
meat?
force feed you. They gonna force feed you. But let's stop talking about this fake meat and talk about the White Sox.
Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Pat Hughes, voice of the Chicago Cubs, is indeed headed to the Baseball Hall of Fame as the winner of the Ford C. Frick Award. Congratulations to him from us, from the entire SCORE family. Proud to call him a SCORE colleague for these many years. What a wonderful career achievement for a really, really good guy and a fine broadcaster.
He absolutely deserves this. He is all a Famer. There's not a doubt. And now being recognized by Major League Baseball and the Baseball Hall of Fame is wonderful.
And we will be talking to him sometime within the hour right here on the Bernstein and Holmes show, this hour of which is brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit their website, 56david.com. That's 56david.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who's got a massive brain.
Mike Florio.
He used to be a lawyer, then he decided to take his talents to the internet.
NBC Sports.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was talking to Robert Kraft.
Pro Football Talk.
I wouldn't listen to some of those people out there, especially guys like Mike Florio.
Mike Florio with Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
It might be the Bears bye week, but the NFL rolls on, and here to talk football with us is Mike Florio. He is at Pro Football Talk, and he's on the SCORE hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Hello, Mike.
Hey, how's it going today?
Well, it's going well here. The Bears are getting a breather in the middle of this losing streak, and it's been very strange because for people who kind of know what's going on and know that this is a tear-down year, regardless of these outcomes, it's hard to tamp down the excitement over the emergence of Justin Fields.
It is a strange sort of dichotomy where the team is struggling, the team isn't winning, but Justin Fields provides a dose of excitement every week. And he shows that he may be the best running quarterback right now in the entire NFL, despite the things that we've seen Lamar Jackson do, the things we've seen Jalen Hurts do, the things we've seen Patrick Mahomes do. Justin Fields may be the very best, and it creates a lot of real hope for the future. That's the key. And they've got a keeper, and now they've got to keep building around him.
There's a nugget that I've noticed about the Bears with their roster construction, Mike, taking chances on former first-round picks, because between Taco Charlton, N'Keal Harry, and Alex Leatherwood, who we saw have 10 snaps on Sunday, you're talking about 3 former first-round picks in relatively recent times. I know Charlton a little bit longer ago, but I wonder if you had given that any thought, and how it's a strategy that seems to be kind of obvious. Maybe that change of scenery could work out for these players in some way that's beneficial for the team as well, and not as committed of a deal.
Well, I think that's part of it. Also, most of the guys who were first-round busts weren't extreme reaches. They weren't guys who no one else would have taken until round 4 or 5. So you've got other evaluators who were in the league at the time working, and they had their opinions about guys who went in round 1 and who they may have taken in round 1. And, you know, you get such a limited opportunity to make it in the NFL. There's only so many games. It's like they're over in the blink of an eye. You either step up or you don't, and there's all sorts of factors that come into play. But the fact that guys were once regarded as first-round picks mean there is something inherent to them that gives them value and that affords them an opportunity until it becomes clear that whatever it was about them that made them first-round prospects is now just gone and it's never coming back. So that doesn't surprise me, and I think it's one of the reasons why, you know, like a Laquan Treadwell, who was a first-round pick at receiver of the Vikings several years ago, just keeps getting chances because people out there who saw that these players were good enough to be regarded as first-round picks, they think that there's just going to be some way to get that thing that's been maybe dormant inside of them. So it doesn't really surprise me.
Well, speaking of second chances and seeing something you like, a former top overall pick was just claimed off waivers. What does Baker Mayfield to the Rams mean?
Well, it's strange that the Rams were the only team to make a waiver claim. So to the extent that he needed any further dose of humility after everything that's happened over the past year, one team out of 32 claiming him on waivers. Now, obviously, the Panthers weren't going to and the Browns weren't going to, but still, 1 out of 30 saying yes. That's got to basically get his mind in a spot where he needs to realize where he is right now. He's got 5 games, and he probably won't play on Thursday night, but who knows. 4 games to show the Rams that maybe he could be a candidate to be a backup for Matthew Stafford next year. They need to have a better backup situation because Matthew Stafford is a guy who gets banged around and gets injured, as we saw this year. Or if there's any chance to be a bridge starter, or if he does enough the final few weeks to get somebody to say, hey, we'll let him come in and compete with another veteran to be the starter, this is his chance. And one thing that's impressed me about Baker Mayfield this year, he has not complained either directly or through leaks to the media. I think when he was in Cleveland, he had a very active network of folks who would complain on his behalf to reporters about things he didn't like. We've heard nothing this year in any reporting about things Mayfield didn't like. For example, when they traded Christian McCaffrey, there was no Baker Mayfield's unhappy because he picked Carolina thinking he was going to have Christian McCaffrey and he would have gone somewhere else if he would have known that he wasn't going to have McCaffrey. There was nothing like that. So he's showing signs of maturity, and now this is his last chance to salvage something for 23. Otherwise, he's just going to have to go wherever he gets a backup opportunity and wait and hope and try, and will he want that? That's the other thing, too. A lot of guys who have once been franchise quarterbacks, not that he ever really was, they don't want to hold a clipboard. But that may be the next step for him after this season.
Are you surprised, though, that San Francisco wasn't a part of this conversation, given what just happened to Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, look, remember when Colin Kaepernick was in that first year or two after his shunning began, and when quarterbacks would get injured, one of the arguments was, we're just going to go next man up with the guy who knows the system, knows the players, knows the receivers, knows the coaches, knows everything, and is comfortable. Brock Purdy knows how to run the system. He walked right through the sideline stripe and went out and had a great game as the quarterback when Jimmy Garoppolo got injured early against the Dolphins. So they've got a guy that has shown he can do it. And I also think they were so far down in the pecking order, they didn't even want to complicate their lives by throwing that waiver claim out there. It doesn't work like the draft where first the Texans get dibs and say no, then the Bears get dibs and say no, and then the Rams get dibs and say yes. you have to put in your claim blind. And it may be the 49ers realize, there's not a realistic chance of us having him by the time, we put all these claims in. Somebody else above us is going to get him, so let's just not even do it. So it really doesn't surprise me, although that was the knee-jerk reaction because people thought, okay, Garoppolo's hurt, Mayfield has to be released. That's got to be where he's trying to go.
I do think, though, that for some reason, despite their finish last year, perhaps people aren't giving enough credit to the 49ers when it comes to their possibility to at least make some real noise in the playoffs again. And I wonder how that gets further affected now that they've gone even farther down the line in their string of quarterbacks.
Well, if any team can withstand having a quarterback get injured, any contender, it's the 49ers. That's the one team. If it happens to the Chiefs, they're done. The Bills, they're done. The Eagles, they're probably done, although they've got Gardner Minshew, and they know the value of having a great backup quarterback. It's how they won the Super Bowl 5 years ago. But with the 49ers, what were we saying? Well, if they win, it's going to be not because of Jimmy Garoppolo, it's in spite of him. And it's because the defense is there, and they've got the skill position players. And Kyle Shanahan knows how to put together a running attack that takes advantage of any openings that a defense will give you. And the passing done by Jimmy Garoppolo is just to try to provide some balance to the offense, not go out and win the game. Remember in 2019, Kyle Shanahan got freaked out in the second half by Jimmy Garoppolo, who should have thrown 3 interceptions to Vikings linebacker Eric Kendricks alone. And they shifted to run. And then the next week against the Packers in the NFC Championship, run. He was like Bob Greasy. It was like 6 for 8. It was ridiculous how little Jimmy Garoppolo passed the ball. So I think they'll be fine without Garoppolo. The real question is, if he's able to come back for the playoffs, what will they do? A lot of it depends upon what Purdy does the next 5 weeks. Why would you even bring Garoppolo back if Purdy is playing well enough and the team is coalescing behind him? Jimmy's healthy. Sorry, Jimmy. We're going with Brock Purdy. He's shown us that he's exactly where he needs to be.
You said Bob Greasy with such disdain. I know why.
Well, in today's NFL, it's one thing for Bob Greasy to throw 8 passes in a playoff game in 1971.
No, I know.
To have a quarterback throw 8 passes in a playoff game in 2019 shows you that you don't have faith in your quarterback.
I believe me. I know. There was just a little bit of shade there, or more than a little. Hey, the Titans are leading the AFC South. The Titans just fired their general manager in the middle of the season. What a strange thing.
It really is. And look, there's been no reporting that I've seen to push back on the obvious connection between A.J. Brown, former Titans receiver, being traded to the Eagles, to the dismay of Titans coach Mike Vrabel. There's that great video of him pacing around and with a twitch in his neck after that trade was done, and A.J. Brown having 2 touchdowns against the Titans in a 35-10 victory over Tennessee, and now they're going to be struggling to, they're going to win the division, but they're going to be the 4 seed, which means they're going to get the best of the wild card teams in wild card weekend. I believe that there's been a quiet power struggle between John Robinson and Mike Vrabel, and I think it goes back to Julio Jones. That was the first evidence of it I detected when they traded for Julio Jones June of 2021. Robinson was the one who did the press conference. Robinson was the one who did all the media. Vrabel didn't say a word. I don't think Vrabel wanted Julio Jones, and after 1 year, Julio Jones was out. I think Vrabel got to say to ownership, I told you so on Jones. I told you so on A.J. Brown. Why are we trading A.J. Brown? At one point, Mike Vrabel said, he's going to be here as long as I'm the head coach. You scratch off the lottery ticket in a second-round pick. You get a winner in A.J. Brown. After 3 years, you trade him for another lottery ticket, and you hope to scratch off a winner and replace him with a receiver. Why aren't we just paying the guy and keeping him? So I think Vrabel and Robinson didn't see eye to eye, and ownership realized Vrabel's the guy that we should be listening to, and I think Vrabel emerges from this thing as the de facto head of the football operation, even if he doesn't have the title of GM.
What are your thoughts on the way that the news was released about Odell Beckham Jr. and how that fell apart with the Cowboys?
Oh, he should be pissed. He should be pissed. He went to Buffalo and New York, not in that order, I believe, and had a physical, and no one said anything about his knee. So then he goes to Dallas, and maybe he wants more money than Jerry Jones wants to pay, or maybe he wants a multi-year deal and Jerry Jones just wants him for the rest of the season. But whatever the case may be, the Cowboys leaked to reporters that the knee's a problem and he's not going to be able to play this year. I would be upset and I wouldn't sign with the Cowboys. And the problem for Beckham now is, because I think he's been trying to use this vague promise of helping a team this year to get significant money next year, he's not going to get that. So he either waits until the offseason to sign with the team, or I think his best play for someone now, pick a contender where you think you'll get to play, you'll have good matchups because they've got other good receivers who'll get more attention, you've got a good coach who will scheme ways to get you open, and you've got a quarterback who can get you the ball. The Chiefs or the Eagles are the teams I'd look at and say, go play for them for the rest of the year, accept the fact that no one's going to pay you big money for now, go do the best you can, and then hope you stay healthy and you get to free agency in March, and that's when you cash in.
What was the significance of the come-from-behind win by the Bucs, who, though 500, are leading that flaccid division?
Well, I think the significance of it was that under certain circumstances, the officials on the field will not call holding, no matter how often it's happening.
Oh, thank you. That was insane. I mean, it's like he was trying. If you told a guy, try to get holding called on you, that's what it would look like.
There was a play with 5 minutes left. Buccaneers had the ball 1st and 10 on their own 21. And it was the most blatant case of holding I have ever seen. He bear hugs the guy from behind, and it looks like he's going to try to pick him up and slam him to the mat like a wrestling match. The guy throws his hand. The defender throws his hand up in the air like he's sinking in quicksand. It was a 3-second hold, and there wasn't a flag. So we went back, and we did this on PFT Live today, every instance of holding by Donovan Smith in the final 2 drives. And it was like every play. The only times he didn't hold was when Tom Brady got rid of the ball before he had a chance to hold. At a minimum, he was grabbing under the shoulder pads, which is clearly holding. At worst, he was bear hugging the guys trying to get to Tom Brady. And hey, if they're not going to call it, keep doing it. I don't blame him. You know, several years ago when the Seahawks had a great defense, their attitude was, we're going to hold the receivers on every play and force the officials to call it. And eventually they just won't call it. So, and it's a problem because this brings out all the tinfoil hat crowd saying the game is rigged, the game is rigged, the game is rigged. I do think at some level, like when it's 16-3 and the game is boring, I wouldn't be surprised if at a subconscious level the officials just kind of let it play out to make it interesting, and then all of a sudden you're like, uh-oh, we made it a little too interesting here. The Buccaneers are going to win the game. And so I think there's a big asterisk on that one. And one other point, because Chris Sims made this point yesterday and today, and I think it makes a ton of sense. When you're the team that's being held like that, you better be complaining loudly.
Yeah.
Your coach better be out there yelling in someone's face to get their attention so they actually pay attention to it, because otherwise they're just going to keep doing what they're doing.
I'm interested that you went to the slippery slope of subconscious human nature on the part of officials, because that gets you pretty close to some other places.
Well, here's the problem. As the NFL makes more and more money from legalized gambling, they need to button up the officiating function, and it invites more speculation from fans. The more legitimate gambling becomes, the more fans are going to say the fix is in. They want this team to win. The officials have money on that team, whatever the case may be. And I'm not saying that there's a predetermined result like a pro wrestling match. All I'm saying is, and we've heard this from the commissioner before, he was asked before Super Bowl 48 on CNBC, who do you root for? He said, I root for the team that's trailing. And one of the things the NFL loves to do this year, because there are so many close games, they're constantly thumping their chest. Look at all the close games. Look at all the close games. Look at all the close games. Well, okay, it's 16-3. Let's help this be a close game. And it's not about wanting the Bucs to win. It's about wanting the game to be close and exciting. I think that message, to the extent that they're picking it up from the league office, directly or indirectly, I think it does contribute to maybe the flag's not coming out and you give Tom Brady a chance to do a Tom Brady thing.
I'm sorry. I was going to ask about George Pickens because I was curious about his outburst, given that the Bears also could have drafted him, and I'm that person who's always keeping an eye on everybody. Seems like Tomlin diffused that pretty well.
Well, look, Mike Tomlin is very good at getting the most out of his players, speaking to them the way that they need to be spoken to, and he made a very basic point. I'd rather have to reel a guy in than to light a fire under a guy's butt. And George Pickens is an intense guy who wants to win, and you can't have too many guys like that. And Tomlin knows how to speak to his better angels and to keep it from becoming a problem. He's done it time and again. We know about Antonio Brown, how he kept him in line for a decade. There are plenty of other players. There have been players who have left Pittsburgh and gone elsewhere, and I've heard from their coaches how how did Mike Tomlin keep this guy in line? And I think Tomlin, number one, George Pickens has an incredible amount of skill. And number two, he's got a passion that is easier to control than it is to create a passion when the passion isn't there.
Mike, thanks. We'll talk again next week.
All right, take care.
That is Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. And our big story today, with everything else that's going on in baseball, locally, close to home, our story is the decision on the part of the Baseball Hall of Fame's Ford Frick Award voters. They are going to enshrine Pat Hughes in the Hall of Fame. And it's wonderful news. The Hall of Fame has announced that Cubs radio play-by-play voice Pat Hughes is this year's winner of the Ford C. Frick Award. And I believe the way they describe the award is a broadcaster who has made major contributions to baseball. So he is going to be going in, and we look forward to having a conversation with him soon. It's a really cool thing for a guy who works so hard and is just so consistent in the product that he provides to you, the baseball listener.
And really good at having a bit of a sense of humor during a game as well.
And that the booth has kind of found that sweet spot in that regard. There's no question. And he's a master at his craft, and now he's going to be rewarded for it. This in a city like this, there should be Hall of Famers who are broadcasting. And I've always talked about this being a high watermark for local broadcasting in Chicago, and this is just yet further confirmation of that.
He's just absolutely deserving. Like, when I think of the Ford C. Frick Award winners, I think he should have been there prior to this, but I'm glad to see that out of the nominees, and there was an excellent list when you think about who was considered as part of it, that he ends up being part of a group that, to me, he really personifies.
So we will look forward to having a conversation with the Hall of Famer to be. I don't know if he's going to be. He's not inducted yet, right? There has to be the official ceremony and the official handshake and the swearing in and the paddling or whatever they do. I don't know what there's secret society that has to swear him in, and they hold up the card like a made man. But
maybe he'll tell us.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know. But he is going to be going into the Hall of Fame. We can't wait to congratulate him directly, and you'll hear it right here on Sports Radio 670, The Score.
Congratulations to legendary Cubs radio voice, The Score's own Pat Hughes, who will now be inducted in the National Baseball Hall of Fame as the 2023 Ford C. Frick Award winner, the most prestigious award in baseball broadcasting.
He's got a chance! Grand slam! Grand slam, Miguel Montero!
Congratulations to our own Pat Hughes, 2023 Ford C. Frick Award winner. From all of us at Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's official radio home of the Cubs.
This is Damon. You played at the end of your introduction there the call of the combined no-hitter. We talked to you a little bit about the achievement last week, but there's going to be something from that game that lives on, I've been told, in baseball history.
No, that's not true, actually. What happened was that the Hall of Fame called me up, and this is true, and said, hey, we'd really like your scorecard from the no-hitter. And I said, absolutely, it would be my honor. And then they called me back the next day, and they said, just double-checking, were you actually at the game calling it? And I said, no. And they said, we don't want it then.
No!
I swear to God. They're like, we like to document each no-hitter with a card from someone who's actually at the game. I was like, okay, talk to you later.
Oh, no!
Oh,
boom. I mean,
that's true.
Oh, God.
That is 100% true.
They could put an asterisk on it, right? They just it was Boog's job.
I should have just taken a Sharpie across the scorecard, and it would have said I wasn't actually there.
So whose are they getting?
Joe Davis? What are they doing?
Yeah, Joe Davis. Yeah, I guess it's Joe Davis.
Joe Davis gets all the breaks.
You should have just lied. Should have just lied. Yep, totally. Absolutely.
Yeah, I was there. Yes, I was there.
No one's ever lied to get into the Hall of Fame. You would have been
I would have been the first. I would have been the first.
Oh, man.
It was really funny. It was like, they called me back the next day. They're like, just double checking. Were you there? And I was like, nope. No. Yeah, we don't want it then.
India hits the 1-0 pitch into right for a clean single in front of the right fielder, Rafael Ortega. Rounds first, claps the hands, gets a little fist bump from first base coach Delino DeShields, hands off the arm guards, and he'll be at first with one away here in the fifth.
I like that. I think that's a good one. There's a lot of description there. And my first ever inning, I sat back down, and this isn't about me, but the guy that I was sitting next to, the radio engineer for the Cardinals, I said, well, what do you think about that? Now, I was 18 at the time, but he said it lacked description. He was from Trinidad, sweet man named Colin Jarrett, and his response to my one inning of play-by-play was it lacked description. That did not lack description. I like everything. I like everything. I just feel like there needs, in radio play-by-play, the next pitch is the crisis. Like, everything has to stop before the next pitch, and you need to set the listener up that the pitch is coming and action is about to happen. So the base hit, to me, unless there was more before that, just kind of comes out of nowhere. So if it's radio, you got to say every time, as redundant, as nuts as it feels, it's got to say, here comes the 2-2 pitch.
I have the full inning, and maybe I'll take you up on that and send it to you if you don't mind.
Yeah, send it to me. I want to hear it.
But I'm imagining 18-year-old Joe Buck. Were you doing pre-post and the fifth, or did you just jump in for the fifth?
No, I was there. I was there on my birthday with my dad, who took me because the prom date that I had dumped me. So I didn't have anything to do, and I was turning 18. This is April 25th. The Cardinals were at Shea Stadium. And I'm sitting in the back of the booth next to Colin Jarrett, which was my usual seat. And Mike Shannon and my dad are down one row in front of me doing the play-by-play. And my dad said, well, here to take you through the fifth inning is my son, the birthday boy, Joe Buck. And I'm back there motioning, no way, I don't want to do it. I can't do it. And he and Mike got up and left the booth. So the inning started, and I scrambled down there and did it. And I'd been doing games into a tape recorder, and he and I would listen to the tapes on the way home. He would do for me what all these people are doing for you, and it was more about diction and not repeating yourself and being more descriptive. And it's little things. The other stuff is you can talk, you know how to speak, you can put sentences together. It's just what you're using your time, the time you have allotted, like how. You need a minimum of words to describe the most that you can. And that's kind of the key to it. You get used to that.
The other thing I got to do is I got to get real comfortable describing the strike zone. As you're saying it, like at the knees or wherever, or on the outside corner, it's like...
It's radio. You can lie. Let me let you in on a little secret. It doesn't have to be perfect. And people are willing... for the imperfections, just give them a little more to chew on.
still gives you chills if you remember with the energy in this city and what it was like that was able to come through the timbre of Pat Hughes' voice in a moment like that on the score.
That's it. Pat Hughes brought the World Series to life. And it wasn't circumstance combined with somebody who's good at his job. It was Pat Hughes bringing it to you in a way that only he could. And I've loved his voice ever since I first heard it on the radio. And to have him be a part of this winning the Ford C. Frick is just, I keep saying it's well-deserved because that's really the understatement, but the best way to put it. He's absolutely perfect for this honor.
He is your 2022 Ford Frick Award winner for his major contributions to the game of baseball. And we know that we're going to be here talking to him soon about the legendary calls, the big calls, the important. But so much of the magic is in the other things. In a baseball season, for any of us who've called baseball at any level, some of the magic's in the downtime. And it's in the little places during a game where you find yourself able to go. As we said, is that booth can sometimes. This is something that Mike Rankin found at one point that is worth giving a listen.
Nomar Mazara, the batter. Mazara, the former White Sox and Texas Ranger. When you're talking about a former guy that played for the Chicago White Sox, is that acceptable to call him a former White Sox? Singular? I'm just asking.
I
It
don't see
seems
why
to
not.
be. There's a drive foul down the right field line. Zach Zaidman quickly Googling whatever information he can.
I always like to go with former White Sox outfielder Nomar Mazara.
But
Sounds
how about
better,
if
doesn't it?
you don't have time to add all of those extra letters and you want to economize?
That's why you're you and I'm me.
Former White Sox. It's all right. Everybody knows he still wears 2 pairs of socks, and there's multiple guys on the team.
Unless, of course, you're a former Red Sox. Here's a pitch inside for ball 1 to Nomar Mazara.
You don't think they still wear socks?
There was an old joke, and I hesitate to tell it, but why not? We're among friends.
Yeah, a million of us all hanging out here.
1 ball and 1 strike on Mazara. Check swing. It's going to be a strike. Okay, there was a game between the White Sox and the Red Sox.
Yeah.
Who won?
The Sox.
No. Neither team. The Nylons. They get the most runs in them.
Oh. The Nylons won.
There you go. Oldie, but sort of a goodie. 1 and 2 on Nomar Mazara.
It's an oldie, all right.
You had heard it before, Zach?
No.
Well, then why'd you call it an oldie? You haven't heard it. I just want a clarification. Well, last night's game was 3 hours and 46 minutes. You learn how to fill time on these broadcasts occasionally. Deep fly ball to right. That's trouble, and that's going to be a 2-run homer for Nomar Mazara. Again, the wind is blowing to right, and that definitely was wind-aided. A 2-run homer, and just like that, the Padres take a 2-1 lead.
Couple things in there.
So many
that
things.
you heard on the score. Of course, Nomar Mazara hits a home run then. One of the worst White Sox players, and that experience is just a complete nightmare. And the usual Zach Zaidman background cackle in this one is replaced by old school Ed McMahon fake laugh. Like he's...
You know what it sounds like.
It sounds like what was it from the Sammy Maudlin show? Like, was it Johnny LaRue?
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, Zach gave it that one. Somewhere Daddy's laughing.
You too.
Sorry, I had to.
You ruined the Ford C. Frick segment.
No, I didn't, because I've got something even better.
I have something better.
What?
I want to submit something.
Okay, well, I have the definitive Pat Hughes call.
Do we have time for all of this?
Yeah, we're good. Go ahead.
All right, it's my turn to present something that's silly before we present something good.
Mine's kind of silly, too.
Mark Rohde, the master of the segment. What did Mark Rohde find? Found this brilliance from a random Cubs game where, once again, Pat Hughes and Ron Coomer are filling in the gaps with something great while also acknowledging background noise.
3-0 Cubs, one away, men at first and third. Now the Cubs are in the heart of their lineup with Frank Schwindel. Here comes the 1-0 instead of toss to first.
Well, there we go. We got a little guy blowing a horn right by our field mic in Pittsburgh. I thought maybe...
Schwindel takes the low and outside for a ball.
You know, the Allegheny River is right, outside the right field wall.
Meanwhile, the music continues here at Wrigley, nice and loud. Here's a pitch low and outside to Frank Schwindel. Now Schwindel waits, hits a high pop fly foul.
I think we lost Zach over here to the left.
And the pitch on the way to Frank. A swing and a smash. That's going to be foul past third. Boy, the Cubs really making solid contact against Miguel Yajure.
Well, he's throwing a lot of pitches right in the middle of the plate, and when you do that, and he's not a guy that's throwing 95 plus. He's 91, 92, and these guys are getting some really good pitches to hit.
Schwindel getting the RBI a moment ago as Happ bounces it foul.
Well, that little guy in Pittsburgh, he is no Doc Severinsen, I'll tell you that.
He's practicing, he's learning.
But his timing is outstanding.
Here comes the pitch to Ian Happ. Hanging curve is fouled away. I'm afraid I'm missing something rather entertaining. What I like to do is hear your voice, Ron, and yours, Zach, and I try to focus on.
So there's a little guy behind home plate, right behind home plate, just off to the Cubs, or I think the Pirates side, with a horn. And he's blowing this horn about every time the ball gets in the hitting zone. That's what we're hearing on the field mic.
I'm going to request our engineer, Rich Wyatt, to see if he can crank up a little of that audio. Here comes the 1-2 pitch on the way. Now I got a little bit of the flavor of it right there. And that is a curve in the dirt to Ian Happ. The pitch to Happ. And that's down low for ball 4. And you may have heard the man with the horn in the background right as that pitch got to home plate. Cleanup hitters are sponsored by LRS. If you need a dumpster for a home renovation, clean out, or summer project, work with the industry leader to find your perfect dumpster. Go to lrsrecycles.com.
Well, the thing that's funny, is, it'd be different if it was, a grown-up and you're like, okay, enough's enough. But he's just a little guy, right? He's just,
innocent.
So, yeah, and he's sitting right behind, kind of right behind home plate in the third base dugout. And he's just having a good old time.
Boy, the Cubs are off to the races here at the start of this one, Pat.
Yep, it's the kind of a start you can really toot your horn about. Jacob Stallings leading off the Pirates second.
Speaking of...
Oh, it's so great. And the fact that it's referring to him as a little guy and not a kid, you don't know what to picture.
I just love all of it. Like, Pat's so smooth and just gets you from point A to B and drops in the perfect joke here and there. My sense of humor.
Can I give you one of my favorite Pat Hughes calls while we're doing this? I know we're going to get to all the important, significant Hall of Fame calls. People may not realize that Pat Hughes called play-by-play on what is one of the greatest goals scored in the history of soccer. I'm not making this up. If you know the name George Best, you know that he was the legendary Northern Irish winger for Man United, legendarily troubled, sort of a Joe Namath type high-flying playboy. He was like you say, a bulb that burned bright for a very short period of time. And near the end of his career, amidst all of his demons, he found himself playing in the NASL for the San Jose Earthquakes. And there's an incredible story behind this goal. July 22nd, 1981, when he turns to a teammate and screams, "Give me the effing ball." And he does give him the effing ball, and magic happened as described by Pat Hughes.
Best maneuvering unbelievably. Best still has it. I don't believe this move.
That's the greatest soccer goal I've ever seen.
Unbelievable goal by George Best. His 11th goal of the season. You talk about an individual effort. This was a virtuoso performance by Best.
They will give him the goal, and they'll give him 3 assists.
Look at all the defenders trying to contain him. And he blistered it by Van Beveren.
If you want to check it out, George Best greatest NASL goal ever on YouTube, I suggest that you check it out. We are proud now to be joined by the Ford C. Frick award-winning broadcaster for the Chicago Cubs, Pat Hughes, here on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Pat, a sincere, hearty congratulations.
Dan, thank you. Thanks to Layla as well. I do vividly remember that goal by George Best. He was one against 2 or 3 defenders. It was Fort Lauderdale, as I recall, in my hometown of San Jose at Spartan Stadium. And it's like he had the ball on a string connected to his foot. He could move it just a foot or two to avoid having it stolen. And then he would move to his right. Then he would move to his left. And I still remember that play. It was one of the great sports, individual athletic moves that I've ever seen. It took about, I would say, 8 full seconds, 10 full seconds to unravel, but you just couldn't believe what you were watching.
What does this honor mean to you?
It is the best honor that I could have ever hoped to have. It's really a dream come true. It's something that has not yet sunk in, and I don't know if it will. I don't know if the Cubs Hall of Fame has sunk in yet. I just feel how fortunate I am to work in a city like Chicago with the fan base we have, to work with Ron Coomer and Zach Zaidman, to work for the Cubs, to work for Crane Kenny and Tom Ricketts and his siblings, to work for Mitch Rosen. And Mitch is the program director of the Score, the flagship station of the Cubs radio network. I just feel so lucky, and I have a great supportive family, my wife Trish and my daughters Janelle and Amber. I just feel so very lucky and fortunate that so many things in my life have turned out as well as they have. It's more than any one person really, frankly, deserves.
Pat, I really did enjoy your reaction when you did find out that you were being inducted into the Cubs Hall of Fame earlier, and we got to watch that on TV. It was a great moment between you and Crane Kenny. Congratulations on this. Such a tremendous honor. So can you tell us how you found out earlier?
Well, I knew that I was a candidate. I was one of the 10 finalists, and I knew that this was the day, and they notified all of us indicating that if you are the winner, you will be called a few minutes before 11 a.m. Central Time. So I was told that it would be around 10:30, and then it got to be about 10:40, and you start to sweat, and you start to wonder, is this not going to be the year? And then it was right around 10:45, I think, when the phone said, Jeff Idelson, Hall of Fame. And Jeff is the former president. I was too lazy to change on my phone the right name. Josh Rawich is now the president of the Hall, but it was Josh. And he said, Pat, congratulations. You are the Ford C. Frick Award winner for this year. And after that, I don't really remember exactly what he said. My mind just started spinning, and I thought about a lot of things, my childhood, my parents. I wish they were here to enjoy it. My older brother, John, who got me started in broadcasting, I wish he was still alive. But I've already heard from my youngest brother, and Mitch Rosen and Ron Coomer are right here in my living room right now. My wife, Trish, was with me. Crane Kenny was in the living room at the moment. So it's been a good morning, to say the least.
Would it be too sort of facile to assume that your favorite call or the call of which you are most proud is the last out of the World Series championship, or is that indeed the case?
Well, it was certainly a call that will probably be replayed more frequently, Dan, than any others. I don't think it's all that great of a call. I am pleased that it came out smoothly, and I did describe the play. It was a bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it and throw to Rizzo. So I feel like I was true to the radio audience, and I didn't get too excited. My voice was under control, so I'm pleased with that. I don't think it's anything really all that great, but
it was a Hall of Fame call.
Well, that was Ron Coomer.
I know.
Who was not correcting me, and we welcome all input from Ronnie at all times. But no, it was fun, and you know what I tell people? I tell people it was the call of a lifetime. But I hope we get a chance to do it at least one more time, maybe 2 or 3. That would be fine with me.
It does make me want to ask, though, Pat, what is a call that you've had that sticks out to you as one that you're really proud of?
Well, I've been lucky with the Cubs. We've called pennant winners, for example, the 2016 NLCS game at Wrigley, where the double play against the Dodgers allowed the Cubs to win the pennant. That was a cool moment, and that one came out well. And there were a couple of other things that I was proud of that really had nothing to do with a play. It was just something that came to mind at the moment. I remember when the Cubs were playing the Cardinals in 2015 at Wrigley, and the fans are almost in tears with emotion because here the Cubs are going to beat the Cardinals at Wrigley in a playoff series. It was unbelievable. This is the year before they won the World Series. And I think I said something like, I wish all of you could be right here at this moment. It's an unbelievable atmosphere at Wrigley Field. So that was one that I was, kind of happy about. And then in Game 7 of the World Series, before the final out, I think I said something like, Cub fans, you are going to remember where you are right now for the rest of your lives. And that was just something that occurred to me. I always try to keep the fans in mind. The broadcast is never about me. It's about, the audience and making sure they know what's going on, and you deliver it to them in the quickest and clearest manner possible. But I don't sit around and think about, my calls or this one or that one. And I'm just pleased that I've had the opportunity to call some pretty high-profile moments.
I think it's nice, and I would want you to know how recognized it is in the conversation as I'm following on Twitter, and the baseball Twitter understands that as special as this award is to you, it's so appreciated that you didn't politic for it. That there have been many legendary broadcasters who have always found a way to have it weave its way in, or the idea of it. You, at no point in this did you ever engage in sort of any kind of marketing campaign, even a quiet one, a stealth one, that you just did your job until it was recognized at this level. And it really does seem that people across baseball and veteran observers of baseball really know and appreciate that.
Dan, that's very nice of you to say that, but that's really just who I am. I just show up ready to work every day. We show up. I work with Ron Coomer. He does an unbelievable job of color, and he's always fully prepared, too. So I sometimes feel like I have to work hard just to keep up with Coombs. Zach Zaidman is a great third man who is very much in touch with what we are saying, and he chimes in periodically and does one inning of play-by-play every day. So it's a fun broadcast. We laugh every day. Sometimes we laugh probably a little bit more than we should. But my feeling is that it's a fun place to be. A baseball park has always been a fun place for me to be, whether it was playing in Little League, Pony League, Colt League, high school, whatever, or going to Candlestick Park as a kid and watching the Giants play the Cardinals or Dodgers or Pirates or whomever, or the Cubs. It's always been a fun place to be. And I still have a feeling of joy when I'm at the ballpark. And when the game starts, it is so easy to make mistakes that you really have to bear down. And the only people who think that what we do is easy would be people who have never tried to do it. That's all I would have to say.
I think that's excellent advice. And I also think about how long you've spent your career since 1996 with the Cubs and the broadcast. And we talk about the memorable moments in the season that occurred in 2016, the playoff runs leading up to it. But obviously, a lot of ups and downs with the team. Watching the agony of defeat and playoff runs previous to this, being a part of that. Do you think about that at all when you try to put your career together and all the moments that you've called that at this point, more than 20 years of fans have gotten to listen?
Well, Layla, I'll tell you what, I think as you were saying that, I was thinking about, you're right, good games, bad games, good seasons, bad seasons as well. Harry Carey, I worked with Harry for the last 2 years of his life, and he gave me a great piece of advice. We had a rough year, his final season, which was 1997, started off 0-14. So by the middle of April, you know your season is done. You cannot win a pennant in April, but you can sure lose one. So Harry told me, he said, Pat, we don't just sign up for the good games and the good seasons. When you're a baseball announcer, you sign up for everything. And Ron Coomer's in my living room right now nodding his head. We talk about that. It's true even as a ball player. You want to be on a championship team. That's a given. Everyone wants to play in the World Series. There are 30 teams. Only 2 of the 30 are going to be in the Fall Classic. The other 28, in fact, the 29 will finish the season with an element of disappointment. There's only one champion and one purely happy team and broadcast team every single year. So I don't worry about the losing. I want them to win, but I'm in the passenger seat of life as a baseball announcer. You don't dictate which road you take. You hope it's an exciting journey full of ninth-inning comebacks and rallies and big wins against the Cardinals in August at Wrigley, and you hope it's full of all of those things and division titles, but not every season will be. But you hope for the best, prepare for the worst, and try to be ready for anything.
We're talking with Ford C. Frick Award winner Pat Hughes. He is going to be part of the broadcaster wing of the Baseball Hall of Fame. And it's as you talk, I'm still mindful of the role that Wrigley Field itself plays in the emotions for which you serve as a conduit and have served as a conduit. Your current White Sox counterpart and former television Cubs counterpart, Len Casper, so aptly described Wrigley Field as an amplifier of emotions, either positively or negatively. No matter what time of year, no matter how big the crowd, wins feel bigger and losses hurt more. Do you feel that? And do you feel that your call embodies and transmits that?
I would say to a degree, certainly, Dan, and that's an insightful comment by you and Len. As you were saying that, I was thinking back to a game this past year. I believe, and I could have some of the numbers wrong, it was in May or June. The Cubs are playing Atlanta, a series at Wrigley. It's a Friday afternoon game. The Cubs had lost about 9 games in a row. Things were bleak and not looking real good. But now the Cubs are playing Atlanta, a first-place team, and the defending world champions of a year ago. And it's an exciting game. Christopher Morel gets on base. He scores on a short sacrifice fly in the bottom of the 8th inning for the game's only run. And you would have thought the Cubs had clinched the pennant by the reaction of the audience. Again, this is a team, the Cubs, trying to snap a 9-game losing streak going nowhere. But that moment, and I don't know if the word is existential, but it was that single moment that was all that mattered. And I think, that living in the moment phrase might be a bit overused in society, but at Wrigley Field, it really does truly apply every single day.
Pat Hughes, I know you have many responsibilities today and all enjoyable ones. Thank you for taking so much time with us, and congratulations again.
Happy to do it, Dan. Thanks, Layla. You guys have a good day, okay?
Pat, congratulations. This is wonderful news.
Thank you. I'm so pleased and so proud, and it sounds like I'm talking about somebody else.
Indeed, you're not.
If you need to practice a speech, we're here. Just call us anytime.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Pat. That's Pat Hughes, the winner of the Ford C. Frick Award. And as we're hearing him and his dulcet tones, we are learning that the Cardinals and Wilson Contreras, per John Heyman, or Wilson Contreras, are close on a 5-year deal. So it's not official yet, but they are getting some of the terms narrowed down, and it looks like where we stand right now is it'll be Yan Gomes and somebody else for the Cubs.
I think we should have asked for Pat's free agent demands because we can't let the Hall of Famer down.
We're going to continue talking baseball and get the latest on all of these transactions that are occurring. The Cubs have 2 new players. It looks like Contreras is going to the Cardinals. The White Sox are still a team that exists in Major League Baseball. And Russ Dorsey is going to join us next from the winter meetings. It's the Bernstein and Holmes show with Layla Rahimi in on the score.
Congratulations to legendary Cubs radio voice and the Score's own Pat Hughes, who will now be inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame as the 2023 Ford C. Frick Award winner, the most prestigious award in baseball broadcasting.
He's got a chance! Grand slam! Grand slam, Miguel Montero!
Congratulations to our own Pat Hughes.
One year, Bob called in to talk about his New Year's celebration.
It's pretty good.
All right, but you had there's like a New Year's party where you are?
Yeah, I went to a New Year's Eve party. I kept my horn and that. So I won a scarf the other day, New Year's Eve, because we had a party. You had to guess Muhammad Ali's birthday. So.
And you won a scarf?
Huh?
You said you...
He was born 1942 the year.
All right, you still have your New Year's Eve horn?
Mm-hmm.
Can we hear it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Did you know Benjamin Franklin was born, I think it was July 17th of January in 1770, not 1775, that was too close to when they wrote this.
Yeah, he'd be very young.
I think it was 1700, maybe closer to 1796 or something. Well, anyway.
Okay. Do you still have the horn?
Yeah, Elvis is coming up next Wednesday.
Yes, he is.
His birthday.
Yeah, I want to hear the New Year's horn. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Huh?
Let's hear it.
What, Elvis?
The horn.
Porn?
Not porn.
Your New Year's Eve horn left, Bob?
Yeah.
Is it in the room with you?
Yeah.
Can you blow it for us? If you pardon the expression.
Oh, I got Mo, Larry, Curly Cheese.
That's not it.
You put the chair back.
That's just not it.
All right, Bob. I hope you have a fabulous New Year. And
yeah.
Okay.
Sound like you had fun.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that. Yeah, we just kind of, it was always just sort of not quite hooking up right. And I know we always get a kick out of the Ron G stuff, so let's revisit.
I was wondering about Jamarja. He was, last I heard, he was supposed to go to the Marlins. He didn't go anywhere yet, huh?
No, not yet.
That's a lack of trying.
Maybe middle of the season by the trade deadline they'll move him.
Well, put Chris on for a minute.
Chris?
Is Chris busy?
Chris Ranji?
I want to wish Chris a Happy New Year.
No, he's not busy. He's right here. Chris Ranji is available.
Oh,
Hi, Bob.
Too busy?
There he is.
I'm never too busy for you. How are you?
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Same to you.
How do the White Sox look for this coming year?
Oh, you don't want to know. You don't want to know, Bob.
No?
No, you don't want to know.
No?
I'll tell you in 2 months.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Happy New Year.
Same to you. Love you.
We hung up Ranji Bob.
Sorry, guys.
Well, you're coming. I don't feel bad now.
Sorry about that.
Because he did not pay a lick of attention to Bernstein, which is fine. Not a lick of attention in that entire call. And then he pretty much just missed you. He wanted to say hi and then just goodbye. I'm gone.
And these calls happen in the middle of anything.
I do have a problem, though, with base runners. I have an instinctive reaction to what is happening to their lives on the base paths. You know what I mean?
I want to hear it. So let's hear Spiegs kill somebody.
A swing and a miss. Ortega is running, and he is dead. Out at second easily on what probably was a hit and run.
Wow.
Yeah, I killed him.
Man.
He died out there.
Did you notice it right when you said it?
As soon as I said it.
Amazing.
Ortega is running, and he is dead. Yep.
All right, so Speaks.
I did it again.
Can I point something out here, though?
Sure.
A growth in this moment. You know, they preach in play-by-play, don't talk about what's going to happen, talk about what's happening. The first time you said he's going to be dead.
It's true.
This time
he's going to be dead.
He is dead.
Right, yeah, it's
so
true.
you grew
In
on
spring,
Saturday.
thank you very much. In spring training a couple years ago, I said that somebody was going to be dead when, in fact, he was actually dead.
Still accurate.
Yeah.
Right.
But you're right, present tense.
Right.
Want to exist in the present tense.
But
and he's going to be dead.
The mechanics of a play-by-play call, you grew.
That is true.
I'll take that.
You killed someone in a more efficient, correct manner.
So Ortega is running, and he is dead. He's just a difficult guy to execute.
Oh, wow.
That's editing.
He just won't die.
It's the magic of an editor right there.
It's a difficult guy to execute.
But I didn't think about it before. What am I going to do if he gets caught stealing? What are the words I'm going to use? Apparently, that's the word I'm going to use.
I mean, well,
it's what it felt like.
Do you need to... But you don't think of every word that you're going to use on a liner or a ball in the gap or whatever. So, yeah, you should just not make stealing bases life or death in your head.
But it is, Danny. It's so important, man.
Very serious stuff.
So Ortega is running, and he is dead. Yeah.
Texas says, I thought it was made up or a bit when I heard it live. No, he just did it again.
Yeah, and I did it again.
Russell Dorsey, national MLB insider for Bally Sports and Stadium.
President Jed Hoyer always talks about, who's going to be a part of that next great Cubs team. They think Seiya Suzuki is going to be a big part of that.
A guy who is really turned into a stud and could likely be an MVP candidate, Luis Robert, has all the tools, the power, the speed.
Host of The Rally on Bally Sports.
If you could ban something from sports for 10 years, what would it be?
I'm going to say the wave. It's a bit too much.
Analyst for Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV+. Co-host of the Sports Adjacent podcast.
I don't let it get to that point where I have 1,000 unread emails.
I have 277 right now.
You have bodies in your house, bro.
Russell Dorsey.
What's up, Russ?
With Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi on 670 The Score.
Russ Dorsey's been covering it all, and he's got thoughts on things. Russ Dorsey's on Twitter at Russ_Dorsey1, MLB insider for Bally Sports and Stadium, Friday Night Baseball, Apple TV Plus analyst. Joins us in the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What's happening, Russ? Fun times out there.
No, it's a good time out here in San Diego. There's things happening. There's guys getting signed. It is an exciting time here at day 3 of the winter meetings.
Well, let's start with the 2 Cubs that have been signed. Both, I think, are high floor, low risk, reasonable signings. Cody Bellinger on a 1-year deal in center field, and on the multi-year deal for Jameson Taillon to slide right into the middle of their rotation.
Yeah, I think let's start with Taillon, because that's the one I think, especially what you mentioned there, high floor type of guy, a guy who's going to pitch in the mid 3s, where you can know every 5 days you know what you're going to get from him, and really figured some things out last year in New York. And so he's going to be, that 2-3 guy for the Cubs as they go forward here and just go through this process of adding more talent to a what was a barren roster maybe 12 to 15 months ago. And then on the other side, a guy in Cody Bellinger, who a lot of teams out there were after. I understand from a standpoint of guy's 27 years old. He was an MVP in 2019. I think for me, $17.5 million, it's a lot of money to spend on a reclamation project. But I can understand from the standpoint of if you do unlock something, you have a guy who has shown he can be a superstar talent at the big league level. I'm more of a, hey, what have you done for me lately? And over the last 2 years, he's been a below league average player. So listen, I get what, for a team like the Cubs, who are still in that, you need to hit on some things, you need some lottery tickets to come through for you. I can understand them making that move.
I do think it just indicates that everything is pointing toward them trying to get a shortstop. I understand that Xander Bogaerts right now might be what's holding up everything else now that we've seen Aaron Judge move. What do you think of the Cubs pattern? And then also just, we talk about players setting the markets when it comes to the hot stove, and I feel like Bogaerts might be that person right now.
I think after Turner, we've seen the market move very quickly. I think maybe from noon yesterday to now, markets moved really fast. And especially in the shortstop market, after Turner got 11 for 300. And I think everybody knows that Correa will likely, be the last domino to fall from that and get the biggest total value. I think when you think about a guy like a Dansby Swanson, we were talking about high floor guys with Tyone, with Bellinger. I think you get a similar thing with Dansby Swanson to me, where it's like, okay, he might not have the ceiling of being an MVP, but his floor is going to be a guy who's going to be one of the best defensive shortstops in baseball every year. It's going to be hovering around 815, 820 OPS. And a guy who's really added power over the last couple of years. I believe 52 homers over the last 2 seasons. So that's a guy that is definitely in conversations with the Cubs, and that's something that they want to do, obviously, in the conversation with Bogaerts as well. But if they could land one of those shortstops, you could go home from San Diego feeling really good about what you accomplished here over those 3 days.
Seeing the news now, Wilson Contreras, 5 years, $87.5 million deal with the Cardinals. Ken Rosenthal is on that information. And I just find it a little, I don't know if ironic would be the term, that just when the Cubs decide they would rather go defense, receiving, framing, pitcher friendly at the catcher position, the very team that's had that for 20 years is going for the stick instead.
Yeah, I think a couple of things that I've known from some reporting, I think it was very appealing to Wilson to stick it to the Cubs a little bit and signing in St. Louis. And that's a guy that we've known for a long time is very emotional. And so the ability to see the team that got you to the big leagues and that you played and won the World Series with, you're going to see them 16 times. That's something that appealed to Wilson as well. But yeah, they're going offense, and you look at the Cardinals as a team, that's really not them. Like, they have a lot of boppers, a lot of star offensive players, but those guys are really good defensively too. Goldschmidt, Arenado, Tommy Edman, and they could also be in that shortstop market. And so if they get a guy like a Dansby Swanson, that's a really, really good defensive infield. So yeah, they're opting for offense. I would imagine that they are looking at defensive catchers as well. I think that's something that I've heard a lot over the last couple of days. For whatever team signed Wilson, they would try to get a defensive-minded guy to go along with him.
I think it says a lot about the teams also. We mentioned the Cardinals and the position they're in, but I think they think they're close to being serious playoff contenders, or at least a presence there. And then the other team that reportedly had a multi-year offer to Contreras is the Astros. We saw Dusty Baker speak because the Astros don't have a GM. To see those two teams value him, I think, is very significant as well, because these are teams that are not any part of any sort of rebuild, and he sat through that a bit here the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think with Wilson especially, I think people always knew throughout this process the offensive talent that he is and can be when healthy. I think what the Cardinals will have to figure out now is, how do you maximize Wilson Contreras? How do you keep him healthy? How do you save his legs? Because over the last couple of seasons, so we've seen a lot of those lower extremity injuries where it's like, okay, we have a a catcher aging into his 30s. Let's get him a day off of his feet. Let's DH him. Let's play him at first base. Let's play him in left, just to save him from that grind of catching as many games as he has. And obviously, he loves catching. That's what he's become over the years since transitioning from third base. But as you go into that later stage, and he's even talked about it here in Chicago over the last couple of years, like, hey, I do want to save my legs and keep myself healthy. So I think the bat is the thing that teams were looking at here. It's like, okay, we got the bat in the lineup. We can figure the rest out later.
I know you're aware of the blockbuster story on Insider using the data from our friend of the show, Dr. Meredith Wills, the astrophysicist, who got over 200 baseballs from games last year to determine there were 3 baseballs in play. The one termed the Goldilocks ball was special occasion baseballs, postseason baseball, and Yankees games. Now, I know there will be and should be some peer review here as scientists will maybe pick apart the data, the methodology, et cetera. But it's still pretty damning. And I wonder if Aaron Judge wasn't thinking that when he re-signed with the Yankees. And it's frankly making me look at all the home runs that Tyone gave up there and thinking, all right, maybe not so bad. Maybe that's a bounce back chance here.
Yeah, I think one shout out to my guy Bradford for that's a very, you talk about investigative journalism. Yep. and doing it at its finest. It's that. And so for kids out there that want to get into this business and want to get into investigative reporting, that's what that is. Like I've been with him over the last couple of months. He's been putting that story together, and it's painstaking, right? Like you're doing a lot and writing a lot and trying to make sure you're accurate and building sources to help you with these things, and have people risking jobs and things like that. So shout out to Bradford. But I think when it comes to the 3 different baseballs, it's actually pretty interesting. The commissioner was talking to BBWA an hour before the story came out, and Bradford asked the commissioner about it, of the possibility of a 3rd ball being out there. And obviously, as you could imagine, Rob Manfred wanted no parts of that question, basically saying, hey, I've said what I was going to say on this matter in the past, and you could, go find that. But yeah, I'm interested now that reporting is out there, what we see in 2023, right? Like, do we have that, what they called or referred to as the Goldilocks ball in 30 ballparks? But the consistency, it's the thing we talked about from the right out of spring training to the end of the season. And now there's data out there to back that up.
You wrote an article a couple weeks ago talking about how pivotal this offseason was for the White Sox. I know we're still in the middle of this winter meetings, but after seeing Jose Abreu go and knowing that article that you wrote for Bally for Stadium is top of mind, how do you put what you've seen so far into perspective?
I think I was with Tom Verducci on MLB Network yesterday, and the thing I told him was with the market moving as fast as it has, for a team like the White Sox, like you can't really sit back. Like things are happening, things are moving, and what could end up happening is you're left with tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 free agents when you probably needed to grab a tier 2 guy if the plan was we need guys to bounce back to back of baseball card. So I would imagine this is not what we've seen recently, right? In the last several years of guys signing very quickly, like the market actually moving, not this, slow burn of free agency through January. Like we're seeing activity on the market and have seen that, honestly, since free agency started a couple of weeks ago. But look, they're still in the outfield market. I still think that's the biggest area for them. Andrew Benintendi's still out there. I would imagine that his market heats up with Mitch Haniger signing with the Giants yesterday. But you need 2, right? If your plan is going to be, and we talked about it last week, Dan, Aloy and Grandal rotating as your designated hitters with Vaughn sliding to first base, you got 2 corners that are open.
You mentioned Rob Manfred, and I couldn't believe what he said at his press conference yesterday, considering everything that's going on in baseball right now and all the money that's flying around everywhere. That they've had a terrific season last year. There's labor peace, and then he says, "I think everyone in this room understands we have a level of revenue disparity in this sport that makes it impossible for some of our markets to compete at some of the numbers we've seen, and you know that's not a positive." Well, like, what is he doing? First of all, he's wrong. Any one of these teams can spend the same kind of money. They all have the money. The Pirates, the White Sox, the Cubs, everybody else, the Royals, if they want to, can spend it. And especially coming off of the huge check that Disney just cut everybody, sending every team $30 million of just free money from the sky. Why does he want to do something like that? Why is it in his nature to be such a downer?
Yeah, especially coming off the BAM Tech money. I think that's the one where it's like, hey, I think we all know what's going on here, Rob, and it's not that anybody has empty pockets right now. And you're right. Like, I think what we've seen over the last 72 hours, where you have a team in the Philadelphia Phillies adding a second $300 million contract to their roster. The Yankees shelling out $360 for Aaron Judge, with a team like the Padres, who already have two guys with $300 million contracts and was going to add a fourth at $400 million. There is plenty of money in the sport. And when it comes to the finances, if you're both an owner and a player, you're feeling really good because it's like, okay, Aaron Judge made that. Congrats. Good job. But on the other side, the fact that there are teams that have that to spend tells you where the revenue on the ownership side is in baseball. And so for somebody to, make it seem like it's the haves and the have-nots, it's irresponsible. It's irresponsible.
All right, I have a two-part question. Number one, do you still need Puerto Rico and London recommendations from people? Because this is a radio station, a lot of people have been some places.
Y'all got all that Lawrence Holmes money. I know he likes to pin that on me. So yes, I think yes, I will gladly take a London, Puerto Rico recommendation.
Okay, I've been to neither place, but at least we have that out there for the people. And then the other question is, way too early, who's your winner of the winter meetings?
Oh man,
it could be a player too, if that makes it easier. But I prefer team.
I'm gonna do one. I'll do one team, one player. I think as a team, the Philadelphia Phillies, coming off of a World Series berth, adding a guy like a Trey Turner who's a dynamic talent, and knowing that, hey, at the All-Star break, you're going to have a healthy Bryce Harper who could be back in right field by the end of the season. You slot Turner in the short, you move Bryson Stott to second base. You have Kyle Schwarber, who just led the league in homers. You're expecting to get a better version of Nick Castellanos this year than you saw last year. And you just add Taijuan Walker. And from sources last night, they were trying to decide between Walker and Taillon. They ended up going with Walker, which opened up the door for the Cubs to get Taillon. But like they said, look, we got to a World Series and we don't want to wait another 10 years to get back. So you got to respect Dave Dombrowski and Sam Folds for, putting their money where their mouth is, literally. And then as a player, I think Aaron Judge, it's the culmination of the perfect year for that guy. And to cap it off by having him stay in New York long term after betting on yourself. Like, I know a couple years ago, everybody out there in Chicago knows the Jimmy Butler situation. He goes, bets on himself, gets paid. Like, this is the best bet on yourself season we've ever seen. And so I think that's pretty awesome.
I feel like that was a good answer.
Yeah, no, that is I think it's a sensible way of contextualizing it.
I joked last night that the Phillies were on pace to have a 200-man roster. I feel like that's still the case.
Yeah, listen, we still got one more day to go at the winter meetings. Like, you never know. We get to 300.
Yeah, they're on it.
Well, when does the shortstop chain reaction start?
I would imagine my gut tells me end of day. And if not end of day, in the days to come. Like, I don't think this is something that is for much longer. We just see guys sitting on their hands. I think guys see the money that's moving out there and know that teams want to spend it and they want to get out of the market. So I would imagine by the end of the day, we see some movement, whether that's Dansby Swanson, whether that's Xander Bogaerts. I think one of those two guys.
Here it is. Russ Dorsey. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Russ.
That was Russell Dorsey from the winter meetings. So end of day, maybe we start to see the shortstop market move.
I think that the Xander Bogaerts offer and whatever happened to it was contingent upon where Aaron Judge was going to go, offensively speaking.
I hate to do this, but I'm going to do it because all I wrote down for this next segment that we had planned was Layla has some things to say about the White Sox.
And this is not the same as the thing nobody's talking about.
No, that's different.
The thing nobody's talking about is a later segment.
This is things you have to talk about.
Rick Hahn said some stuff after Jose Abreu walked out of the building that I think needs to be discussed. So we're going to do that amongst ourselves next.
Congratulations to legendary Cubs radio voice, the Score's own Pat Hughes, who will now be inducted in the National Baseball Hall of Fame as the 2023 Fort C.
We have a caller, and I'll introduce him. And then whenever you find anything that this caller says to maybe be objectionable, we want you to just insult them and yell at them and get him off the air as quickly as you can.
All right.
Okay?
All right. I don't know if I can do that as well as my dad because I'm not that mean.
Well, that's fine. It's your first time.
All right.
Now, the caller's name is Tom in Orland Park, but for the purposes of this conversation, it's Bob in Orland Park. Okay? So Bob in Orland Park, you're on the Score.
Yeah, guys, with this Bears getting the number 2 pick, they need to hear me out. They need to keep Justin Fields, but then they need to also get this C.J. Stroud kid, and you load up the quarterback to have 2 of them. You need 2 quarterbacks in the NFL.
No,
so you have Fields.
No, you
and
don't.
Stroud.
No, and first of all, his name is C.J. Stroud. I don't know. It's not like a strudel. It's CJ Stroud. Second of all, I feel like that's implying that you want Justin Fields to be a running back, and they don't need 2 quarterbacks. Actually, Trevor Siemian is a serviceable backup. You don't need 2 quarterbacks. If you trade down 1 and get a bunch of capital, even if you don't, and you get Will Anderson, who is basically Myles Garrett.
Now insult Bob.
Take him.
Insult
Take
him.
Meaner.
Insult him. Say something about his kids.
Don't ever say that again.
There we go.
There we go.
I've never been more nervous seeing that Bears helmet in Lambeau Field. To me, it was, a big game feeling, like a huge game feeling for me. And obviously that's from growing up here in Chicago, but also just the week of practice leading up to it, there was more intensity. It was more tempo in practice. It had a bigger feel to it because it was Bears-Packers.
That's not my favorite story from your Packers days. Lawrence, you've heard him tell this story about when he got locked out of his hotel room.
Yes. That was in Champaign. That was a game in Champaign. And it was Monday Night Football, so I was nervous, and I wet my bed, and I put all my sheets together. And because when you're on the road in the NFL, you can go down to, you're staying like the Ritz and stuff. You just call someone, they fix everything for you. We were staying in a hotel in Rantoul, Illinois. Okay, so we weren't downtown Chicago. And so I had to get rid of it. And Aaron Campman was my roommate, and Campman played for the Packers a long time, played with me at Iowa. I wasn't going to wake him up. So I put a towel on and walked downstairs, and there was no one anywhere. I mean, it was the middle of the night. I mean, it was no one. So I went outside. I was going to throw the sheets in the dumpster, and the door closed behind me. There was no handle on the door. So I'm in the parking lot at 3 a.m. with just a towel on. I walked around to the front, and I walked in. I said, "I'm Matt Bowen. I play for the Green Bay Packers." And the lady at the desk did not believe me. Did not. So I had to call. I had to get a way to find team security to come down to let me back in. I went back in, got cleaned up, and just flipped the mattress over and slept on a mattress. And then I played a football game the next day. Now, look, I didn't play that poorly. I made some plays. I was good on special teams. I had 1 pass interference in the end zone on a throw from Jim Miller. I had 1 pass interference in the end zone that I was beat, so I grabbed the guy. But besides that, I played pretty well. And that was a game we opened up when Favre hit Driver on the deep ball, and things just started rolling really well for us. Yeah, that was an interesting trip to Champaign. A lot different than this past weekend, I'll tell you that.
I'm Matt Bowen. I play for the Packers. I don't. No, you're not.
No, you're not. No, you don't.
And I don't care. You're frightening me. Matt Bowen, thanks. This is great.
go as opposed to free agency over the coming months.
That's cold.
There was a perfect chance for a spit take for you right there, by the way.
I know.
An
Here I am
absolute
eating this.
vaudeville Danny Thomas spit take right there.
I know, 'cause
you
I'm
could have
eating-
shot that thing halfway across the studio.
That's what she said. There's this Vital Proteins bar. I'm eating this protein bar, and then I heard Rick Hahn say the things, and then Mike Rankin plays Deja Vu by Olivia Rodrigo. And now I'm just mad all over again. Okay. I'm going to whiteboard this. Let's do the thing where we start at the end and then go backwards.
Ooh, like a Christopher Nolan movie.
Yeah, or that Seinfeld episode. You know, the one that ends at the start and starts at the end?
That's how they wrote all of them.
But the deliberate one.
Yeah.
Jose Abreu leaves the building, goes to Houston, gets a 3-year deal. Has only had one season in his career where he had a sub-800 OPS. The man has been nothing but consistent for you. We don't deserve him. Clearly, that's why he left. So here's what Rick Hahn had to say about it.
You know me, I don't want to talk about negotiations or offers, or we only talk about deals that happen. Intellectually, I knew this day was possible. Objectively, it certainly makes sense for two different organizations, given their respective needs and fits and roster, who's available on their roster, to value, make contract offers that are different. And so it's a reality that objectively two different places can land, two different teams can land in two different places when it comes to a player. So certainly I'm seen enough of this over the years to know that it was intellectually possible, but I also understand from it's the fan standpoint in me, it's a shock to the system. It's lousy. It might make all the sense in the world objectively, but it's still a shock to the system. You get that. You feel that. I'd be in the wrong line of work if I didn't feel that.
Okay, I get that. I do. But here's the thing. The White Sox fan base knew this was coming. And you do talk about deals that almost don't happen. Do I need to remind you of Shohei Ohtani or Manny Machado right now? That's just two off the top of my head where they openly spoke about those situations. When it comes to Rick Hahn saying this, we know why he painted himself into this corner.
You're the whole team of first basemen.
That's it. I'm using team. He is metonymy here more so than he represents the team. I don't know who's making what decision. We've talked about that a lot on this show.
Oh, metonymy.
Yeah, occasionally I'll bust out a word that you like, and then occasionally I'll say catty corner and think everybody else is wrong.
I like that. That's all. Or you didn't use synecdoche either.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yep, that's somewhere annotated in a book, probably a Bronte novel. Going back to this, what do you mean you're surprised? Nobody's surprised. Fans are not surprised. This is not a shock to the system. Yeah, it's upsetting to see him go because of what he's meant to the team. And frankly, how he's been there when nobody else has a lot of the time. But you got here because of decisions you made leading up to this. I'm going to Monday morning quarterback, and I typically don't do it this badly when it comes to working backwards with trades. And I've even understood the James Shields Fernando Tatis trade at the time, because I'll still argue that James Shields gave you 200 innings his last season with the Sox. And nobody's doing that anymore. Not even the guy we want to in Lance Lynn. You got here because of your position redundancy, which is something that we raked Ryan Pace over the coals for. How many times? And I kept thinking, what was the feeling here when he said that? And I kept thinking about the Bears releasing Kyle Fuller and how you painted yourself into this corner where you're having to let people who still are the perfect fit for your organization go because you didn't do the things leading up to get there.
And that's with the excuse of a salary cap.
Yes. The other thing is how timing plays out. And I learned so much listening to Michael Lombardi when he talks about the backstops you have to build in for yourself as a general manager to prevent these things from having such a big blow. Abreu is the one who taught me that your slumps, if you're a good veteran, are not as big and they're not as long. He shortens his slumps. The dips aren't the curved bottom is not as deep. And that's the way it should be when you're building a team. Timing and injuries should not be as deep of a factor as it was for any team. You have to build in other things. Look at the Astros and Trey Mancini. They got Trey Mancini because they didn't know what was going to happen to Michael Brantley. That's how you make a blow feel less bad. So when you work backwards, you think about the tradable prospects that they had in the system. and the redundancies that they addressed with more of the same position and how that painted them into this corner. Think about the Craig Kimbrell trade. That's not his fault it didn't work. But two very tradable prospects that I argue would have been ideal in a trade for starting pitching with the Oakland A's, for example. And I'm not saying anybody has a crystal ball. Those two prospects that were, big league players that were traded for Craig Kimbrell, where Kimbrell was misused, end up on a different team. That's volume right there. Think about the Cesar Hernandez deal and how years of control with Connor Pilkington has provided Cleveland with more value now. Because you didn't address the need at second base. You didn't address the need in right field, and then you had to trade Craig Kimbrell for a guy who didn't even want to be here. He exercised his option in A.J. Pollock to not stay. So now you're stuck in the same spot. So I think it's real interesting that this was discussed in the way it was, when you can look back at several recent transactions that very much got them here, and then how they didn't want to address them in prior off seasons. Did this get magnified with Josh Bell deciding to sign over the last couple of days too? Yes. They don't need him either. Now, do they?
They'll find a way to make him useful. I'm absolutely certain of that. There's a couple things that stand out here that I think need to be said. One is, while I agree with you about how maddening some of Rick Hahn's fatalism can be, where the attitude for the White Sox has just sort of been things swirl around them, and there is an agency where GM can say, look, I'm the general manager of the team, and I'm going to go get players and make the team better and do this and do this and do this. For whatever reason, even though he's seemingly back in charge, that he had his little sort of spasm of what is it, usurpation, where he just took it all over and did the La Russa thing.
It's the second act of a 3-act movie, apparently.
But now
that was The Empire Strikes Back.
But now it's Rick's show, and Rick's got it. I don't know if it's usurpment or usurpation. I apologize.
Where are the Ewoks in this?
Willow was back. Warwick Davis, who played Wicket, is now back as Willow, right? And he's like 70 years old, and he's playing Willow again now in a TV series.
I got a lot of catching
Neither
up
here
to
nor
do.
there. The fatalism of the White Sox is obvious, and it can be maddening that things happen so passively, and then other things will happen to and for them. But Rick is in a no-win situation.
Yeah, that's it.
Because if he says, and it's some by his doing and some not, and if Rick were to say, it's a tough business and we got to make tough moves, then people are going to say, oh, wait a second, man, it hurts to lose Jose. You don't understand. It's Jose Abreu. It hurts. But then when he says, hey, I get it. I'm a fan too. I see it through a fan's eyes. It really hurts. Then that bothers you too. He's like, well, then figure out something different to do. You're the general manager. So either way, he's gonna get destroyed by somebody who's unhappy with how that comes out of his mouth. However, what if they're right about Andrew Vaughn's development having the defensive headwinds really buffet his growth? The fact that where they say putting him out there, the fact that he bit the bullet and played a position that he doesn't play because he had to and they wanted him to, and their theory is that hurt his offense.
I would agree.
That's what they're telling people. What if they're right?
I would agree with that, but the old baseball adage is your defense shouldn't affect your offense.
I understand that too. But
additionally, they put him in that situation because they didn't want to address things when they had the money and the time. And now you're having to talk about trading one of your biggest free agent signings ever? Like, that's the discussion?
But what if they're right? What if Andrew Vaughn has an 850 OPS next year and a WRC plus of 135?
Then you should have done this earlier, just like everybody said you should have.
And then where would Abreu have been?
I was scared to death that this window is closing, and you guys know it. I've got a quote on Twitch, and I'm sorry I haven't been on there today. What's up, y'all? You know where I'm going with this, though. And it's that there's got to be backstops built in to where the bad things aren't as bad for you. I can't do that in life, but I can try to whiteboard it in baseball.
Yeah, the White Sox have sort of made it so their good moves are less good and their bad moves are more bad.
Josh Harrison, Adam Eaton, Nomar Mazara, it's not good enough. it leads to these decisions that have to be made because over time, I know the Tony La Russa effect has something to do with it, but positions of need were not addressed. They were just kind of passively addressed, and it resulted in failure ultimately.
And that made the injuries even more magnified because you absolutely needed those people to perform. And now we're hearing this. Whenever I hear we've got to get the most out of our players, you know who I'm thinking about. I really think they're talking to Yohan Moncada.
Wait, Warwick Davis is younger than I am? That's impossible. No way.
How old? I thought you were 51.
He's 50. I'm 50. What am I? I'm 50. I was born in 69. How old am I? June of 69. So in June of 2023. So I'm 53.
Yes.
So he's younger than I am. What the hell?
The cocoon line is 50,
There's
correct?
no way that's possible.
Fine.
How old was he in Empire Strikes Back? That's not okay.
Don't you talk about that era?
Not Empire Strikes Back. That was Return of the Jedi.
Don't you talk about that era where like teenagers looked like they were 35 and everybody just really wanted to look older for some reason?
You ever look at your parents' high school yearbook?
My mom looks younger than me now.
But
she has lace gray hair than I do.
It's the hairdos. Like go and look at like my parents' high school year. My dad's got 1961, and everybody they're all 18. They all look like they're in their 40s. It's weird.
None of this is making me happy.
It's weird. I don't know because they like wanted to look older, and now you got people who are 60 who are showing up in my Yahoo algorithm.
Okay, so TLDR, essentially, I understand that Rick Hahn has to say this stuff. However, you kind of got yourself here. It didn't have to be like this.
Nothing with the
now
White Sox. Nothing ever
DH
has to.
First baseman.
Well, they got Eloy. They've got Vaughn. They've got Grandal.
Sheets.
They have Sheets.
Berger.
Okay, I didn't really count Berger, but
No, Leonard, when you count, when you start counting.
Berger, Jimenez, Vaughn, Grandal, Sheets.
How many is that?
Too many.
Berger, Sheets, Grandal, Jimenez.
They've got a starting rotation of first baseman DHs. That's it's not great.
I get it. We all get it. I appreciate acknowledgement.
Let's do a little Bears.
But this ain't it.
When we come back, I've got a Bears thing. I've got good Bears stuff, and I know you've got Bears thoughts too.
I have some Bears positivity outside of Justin Fields.
I have Bears positivity regarding Justin Fields. It's some advanced numbers that'll make your jaw drop. Ready for that?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna leave the segment on it.
The Score's very own Pat Hughes, legendary voice of the Cubs radio broadcast team, has just been named the 2023 Ford C. Frick Award winner, the highest award a broadcaster can receive in Major League Baseball, entitling him entry into the National Baseball Hall.
Rick was talking yesterday like he doesn't have control of this. And if money was not an issue, as Rick said, these are his words. If money wasn't an issue, then it's you. Then it's you. So don't come out here with an angry face and tell me that everyone's so upset that we didn't get this done. I haven't slept and I'm in a crap mood. You know who else hasn't slept and is in a crap mood? Everyone that's watched your... I almost cursed, Rick. Your damn team. And then you sit up there and act like you don't have any control over it.
Well,
that everything is just happening around you. And if that was the job that you signed up for, then you should have taken my advice 2 years ago and quit. Otherwise, quit your bitching and do your job. As angry as I am at Rick, I do feel like he's a man with integrity. And I don't want to think that he's out here just like, screw it, we'll punt the 2022 season. From the man that I know, I can't imagine that that's his approach to this season. I can't imagine that he would say, screw it, we're just going to let this thing burn.
Yeah, but when he says that everybody, every organization, every aspect of the organization deserves blame, they're coming for him.
They are.
Because they already cut his nuts off.
They are.
And if, in fact, if this thing ends up being where it could be, now they could win the division and lose in the play. They're not winning the World Series. We know that. And however the end game works out with this, if there's going to be accountability, It's not going to be equal. It's not going to be shared. There's never going to be anything put on Tony La Russa.
And it's
Ever.
out there, Dan. It's out there. The way that this team sometimes gets talked about, the way that this is gonna, if it ends up, if it doesn't turn out the way that Rick wants it to turn, if his players don't come through, I give him credit for you know what? I believe in these guys. I want these guys to come through. But if they don't come through for him, there's already been a breadcrumb of you're at fault. You're the general manager of the White Sox. Act like it.
course, the stats are going to show that, but I felt really comfortable out there, in the passing game, and just going to keep improving and keep getting better.
That's Justin Fields doing some pretty amazing things right now, and that's what we have as Bears fans. And you know what? That's the thing you want if you could have one thing.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. The other
It really does
quarterback.
work for everything. Well, I do also think that the offensive line deserves some credit for the game.
Yeah, in general.
Are you kidding? They didn't give up a sack.
In general, and the run
This
blocking.
offensive line didn't give up a sack.
They've been good. And I think they need to improve. I think there can be upgrades across the board.
We're going to compare them to themselves right now. We're going to set that low bar. And that bar is, congratulations, offensive line. You didn't give up a sack. And you seem to have figured out the edge rusher thing. And I think Alex Leatherwood did okay in his 10 snaps. I still don't like this whole rotating dudes thing, but that's we can talk about that at a later time in the segment.
Rotating dudes, a look on the bright side, a called up and sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Overspeed.
again, life metaphors, not usually my way to go. However, I say in this case, if you're trying to figure out who you can play where and it's working, at least everybody clamoring to see him on the field, things look good for starters. And I think they've built some good blocking protection for Justin Fields, which is something I don't feel comfortable saying because I don't think I've said it in a long time.
Someone's asking where does that happy holidays thing come from? Just real quick, it's one of the great score moments of all time.
Number 89!
No, it
It's
was.
joy.
I don't remember what year it was, but it's when North and Jiggets were still doing the Ditka show live at Carlucci in Rosemont, and they would have their hour with Ditka, and it was the holiday season. And Ditka, I would say conservatively, at least an entire bottle of Pinot Grigio. At least a bottle. Why? Yeah, that was his drink of choice at Carlucci. He loved the Pinot Grigio, and he's a bottle in. And he just started, like other people would be talking, and Ditka was resting with his chin in his hand and his elbow on the table. And the mic was on, and other people would be talking, and then you just hear Ditka go, "Happy holidays." He was just kind of Christmas drunk, and it was it was fun, and it was great.
I love that. I love that joy.
Happy holidays. He was enjoying himself. He was happy. So check out these numbers. This is from Next Gen Stats. They send out a rundown every week of cool stuff.
I got a beef with them because we have a mileage discrepancy.
What does that mean?
Justin Fields on his touchdown run. NBC Sports Chicago had him at 21.6.
They have him at 20.15.
Yup, that's a discrepancy.
All right. Well, I don't want to get involved in the crossfire here. I'm just giving you what they sent me. I'm not taking sides.
Maybe we got that combine gun on him where everybody runs like a 3.3 or in the 40 now. But I don't care. I'm going with my people.
Justin Fields reached a top speed of 20.15 miles per hour on his 55-yard touchdown run. His 8th carry over 20 miles per hour this season. Fields now has more 20-plus mile per hour carries in 2022 than any player has had in a season since 2018. Notice I didn't say any quarterback. Any player.
Who did it in 2018?
They don't say, but that's his 8th carry. He has more 20-plus this year than any player has had in a season in 4 years. He gained plus 52 rushing yards over expectation on the play, most of any ball carrier in Week 13, the 19th most on a single play this season. Fields now has 3 of the top 20 rushing yards over expectation figures on a single play this year, the most appearances in the top 20 of any player. He also, he's a running back, what about the passing? He also set numerous passing highs in Week 13.
Yes, he did.
9.8 air yards per completion, second highest, 254 yards, and his 11.7% completed passes over expectation, 4th highest. There.
Probably his best game as a passer as well.
Yes. I think it was arguably his best game.
And I'm not mad at Adam Haugh. But I was thinking about this for a couple days. You know how I said to him, hey, like, why are they not targeting the receivers more? I understand a lot of this is RPO, but I still feel like there could be more done in that department, especially since they're rotating a lot of dudes there too. And then he said, well, they're not getting a lot of separation. I'm like, okay, that's a perfectly fine answer. And then I started to think about it. I'm like, wait a second. They got a lot of like big body people. They don't necessarily need separation.
We saw it.
N'Keal Harry's catch is a perfect example of this. He had one catch. 49 yards.
I think it takes time to build that trust, especially
Sure
when
it does.
your trust is betrayed
on
at the end.
interception.
Right.
Yes.
That's a big-bodied receiver. He threw it exactly where it's supposed to go, and this guy's running around, and the other guy picks the ball off because he runs around him.
Hey, that guy and him also connected for 56 prior in the game.
He did. He almost dropped it. If you look closely.
We almost do a lot of things. But you see what I'm trying to say here. It shouldn't be reliant just upon separation. But here's the other thing. I think we're not crediting Fields enough with being hardwired to make the play that hurts the least. And I've said this in so many ways earlier, where I said I think part of the reason he's accused of holding on to the ball too long is because he knows he's the best option to move the chains or the best option to have yardage. When you know that, like, how are you going to assess a play? You're going to trust yourself more. Therefore, you might see that timing play out in the way it's been playing out. Either way, I think he is a guy who, when he says he's not used to losing, he's also not going to throw anybody under the bus. But that also means that you are just going to make the simple decision sometimes of not throwing to the person you don't trust. And in the NFL, we're saying, no, just throw it there anyway. And then you see what happens, and then it's marked as an interception. It's against his record, and he's trying to go down the field and win the game. And then there's all this narrative about the progress that's made. So I feel like that's something that we haven't really been able to quantify.
That's one of those nonlinear developmental pieces that I think just takes time. And building trust with bad wide receivers only goes so far. I care about his relationship with Claypool. I don't care about his relationship with Equanimeous St. Brown.
How do you feel about Claypool so far? Have you seen anything that jumps out to you?
I'm underwhelmed.
I'm starting to get a little concerned simply based on the fact that they gave up a very
Right.
valuable draft pick.
I'm thinking when I watch him try and make it out, 10-yard out, I see him at the line of scrimmage. He's slow on the get off. He's more of a body catcher. He's got a big frame. I'm not seeing a lot of separation either.
Think about it like a GM, though. They potentially gave up a draft pick that's higher than the one that he was drafted at.
Mm-hmm.
That says a lot. And that's what makes me watch this with a little bit of a more critical eye.
I also think it's bird in the hand when it comes to this year's terrible crop of free agents, that maybe they just think they're going to need somebody. And if they thought there was enough value in there, that it's a longer-term play, that maybe they're not expecting him to come in and be an impact player right now, but it's probably better than spending silly money on one of these available
The
names.
Browns got Amari Cooper for a fifth.
That's true.
That's what I'm saying here. Like, did you get rooked by a team who doesn't make trades at the deadline? Brian Gutekunst just throws out, oh, yeah, we're interested. Got to get him.
Maybe.
Got to get him for a higher price. I liked Claypool, though. I just worry about the price attached.
How do we set up this next segment? Because I know on Twitter yesterday you were all excited and you teased everybody by saying you had this big story that nobody's talking about that's going to matter to a lot of people.
They're not. Also, we have a lot of upset people about Wilson Contreras, and I get it. I don't know.
I don't get it. You knew he was good. They didn't negotiate with
We
him.
just talked about Jose Abreu. This is like that.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't negotiate with him. You knew he was leaving.
I mean, sadly, we knew he was leaving a few times, right? The beginning and the middle and the end of the season. But I get it. I get it. And you know, I'm not the GM, so I can actually say I get this. There is something that affects potentially thousands of people that the White Sox have not discussed. And I think it's time to make the demand. That's next.
The Score's very own Pat Hughes, legendary voice of the Cubs radio broadcast team, has just been named the 2023 Ford C. Frick Award winner, the highest honor a broadcaster can receive in Major League Baseball, entitling him entry into the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
Fielded by Baez, throws to first. Cubs win. Jake Arrieta is a 20-game winner.
A A huge congratulations to Pat and his family for this incredible achievement. From all of us at Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's official radio home of the Cubs.
The Chase Claypool trade, I do think, is one that is made out of a little bit of desperation by Ryan Poles. It struck me, we were there in the room when the trade happened.
Yeah.
Second round pick came across. My initial reaction was, wow, that's a lot to give up for a year and a half of Chase Claypool. I think that the move, why it's a little bit made out of desperation, is because you didn't use the second round picks on a receiver, and this year's free agent class is bad at receiver, which you knew at last year's draft. So that was my point. Like, they put themselves into a position of like, okay, well, damn, we need to get Justin a guy,
right? And they also look at their own, yes on all of that, but they also look at Velus Jones. I don't know how much I can trust him and how much he's going to help me.
Not
this
a receiver.
Year. No, doesn't seem like a receiver. Byron Pringle can't get on the field. We'll see now that the 21-day window has started where he could get on the field.
Yeah.
Equinemius St. Brown, real good at blocking.
Yeah.
And good at some other stuff, but not showing you those great hands or great Kuwagi. Dante Pettis, like you're looking at some of your own guys. Tajay Sharp didn't last, is gone. N'Keal Harry's now active. You've been able to take a look at him.
Yeah.
And you realize, oh, yeah, we still very much need a dude.
The best part of it is the untapped potential. Like, he could be awesome. Like, if he, attention to detail, maximum speed, like if he ran the go route hard when he knew it was really designed to just take two defenders with him and open something up for an intermediate cross.
Yeah, you're the assist.
That's not been his MO. But there is no Deontay Johnson. There is no George Pickens. Ben Roethlisberger is gone. Any coach that you've had an issue with is gone. Claypool's an awesome time. He had a 4-touchdown game as a rookie.
your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS with a K, the numeral 4 kids.
Bernstein at Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
Go White Sox.
We have a list of demands here.
I do. I have a reasonable demand. I've been keeping track of this as we recognize still tipping, which I appreciate. I've been keeping track of this, Dan, for the past couple of years to see if the White Sox are going to bring this back. So when I posted this on
Soxfest?
When I posted this on Twitter, I got a couple of funny answers, like Harold saying dozen egg promo night so we can throw them up at the front office suite.
Don't waste eggs.
Dozen egg promo night just sounds funny.
They're so expensive right now.
That's what I said.
They're $5 a dozen.
Yeah, and when you multiply that by 40,000, that's legit money.
No, don't waste eggs. Eggs are valuable now because of bird flu.
Well, eggs are valuable anyway.
They're awesome.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. But when it comes to this, no, that is not what I was referring to. Congratulations to Peter Dwyer, who correctly guessed, bring back Dog Night.
Where did it go?
Exactly. All the other teams have brought it back. I got to see video of this adorable golden retriever fetching a home run ball at a Mets game during the regular season.
They
used to have 2 a season, and they don't have them anymore.
They got rid of Dog
They
Night?
brought everything else back. We had Elvis Night. We even had a new fake mustache night for Dylan Cease. Dylan Cease shaved off his mustache. You're not getting rid of Dylan Cease now, are you? Why'd you get rid of Dog Night?
I didn't even know. I always think back on the old Letterman show when they used to do Dog Night, and that just meant the entire audience was replaced by dogs.
Oh, that sounds adorable.
Is it Dog Night? It's Dog Night. I didn't know they didn't do it.
Yes, they didn't do it this past year. And I looked last year, and they didn't do it last year either. And I've been keeping a keen eye on my favorite Google hit, which is White Sox schedule. And I've been looking at the giveaways and the schedule every single month. There was no Dog Night.
They did that creepy Faith and Family Night.
They did. Bark at the Park was not happening. And I know Brooks Boyer probably has an answer for us. I know you do, Brooks.
Maybe they can combine them. Maybe they could have Dog Faith Night.
I love dogs.
Where it has to be really religiously observant dogs.
No, it doesn't. Dog's name is backwards as God. Problem solved. But for some reason, we haven't had dog. I don't even have a dog.
Do they have
That's
Dollar
not the
Dog
point.
Night? Do they combine it with Dollar Dog Night? It could be like a claiming race. You come in like the ugliest dog, you can take it home for $1.
I just want to see dogs at the ballpark again. What is wrong with this desire? All the other ballparks are doing it.
Could have checked out their roster last year. Oh, even lady.
Hey! But I seriously want to know what happened here. And it affects thousands of people. Thousands of people brought their dogs to the park. And they all get to do a little parade.
Ethan Dog Night?
Faith and Dog Night?
Faith and Dog. As opposed to Ethan Cats, you could have Ethan Dogs.
That's too good.
Oh my gosh, what if he had Ethan? By the way, speaking of all the things Dylan Cease did recently,
as long as he's not writing poetry.
He also took my idea for the Happy Holidays from NBC5.
Happy Holidays.
He announced he was shaving his mustache and is holding a random cat. I'm like, how'd you do that? Get out of my head, Dylan Cease.
But did he say,
throw a slider. No, I don't.
Did he say, this is not my cat?
I did say on TV last night, whose cat is this?
Okay, good.
I couldn't I'm sorry, it's too interlinked at that point.
The 847 says Faith and Family Demolition Night.
There's a lot happening.
A little
there.
bit of White Sox history in there for you. Yep.
But did you guys even realize that it wasn't there? Apparently one of you did.
I didn't.
But I just think that's crazy. There's probably some reason, but what's the reason?
Is it an insurance policy issue? It could be some really arcane...
It could be something as simple as having enough personnel to work that night at the park.
Yeah, it's something administrative or who knows. Maybe they had a certain special license with the city that expired that they didn't renew.
630 says their Shepherd fouled the right field corner last time. Well, we've seen some bad defense play there too, so I think it's a push.
Somebody should honor the sheepdog that just killed all the coyotes.
Yes, that dog too.
That dog should get a special night. It got his tail bitten off and everything. It killed 8 coyotes. killed, didn't run off, didn't save the sheep or save the owner. This sheepdog is like, all right, okay, what we got? You killed 8 coyotes. That dog should have its own night at every ballpark. I mean, that's serious stuff. And it literally got its tail bitten off by one of them. It's killing one of the other coyotes hanging on its tail. It's like, I'll get to you. You can take half of that tail. Your turn's next.
Yeah.
Enjoy that while you can.
If we're pro dog on this show, I'm okay with that. But I really just don't understand what's happening here. And I figure there's power in numbers. So maybe somebody else can explain it to me because I just don't get it. I don't get why the stopping thing. And you're right. It's probably some simple administrative answer like they ran out of pink paper forms or something. But that doesn't make it okay.
This is hysterical. Would 3-dog night be a suitable replacement? The 847, the Sox should have demolished the team night.
That's taking it to a little...
It gets so dark so fast.
I also like the 262. The sheepdog is like Beatrix Kiddo. I do love that movie. That is one of my favorites. 515 says they could have a doll or dog night, where if you could tell the difference between a Cabbage Patch doll and a Yorkshire Terrier.
I can see from your perspective, not only as a dog lover, but from a television perspective, to look forward to that, because just the highlights, the cutaways, it's always great TV.
It's just adorable. Like if a ball goes in the stands, you know somebody's gonna go get it. I mean, that's just how it is.
It says, did the sheepdog use a Glock to kill the coyotes? No.
That would have been efficient.
I got to look at the specifics of that because it was insane.
One
dog killed 8 coyotes.
Does anybody have any answers about this? I'm
thinking about walking around Sox Park, and a packed house, usually it gets pretty cramped on the concourse in the outfield especially. People are hanging out, watching the game, doing whatever. And I just wonder if it's so congested and there's so many different types of dogs that it's caused issues, and maybe there's like certain areas where the dogs have to relieve themselves and maybe they just cause too many issues for fans. I'm just trying to think of the reason here.
I get it. Other ballparks are still doing it though, in like big cities like Citi Field. So what happened here? You used to have 2 of them a year.
What happened?
You could figure out how to do it twice a year, and now you can't? Suspect.
The news of the day, if you're just joining us,
is there's no dog night.
Other than the fact that there's no dog night at Guaranteed Rate Field, is that the voice of the Cubs, the games you hear here on the Score, Pat Hughes, has won the Ford C. Frick Award, which means he will be placed in the broadcasting wing of the Baseball Hall of Fame. The other news is that, no surprise, Wilson Contreras has signed elsewhere, but maybe rubbing it in a little bit. It is a 5-year deal with the St. Louis Cardinals that, interestingly, when you add up the money, adds up to just about Jameson, Tyone, and Cody Bellinger.
Also, let me see. 87.5 is what they're reporting Wilson's deal.
Add it up. It's right there.
No, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to divide it. 87.5 divided by 5.
Well, it also...
$17.5 million. That's the same number as Cody Bellinger.
But the fact is, they didn't want him back. I know that there are people who don't follow the Cubs situation or follow contracts, and they just see the headline, Contreras signs with Cardinals for whatever. The Cubs didn't negotiate with him. They made a choice that in the balance between run production and run prevention, they're looking at the catching position to be more a run prevention position for them, which, like it has been for the Cardinals, and the Cardinals made the opposite decision.
Why don't you just say you ran out of pink forms? Basically what you're saying. The way you put it, yes, but there's a huge faction of fans who are emotionally attached to this man, so much so that you saw it happen during a game where they thought that it was his last, and it turned out to only be the halfway point of the season at that trade deadline.
And I get it, because he plays emotionally, and he does have that connection with the fans because he puts himself out there.
Take that buzzword out of it. There's also the fact of the matter that he is a player who has only known one organization for his entire career.
Right.
And they chose him as a teenager.
And not a catcher.
There's a lot of loyalty there because he essentially grew up a Cub. And he still represented a piece of the franchise that was functional on the roster moving forward when they had decided to blow everything else up. So much so that he was considered the biggest bat outside of Juan Soto in the trade market.
Plus, if you want to talk about nostalgia in the 2016 World Series, that was one more piece as everyone else faded away to other teams that maybe they could have found some money to keep him, but they, like you said, they chose to go a different direction.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted him back.
Well, clearly not, because he said as much at the beginning of the season when he said they didn't want to talk about a possible extension.
And with everything that's going on the pitching side, whether or not this is part of the pitching infrastructure that they have and all of the minds that they have trying to make the most out of their arms, that they thought that they were a plus receiver plus defender away from unlocking everything in their pitching staff.
And their starting catcher in 2023, Yan Gomes.
At the moment, it's Yan Gomes.
PJ Higgins.
Clearly, no offense to Yan Gomes, I think he knows this, but they're clearly not valuing what you said, the offensive power out of the catching position, if that's the case.
And longevity. He's got to play, He's older, hasn't played a full season in a while.
I mean, between, was it Craig Breslow and Ryan Otero is the Major League pitching strategist, I believe.
And they got a baseball scientist. I want to talk to that guy.
We have a request in. We've already put in a request.
They had me at baseball scientist.
And his resume is incredible. The Canadian guy? Yeah.
He announced on Twitter that he was joining the team.
Mike, is it Sonny or Sonne, I believe?
Son.
Yeah, but they have a
son
baseball scientist. He has to wear
science.
Has to wear a lab coat all the time.
Carries a beaker.
And he has to have hair like Doc Brown from Back to the Future. That's the only way it's cool.
Sounds lovely. Yeah, 815 brings up a good Sox comp. How'd Reese McGuire work as a defensive / framing catcher for the Sox? Cubs will miss Contreras. That's not a. I kind of like where that one went. Oh,
630. There can't be a dog night because the dogs have sore legs. Well, really, when you've got 4 of them and you've got sore legs, I can understand. They have too many legs.
If only they had been told to run 75%.
That's what it is. And I've got the picture of the sheepdog that killed the coyotes. It was in Georgia, a 20-month-old Great Pyrenees. A pack of 11 coyotes attacked the flock of farmer John Weirwiller, according to a report from WAGA WAGA TV. It's like MAGA. Whoa, America great again? That's WAGA TV. Casper defended the sheep in a fight that left some of his skin and part of his tail torn off.
Aww.
The heroic sheepdog killed 8 of the coyotes and chased the 3 remaining off the field of battle, but didn't immediately come home. 2 days later, he returned on his own to the household for which he was willing to put his life on the line.
Poor guy. He needs some rest. Also, coyotes are out of control. I saw one running down the street the other day.
Did you see one try to take the 2-year-old?
Excuse me?
You didn't see that video? I think it was in Texas.
No.
Yeah, a coyote right on the front driveway, middle of the day. A guy's there with his 2-year-old daughter, and a coyote runs up and grabs her. He had to take her away.
That's disgusting.
They are all over here, though. Everywhere.
And you know what? They're fast, and they have floofy tails.
Yeah, they're kind of cool looking.
Yeah, they are. But the problem is they're killers.
Well,
it comes back
animals.
to every animal we like on this show.
But they don't.
Otters will kill you.
Yeah, but unlike cats, they don't kill for sport.
Cats will kill you.
Cats will just kill for fun. Coyotes aren't trying to. They just want to eat.
I got my mom's cat a Christmas present. It's pretty great. I figure I can tell you because.
Wait, whoa.
He doesn't know.
You got the cat a present?
Yeah.
Is this something that one does?
I mean, I think he would enjoy it. It's from our fave place, Trader Joe's. There was an advent calendar for cats.
Oh, no.
And he gets to paw out the thing out of the box.
Every day as Christmas approaches, he opens another thing, and what is it?
It actually knows. It goes from December 25th to January 6th. That epiphany and all.
If you really liked the cat, you would go back to Trader Joe's, and you would get the cat a tin of the smoked trout.
My mom would be very upset with me. That smells up the house.
So does a cat.
It's not the same. Saving the dog for September. I just want to see dogs at the ballpark. The one here. Look at your dog. Ask your dog, would you like to go to Guaranteed Rate Field? And I bet that dog's going to tell you yes. Twice a year.
Advent calendar for cats.
They created it. I just bought
at
it.
Trader Joe's.
Yes.
Okay. There are
Pumpkin is going to really enjoy it.
Pumpkin the cat.
Mhm.
Is he or she are they orange?
Yeah. Ringtail.
Like Clutch. Happy holidays.
This poor segment. I got my point across. Like, I told you guys what I really needed to put out there. I just need answers. I should have told Marianne Ahern or something.
Why?
But
Oh, because she's the consumer protection.
Yeah, or Phil Rogers.
Yeah, she can go get stuff done for you.
Marianne focuses on political primarily. This is
Oh,
political.
Lisa Parker, right? Doesn't Lisa Parker do
Yes.
consumer stuff?
Yeah. And
She is,
DC5 responds.
and she's awesome.
She is.
She's great. Back when we were in the same building, I would see her in the elevator every once in a while. She's really cool.
Cat Advent is the worst. I'm going to still give it to Pumpkin and see what he thinks. He's pretty easily entertained.
Well, how do you know? What's the thank you get from a cat? It looks at you and runs away.
Nah, they purr and stuff.
But it's only when you're petting them, right?
No.
Oh, is it like a purr? It's like a thank you for the Advent calendar?
Yeah,
what
we'll
if
see.
what if the cat's not Christian?
If he plays with, I mean, does it matter?
Well, I mean, if the cat doesn't care about the Advent and Epiphany and all that, maybe you got a Buddhist cat.
Oh, no. No, I'm seeing after effects about this Advent calendar. Well, I'm still going to try it anyway. Also, he potty trained himself. He goes outside.
A cat that's house trained?
All of my mom cats have done that. Mom's cats have done that.
Well, that's kind of cool. Then you don't have the big box of crap in your house.
I mean, she does, but yeah, they just prefer to go outside, so they go outside.
That's the thing I never understood about a cat. Like a cat. Okay, you also want a big box of crap in your house? No thanks. Well, sorry, you have to. It comes with a cat.
I mean,
Great.
We also have bathrooms in our houses.
I know, but there's plumbing that takes everything away.
Okay, well, they can't build those.
Cat toilets? I guess in Texas they can't because nobody's got basements because of the sandy soil or something.
It's true clay-based soil.
Right? See?
This has gone off the rails.
See, I know too much.
We're doing something good.
We are?
I have a read for this. Hey, when do you guys want me to read this?
Not yet. That's next segment.
On the score.
The giveaway? Yeah, we have a cool thing to give away, but not next. So, not next.
I thought that was next.
No, that's the other segment. We're following very, very closely what is going on at the winter meetings, and when things happen, we will let you know.
That's what happened. You got all excited because you thought more breaking news was going to occur.
Well, the prediction that we got, if you missed Russ Dorsey, he said that by end of today, he believes the shortstop market will begin. He thinks something's going to crack. We hear that Bogarts has been talking once again fairly seriously, according to reports, with his old team in Boston. I don't know if he's going to return there, but there was that Mark Feinsand report that was speculating the Cubs would get two of the shortstops, not just one.
Yeah, they wanted. Mark Feinsand said that there were rumors about the possibility of Dansby Swanson and Xander Bogaerts here. Does that get anybody riled up? That's crazy.
You mentioned the DeMar DeRozan. One thing we can the Bulls have a game tonight as part of a stretch that is kind of important, and beating bum teams at home is kind of a must right now. It's not a must-win game.
We went this whole show without bringing up Bulls. I figured we'd do it tomorrow, but you're right, man.
They got to stop screwing around. They've got to stop screwing around. Stop being bad early. Stop being down 18. Make some shots. String some stops together. Knock it off, knuckleheads.
I got a couple thoughts on that.
Big news, Cubs fans. Pat Hughes, your voice of Cubs radio for 27 years, will now be inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame as the 2023 Ford C. Frick Award winner.
Bryant, he will glove and throw to Rizzo. It's in time.
This was a walleye tournament on Lake Erie. And the video came out because usually it's not quite this dramatic. Usually it's after the fact, or some places will even have an X-ray machine that they'll slide everything through. The Lake Erie Walleye Trail Fishing Tournament, the fishing director thought something was up, and he took out a big old fillet knife and started cutting up the catch.
We got weights and fish. There we go. Out of here. Where's the other one? Everybody listen to me right now. Jake, I want you to leave. I don't want anybody to touch these guys. I want you to leave. He's going to jail.
He was pulling out 8-ounce lead weights.
Yeah, I saw like he cut, and then the guy like reached in, and there was like 2 weights inside of a fish.
Big egg-shaped hand grenades of lead that he's pulling out of these fish that had been wrapped in walleye fillets.
We got weights and fish.
We got weights and fish. And they apparently had been doing this before. They are under investigation for...
It's felony fraud,
It
right?
is felony fraud. And they won a tournament recently where they bought a boat worth like $50,000. And this isn't big money, but it's enough that it's felony fraud. You can't do this. And the overdoing of it, if you look at this, I looked at one of these fish and I thought, and I'm a pretty good estimator of weight of a fish.
You've done it.
Most fishermen are. You lift it up, I can get it within a quarter of a pound. And this one that is maybe 4.5 should not be weighing at 7.9.
There's a very profanity-laced moment I kept out of this clip here that we played where somebody says, this guy's been doing this for years.
Yep.
So this guy's been making money for years off of this.
But they got him
caught now.
He got caught right there, and he pulled out the knife, and I didn't know you could bring dead fish to a weigh-in. I thought that the fish being alive and releasable was part of it.
Like,
Maybe not on Lake Erie.
What an aha moment. Like when you... I was amazed by it. You cut into like, and drop like the sound.
Thud.
Right.
Yep. I'm telling you, they're like little hand grenades he's pulling out.
Weights and fish. There we go.
There we go. And people were going to kill the guy. They were going to drag the guy behind a truck. And they said, no, don't touch him. There were partners. One guy ran to his truck and locked the door. And the other guy stood there, stone-faced. And the Cuyahoga County is looking into this as well. They should. But the stories about the early days of competitive bass fishing, it wasn't just weights and fish. There were guys, and Carl Hyacin wrote about this. His first novel, his second novel, Double Whammy, was about this, where somebody would go catch big bass and stash them in underwater cages. And then when the tournament began, off go the boats, and then in come the boats, and the guys were using the actual same fish for multiple tournaments. Oh, look, I got old Bessie again, same 8.5 pounder, and would keep it and feed it and make sure that this thing would grow big in this cage, and they would just so happen to know where this thing was hidden and be able to go find it for each tournament.
The 630. He goes, I love how relaxing fishing is.
Yeah.
We got weights and fish. There we go.
You know, I'm waking up. I'm hitting the Peloton at like 4:30 in the morning, Colorado time, and I've got people real mad at me in Chicago that how dare you? The crosser was open, and I'm like, bud. The crosser was not open when he hits the top of his drop, so he moves on to the cop route, but there's a radio guy up there, Mike North. He was real mad, and I tried to handle it gently. You know, I tried to handle it gently because, like, listen, the first thing in his bio was he was born in 1952, and if my grandpappy's on Twitter roasting somebody, I hope they handle him gently, and I tried to. He got real mad about it.
Dan, I'm going to make this bigger than it is, but also I feel like it's completely accurate.
That is the universe harmonizing with itself.
What just happened was, I think, the evolution of this radio station. We're not the only show that has a tape guy because we have a better sense of all of the things that are connected to a quarterback's performance. And to have...
And the listener has a desire to go to that level now.
To now
really
take
know
it to,
why, what, how.
Yes.
And so for those two things to meet on social media, where our tape guy
is getting screamed at on Twitter because
from the guy who used to host in this
he's
time
a running
slot,
back.
that
And he called him Grandpappy
Yes.
too. Like that part of it. Like
yes,
like somebody give Papa his tea and tell him it's nap time.
that is someone isolate that part and send it to Terry. Because I would love to know I would love for him to react to that.
And the 708 texter who immediately snapped into action by saying, "Does Tim Jennings ever try eating jardinera off his shoes?"
That was an amazing moment in score history.
I understand that, but like I think I said this before the year started, and I've talked to them, prior to right when training camp was starting. Like, I knew this was going to be really hard for our team.
Yeah. It's been really hard for this team. And a lot of it is self-imposed mistakes and turnovers and defensive lapses and bad closeouts, and their schedule's been really, really tough. Tonight starts an easier stretch of home games with the Wizards, the Mavs, the Hawks, and the Hawks. I mean, they've got their own internal problems. They're riven with more strife than even the Bulls right now, and then a couple with the Knicks. Make this matter. Put a floor in. Say we know we're at least good enough that we can win the games we should win. And there's some tough players on this is not a slouch team, but you should win this team. If you have aspirations to be good and you think you're good, you win at home against the Washington Wizards.
Well, that's been part of the really frustrating piece of this Bulls season so far. I look at the games that they dropped to the Pelicans, for example. And those were games that they were winning last year. And it's funny because you and I in break are talking about the frustration of how far they would fall back in a game. Well, they were doing that last season. They just also got hot in the fourth quarter, and DeMar DeRozan was taking over games. And we knew then, we asked ourselves, was that sustainable? We know it's not. So that piece of it is not as prevalent this year. It's not so far.
I want to see them settle on well, first of all, we don't even know who's hurt and who's healthy, so that's going to be hard to do. But whether or not it's going to, as according to Billy Donovan, he said the decision to start Javonte Green and Alex Caruso as opposed to Patrick Williams and Ayo Dosunmu was going to be a longer-term thing. They had enough of a sample early, and I think whether he means to or not, he's blaming those guys more than the big three for the deficits. Because you're not going to bench any of the big three. You're not going to have them come off the bench right now. So the only guys he really can switch out to change the way they start games are the other players. It's almost really not their fault so much. I mean, I get the Javonte energy thing. Although Patrick Williams' last game was pretty good. One of his better, more well-rounded, tougher games that I thought he played. But anytime with him, anytime he wants to just go and try and work and make himself count, we're ready for it.
Don't look now, but since the beginning of the season, there has been a steady crescendo there when it comes to significant minutes and trying to figure out where to take his shots, the shot selection, and then also, frankly, some very nice help defense that we've seen too. So I'll take that.
Yeah, I'm looking for a little bit more positivity because we're recording episode 3 of the Organizations Win Championships podcast immediately after the game tonight, and I'd like to be able to see them have some building blocks here for some homestand success. It would be nice to talk about rather than have still talking about why Zach and Billy can't seem to figure out their relationship.
One of my favorites, Rob Schaefer, NBC Sports Chicago, has a nice article today talking about how the Bulls can turn it around. But he also points out something that I think confirms suspicions that you might have seen. They have had, according to Basketball Reference, the toughest schedule in the league so far.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and they've won some of those games. They've beaten some good teams. That Milwaukee win was great. They've beaten the Heat in Miami. They've beaten the Celtics twice. It's in there with them a lot, but they don't give themselves a lot of margin for error because they don't shoot enough threes, and they haven't been taking care of the ball. So make a bunch of free throws, move the ball around. That 30 assist number is their magic number.
And stop, for the love of everything holy, stop fouling 3-point shooters, but also
They're better at that now.
I still go back to what Billy Donovan said about why you're seeing the 3-point shot be defended so poorly and how it stems from other pieces of the defense and the spacing that you're not seeing in the right spots. And how many times have we seen somebody close out in a panic to try to get to the corner 3 shooter? And that's something that I would like to see change as well. So he knows that the problem is there. Like he whiteboarded it for us, but how do you fix it is the better question.
Here's the problem. I think for us, because at times we're not going to be the biggest team and we're not going to have a lot of rim protection, we have got to be in the right position to start possessions. And a lot of times we get caught, what I would say is in these two-way stunts where we're not in the right position. We try to get into the right position. Now the ball's coming back out and now it's too late. It's too late, and we have to help each other, and we've got to be in better position earlier. And I think that, there was like a couple drives where we're now all of a sudden we're going some threes, and now we're going the other way. Now we're hugging our man, and now the lane's wide open, and they're just coming straight downhill. There's a pretty significant drop from NBA three-point shots that are contested versus uncontested. And I think when we've gotten blitzed, like you said, from the three-point line, I think it's been a lot of uncontestedness where we can't get there quite quick enough, and guys are getting off clean. I thought in the second half we did a much better job of being in better position and contesting better. But that's really what our dilemma is, because we're going to give up some threes because we got to protect the paint. Like if we just say, hey, listen, we're going to try to take away the threes, the ball's going to be coming downhill, and then you're going to give up fouls, you're going to give up threes because you do come to help, they kick it back out. But we've got to be better on the perimeter, getting into the correct shift spots as the ball is moving. And I think sometimes, like today, we were a little bit slow in that area.
Yeah, you hate a dilemma. You hate having that kind of dilemma.
That's really what our dilemma is.
That was after the Utah game, where you saw them bend, don't break in that category. You saw them give up a lot of threes. I believe it was 19. But you also saw them defend it well enough to be able to shut down Kelly Olynyk at the right time and win that game.
And they forced more turnovers than they had to, because that team is sloppy. And Colin Sexton is kind of a maniac out there. He can be electric, and he could be one of those guys coming downhill through the middle of the defense. And he can also just dribble you out of a play completely, because sometimes he's just going off on one of his little dribble forays or trying to attack 1-on-5, because that's just kind of what he does. I see why Cleveland made the decision that they made on him. But if you
have made some savvy roster decisions.
They're good. And if you watch tonight, it's one thing to run off a miss. Teams always against the Bulls always run off a miss, because usually you've got a man advantage because DeMar or Zach is complaining off a miss. Almost every time you watch them go, because they've been coached that the guy who misses the shot is usually looking at the referee or showing a hit me on the elbow, or DeMar is sitting down on the floor trying to draw the foul, and he didn't get it called.
With all due respect, we did actually say that when he got to this team that he was going to bring a lot to the free throw line. So maybe the method worked successfully for a very long time.
It has. It's how he's done it, but that's what you get with it. But watch them run off a make. It's one thing to run off a miss. Teams have been getting it out of the basket as fast as possible, getting it inbounds and going to attack the defense before it sets. The Bulls used to be great at that when they had Lonzo. because that's one of Lonzo's superpowers is that quick push pass, the football pass, up court early, off a make, off a miss, always having his head up in that regard. They really miss that in their playmaking. Dragic just isn't physically dynamic enough anymore. Io doesn't have the vision yet. He's not really a point guard. Caruso can, but is a little bit more deliberate in that regard. But that's one thing I'm going to be watching closely tonight is whether or not this Wizards team is going to run off Bulls makes to try to get him in those same quick decision in between defensive situations.
And a friendly reminder that Kristaps Porzingis is on the Wizards.
And he's a pretty good player.
Oh, he had like a career high the other day.
Pretty good player.
He got like 41.
We are giving away a DeMar DeRozan Bulls City Edition jersey.
Oh, now we read it.
I'm just teasing it now. We're not giving it away yet.
What?
I've seen the jersey. It looks really, really cool. I saw when they arrived in Mitch's office. And this one, it could be yours if you keep listening because we're giving it away next on The Score.
Bulls fans, Billy Donovan here. This is your official radio home for Chicago Bulls basketball. Listen to every moment right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and the Odyssey app.
This segment's brought to you by Amco Transmissions and Total Car Care. Transmission trouble? Check engine light on. Don't let You never know what you're going to get on this show. Miss a little, miss a lot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Twitch stream suggesting an I'm a Fat Fish podcast coming up. I like this idea.
I don't know how to interview a fish.
Just make it up.
Who's going to voice the fish?
Somebody at our station.
I think you can do it, Layla.
Wow, what do fish sound like?
You could be the second guest on Between Two Fats.
I've wanted to be on the I'm Fat podcast for a while. I think I even asked about this in like 2018 or something.
You are not qualified.
I need you to find the actor who played Parkins, the Jedi. The I know it was Y-wing fighter. Was he in?
Gonna blow up the Death Star.
No, it's on Parkins. The photon torpedoes, the design flaw. Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
His real name is William Hootkins.
Fully operational.
That's a great name. And he won't be on because he's dead. He died in 2005.
Oh, the actor died?
Yes.
Parkins from Star Wars.
From Star Wars. Mob. Like I always wanted the I'm Fat podcast to have, the fat X-Wing fighter guy.
Oh, you lost me to Parkins from Star Wars.
Please make this personal.
We'd like to publicly invite you to sing on our Justin Fields parody song album because, frankly, you're exactly as good as Danny Parkins. Like, exactly. And getting you guys together, I think, would be a dream.
It'd be magic.
Yeah.
I would love it. I'm in. I want them to hear. I want them to sing Ebony and Ivory. Honestly, can you guys sing Ebony and Ivory together?
I can sing anything in one take.
Justin Fields forever.
That's right.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
See,
Benetti's really good, by the way. If you guys have heard Benetti sing, right? You ever hear him sing? He's really good.
Benetti, sing something for us. Prove that accurate.
What do you want me to sing?
You could sing your part of the Suddenly Seymour duet that you and I did during pandemic.
I'm not
lockdown.
doing more Little Shop of Horrors. I'm not.
Okay,
no.
all right.
Desastre personal. Tell me why on your show, ain't by the way. nothing but a heartache.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. I never want to hear you say I want it that way.
See?
Yeah, I love the song. I do. It's got a great beat and it's a lot of fun. I like the way they sing it.
Happy New Year! Back-to-back game winners! DeMar DeRozan from the left corner has won the ball game for the Bulls.
That
Now?
feels like a long time ago. Ready now.
Yes! Be the 8th caller to the score contest line. 312-540-0670 is an 0670. 312-540-0670. And win a DeMar DeRozan Bulls City Edition jersey. The jersey features details of the Chicago Municipal Y. That represents the 3 branches of the Chicago River coming together at Wolf Point. They're building some buildings over there. The Municipal Y, much like the Chicago River, cannot be found all over the city. Yes, it can. And it serves as a signal of what unites, not divides us. For more information on the uniform, to purchase tickets to an upcoming City Edition night, or to shop the City Edition collection and it looks sharp, visit bulls.com/city. And you better go get one if you like it, because I'm still coveting the light blue Chicago Script City Edition hoodie, and I will never be able to get it. And I regret it a lot every day.
I think they look cool, and I think you will look good in this DeMar DeRozan jersey that you just might win. Congratulations to whoever our victorious person is. Is it determined already?
We already had
Not
8
yet.
callers?
Not yet.
Oh, 'cause
Can
there's
I be
the
a caller?
delay. No, you can't be a caller.
What if I disguise myself?
Hey, this is it isn't Layla.
This is Joey Jojo Jr. Shabadoo, and
This
I'm calling because I would like to win the DeMar DeRozan jersey.
Hey, Joey Jojo.
That's the dumbest name I've ever heard.
And then the guy runs out of, he starts crying and runs out of Moe's.
Joey Jojo.
Yes.
That is one of my favorite bits.
It's,
Also,
they do that bit multiple. There's also where Bart is looking for his name on the keychain at the gas station.
Bort?
Right. It's like Bort. And he says like, oh, Bort. Someone else comes over and says, they have your name on the keychain. He goes, your name is Bort? Funny, my name is also Bort. Same bit.
Layla was never on a keychain.
No?
No.
Not even it's some variation of a spelling?
No.
Okay.
I mean, where do you think I'm going? Like Buc-ee's, where they have the biggest selection of everything that's like a souvenir like that? Oh, no. No, I don't have time to explain this to
Is
you
it a
today.
Texas truck stop?
Kind of. It's really, we just don't have the time.
To describe Buc-ee's?
Correct.
All right, we'll write it down. We'll save that.
It will take up
It's
the rest of my
bye-week.
notebook.
It's the bye week. This is when we do stuff like that. When you can explain Buc-ee's to me. I read a story the other day about what's going on with truck stops all throughout Texas and Oklahoma that are becoming, because so much of the trucking industry is now the people who own the companies are of Sikh and or Indian extraction, that apparently there's some of the absolute best, most authentic Indian food anywhere is at Texas and Oklahoma truck stops off the interstate.
Yo, that's worth looking into.
Right? Like who would think? But if those are the people driving the trucks and those are the people who are stopping for food.
Who doesn't like Indian food?
Sometimes it's an acquired taste.
Well, acquire better taste because it's awesome.
I'm there for all of it. You know that.
Big fan.
There's a big party coming up at the afternoon show. They're doing their own.
Speaking of food, holy smokes.
What?
According to Chris Tannehill on Twitter 2 hours ago, guests of the Parkins Spiegel Holiday Jubilee will receive smoked Old Bay wings and bourbon maple bacon Brussels sprouts.
What the hell? Well, that sounds
Two things I need.
Kinds of awesome.
Bourbon maple bacon Brussels sprouts and this Bull City edition. Have there been 8 callers yet? Oh, we have a winner. Yeah, I thought so.
It wasn't you.
On
Sorry.
the score.
Big news, Cubs fans. Pat Hughes, your voice of Cubs radio for 27 years, will now be inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame as the 2023 Ford C. Frick Award winner.
Bryant, he will glove it, throw to Rizzo. It's in time, and the Chicago Cubs win the World Series.
Congratulations to Pat Hughes, 2023 Ford C. Frick Award winner. From all of us at Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's official radio home of the Cubs.
Need new break? Lou LeBorg, how the hell are you?
I am the hell very great. How in the heck are you guys?
We're good, Flula. Look at this. They brought American sports to you. They brought it to you specifically. That's exciting.
Oh, man, it's like Uber Eats except pigskins.
Seattle and Tampa in Munich. Do you think Germany is excited for this game?
I mean, look, I'm only sad that it's not the Eagles. I was very excited to see Ron Jaworski under center to throw to, I don't know, Ricky Waters, but hey, this will be fine.
We were looking for the history of German players in the NFL. Who'd you find, Danny? Sebastian Vollmer, right?
Yeah.
Is that it?
No, Nick Folk.
Oh, Nick Folk, the kicker?
The kicker. There have been like 15 of them or so.
Wow.
Do you have a favorite German-American football player?
No, everyone that sounds kind of German, like Brian Urlacher. That sounds pretty German, so I'm into that.
See, those are my guys. I've always wanted to put together a team of just guys that sound German, like Heinz Ward. Heinz Ward could play. Algie Crumpler. Alteron Werner. Right? Let's do that.
Oh, Herr Crumpler would eat so many kilograms of sauerkraut at our German Thanksgiving, let me tell you.
I didn't know there was a German Thanksgiving.
Yeah, what is served at German Thanksgiving?
Oh, it's just me making an American Thanksgiving while hanging out in Heidelberg. It's the same thing. No one knows about it. It's my little secret.
I know you love the NBA, and you're always looking for the next Dirk Nowitzki. Is he out there in Germany or in Belgium as you're patrolling the streets? I hope you find the next Dirk.
There is only one Dirk, as we all know. He's a one of one. But if you must say, I think it's Victor Wembanyama. He's like Dirk Nowitzki, but taller and sassier.
Yep, you can't have it. You're hoping to kind of sleep it through waivers.
Maybe.
Just let it go unclaimed,
I like
and then
the
it's a
City
free
Edition
agent.
stuff. I do.
Congratulations to John Taylor of Berwyn.
John Taylor of Berwyn has himself a New Jersey. Congratulations
New
to him.
Jersey.
Thanks to Mike Florio and Russ Dorsey for joining us today. Thank you to that voice you just heard, Ray Diaz. Thanks to Mike Rankin and to Brandon Fryer, to Connor O'Donnell, Kevin Lapka, everybody. And now the festively dressed Parkins and Spiegel are ready for their party show, and this food looks amazing.
I think they call it a holiday jubilee.
Yeah, well, I don't
put the Jew in Jubilee.
All I know is I just had a plate of short ribs, mashed potatoes, Brussels sprouts with bacon, and some smoked smoked wings. So I'm gonna need a nap.
It's not
in
just
about an
mashed
hour.
potato. It's brown butter Gruyere mashed potato underneath Shane's short ribs. I mean, that's an outrageous plate. And yet, Tanny's Brussels sprouts.
Fantastic.
These guys were hired for reasons.
How did you guys come up with this here idea?
Well, we decided that the QB1 party was such a big hit, and we want to do
Especially
things.
with Jalen Johnson.
Yeah, he loved it. The Sun Times said this is the show where things happen. So we decided to throw ourselves a holiday party, and really it was just an excuse to eat and drink and bring in special guests. We have, I believe, 7 or 8 in-studio guests.
There'll be music from professionals and amateurs alike.
There'll be comedy from professionals and amateurs alike.
That's true.
There's going to be
There'll
music.
be sports talk from professionals and amateurs alike.
Yeah, there'll be sports throughout the whole day. But yeah, so we're not going to give away any of the guests until they show up and show on the show. But we have friends. We have music.
Enemies.
We have comedy. we have celebrities.
Yeah.
We got big names.
Well,
so it's gonna be fun.
We can guarantee you that the overconfident karaoke performance is going to be coming later. That's a holiday party staple.
Yeah, things you do at holiday parties.
The eventual drunken hookup. My money's on Danny and Shane at this point.
Who knows?
The forced corporate bonding activity. I'm hoping that Mitch really leans in, and all of a sudden we're decorating cookies or a Christmas ornament together. And we need a photo booth as well. So
yeah. And if the
couple
Cubs could hold off and sign a shortstop until like 5:30 or something.
That's when Russ Dorsey does think that by end of business today, that market is going to start taking shape.
Yeah,
So
that
you
would
might
be
be
ideal.
right. I think they could work that out for you guys.
That'd be ideal. We want him to sign a shortstop. It would
Uh-huh.
just be ideal if we could kind of do it at the end of the holiday party once we all have a nice little buzz on.
Isn't that what the partnership is for? I thought that's what the partnership was for.
I'll text Jed. What do you?
yeah, right. Let him know.
We have a bit going.
I've
Would you mind?
been reaching out and talking to some people today, trying to figure it out. There's like, you knew that the Yankees were going to make a final push for Judge, and they did. And the Red Sox, you knew were going to make a final push for Bogarts, and they are. And I fear and suspect Xander's going to end up back in Boston. And then you're going to be looking at the Cubs trying to go, 10 for 320 and Carlos Correa, or perhaps going 6 and $150 for Dansby Swanson, one of those two.
I think at Correa, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I prefer Carlos Correa in this equation.
Am I missing something on Dansby Swanson? Why? I mean, I understand that there's just a crazy number of shortstops available, but that's a hell of a quote-unquote consolation prize if he's a 5-win player that hit 25 and 27 homers the last 2 years, plays every day, and is a Gold Glove shortstop on a team that has a bunch of pitchers who pitch to contact.
The pushback that we've gotten on Dansby Swanson, the moment we brought him up last week, people went crazy, and everybody said that's Jeff Blauser again. It's Jeff Blauser. Even though he's younger,
Oh no, he's a much better player than Jeff Blauser ever was.
And he did have an outlier season in his walk year, just like Blauser did. And he is from Atlanta, just like Blauser was, but he's younger and better.
He's way better than that. Look, he's getting compared to these peers. It's going to have a Carlos Boozer feeling to it as you settle for non-LeBron.
Bad soul songs for 200. That Carlos Boozer feeling.
That Carlos Boozer feeling. But Swanson is not as bad as Boozer was in relation to those guys. It's just all the other shortstops, Turner, Bogarts, Correa, have all had at least 3 seasons of 4 WAR or higher. And Dansby just had his first. Just had his first. But he's had 4 straight years of at least 2. There's stuff to like about him, Danny. You know what I do like is that he was the number 1 overall pick who didn't pan out right away. Only played like one minor league season with 100 games or so.
Wasn't Jameson Tyone a number 1 pick?
Number 2. Tyone was 2 to Bryce Harper.
Oh, okay.
So Swanson was a number 1 overall and eventually worked his way to being better and better. Like Arizona kind of gave up on him, right? And he went in the Shelby Miller trade, and Atlanta gave him new life. He has gotten better on the big league level. So we want guys that can get better on the big league level, and he has obviously done that. So, I mean, in an odd way, you feel sort of better about his future, at least I do, than Correa's necessarily in terms of the future relative to his own success, because Swanson works his ass off and has gotten better consistently, and I have a lot of respect for that.
I'm just saying it's a hell of a consolation prize. If that's the 4th best shortstop on the market and he won Gold Glove and hit 27 home runs, it's like, okay, it's not a bad thing to come away with, especially if it's the fewest years and fewest dollars and gives you the most flexibility elsewhere.
Yes, right. So
it drives the price down because they're spending on the the other guys. Although it doesn't seem like any bargain contracts are happening this year.
No,
it's
but
sexy.
But that upside that matters. That upside matters. Like if they end up having that and it's a shorter term and less money. Remember, like the Cubs have what? They have another like 40, 45 mil they could spend without approaching the tax. I think it's more than that, but they'll want to save themselves a little room. And then next year, there's 72 million more coming off next year. This is why they're going to be so aggressive. Is they're going to be aggressive now, and they're going to be aggressive next offseason too.
I also think that they have the makings of a potentially really good defensive team. And if you look at, you got a Gold Glover in left. You have you got a Gold Glover in center.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a guy with a terrific arm who's only going to get better in right. And if
Nico Horner's your second baseman, where range matters now more.
And then you play Morel at third over Wisdom, right?
I think Morel's going to be their super utility. Didn't Ross tell you directly that's how he profiles?
He may profile that eventually, but would you rather have? I mean, I don't know how big a fan of Wisdom you are, but if you played
as an attribute or the player,
I think Wisdom's good in general.
Thank you for that.
If you played Morel at third, and you're going much more defensive minded at catcher, with a pitching staff that is going to be a high contact, low velocity staff for the most part still, as long as Hendricks is a part of it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a recipe for run prevention.
Yeah, and Correa is a much better defensive shortstop than Swanson, but Swanson's pretty good.
I don't think he'll play one, to be honest. I think he'll be a super utility.
Yeah, that was Ross.
Eventually, but I don't know if that's next.
Putting that out there directly is quite something. I mean, he shared a moment with you. Can I share a moment with you?
Much better defensive shortstop than the guy who won the National League Gold Glove last year.
Correa?
Okay. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just I don't know how much better you can be than the guy who won Gold Glove at short.
Yeah, I know, but Gold Glove is we all know about Gold Glove.
But he's only won the one, so it's not like he did.
Yeah. If you look at the defensive metrics are kind of all over the place on Swanson. He's solid. He's definitely solid, and I think he's better than Bogarts. So maybe much is doing too much of the heavy lifting.
Okay, I'm not even trying to quibble. It's an exciting time for Cubs fans. Like they've signed 2 guys that with upside, and it's clearly not going to be the biggest move that they make of the offseason. Like that's how big market teams are supposed to operate.
Yeah, better not be.
It won't be.
They're both high floor signings. They really are. Even if Bellinger's bat, from everybody I've read, whether it's stat analysts or scouts, they think he's a pretty good candidate for some degree of dead cat bounce. With a new group of eyes on him, new hitting infrastructure on him, another year of health, unlearning some bad habits. But the other stuff doesn't slump. The defense and the base running.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he's left-handed, but the defense and the base running are still going to have his value up near 2 wins, even if the hitting still isn't great.
Has he made a deal with a Chicagoland dispensary yet as an advertiser? Because that ought to happen. That's a natural. Right,
you think?
There. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that allowed?
It's a good question.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is.
I don't think CBD is. But I don't think full on dispensary is
No, we haven't
allowed.
seen it.
No,
We
Ryan
haven't seen it.
Sandberg is going to come taking his money. He's going to be pissed.
Yeah.
That's Rhino money.
Yeah, is it CBD for Rhino?
No. It is not. Every billboard around here is.
Come listen to Floyd with me.
Yeah, he was like, I was against it, and now I'm for it. Give me a check with 2 commas in it. I'm Ryan Sandberg.
What if it makes him incredibly interesting?
Sandberg?
That's how I feel about it. So, yeah.
Just think,
That's how we feel about ourselves after using it.
Yeah,
So.
right.
God, I'm incredibly interesting.
We'll put you on every week, but you have to partake in your product beforehand.
It would be the best possible advertisement, right?
I agree.
This substance
is
makes
that on the
Ryan
party?
Sandberg interesting.
No, that's around 6:01. I believe that's what happens when you leave the party. Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to do that.
All right,
we
so-
are allowed to drink though, so that'll be exciting.
Layla, what were your White Sox
yeah.
thoughts that needed to get out there?
It was just basically the reaction to Rick Hahn trying to tell everybody that it was somehow shocking after they let Abreu go, and I'm like, no,
They're not
guys.
asking about that. They're asking about the 1 o'clock segment.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know. Yeah, I heard there were multiple segments. that got
Yeah,
involved.
nobody's talking about this. They don't have dog night anymore.
Oh, why did they get rid of Dog
I
Night?
don't know.
These are the questions, people.
Legit, nobody is talking about this.
It affected thousands
And it
of
will
people.
stay that way.
Did all the promotions come out? Did the official list of promotions come out? Or did they not have it last year?
Not for this year. They didn't have it last year. They didn't have it the year before.
Well, I mean, you know people.
Yeah,
This is a powerful
seriously.
radio station. Have we asked?
I mean, I'm asking. I asked the airwaves.
Well, no, but I'm saying we haven't asked the White Sox.
Well, I figured somebody would get
text
back to me by
Brooks.
now.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't
right?
have his number.
Well, it's easily
1-800
it's easily acquired.
Hi,
Sox.
Brooks. This is Layla from Dan's phone.
Yeah. Where did Dog Day go?
What
Dog Night.
What
Dog
about
night.
dogs?
Yeah. What about dogs?
But seriously,
How many dog nights should they have?
Well, they used to have 2 a year.
Did they
kept,
really?
Yes, they kept Elvis night. They had
Yeah.
Dylan C's mustache night.
Elvis has sold more records than dogs. You know? More popular.
I
Who's
don't
more
know.
popular, Elvis or dogs?
How many dogs are mentioned in country music songs as a whole?
Yeah, a lot. A lot. That's true. Yeah, dogs are dogs more popular than Elvis? Probably. Globally?
There's a hot take right here. Hot take incoming.
I'm just trying to break Bernstein because he seems on the edge of being able to be
I
broken.
seriously was like, yeah, I'll fill in for Lawrence. And then I was like, do I have enough experience to remember how I worked a bye week last year? I'm like, how did we fill this?
Top of the 1
I
o'clock
blacked
was
out.
where did Dog Night go?
I didn't know what it was.
Whatever. I was like, I see the opportunity for it.
I went with the
That's
tease.
awesome.
I
Good.
I
for
went
you.
with the tease. Yes
for you.
And
You know,
Yeah, of course.
if
Yeah.
you
And
guys
now
are-
we've got 18 minutes.
If you guys are gonna judge, you can be more judgy than this. And
No,
what's
it's
a
a fine
holiday
question.
party without the
not judging.
judgment?
I'm judging Dan's judgment. That's what I'm doing right here.
I trust.
Support
look,
your partner.
She comes in with content. She usually
Yes,
comes in.
she comes in with stuff.
We've got
She's
six.
a pro. We've known this.
We have 6 shows we have to do, and she comes in with segments and segments and segments, and
Yeah.
usually I just come up with a cute name for it, where I'll be good with a slug line, and I'll say, all right, the Magic Festival of Goran Dragic.
Or if I
something.
want to sell something to Dan, there's a trick. You just come up with a clever name and then he's sold.
Because that makes
Oh, yeah.
it fun. 'Cause
Oh, right.
if
Actually,
something's
it's
fun
true.
to say, then it's a fun segment to do. It's
Then
radio.
you're stuck with 19 minutes and roughly 50 seconds left.
Did you just decode Bernstein? So you did?
No, you
Come
know
up with
who-
a couple of words that are mildly creative, and boom, he's in.
Put 'em
You know
together.
who did? Speaking of parties,
Yeah.
where was Barry Rosner? I don't know, January of 2021 for me. Barry, like the freaking oracle who comes down from somewhere up on high,
Yes.
says to me at the anniversary party, all you got to do is get him off topic. I'm like, where have you been?
Speaking of Ryan Sandberg, last time I reached out to Barry was last week when I read Tyler Kepner's piece on the steroid era guys now being up for Hall of Fame conversation with their peers like Frank Thomas over there. And there's Tyler Kepner, the New York Times, leading with Barry's words in Ryan Sandberg's Hall of Fame speech.
Oh,
Legendary.
that's cool.
Legendary stuff that Barry wrote for Ryan, with Ryan.
Is he part of
And Barry's not part of the holiday party.
No, he's not.
Dang
It's
it.
too bad.
He could be.
Nothing
I'm
says
for
Christmas.
how many?
Nothing says Christmas like Barry Rosner.
After a few drinks.
Yeah, exactly.
The guy we wanted
We
to
need
get.
a Grinch.
Do you remember who Mac always used to say? Nothing says Christmas like Vern Lundquist. I don't know why. Every year in December, we called Vern Lundquist, and Mac would just imagine him in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, wearing a sweater, just being jolly.
Warm, avuncular.
Good storyteller.
Yes.
Normally drunk.
I could see it.
Yes.
But also like New Year's Day after Keith Jackson, perhaps. Is that the corollary?
I don't know, but I have. It's been too many years since I've talked to Vern Lundquist. Let's try, Danny. What
We'll
the
try
hell?
Vern Lundquist on
New
the fly,
guest on
sure.
the holiday show.
No one says Chris is like Vern Lundquist, and that cannot be disputed.
Ooh, I like that.
Oh, Vern, there he is.
Oh, man. So, yeah, it's going to be a different show. People should tune into Twitch to see my amazing sweater. Speaks is festive as well. We're about to decorate the studio.
Is Tevin Jenkins coming in to finish off the tree?
There's
Juan
no way to know.
Castillo out of door number 2.
There's no way to know, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, potentially 7, 8, 9. We have 9 in-studio guests as of now. A couple people calling in on the phone. They're all sports or sports adjacent, and professional comedy, professional music. It's going to be a good time.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, and booze. And I think we have like a punch of sorts.
I see
And multiple food items.
There's a bottle of Tito's out there.
Yeah, Shane is going to
Yeah.
put some stuff in a punch bowl. I have no idea what it is, but we'll all be drinking it. Good
Yeah,
luck,
it's
everybody.
dangerous, though.
Acid.
I'm gonna have to slow down on the punch until later in the show.
Yeah, it's
You
probably
don't
wise.
get to judge. You had
Yeah, me
eggnog on
too.
top of old like Chinese food leftovers.
No,
But not
I had
on the air.
eggnog last night after the chicken cacciatore. I had the leftover Chinese food for breakfast.
I am the one who had to deal with the potential aftermath in an airtight room with you for 4 hours.
All good.
You did it. You broke the Bernstein. Go home.
Well,
I-
our first guest, the first thing you need at a good holiday party is good friends. So your best friend in the world kicks us off after Tanny's open. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Hate to say it, but I'm not sure who has fallen farther, harder, faster, Baker Mayfield or the Rams. The Rams just removed from a Super Bowl title.
I'm down for this type of conversation as you were trying to take the fun out of candy in the last segment.
I was not.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were, Dan Bernstein. You were trying
What'd
to
I
take
do?
the fun out of candy.
What did I do?
And Halloween.
What did I do?
I mean, you go into these like, oh, well, you know, this one is fun size, and you know, most places are giving out fun size. And then you start North Star Camp somehow comes up. Just tell us what damn candy you like, and that's it. That's all we need to know.
I know, but the one I really loved isn't made anymore. They also don't make Tartan Tinies anymore.
Exactly.
Remember those?
So you take us to the sad place. Now we've got sad Dan Bernstein in a corner because the candy that he likes isn't made. Isn't there something that is made that you do like?
Yeah, but I hid it, though, to keep it away from my wife because she told me to hide it.
You
But I
just
know-
took the
I know
fun
what
out
it
of that too.
When I was a kid, you know, sometimes they give us the regular size, and you know, it was nice that they kept it nice wrapped around the check they also gave every kid too. Some of us just got the fun size, Dan.
Yeah, Dan's out here like, well, yes, they gave out fun size candy bars, then they also gave out scholarships to Duke. And it was those were lean times that I had growing up in Deerfield.
They
and
did give out money. There were some houses that gave out quarters.
Of course
yeah.
they did, Dan.
Yeah, there were some houses that gave out quarters. One, they had like,
And they wrote it off too.
Yeah, I bet they damn did. It wasn't the best house in our neighborhood though, because there were some years where if you'd walk around from Summit Drive around to Overland Trail and down to North Avenue, there was Bulls power forward Dwight Jones, who was standing there on his front porch handing out pieces of paper with his autograph on them.
My point is that as you talk about how sad you are about your trick-or-treating experience, I literally could go to 5 houses. 5!
Fine.
In the Roseland, Washington Heights neighborhood, I could go to 5 houses to get candy on Halloween. So spare me with your, well, you know, they give out money and they give you a $5 handshake as you're going by, and they don't make this weird candy that I like anymore. But you probably banked all the money that you got from Halloween. I could go to 5 houses.
Giving away Apple stock. Right.
Right. Dan's like, yeah, you know, there was that one Halloween where, you know, we got some weird stock called McDonald's and IBM, and I put those away, and now I'm a millionaire because of Halloween in Deerfield. For me, the top 3 would be milk chocolate M&Ms. Love those as a kid. As a kid, and this is before like I knew I had Crohn's and stuff, you couldn't beat a Snickers bar. Like you just couldn't.
Yeah.
And I don't care whatever iteration it is, fun size or where Dan grew up, they give him the Maxo Snickers bar, any of that
Costco
stuff.
size.
Yeah. Also Milky Way. The Milky Way, solid choice. So if I got a bet, I guess that's all chocolate. I didn't go with like Skittles or Starburst. But the only problem is that you never knew, even in the little Halloween packs of Starburst, you could end up with yellow and orange, and it's just like throw those immediately away. Like I remember, I don't know if they still do this, Campy. Do they still do you can only get the red
Favorites?
bag?
Yes, they do.
Oh, yeah, that's candy living right there.
Wait, what? They make an only red?
It's just like 3 or 4 different varieties of red. And red is the best flavor.
You get the cherry and you get the strawberry in the red Starburst bag.
Oh, that's like Captain Crunch Just Berries.
Or honey
When
bunches
they-
of O's, just bunches.
Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's holiday party season, and we're going to throw an on-air Parkins and Spiegel holiday party.
It's our holiday party on this show for us and for the mob.
Hey, baby, I like this kind of party.
That's right. We are going to make it as inclusive as we can, and we're going to just make it as fun as we can. Not going to be a normal radio show. We're going to be bringing people in studio, and, you know, there will probably be some booze and some games and some drinking and some booze and some drinking, and it'll be a lot of fun.
You can make a ham turkey.
For Christmas, an idiot.
How about a potluck? Can we do a potluck? I'll cook something.
I don't like when people make food at their house and then bring it to my house, right? I understand. It's always leaking, you know?
We need hors d'oeuvre trays. You know what I mean? We need little amuse-bouches.
We need what?
Hors d'oeuvre trays.
Hors d'oeuvres?
Or hors d'oeuvres.
With an
There's
M.
a D on the end.
There's no D.
2 M's.
M.
That was the
No,
confusion.
there's just one M.
Whatever.
So the Parkins and Spiegel on-air holiday party. There'll be sports. There'll be surprise guests. They'll be in studio. It'll be a great time.
Ooh, looks like some babies getting made tonight.
I'm not looking to get pregnant tonight.
Excuse me. Sorry. Joel, that's a red card for you.
Babies are not getting made tonight, not here on company property. If you're going to have intercourse, please go beyond the flood lamps at the perimeter of the plaza and into the Rite Aid parking lot.
And now it's time for the inaugural Parkins and Spiegel Show holiday party, live on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Oh my God. Oh no. Oh, you're looking good with the corncob pipe and the top hat. Just can't have it in your mouth when you're talking.
Yeah,
on the radio.
and the headphones and the top hat are not really working together.
Didn't really think that outfit through, did you?
Nope. But I am a snowman, damn it.
Yeah.
And you look delightful in your Syracuse
ugly holiday sweater.
Ugly holiday sweater.
Yeah.
It's
a good
definitely
look.
ugly.
Yeah, it's definitely ugly.
And Shane has like a vest, a holiday ugly vest on. It's killing.
It's a look. It's a look that we're all trying to pull off. But yeah, tune into Twitch. Check it out. We've decorated the studio. We got all sorts of weird decorations in here. There's holiday lights. There's a punch that looks like it would be served at a fraternity party that might be dangerous. There were not really specifications. Shane just said, definitely the whole bottle of Tito's, and then we'll figure out the rest of the mixers.
Yeah.
And the mixers were not bountiful. Like, there was a full bottle of vodka, and then not a lot of the juice in the jungle juice. A lot of jungle, not a lot of juice.
You're liking the juice. We
I
have
do.
we have another one out there. I believe it's High C Raspberry,
delicious.
which sounds great and doesn't look like there's enough in that vodka mix over there. It's a little Sprite that went on too, but yeah, it's a little light, don't you think?
So we got food, we got booze, we got
See what that tree looks like. You know, it's a beautiful tree.
Tevin Jenkins may or may not be coming by to finish the decorations. There's no way to know. But what? Go ahead.
The lights look great, though, man.
They do.
The beautiful lights, and there's all sorts of like, what is this? A truck with like a trailer and a festive holiday pattern?
It's a decoration, is what it is.
That's a good Light it up!
I just brought one of my boxes of Christmas decorations from home and set it up in here, but we have to take it home tonight.
We also have a mensch on a bench, not an elf on a shelf, but we've got a mensch on a bench just for a little representation.
Just a little, though.
Just a hair.
By the way, poor Hanukkah. Poor Hanukkah has to actually go up against Christmas on Christmas this year.
The war on Christmas has never been harder to fight.
This is going to be a tough year for Hanukkah.
It's a bloodbath.
I know if Hanukkah gets out of the way, like December 8th to the 15th,
yes,
it can escape.
Perfect spot.
Yeah, it's a good spot. This year, the 19th to the 26th.
Oh, it's just miserable.
It's the worst spot possible
I know.
for Hanukkah.
By day 7, Hanukkah is going to be a complete afterthought.
But what is not going to ever be an afterthought is the number one component to a successful holiday party, which is friendship. So, ladies and gentlemen, making his triumphant return to the score from WXRT, your best friend in the whole world, Lynn Bramer.
Hey, gentlemen, the Christmas mouse is like a prescription. It's not over the counter. You have to get a medical. You cannot play the Christmas mouse more than once a year. You know, I have a Christmas channel, a holiday music channel. I got the Levies on there. How do you spell Hanukkah? I got Joseph Spence singing Santa Claus Come to Town, Esquivel with Jingle Bells, some classic stuff. And people keep saying, is the Christmas mouse on your holiday channel on Odyssey.com? I go, no. It's not, because if you hear it more than once a year, you have to be institutionalized. They bring back shock therapy. They wire you and shock you back to reality after the Christmas mouse. And there you are playing it as a bed, casually, as if nothing ever happened. The question I have for you, though, you said, you both said this is not going to be a normal show. Now, I've listened to Parkins and Spiegel for years. I've never heard a normal show. What the hell is a normal show?
That's a fair point.
Oh, Lynn, that's like the greatest compliment you could ever give us. Thank you so much. We strive very hard to never have normal shows. It's like, you've been doing this long. Predictable radio is boring radio.
It sure is. Be unpredictable.
Thank you.
There is the unembellished truth is not worth repeating.
That is wisdom.
Took us a minute there to have that one even register.
I didn't mean to throw down an actual declarative sentence that, without external reference that would just throw a wrench in the works.
The heart is so full hearing your voice, my dude. My goodness.
Thank you.
My goodness. What has been the most fun thing about coming back to radio over this past week and a half, and now today back to the Score? What's the best part of it?
Well, I'll tell you what, as I continue treatment, and I really don't want to get into it, but it is so good for my mental health to not be sitting at home and going, is Jeopardy still on at 3:30 in the afternoon? Because I'm tired of reading this book. To actually be doing something is a great boon to my outlook and my mental health, and to get back here and see, Marty Leonard's and Annalisa and my colleagues on the air. And then, like yesterday, you go on the air and, just freewheeling it and saying the question of the day is, do you want to be a vampire or do you want to be a werewolf? And then you go straight into Green Day, American Idiot, without any other commentary at all, just rocking ahead and hoping for the best.
That is why we get up in the morning. for those types of radio non sequiturs. That is absolutely beautiful. And hey, this is allegedly a sports show.
Yeah.
You are a Cubs season ticket holder.
I am a Cubs season ticket holder.
A diehard fan. How Cody Bellinger, Jameson Taillon, hopefully a shortstop to be named soon. How are you feeling about the offseason to this point?
Okay. Cody Bellinger, I've had on my fantasy baseball team the last 3 years, and you know what? It has not been pretty.
Okay, now he's on your real baseball team.
Those are a rough 3 years to have Cody Bellinger.
Should have had it 2 years ago. We did 4 years ago then.
So Cody Bellinger is a very exciting player. Were it 4 or 5 years ago. Now, I have to pour through all this analysis of, it could be a good deal if he were good again, but is he going to be good again? Jameson Taillon, 12-5 last year for the Yankees, I think. Solid player, first-round draft. What is he, third overall pick? Very excited about him. But here's the thing. When people say, how do you feel about the Cubs? And what drives me crazy the most is people going, the Cubs are talking to Carlos Correa. I could talk to Carlos. I don't want them talking to people. I want you to put the money on the table and say, we signed Carlos Correa. Not that we're talking to this guy. We have offers out there. I don't care about your offers. I don't care who you're talking to. I want to hear who signs on the dotted line. So my overall perspective is, very much like Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber. And they say, Lynn, what are your feelings about the Cubs this year? And my immediate thought is, so you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah.
I think there is.
What was all that 1 in a million talk?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We all have offers out there, like maybe not offers we want to take, but they're all out there.
They're all out there. If they sign Carlos Correa, I think that would be pretty amazing.
That'd be pretty delightful.
And I heard rumors that before the pandemic, they were very close to signing. You hear things. As Robert De Niro said, I hear things. I hear things.
Yeah, you do.
But let me just say this. Bellinger and Taillon, not enough. Not enough in my world.
There'll be more coming.
Agreed.
Wilson Contreras, now a member of the hated Cardinals. This is going to be a test. It's going to be a test for the love right here. There's going to be a moment, if you love Wilson Contreras, Cub fans, and Lynn Bramer, you being highest among them, there's going to be a moment this summer where you're like, oh my God, I effing hate that guy.
Well, you have to remember that he replaces one of the all-time great Cub killers.
And Yachty, Molina, I don't care what kind of season he was having, what his overall stats were. When he came to Wrigley Field and played the Cubs, he destroyed us over and over again. And I can just see through a glass darkly.
I can see through the future that our next Yadi Molina will be a man named Wilson who doesn't know how to spell his first name, and he will destroy the Cubs when he comes to Wrigley Field. You know what's going to happen. Cub fans know what's going to happen. Cardinal fans are drooling because that's what they do. They know what's going to happen. I think Wilson Contreras is going to be more than a thorn in our side, to borrow a phrase from the Black Rose.
Do you think he gets booed when he comes back?
I think he gets cheered. He'll get cheered.
Yeah, he'll get cheered.
Cub fans are nuts.
But Dan,
I feel like you cheer him the first time, and then after, because he's a Cardinal, he's got to get jeered.
Well, when he goes 2 for 4 and hits a 3-run homer, the fans will turn on him.
When all of a sudden that passion is on display after a big 3-run homer in the late innings, and he's going crazy and
pounding his chest.
Yes, and Paul Goldschmidt is like feeding off of Wilson's energy, and you're like, oh my God, it happened. I hate that guy.
Let me just say this. Any man in a St. Louis Cardinals uniform is less than a friend to me. Remember, for Chicago Cub fans, the baseball season is just a manic depressive hayride. But for Cardinal fans, it's just a hayride.
God, we are a self-loathing bunch. Lynn Bramer with us in studio for the first ever Parkins and Spiegel holiday party. What is a holiday party without friendship? It's great to have Lynn.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah. It was a pleasure to come down here. And I would say it was an abundance of respect for the way I feel about all of you guys, not only Parkins and Spiegel, but my spirit animal, Shane Reardon, who understands you have to make homemade stock. You can't use canned stock. And Chris Tannehill, the best in business. But I really just came down for the short ribs.
How good were the short ribs?
Let's review the short ribs.
The short ribs had that kind of that sear where the fat kind of caramelizes on the outside. So it's got a crispy outside, but the interior completely moist and tender. Mm-hmm. And on a bed of mashed potatoes with a little gravy, it was everything I hoped. And before I return to my hovel upstairs, I will have to try the smoked wings from Chris Tannehill.
Yes, you will.
We have a very collegial connection with the afternoon show because for years Pizza Friday was celebrated lustily with you guys and Tanny and Shane and it would be Friday morning. I'd send out the email. Okay, who's in for Pizza Friday? Where are we getting it? Are we getting Aurelio's thin crust with bacon? Or and one of the things I always make a point of is not to identify where the pizza's from, because pizza makes people stupid. You put a picture of pizza on Twitter, people go, "What is that? Why did you drive to Flossmoor and go to?" We get pizza that's close to where we work. We don't want pizza from Flossmoor, no matter how good it is, because it's not going to be so good when it gets here.
Ladies and gentlemen, if those who have been wondering and perhaps tuning in looking for it, you just got the Pizza Friday origin story. I didn't realize.
Can you explain Pizza Friday, Lynn? There's a lot of bad info out there.
All right, I'm all in on Pizza Friday.
It starts with an email. It starts with a Lynn Bramer email on a Friday morning.
With a Lynn Bramer email. Let's get serious. What do we want? And the amazing thing to me was how few people had experienced pizza with jardiniere. Like this was a revelation. Jardiniere, bottom line,
keep it,
is good on everything.
Agreed.
It's good on everything. Italian beef, yeah. Hot dogs, yeah. Everything. Pizza comes under that broad umbrella of everything, my friends.
Rinaldi's is going to be dropping off some pizza later in the show, and they put they said the Danny Parkins special, the sausage and jardiniere, a medium pizza that could feed 14.
I'm never going home.
You shouldn't. And they donated a portion of proceeds over the last month or so to brain cancer research. They wrote the check today.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
that is great.
For the Malnati Brain Tumor Institute for my brother Brad.
It's a community.
That's tremendous.
Hey, one more thing, Lynn Bramer.
Yeah.
Heard your voice announcing it and putting it together, and a lot of people heard the news first through your voice. How about your friend and ours, Pat Hughes, going into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame? An unbelievably wonderful bit of well-deserved news today for Pat.
You know, you meet a lot of people in radio and in the media and stuff like that. You never meet a guy with as much class as Pat Hughes. And more than that, more than just the person he is and the way he conducts himself and the way he interacts with people, you know, I've seen it. The fact that he is a part of our collective consciousness when we think about baseball. When we think about baseball, one of the best ways to take in baseball is on the radio. People who love baseball realize that. And when you're listening to the Chicago Cubs and you're hearing Pat Hughes say, I wish you could all be here right now. It's hard to fight back the emotions. So no one, I shouldn't say that. There are plenty of people as happy as I am that Pat Hughes is Ford C. Frick Award winner and in the National Hall of Fame. So congratulations, Pat Hughes. You deserve it. Everybody knows you deserve it, and I'm glad you're there.
Well, we're glad that you're here, Lynn. It's an absolute honor.
It's been fun.
Yeah. Stick around for some more food. All right. So the pizza will be here in half an hour or so, and so you don't need to leave. Just hang out.
Okay.
Come one, come all.
Have a peanut butter ball on your way out of Dodge.
Yeah. Oh, and I brought a pound of shrimp, which is my normal move. So there's some shrimp cocktail as well, if you like that.
I like everything.
Okay. Well, thank you, Lynn.
You're welcome.
So how about that first guest that you need friendship
Love
at a holiday party.
Yep.
And you also need a little bit of office drama. Do you think it's a good thing that Pat Hughes got into the Hall of Fame and then went on with Dan and Layla because neither of them are going for Pat's job? I was thinking if he came on our show, you were just like immediately thinking about like, okay, now you got the Ford C. Frick Award.
God.
That's the culmination.
You've done it.
You've called the World Series. Maybe like a year, and you'd be like pushing him off. I felt like that would be. It was a better landing spot with Dan and Layla than with. I would have loved to talk to him. He's like the nicest person I've ever met. He's among them.
God.
But I feel like if he would have been on the show, there would have been a palpable tension between you and the Hall of Famer.
I think you would have done the heavy lifting for me as the good partner you are. You would have put the passive aggressive, you ready to retire yet tone and words into each question for me. You would have done that for me as a supportive partner.
Not in the first like 4 or 5 questions because I would have wanted him. I wanted like the score to get all of like the nice cuts and audio.
Now that you've done it, Pat, you got to make room for my boy.
Yeah,
Here.
is there? Speaks is gunning for you.
Is there a positive vibe in here right now?
Yeah. So I think that is. I think it was a good spot for him to show up with Dan and Layla. But on a serious note about Pat Hughes, he's obviously incredibly deserving.
Unbelievable, yes.
And he is just look. I can't even say he's like one among the nicest people I've met in this industry because we just had Lynn Bramer on, who probably is like one of the nicest person I've met in this industry. But Pat is very nice. When I got the job, I've told this story before, but when I got the job in Chicago, before I had even hosted a show, he got my number from Mitch and he just called me out of the blue. Hello, Danny, this is Pat Hughes. And I couldn't believe it. I was starstruck before I just not a text, not a 2-sentence email, like calling someone he never met, had no reason, no anything. And just, we talked for, 8-10 minutes about the Cubs, about radio, about am I moving to Chicago? Like, how am I moving here? When am I moving? It's just it was so unbelievable. And he's done that for so many people. So many people have that type of story from Pat. He's a great guy.
It's a beautiful story. And having been able to share a booth with him just a few times, most of the times when I get to fill in, usually Zach is filling in for Pat, but there have been a couple times where I've gotten a chance to fill in where Pat's doing the job. He's in the front row and I'm just sitting in the back, getting a chance to just back him up, looking up stats, looking up things that he comes up with, trying to support with a song lyric or something. Dude loves music, but like his vibe when you are a helper in that way. So beautiful. It's everything you'd expect. Beautiful, encouraging, inclusive. Matt, if you have a thought, just open a microphone and go ahead and share it. Just not, but I would be afraid to most of the time because it's the man sets the tone and the vibe and the tempo of a baseball game as well as anyone who's ever done it. And that to me is the biggest part of the gig is like, how comfortable are you to listen to for 3 hours for 6 months? And the answer is unbelievably, beautifully comfortable, as good as anybody, and just so thrilled for him on the personal level, as you're saying, and on the professional level. And I got to tell you, man, I didn't expect it. That's a hell of a list this year of candidates with Dwayne Kuiper there and our guy Steve Stone, Tom Hamilton, Gary Cohen. There's so many. Joe Castiglione, who's been in Boston forever. Like that's an incredible list that Pat Hughes was the distinguished winner amongst. So good for him and just so well deserved.
Also know that it meant a lot to him.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It and he's not afraid to admit it.
That's the place, man.
It's sometimes it's like, you don't do it for the awards. And I'm not saying he did it for the recognition, but like he's made no bones about it. Like it means something to him.
Yeah.
And so it's nice when you're not too like fake humble to say like, of course it would mean something for me to get into the Hall of Fame. And he gets into the Hall of Fame and when he's still here to enjoy it, he's still at the top of his game. He's still working. It's just, it's great. It really is.
I told Christine when I heard the news, like, we got to go. We got to go for the induction ceremony. Got to try and go. She's never been to Cooperstown. If you've never been, it's such a special and wonderful, magical place. But I'm
sure the score will be out there. We'll have to go.
I've never been for an induction weekend, which is an amazing opportunity. So you gotta try and get there just to support Pat and be there and feel the vibe.
All right, so Lynn Bramer, our first guest. Many more in-studio guests to come. Some professional comedy coming up at 3 o'clock. Tune into Twitch, see how we've decorated, see how we're dressed. We're going to pour some punch before we go. But the idea of the market being set across baseball, some of these numbers, including the numbers that Wilson Contreras got, what that should tell us about how the rest of this hot stove is going to unfold. Coming up, Parkins and Spiegel on our holiday party on the Score.
Congratulations to legendary Cubs radio.
I do have a problem, though, with base runners. I have an instinctive reaction to what is happening to their lives on the base paths. You know what I mean?
I want to hear it. So let's hear Spiegs kill somebody.
A swing and a miss. Ortega is running, and he is dead. Out at second easily on what probably was a hit and run.
Wow.
Yeah, I killed him.
Man.
He died out there.
Did you notice it right when you said it?
As soon as I said it.
Amazing.
Ortega is running, and he is dead. Yep.
All right, so Speaks.
I did it again.
Can I point something out here, though?
Sure.
A growth in this moment. You know, they preach in play-by-play, don't talk about what's going to happen, talk about what's happening. The first time you said he's going to be dead.
It's true.
This time
he's going to be dead.
He is dead.
Right, yeah, it's true.
So you grew
in
on
spring.
Saturday.
Thank you very much. In spring training a couple years ago, I said that somebody was going to be dead when, in fact, he was actually dead.
Still accurate.
Right. But you're right. Present tense.
Right.
Want to exist in the present tense.
But
and he's going to be dead.
The mechanics of a play-by-play call, you grew.
That is true.
I'll take that.
You killed someone in a more efficient, correct manner.
Ortega is running, and he is dead. He is a difficult guy to execute.
Oh, wow.
That's editing.
He just won't die.
It's the magic of an editor. Right there.
It's a difficult guy to execute.
But I didn't think about it before. What am I going to do if he gets caught stealing? What are the words I'm going to use? Apparently, that's the word I'm going to use.
I mean, well,
it's what it felt like.
Do you need to? But you don't think of every word that you're going to use on a liner or a ball in the gap or whatever. So yeah, you should just not make stealing bases life or death.
But
in your head.
But it is, Danny. It's so important, man.
Very serious stuff.
Ortega is running, and he is dead. Yeah.
Texas says, I thought it was made up or a bit when I heard it live. No, he just did it again.
Yeah, and I did it again.
sweater, man. That's hilarious.
Ugly? My mother made this.
Well, your mama suck at making sweaters.
Oh, really? It's like that?
On 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Hang on the mistletoe, I'm gonna get to know you better. This Christmas and
This is such a jam, Danny.
This
Come
is
on,
great.
man. Move it, man.
I was just listening, man.
Shake your thing. Shake what you brought with you.
I don't got much. I got a flutie back there. Just a straight line.
This was up for consideration for our former NFL player, karaoke singer, who's coming in
4
later
o'clock.
on.
Yeah.
So it was this one or an old school classic or another. He was mulling his possibilities.
Well, we're bringing it. I kind of want to tell people what that segment is on some. Let's put it. There's a professional musician
Yeah.
who will be in the studio at 4, and then there will be a score contributor who believes that they could have been a professional musician who will be singing in the 4. So you will not hear Spieg sing. You will not hear myself sing.
Right.
We're bringing in the pros and the people who think they could be pros, and we will be judging them.
I wasn't here for the self-professed. I could have been a finalist on American Idol.
Okay, it's Aunt Heron. It was one of the damnedest things I'd ever heard in my entire life. He just was not impressed with the. He was surprised that I was impressed with his declarative statement that he could have made it as a finalist on American Idol. I was like, you know that tens of thousands of people try out for that show, and there's 12 finalists. So
he's a very confident man.
Yeah, so I believe that you're good at it. He calls it karaoke. And I'm just like, all right.
Does he really?
He's very smug. And I love him. I say smug as a term of endearment.
Oh, you do?
And yes.
Okay.
Yeah, at least when I'm talking about Aunt Heron.
I gotcha.
And
All right, condescending, not so much, but smug,
no,
yes.
Exactly. There's a difference.
Okay.
Smug
to
is
clarify.
part of my love language. Are you kidding? And so, yeah. So the professional musician, and then
Is there a positive vibe in here right now?
There's no way to know. But that's coming up at 4 o'clock. I'm curious, Mr. Baseball, though.
Yes, sir.
The comedy comes in at 3. The food is here. The celebration, the Twitch,
Yeah.
the punch, the flowing ropes.
Yeah, let
the
me
striking.
say a preemptive FU to the texture says, thanks for bringing in real live professional comedy for today's show. It'll be a welcome respite from the amateur comedy you're known for.
Yeah, well.
Bite us, sir. Bite us directly on the text line.
If we were professional comedians, we'd have a Netflix special. So I think that's an
We
accurate.
don't have one. No, we don't.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's wrong.
So I think it's an accurate representation of what's going on here. But I have not seen yet. You tell me. Yeah, you're looking good. You tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Have you seen a contract that's come out in the hot stove season where you're like, that guy got less money than I thought he was going to get?
Whew, it's a good question. Verlander got 43 per. That's plenty. Judge got 360. That's plenty. I did have my moments of wondering whether Judge would get all the way to 400. Maybe he'd maximize the years.
I think if he would have left the Yankees and gone to a team that was willing to go 10 years, he would have.
So apparently the Padres did offer that, right? So Bob Nightingale said it was 10 years, 400 mil. So that was on the table.
Yeah, I think he still gets a record-setting contract, and he gets to be a Yankee for life, and don't have to pay California taxes, so there's a difference there.
Yep.
And there's just the value of everything merchandise-wise is nowhere bigger than New York. So I get why.
Jameson Taillon with the 4 at 68 with the Cubs is plenty. Taijuan Walker, and right around the same time frame and the same kind of profile, got 4 at 71.
DeGrom 5/185.
That's outrageous.
But so
Abreu got more than expected. DeGrom got more than expected. Wilson Contreras got longer and more than expected.
But that's where I was going. So I feel like we maybe just need to recalibrate expectations here, right? I always talk about following the money. We haven't seen any contract. No one has been like, oh, wow, that guy got. There's just the market is flush. There's so much money in the sport. Mm-hmm. The teams with the most money are buyers. It's a great time to be a free agent. And there was draft pick compensation attached to a catcher who's not known as a great game caller, who is going to be, you're signing him for his 30s, basically. And you have the best scouting report you could possibly have on him that's not the Cubs. You're the Cardinals. You're a good organization that sees him 19 times a year.
And they gave him 5 years of 87.5 mil?
And the other team that was interested is the Houston Astros, considered maybe the best organization, one of the 2 or 3 best in the sport.
Yeah.
It just,
it gave me a little bit of pause of like, damn, I hope they're right. Like
on Contreras?
Yeah, I just like he got a lot of money from a good team who outbid another good team.
Yeah.
This was not a team. This was not the Rangers.
No.
You know what I mean?
It's not dumb teams going out there and spending a pile.
Yeah. So it stopped me in my and with a draft pick attached to it. We thought that was going to submarine his value when we talked about it during the regular season. Like when we're back talking about that in May and June, and it didn't. Like I'm happy for Wilson Contreras, but it struck me as like, so if Jerry Reinsdorf is paying attention, like you probably need to overspend from what you were actually thinking, or just not participate.
Yeah, look, if
it's expensive out there, man.
If the conversation is about the market, and that's where you started and where you are, then yes, it is undeniably a spender's market, or I guess you'd call it the player's market, right? And it's proving to be incredibly lucrative, and you're going to get what you wanted or even more, as some of the owners who are willing to spend, and this is a particular moment here because you've got big behemoth organizations that are spending. San Francisco's trying to throw money at everybody.
Yeah.
And that's a big market team, a big spending team that hasn't been active in the past couple of years. Now they are. A lot of people are just using them. The San Francisco leverage is quite a thing. Texas is newly in it as of last year, and now they're in it. Philly's in it with Turner and others. And obviously, Steve Cohen is dragging the market upwards in ways that the other owners simply cannot deny. You can't pretend that it's unaffordable to pay Justin Verlander $43 million a year for 2 years when Steve Cohen just did it. And the Astros could have chosen to do it, and they're not choosing to do it. So you've got incredibly spendy teams, organizations, and owners dragging the market upwards, making it even more difficult for the likes of the White Sox.
Yeah, and the pressure needs to stay on the Cubs. If all of these other teams are spending and you're spending,
they have a lot more that they can spend, and they should, and they will.
Right, and they need to. Like if they were like, oh well, it just look, we got Tyone and we got Bellinger, and then they get a guy or two at the end of free agency to kind of round out the roster. No, it's not going to be good enough. Like in this market where the big boys are outspending and spending, you need to be the big boy.
Well, now we've dwindled down where like they need it. It looks like Bogarts is maybe going to head back to Boston, and if the Cubs do not get Correa or Swanson, it's going to be a very ugly reaction, and understandably so, for this offseason, because they'll still have money and they can still spend it on some people, but not getting the superstar shortstop that they need is going to be a very rough look in this market.
A holiday party needs entertainment. You know we love comedy on this show. You know we love Chicago comedy on this show. And there's a direct sports connection to our next guest. We bring in a Chicago comedy legend for the Parkins and Spiegel holiday party next on The Score.
Congratulations to legendary Cubs radio voice and The Score's own.
Carter, I think you come into a situation where there's urgency, not only next season, but every season. And there should be. This in Chicago, it's a big market, and people like us are holding Tom Ricketts accountable to behave like a big market team should. So in that context, when you look at the task in this offseason, what's your understanding about how aggressive the Cubs plan to be in free agency?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm at day one now. Yesterday was day zero, so still trying to get an understanding of where we are and where we want to go with our off-season plan this year and off-season plans, in future years. That word urgency, I totally agree with you. And aggressiveness, I totally agree with you. I think that's something that it was clear to me from day one in the process through these interviews is that, people here are aggressive in trying to bring winning baseball to Chicago as often and as quickly as possible. Sometimes those decisions on the surface don't seem that way, but they all have that underlying understanding. Like this is so that we can win our next World Series as quickly as we can. And I think that we'll think through our free agency process in the same way this offseason. Jeff talked about in his offseason presser about spending intelligently, and I think as painful as that is to hear for fans that want to say we're going to spend unintelligently and spend free willy. It's something that we have to do because we know that those are the decisions that help us to best put ourselves in position to bring those unbelievable moments to Chicago over and over again.
WSCR in HD Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
We're back live with more of the Parkins and Spiegel holiday party.
Don't forget that report, Bill. Yes, sir. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Kiss my ass. Kiss his ass. Kiss your ass. Happy Hanukkah.
On 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Thank you for hanging out. Parkins and Spiegel, our holiday party here on The Score. Tune into Twitch for our next in-studio guest. You can see all the decorations. Pour yourself a glass of real or proverbial punch. Spiegs has poured his. Remember, there's a full bottle of vodka in there.
I know.
We got 3 hours to go.
It's a very small pour.
All right, I'm
as
just
you can
saying.
see.
I'm just saying.
Extremely small pour.
Yeah.
That cut from Christmas Vacation just makes me so damn happy. And that's a movie that I need to rewatch. It's been a long time since I watched Christmas Vacation in full.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It is, right?
Yeah, fantastic.
And it's holding up very well.
That's a fun movie.
Thank you, Daniel Naras.
Yeah. I mean, it holds up decently. Like all those comedies, you got to put it in its time, place, and era.
I
But,
know.
Yeah, the movie's very funny.
All right.
Speaking of funny, what's a holiday party without some entertainment? We figured we bring in a professional comedian, and what a Chicago bucket list this is for Pat McGann, who joins us in studio, playing the Chicago Theater as a headliner. Tickets on sale today for the show at the Chicago Theater, April 22nd. What's up, Pat? Thanks for coming in, man.
Great to be here. What a party. I was listening on the way in, and I was like, I got to get this punch.
Yeah.
You really got to boozed up here.
Yeah, there's actual booze in there.
There's cookies. Feel free to have a peanut butter ball. They're delightful. It's like a whatchamacallit, but turned inside out. There's a
Where are those from? Who made those?
My wife made those.
Oh, your wife made those?
Yeah, she made them with love.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
They're not laced with anything? They're not...
Not as far as I know, but I wasn't watching the entire time.
Now, I'm not much of a cook, so I brought shrimp cocktail.
Oh, these are crunchy.
Right? There's Rice
Very
Krispie
good.
treats in
Yeah.
there.
You guys, Chicago, can you hear this? There it is.
He's really eating the peanut butter ball.
That's my review right there. The crunch factor. I wasn't looking for that.
Yeah.
Very good.
You feel free to finish it. You don't
What's
have
your
to-
wife's name?
Christine.
Christine, nice work.
All right, there you go.
Beautiful.
Wow.
That's fantastic.
The personal endorsement.
Yeah, it's huge. So you've played Chicago Theater, but never as a headliner, correct?
First time headlining there. I did. I opened for Sebastian there. And,
That's a good guy to open for.
Yeah, it was a good run, too, because he did about 5 shows. So you get comfortable being in the building. I had been there one other time. I did a anniversary thing with the White Sox.
Cool.
The 2005, so it was probably 2015.
Mm-hmm.
And they did not. There was room in the bleachers in the balcony.
Yeah.
So I said, this kind of feels like home.
It feels like a White
Jerry
Sox
didn't
game.
like that one.
Oh.
But they bring you back. You're like the White Sox comedian. I feel like you do their events.
No,
right?
I do have a good relationship with the White Sox.
And you lean in because they can take it a little bit, can't
Oh yeah,
they?
they have a good sense of humor there.
All
They
right,
have to.
All right, we got to talk about it right away because this is the stuff of legend. Pat McGann, you did a gig at the Field Museum for the White Sox charities? Is that what it was?
Yes, for White Sox charities.
White Sox charities, and it was the day of, I believe it was the day of the second 1-2 intentional walk, or was it the first one? It might have been the first 1-2 intentional walk issued by Tony La Russa, and an angry explanation after. And we were here, man. It's like, as angry as that fan base is, they were on 12 that day. Furious, freaking out, and all anybody wanted to do was to go to the event that you were headlining.
And roast Tony La Russa.
Yes! and
so,
you had a chance to do that.
And someone told me what you said, but do you remember what you said about Tony?
I think I said you better get out of here before someone thinks you're an exhibit. Something like that.
Yeah.
He had a great sense of humor about it. He stood up.
Oh, he
gave
did?
me yeah.
That must have taken a while.
Then someone had to nudge him.
Yeah.
That was about you. TLR?
It made me laugh so hard, the idea of Tony La Russa being an exhibit.
I still can't believe that I was there in 1983 at the Tito Landrum game, and he was the manager.
Wow.
And then I brought my son to game 4 of that Houston series.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he's 7. My son was 7.
Yeah.
And there he is. Same
guy.
manager. Like, what?
What's the father lesson there? Son, don't worry. You can always be the White Sox manager.
I said, you can be loyal, but then there's too loyal.
Yeah.
It's a big lesson for a 7-year-old, man.
Yeah. Are those gigs tough, or is the corporate gig a tough gig? I would feel like it would be.
They can be a little tough. It's different environment every time you go into something like that. But when you're doing something with professional athletes, like they're sizing you up right away. Like, who are you? And they're all very guarded now, I think, maybe as opposed to the past. I've worked with, at the alumni event, those guys, different vibe. They were not as maybe infected with social media and concerned with what was going to be out there, And I do think that you get that feel from these guys when they when you're interacting with them. They think you're going to post everything, or that it's going to be something's going to be taken out of context. So it's a different environment.
That's interesting. So that's White Sox alumni you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, so White Sox alumni, now if it's Ron Kittle and that ilk, like they grew up in clubhouses just giving each other crap on the highest level where no holds are barred and there was no political correctness whatsoever, and you just had to take it and show up for work the next day.
For sure.
That culture is different these days in a locker room. It's more supportive. It's more thoughtful. So, yeah, the old crowd better for you in that sense.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. And I think a lot of these guys are, fans of comedy. I've been on the road and they come to shows. They show up at comedy clubs. It's a good night for them.
Yeah.
If they're, especially like road teams, they get out, some good team building. But when you put them on the spot, it's a different situation.
It's a pretty remarkable inferiority complex for the White Sox as an organization, right? They got a big old chip on the shoulder, don't they? That you have to poke at every once in a while comedically, but not too hard.
I feel it too, though, because I'm a South Sider.
Yeah.
And I used to think, that chip may be a little bit too much, but then the realness happens, right? You get there was the ESPN snub, right? On the
Chicago Championships graphic where they did
Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune got us. I think they had like Chicago sports teams, and we weren't up there. It does happen sometimes.
Yeah, no.
Right?
So it's well earned.
So it's
understandable. And it goes back to the beginning, man. It's the Cubs. The guy who owned the Cubs wouldn't allow Charlie Comiskey to bring a team north of 35th Street.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't allow him to do it in the 1800s. Like, nope, can't do it. Sorry. So, like, that feeling of being, told to stay in your lane goes back more than a century.
Well, it's in our population, too. It's in the people that walk the streets on the South Side, They don't like to come up here either.
Sure.
That's why they're all like, Chicago theater, screw this. See this guy in a grade school gym. I'll see him when he comes to St. Cajedens.
If he's playing a football stadium at Marist, maybe I'll come by.
Exactly.
April 22nd, see Pat McGann, Chicago theater. That's 3,600 people, man. That's a big room.
Well, that's what it holds.
That's what it holds.
We'll see.
All right, fair enough.
No. I hope to get him out there for sure. It's going to be. This is something I've always kind of wanted to do, and for it to be happening, I'm really excited about it.
What are So how long you been doing stand up?
Since 2008.
2008. So what are the benchmarks in your career? Like I watched your Colbert set earlier today, just like preparing for you to come in. I would imagine doing a late night set is a thing that all comedians want. Opening for a monster like Sebastian. Like what benchmarks do you feel like you've done in your career? Because now you're headlining like the biggest comedy theater in your hometown. So like what would you point to so far in your career as the highlights?
Well, I think that like the Zanies relationship really was what started my career. I was the house MC there. And when I started stand-up, I really was like, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to work at Zanies. And Bert Haas, who ran and booked the club, asked me to be the house MC. So I started hosting there. And they're open every night of the week. And I was hosting. I was only off on Mondays. We're doing like 12, 14 shows a week. I'm working with all these national headliners every week. There's someone else coming in. And it was like crash course. Learned a lot. They made me do crowd work. They made me get out of my material, get comfortable on stage. I wasn't comfortable on stage.
Sure.
I didn't like to be up there, at first. And so that was like the beginning. And then that's where I met Sebastian. And then Sebastian took me on the road with him. I never imagined that his ride would become what it became, doing arenas, Madison Square Garden and things. But that's his world, right? So I never lost sight of that. I was just kind of riding that wave. But those were always, the Sebastian stuff really made me develop material. The zany stuff made me develop like a persona on stage and just being comfortable.
What's it like being on the road with one of the, 5 biggest comedians in the world?
It's pretty crazy. It is. It's fun. We're spoiled. I mean, it's great venues. People are keyed up. You walk in there and they've been looking forward to this show for months. They've had tickets for a long time, and more than ever, this live entertainment. I don't know if you're feeling this, Matt, at your shows, like live shows.
Electric.
People are appreciating more than ever.
100% agree.
The feedback afterwards. I needed that. I needed a laugh. I needed to get out. I needed an escape. I have COVID now, but it was fun.
It was worth it. This is worth it, COVID.
I lost 6 family members, but screw them. I'm out. I'm having a good time.
No, I think it's just something that people are really digging. Just to be out.
Absolutely. Well, this has always been, as you know, if you're playing around the country, this is one of the great live theater, live event towns in the world. Like, it just is. It's better than New York. It's better than LA as a live event town. There's just people love it. They're thankful for it. They're like so glad that it's happening. And then they go home at the end of the night and they relax. And you end at a decent time usually so they can go home, But I completely relate to that feeling. You got me thinking as you're talking about the Chicago theater. I remember when Brother, my band in the 90s, was so excited. We're going to do a big CD release party at the Vic, man. It's going to be great. Yeah. Oh, yeah, let's do it. And the Vic seats, 1,800? And there were probably 250 people there. And you're like, all right, and you're fighting your way through the show with 1/9 of the attendance in a venue that large. And you joke about the Chicago Theater at 3,600, but like, that's when you're professional, right? Like, depending on how it goes, you got to be a pro and do the same show whether there's 10 people or 3,000 people.
Yes, yeah, and that can be challenging sometimes because you have to, it's like sports, you play down your level sometimes, and if you can't punish the people that showed up. You gotta bring it, right? Or try to.
Yeah.
But you do feed off of them too, because it's like, a conversation in a way. You're getting feedback from them and you feed off of it. So
yeah, the thing I always think of is Van Halen was doing like
I always think of them too.
Right, I know you do. Right, they were very, very young, Danny. They were doing some show in Hollywood at like 6 o'clock in some dive bar, and there was an A&R guy who was in there getting a drink, and he turned around, and he's like, "Who the hell are these guys?" And it was David Lee Roth doing stage dives, and Eddie spinning the guitar, and they were Van Halen for 3 people in the crowd. He's like, "Calm down, but I'm signing you today."
Yes, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, you got to bring it.
Pat McGann in studio for the Parkins and Spiegel holiday party. Check it out. Go see him. Chicago Theater. We're going to sell this thing out. Support people who support the show. Pat's been cool to us, so let's go. Go buy some tickets. Where's the easiest way? I don't think they can do a Chicago Theater box office, but you got a site or your
there's
Instagram?
a link online if they go to my socials or you go to my website, Pat McGann Comedy, and there's a pre-sale code before Friday. It's Pat Live. That's the code.
Okay, Pat Live, wherever you're trying to buy your
ticket. Where's Lynn Bramer? I thought this was a party. I was like, listening on the way in. I'm like, oh, Lynn's going to be there?
I know.
You guys are liberal with this word party. Kind of throwing it around.
It's theater of the mind, Pat. Lynn stopped by the party.
Oh, he did?
He was here first. Yeah, he was the opener. Mm-hmm. Now we go to you, and you're going to open for somebody else.
No,
no one's hanging out for the full 4 hours. We're not that cool.
I understand what he's
talking
talking
about. Green room.
Should we open the door?
The white hen across from my high school. One in, one out.
Yeah, basically.
Can't let them all in.
Oh, the white hen. It was good. The white hen, the J.J. Peppers, if you had to choose one or the other.
Oh, white hen.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Sandwiches? Or what did they do?
We had a guy who worked at our white hen. His name was Ken. We called him White Ken. And he ran the joint. And he was a total jack. He wouldn't let anyone in there.
So do you have White Sox angst about this offseason? Are you worried they're not going to spend any of Jerry's money?
I was kind of bummed about Abreu, to be honest. I didn't think that was the move, but I don't have any anxiety about it because it's just whatever happens. And I was fired up last year, and then where did that get me? I'm just staying even. I love the White Sox. I'm not going to stop loving them. I hope they do well. They got to stay healthy. That's kind of out of their control, maybe. That could change everything.
Expectations. If you have no expectations, you can't get hurt.
Yes. I believe that.
You did have expectations last year. Like, in terms of the most disappointing seasons of any sports team in your lifetime, was last year up there?
Yeah, I would think it was close.
It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad, man.
You kept waiting. for it to turn. And then I had that event, and the word was trickling in. And my history with that is not great either. And, I've gotten to know Jason Benetti a little bit, kind of a name drop, but talking with him in the booth one night, they had me come in because I was promoting White Sox Charities event.
Sure. And
it was like Chris Sale, one of his last starts as a White Sox. Like I think this is when they decided, like, let's blow it up. Because he was, cruising for the first 3 innings, and then I came in the booth in the 4th, and it imploded. And I was getting messages on Facebook like, "You suck. You're the worst thing ever. I hate you." I'm like, okay. I mean, it's insane how people react.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
We live with it every day. You do too, though, man. Like the feedback loop is, you can get sucked into it.
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah. YouTube comments.
It's not a nice place.
Dude, I opened for Sebastian this weekend in Worcester. Worcester, Mass,
Yeah.
And I did my set. It was, it felt great.
Yeah.
It was in an arena. I go back and I'm looking, and some guy, "You just opened for Sebastian. You suck. Could have found someone better around the corner."
Around the corner in Worcester?
You just didn't have that Worcester brand of humor, man. It's a very specific thing. Next time you play Worcester, just skew to him.
Yeah, but so you read the comments.
Well, this was a DM. This was a direct heat-seeking missile.
Yeah.
Thought it was a new fan.
Yeah.
But apparently not. I invited him to the Score holiday party, and he's going to come in when I leave.
We don't have room.
I'm going to tag him in.
Hey, those are our people. That guy's probably a P1. That guy's a listener. 100%.
What about the Bears? Are you a believer in Justin Fields?
Yeah, I mean, if you could, there's a guy that I'm like, okay, is he going to have a long career playing the way he plays? I mean, if he could, you sound like anybody else. If he could stay healthy, I mean, he's electric. I like watching him. I like watching their offense. Seems like when they got rid of Roquan, like some of the defense kind of, they're not stopping anybody. But I'm optimistic.
This has been our thing the last couple of years because we've had a chance to live with. There was a time when the Bears never hired a coach who had previously been a head coach. They just didn't believe in experience, you know? And then they did that with John Fox, got it out of the way. Then they had never hired the offensive coordinator from a good offense, and they did it with Matt Nagy. And you're like, oh, this might work. They had never done that. It didn't work. They've never had a young franchise quarterback who they've tried to build around. They've never had this.
This could be a new way to break our hearts.
This could be a new way to experience a terrible thing with the Bears. And
Did
even
you forget
that is
about
fun.
Cade McNown?
Oh, God.
Well, that's the thing, Pat. I say this all the time. I want the Bears to have a good quarterback so badly. I fall for all of them. Like, I'm fairly rational, level-headed when it comes to sports, but with Bears quarterbacks, I was like, Cade's the answer. Rex is the answer. Jay's the answer. Mitch is the answer. Like anybody who's got some upside and some hope or was a first-round pick, I fall for. So
when I woke up to the Bears, it was Walter Payton, and 85 was in 4th grade. This was
a sweet
this is the
spot.
best franchise ever.
Oh my God!
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
that'll
I
leave a mark.
That'll
leave a mark on you.
I didn't realize that they, the McCaskies. I mean, you have an appreciation for family-run businesses. Right?
Yeah.
And then, when it gets down to the second, third generation, it
gets tougher.
They look like they're owned by a 95-year-old woman.
They win that way. They operate that way.
Which
my great-grandma was running the Bears. I think they would be
they'd have a similar win
under
percentage.
500 too.
Yeah, my Nana would have sucked at that job. Now I'm thinking about it.
What's the promo code one more time?
Pat Live.
Check him out. Pat McGann, Chicago Theater. He's trying to sell out the Chicago Theater, headlining it for the first time. Great Chicago
Make me sound
comedian.
so desperate. Listen to this, guys. He's trying to sell out.
Give him more than one night.
Chicago Theater.
No, we're gonna get so
He's
many.
a Southsider.
We're gonna get.
Aren't you embarrassed?
We're gonna have so many pre-sales after you attended our holiday party.
Hit that drop.
They're gonna give you a second. They're gonna give you a second night. You're gonna be like Sebastian. You're gonna rattle off 5 shows in a row.
That's right.
At Chicago Theater. Pat Live. Check it out. All the social media channels. Chicago Theater. April 22nd.
You know what it is, Danny. It's the Parkins and Spiegel bump.
That's
right.
right.
Everybody knows it. Sebastian felt it after he came on.
Yeah, we made his career.
Come on.
It's Earth Day, so people might have plans.
Yeah, that's tough.
You know what? Bring the Earth. Go ahead.
It's gonna be.
Grab a piece of Earth. Bring it in.
Chicago is Earth.
Take a wing
Use
and a
that
beverage,
in
and
the
then
marketing.
and then make room for our next guest. Would you? Okay, one.
Yeah,
in,
who's
one out.
next?
Boomer Esiason.
Oh, really?
He's calling in though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But
that was an option?
Not for you. Not for you. Adam Amin just walked in. Adam Amin will be in studio in 20 minutes.
Oh,
but
nice.
Boomer Esiason's calling in next on The Score.
The Score's very own Pat Hughes, legendary voice of the Cubs radio broadcast team, has just been named the 2023 Ford C. Frick Award winner, the highest honor a broadcaster can receive in Major League Baseball, entitling him entry into the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
I'd imagine your life, your career, your handicap, you've played in some pretty cool golf groups. Like, what's the craziest foursome you've ever found yourself involved in, Dennis? If you can top that.
Well, the craziest twosome I ever found myself in was with Bill Clinton. I spent a weekend in the White House with him. It was a slow news weekend, and Hillary wasn't there, and I roamed around the White House all by myself. Went into the Oval Office, and we hung, and we got into the presidential limousine with a couple of Subway sandwiches in the back, and you take off from the White House and you just don't stop because they stop traffic everywhere you go. It's a great way to get there.
Wow.
Wait, Subway sandwiches in the presidential limousine, was that Bill's choice, or how did that happen?
Subway sandwiches. I really love that pastrami paradise that they have over there.
What's his demeanor like on the golf course? Like, are you able to trash talk and bet with Bill Clinton, like, on a golf course?
Oh, of course. He always took that presidential prerogative. He'd give me or himself a 7-foot putt. Good. Let's go to the next one. And you're there on the golf course. They shut the whole thing down so he could play. And you look over to the opposite fairways on either side, and there's a guy with these big binoculars. The Secret Service all over the place, but they cannot help you find your ball. But they're looking out.
party.
Aaron! Judy! Rose, come here! I got the most expensive tree they had!
Merry Christmas. Thank you. What? Christmas. And Christmas. Happy Hanukkah.
On 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Thanks again to Pat McGann. Check him out. Pat Live is the promo code. Chicago Theater, April 22nd. It's the Parkins and Spiegel holiday party. Expecting Boomer Esiason to call in just a couple of minutes. Then we have 2 in-studio guests together coming up in about 10 or 15 minutes that we're very much looking forward to.
Part of the same broadcast entity for a team in town. Man, following closely everything that is or is not happening on baseball's hot stove.
Yeah.
At the moment, there's some inactivity right now while the Red Sox look to be closing in on Xander Bogaerts, leaving the Cubs having to decide whether to go big on Carlos Correa or maybe target Dansby Swanson. But really haven't seen a signing of consequence in a couple hours here, actually.
I told you. We texted Jed. We told him to tell the market to hit pause until like mid 5 o'clock hour of the holiday party once our last guest has come and gone. And it's just time for us to be drunk and cleaning up and reminiscing about the day and who made a fool of themselves at the party.
That's a good call.
That's when they could sign Xander Bogaerts.
Let me ask you a question. If you were John Heyman and you tweeted about Arson Judge yesterday, would you have leaned in to the bit, maybe like changed your Twitter picture to Fire Marshal Bill, Jim Carrey from the old Mad TV?
Sure.
Like really kind of just, it made your bio that you're like, you are the arbiter of whether a fire is intentional or not, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because I might have done that even just for a couple hours.
I don't know if a reporter trying to break these huge scoops from the biggest news-making event of the year in your sport has that level of like self-deprecation to them, unless their name is Jeff Passan. Passan
would do it
100%.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Passan would do it.
If he used Arson Judge by accident, his bio would just all about the schooling he did to discuss possibly intentional
there
fires.
There would have been 3 or 4 layers to the jokes. It would have been brilliant. He would have done it, and then he would have broken the next like 3 huge stories because he would have just been mad at himself. So like Passan would have done it, and then I also think. Remember when Woj got in trouble for tipping the NBA draft picks?
Yes.
And like you can't say that the Bulls are going to select Lowry Markkanen because it scoops the TV coverage when the TV coverage is on the 5th pick and then you're already reporting on the 7th pick. So he would say, "Oh, I can't say that they're going to draft him," and then he would start tweeting out like, "The Bulls are zeroing in on Lowry Markkanen," or like, you know what I mean? The Bulls have their eyes set on Kobe White, and he would just say, "They told me I couldn't say who was going to be drafted," so he just changed around the verbiage of it. Speaking of verbiage, I have this to shout out our good friends at Rinaldi's. They brought all of this. Shane, is that what is that? It's just too much food. 4 orders of garlic knots, 4 orders of tenders with all the sauces. The hot honey sopressata pizza, which is amazing. The meat lover, the margarita, the Hawaiian, the pepperoni, and the Danny Parkins special, which is the medium sausage and hot jardiniere, good enough for 14 people, with proceeds going to the Malnati Brain Tumor Institute in honor of my big brother, Brad. So thank you so much to Rinaldi's for getting the show, supporting the show. Anytime we ask them for something, they come through bigger than we ever could have imagined. If you're going to a game or a concert at the United Center, ride their free shuttle. Stop at Rinaldi's before and after the game. It's Rinaldi's in the West Loop. It's fantastic.
Go to that place. They have a great bar, 2 of them, as a matter of fact, and then all that incredible food, and the pizza's just killer.
Yeah.
Rinaldi's West Loop. You can find them on Facebook and Instagram that way. Rinaldi's WL on the Twitters. Wonderful place.
Do you guys feel like there's any sort of like split at this holiday party between like excited Cubs fan who is just like 10 out of 10 confident, I am positive they are going to sign a marquee free agent shortstop to just continue to build on the positive momentum of Bellinger and Tyone, and it's like, oh, center fielder, former MVP on a prove-it deal, former MVP, check. Great defensive player, keeps it open for Pete Crow Armstrong. Number 2 or number 3 starter. Velocity guy, pitch to contact, evolving as a player, affordable, check. Then they're going to get a great shortstop, and I'm just like not worried at all. Juxtaposed against the angst of White Sox fans at this party because they're not doing
Is
anything.
that what the tension is? Because there's tension here. Is that what it is?
I'm not even sure if there
there's
is
tension.
I
feel like I spent a lot of time in the studio today, just bouncing around, grabbing people from downstairs. But I don't know if it's tension.
I project from the internet, honestly, with White Sox fans having a lot of tension around these winter meetings. Not necessarily you two guys.
Yeah, no, I think it's very clear that Cubs ownership cares about the livelihood of their fans.
Oh, okay.
And White Sox ownership does not. White Sox ownership cares about their livelihood, and Cubs ownership sees people coming out in droves regardless of the product. They want to look at those fans in the eyes and say, hey, we're going to put a product on the field that you actually want to come see. And thank you. We're going to reward you for sticking with us when we were just ramping up for what's to come.
And what are the White Sox ownership?
Spitting in my face.
I think it was kind of eye-opening to have Ryan McGuffey in here yesterday, who I consider very smart, informed, well-sourced, and even he is beginning to feel like the team's losing him a little bit. You know what I mean? Like
That's not good.
So like I felt like, oh, we're not alone here. Like we're not just like going off of what Twitter's saying. I was like, here's another person who I respect and who has White Sox credentials. Who's like, you got to show me a little bit more.
Yeah, because everything right now that's being written and discussed about the White Sox is learning to be patient, trying to be patient, seeing if you can wait it out while the other big spenders take care of business, and then we'll see what happens on the market after that. That and creative trade proposals. That doesn't really light a fire under the fan base at all.
Yeah, no, and to be clear, I made it weird. I wasn't talking about tensions between like us
You
and
made it weird? You meant something weird?
I didn't mean to. I meant just I would imagine the audience at the holiday party, like on Twitch, like Cubs fans a little bit more comfortable as opposed to White Sox fans with this. I don't mean to make it weird. It's just my essence.
It's in living color, not Mad TV, Spiegel. Come on. Come on! Do your job better! Idiot! Sorry, go ahead.
Coming up next in studio, two friends, a SCORE alum, a huge national play-by-play voice, one of the great success stories in the history of this radio station, and they've got a great relationship together on air and off. Adam Amin and Jason Goff in studio next for the Parkins and Spiegel holiday party on the SCORE.
The SCORE's very own Pat Hughes, legendary voice of the Cubs radio broadcast team, has just been named the 2023 Ford C. Frick Award winner, the highest award a broadcaster can receive in Major League Baseball, entitling him entry into the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
Fielded by Baez, throws to first. Cubs win. Jake Arrieta is a 20-game winner.
A huge congratulations to Pat and his family for this incredible achievement. From all of us at
We've got ourselves a quarterback! Welcome to the party, Chicago!
It is a party.
QB1 party! All are invited! Tune into Twitch to see what we have created!
That is the most...
He is here!
It's the most active we've ever been during the break and Tanny's open before the show begins. There's a lot to set up here in studio, folks.
Pop your champagne. Smoke them if you got them. The Bears have themselves a quarterback.
Shane is like, I did not know I was a set designer or I was an art director of some kind. He's crushing it. He is killing it. Absolutely killing it.
We have a large balloon budget at this radio station, evidently.
Evidently.
Balloons are very expensive.
Evidently.
I did not know that when I decided to do this on a whim today.
Oh, come on, Bucko. Don't you want a balloon?
Oh, yes.
It just got creepy. Tanny, you made it weird, man.
QB1, baby. The Bears have a quarterback. I don't care that they lost. I don't care about the Bears have a quarterback that runs like Mike Vick, does the play action like Aaron Rodgers, audibles like Peyton Manning, and is on a rookie contract. He's ours.
He's very efficient. Threw 3 touchdown passes with just that tiny little number of attempts. He's been really, really good for 5 weeks now. You got a guy.
He's going to be here for a decade. Justin Fields was good in the second half of the Vikings game, the Cowboys game, the Patriots game, and this game against the Dolphins, with no other good players on the offense.
It's pretty remarkable.
Imagine what is possible when he has a single lineman who's good at pass blocking. Could you imagine what he could possibly do with a receiver over 6 feet?
What's that? Well, for Christ's sake, the Sox traded Bullfrog, the only player they got, for Schottenhoffer. Four eyes Schottenhoffer, utility infielder. Got a whole goddamn team of utility infielders.
That's nice. Hey, Dad. I'll bet you never guess what I got you for Christmas.
A new furnace.
That's a good one, Dad.
My old man was one of the most feared furnace fighters in northern Indiana.
On 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Thank you for hanging out with the Parkins and Spiegel holiday party. You can tune into Twitch to see my ugly sweater, how we've decorated the studio. Spiegs, you've broken into the punch. I need to start drinking.
Be careful of the punch. I had one.
Punch is aggressive,
Whoa,
right?
I had 1/3 of a glass of punch, and I think I'm going to stop right there for a while.
Smartly done. Smartly done.
Well, we drink in studio with Dave Wanstead on Thursdays at 4.
Well, he's just festive.
He is. But then when I saw you put the whole bottle in, I was like, I don't feel like you guys have the proportions measured out.
This feels like a bad college party that we just showed up at. That may turn into a very interesting college party that we will eventually leave.
Jungle juice all of a sudden.
Yeah, sometimes they start bad, Adam Amin, and then they turn really, really good.
Yeah.
That's the vibe we're going for. It's our holiday party.
It's a wonderful holiday vibe.
You are a delightful man to come by and grace us with your
my
presence.
pleasure.
Happy holidays. What's the best Christmas song, Adam Amin?
Vince Guaraldi, Christmas Time is here. Right. It's from Peanuts. If you don't know the name, it's the Peanuts Christmas theme. It's the best, most soothing, calming, festive song for me. I think it's the perfect Christmas vibe.
It's emotional, isn't it? It's sweet, it's happy, but it's a little sad.
It's a little melancholy.
It's a little melancholy.
I think maybe my perspective as a kid who didn't grow up celebrating Christmas, like was just exposed to it, like a lot of kids who aren't Christian or whatever, or just aren't necessarily from American families, we're all kind of like that in a similar sense. We just enjoyed it. We're like, it's a day of cookies and stuff. I'm good with that. I know this is what you guys celebrate. That's cool. I will happily eat the cookies and drink the punch. And you just kind of go along with it. And I sang Silent Night like everybody else. I didn't know what the meaning was. I just sang it because it was fun to sing.
I was raised Jewish, but my mom said that her and my dad fell in love around Christmas, and so we were just raised with Christmas trees. And
you take the festive nature of it. You don't need to necessarily have to subscribe to every belief of it. You just take the festive, kind nature of it. And I think that's where the melancholy a little bit comes in with me. That's why I like that song.
I am the happiest Jewish man who's ever lived when my wife is decorating the Christmas tree with all her joy and the love and the ornaments from the years.
Because you don't have the burden of Christmas therapizing. You don't have to deal with all that.
You don't have any tough memories.
You didn't get the fights. You didn't get the screaming over the which ornament is going to be at the top of the tree. You didn't have to deal with that. You just got the good stuff out of it.
And Hanukkah's an afterthought. It always has been. It's a very minor miracle in the history of Jewish miracles.
Hanukkah gets his ass kicked by Christmas every year.
I can respect
Ugly,
that as two gentlemen that have experienced both over many years. I'm sure you guys can have you have the ring card. You have the match card.
Yeah. Well, I'm serious. This year, Hanukkah gets a tough draw. It falls on Christmas Day. So there's just going to be absolutely brutal.
No, Hanukkah will get destroyed. Jason Goff, can you stand up for the majesty of Christmas? Well, actually, you don't need to because it's gonna kick Hanukkah's ass again. It's an ugly December every year.
Well, happy Kwanzaa Day, everybody.
Hey man, is this about as diverse of a room as you're going to get right now at this time of year? This is quite delightful.
Yeah, at the score, absolutely.
I like how
shout out to Ann Heron and Gabe Ramirez.
Ant's coming in a little bit.
And Layla was here 3 hours ago.
Yeah. We'll happily celebrate a Persian holiday as well. A Persian Christmas always goes over well.
What y'all got going on in here, man?
Hey man, careful about the punch. Apparently, they've been telling me that you might want to stay away from that.
Oh yeah, I can't go into work drunk.
Yeah, no, we didn't.
You can. I'm not saying you should, but you
it
can.
would be the first time in 4 seasons that I have attempted that feat. I like the streak that I'm on.
Good for
you
you.
go. Yeah.
Good for you.
Not gonna let you white people ruin my life again.
I tried to do that.
For the record, it was the fine Persian gentleman who was trying to force the punch on you.
You see how they do it?
Everybody tightened up real fast.
Reached for it.
Everybody tightened. The temperature of the room dropped very quickly.
All of a sudden, tomorrow, it's like, can you believe what happened to Garth? He went on NBC Sports Chicago drunk as a skunk. These headphones have some shorts in them, so I can't I can't hear you guys right now.
Oh, we can take them off.
It's just us. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just talking
It's
here.
just us.
How y'all doing, man?
We're good, man. Just,
You
trying
got
to...
my man Double A in here. This is the only time this man is at home. You gotta.
We're just saying, man.
Catch him when you can.
It's been a week while
good
in the
to
great
see
city
you,
of
brother.
Chicago. You too,
I don't
man.
get a chance to see him at the
before we work
UC
together.
anymore because last Halloween somebody ran up. And
Is that what happened?
The Kukoc jersey, the man with the Kukoc jersey and the Bulls hat on, and Steve, our man, the
Steve
great
rushed
protector
him.
Steve
took
was
care
ready
of
to
him.
take him out when
Yeah.
need be.
I
so.
wasn't worried. Kendall seemed a little irpy, but I wasn't worried. I wasn't worried.
Kendall's a good guy to have next to you.
I was going to say, why is Kendall worried? Of
Nah,
all
he
of
wasn't
us,
worried.
I
He
feel
wasn't
like
worried.
Kendall should be the least
Nah,
worried. He's the
yeah,
man that's got
nah.
the hands.
He's
I don't
got
have those
the-
hands.
He's got the certified dangerous hands, man. Ask some more of your Chicago
Yeah, exactly.
media members.
People have been on TV with him.
I just came in here and torpedoed this joint once again. My bad, Tanny. My fault, Shane.
It's why we bring you in.
That's what you do, man.
It's why we bring you in.
Man, we were talking about melancholy stuff. You raised the joy of the room. I'm fine with that.
That's the temperature.
Yeah, Brendan McCaffrey was the party terrorist. You're the segment terrorist.
Shout out to B Mac. Party diamond dry is what we used to call him. Dry up any party you need dried up.
I didn't realize you guys wouldn't see each other that much. Man, when I'm watching the games, your guys is back and forth on like the toss backs to the studio. I know you game together. I know you're friends, all that stuff. But like, I would assume that you would hang out and see
We
each other
rarely
4
see each
days
other
a
in
week.
person.
It's maybe like
your chemistry is amazing.
a
for never
half
seeing
dozen
each other.
times a year, and every single one of those is a joy for me. So I'm very
And we
happy
go
to get
out.
to see
And
him.
we've been out with each other a couple times.
That's
to Hubbard
great.
Inn
Yeah,
and
we have
some
a
other
good time.
spots. Yeah, but other than that, that's my man. This man he and I have bonded over late night Call of Duty sessions, talking about things that only two men could talk about late night. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
you're blowing the cover. What the gaming actually is sometimes. Some actual connecting on a human
It's just
vulnerable level.
extended therapy sessions,
Dude,
man.
it's
He has his, I have mine, and then we come together to expand on those sessions.
It's so hilarious too. Like there'll be times where I know I'm going for like 7 minutes about what's going on in my life, and Adam be like, "Hey, we got a guy over there in the corner."
And then the two people that we're playing with are like, "What is wrong with these dudes?"
It's always randoms. It's always randoms.
You guys are doing this on an open line of communication,
Well,
like an
like, I
open
mean,
channel.
the four of us, it's me, him, and then like the two random people we get matched up with. We can all hear each other while we're trying
And you're
to
doing
play
the therapy.
together.
Did you notice that like this last few months has been like geographically like correct? Like I've been getting a lot of Chicago people
It's
in
been
my
weird,
lobbies.
actually. I've noticed that too.
Yeah, and
I didn't
you'll
know.
see certain tags, certain
Like,
names.
oh yeah, this is
like,
got
okay.
a 312 tag. You must be a
Gangsta
fan of.
Disciple 74 wants to play with me. Okay. Come on in.
They tweak the algorithm to get a few more locals in there.
That's where we really got to mind our P's and Q's as well. I can't be out here swearing at small children when people from the Chicagoland area are playing with us.
Adam does a great job at keeping his
Suppressing.
cover. Like
That's why the therapy is necessary, because I'm suppressing all of this the rest of the time.
I was raised in this, so I'm like, hey, hey, stranger, come find out what's really been going on with my life.
Yeah, you're more yourself with an audience than without sometimes.
Hey man, I'm only alone when I'm with people.
That line is blurring as we advance in our years. I think.
Yeah. See, maybe I should have had some of the punch.
Damn it.
It helps.
People might be assuming that you and I have gotten into the punch based on how we might be talking.
Hey, just wait. One day, me and Adam are gonna have like a podcast where we talk about everybody in Chicago media behind our backs.
Wait for it. That'll be a very exciting podcast in the year 2047. Just be ready
end
for
of the
it.
career.
Yeah, just be ready for it. I'm gonna torch all these bridges.
It's amazing. Don't you remember Terry Bohr is always saying, "I'll just put it in the book."
I'll just put it in the book, man.
And he did.
And then he did.
And he definitely did.
He left a couple out though.
Oh, more than a couple.
It was a gentle book
Yeah.
for what he had promised.
All things considered, based on the ramp up time, I feel like maybe some people got off late.
When you're about to hit publish, you're like, you know what? Hold on one second.
It's how I feel after every episode of the pod. That's why I don't listen. Because I wait for the next morning for people to be like, "Dog, did you know that you?" I'm like, "What? That was in there? That's crazy."
Man,
that
I forgot. I blacked out for those 2 minutes and I was ranting on somebody.
Yeah.
So
Some dude got into it with his wife the other day because I told him that this happy wife, happy life thing that they have forced upon us is nonsense, and it should be happy us, right? And I'm saying this on our pod, talking about it, right? Like my fiance's a therapist, we have these conversations or whatever, and then this dude took that back to his relationship and damn, they got put out.
No, it's happy wife, happy life.
Yeah, exactly.
She told me it was happy wife, happy life. So I don't know what you were telling me, but she said, and now I got to do it.
You can follow me to destruction.
Have you guys ever had that where like you have the therapy session, you're like, you know what? You are right. I do need to stand up for myself. I do need to say something. Thank you very much. I'll take my notes and then I go in to talk to the wife. And another thing.
I forget everything.
I'm like, wow, that was a terrible idea.
Another thing was the last thing. That's what that was. Another thing ended up being the last other thing that I was about to say to her for that night.
Time to fire the therapist.
I just clam up and go on the couch.
I need people on my side on this, man. Come on.
Go watch my favorite black leading movies.
Lead me into oblivion like that. How dare you?
Nah, man. It's treacherous out there. That's why we have sports.
And that's why the Bulls need to tank.
There it is.
Good night, everybody. Thanks so much.
We've solved it all. We've solved it all in this very moment.
Did you answer all of their Bulls questions?
I haven't. We haven't even gotten to it. We've just finished doing these.
The first Bulls mention. Do you guys look at this stretch of games coming up against on paper teams that they should be better than? Is this going to be a defining stretch for the 9-14 Chicago Bulls?
Oh, it is certainly for the moment in time that we are in, the micro that we are in right now. As we, I know the macro is not looking particularly good. The micro that you're about to enter is exceptionally important. So for a bad team, or when I mean that on paper, 9-14. For a team like that, every stretch like this is a defining stretch. It becomes a defining stretch. So, yeah, you have the Knicks twice next week. You have the Knicks, in fact, 3 times in the next 2 weeks. You have a Dallas team that's been up and down outside of Luka. You have an Atlanta team that I don't know what Trae Young's on right now, but he is upset at Nate McMillan, and there's a lot of infighting, and they can't seem to get their chemistry going. They've lost games in weird fashion. They've won games in weird fashion. So just looking at the next 2 weeks, yes, this becomes a defining stretch for the season.
I'm hope trafficking with myself because I said that there was no choice. Jay, you and I have talked about this. Like they had to max Zach LaVine. They had to. You couldn't lose him for nothing. He was going to sign for a max with someone else on the 4 years. So you had to do it. Rough start, the knee, it happens. He looked awesome against the Kings, was attacking. I am telling myself that he is going to play in the back-to-back of Dallas and Atlanta because Luka and Trae signed the exact same deals that he signed, and that this is good.
Have you told his knee this?
No. It's a disaster.
Parkins is picturing Zach yelling at his knee. Like, come on, you get it. You got to do this.
Trae signed that deal.
You got to do it.
Luka signed that deal.
Come on, Lightning.
The future is so bleak if Zach isn't a special offensive player.
How much personal choice is going on there, though, in
No, I think
terms
he
of
wants
the
to play.
attacking?
I would say now
not
he's at
the
the
playing
point.
versus playing, but the attacking.
I think now he's at the point where I
time.
think a 20 to 25 game stretch. I mean, I always look back at Miami when LeBron first got there and how bad they were. Not bad is a relative term, but like how much they struggled with that quote unquote super team.
Oh, the evil empire.
It took them 25 games. It took him 25 games. 25 games is a really good sample size, I think, in the NBA to see a lot of things, whether it's an injury, whether it's chemistry, all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 best players got to play better. Like we keep wrapping ourselves up in these mental gymnastics and trying to figure out, all right, is it this guy? Is it this rotation? Nah, the 3 best players got to play better
At both ends.
Especially at one end.
I hope we see it, but I'm going to go until the day I die thinking that a healthy Lonzo Ball transforms the entire exercise on both ends of the floor, and they knew that, which is why you build a team like this, because you know that guy is energy defensively, is egalitarian offensively, makes people want to run, makes people want to pass, changes everything on both sides.
But if you appreciate him the way you do, Speaks, I'm not talking about you, but like as a teammate, maybe you play better so that all the pressure won't be on him coming back.
Mm-hmm. That's the other thing that we've all been discussing.
You throw a lot on a dude who hasn't played basketball in a year.
You can't just put him. You can't just use his name as a salve right now. And the wonder is it going to take him 20 to 25 games? The way it's kind of taken Zach LaVine to feel like, all right, maybe he's starting to get that bounce back. Because we've seen flashes of it, and we saw it very consistently, I think, this past weekend in San Fran and in Sacramento. That's the other thing. Is it going to take Lonzo Ball 25 games? Let's say he comes back after the All-Star break. You only have 20 games essentially to get to that point.
I would take the under on 25 games played for Lonzo Ball this year.
So can you still have to put yourself in a position to be a playoff team so that when he does come back, you don't put everything on him. You give him ample time to feel like, all right, he can get his legs back underneath him at a game speed and play at the level that he was playing at before he got hurt last year. And then hopefully you are somewhere in the mix of 7 to 10. And that's the goal all of a sudden right now. And that could change after this next 2-week stretch. You could say, all right, maybe they're back to being a 5 or a 6 or fighting for that. This is still a conference that's going to be up and down over the course of the year. So that gives you some pause and some comfort in a sense. But there's a lot that we're banging on a lot of ifs at this point.
We don't have a ton of time, and we really appreciate you both coming in. We don't know a ton still about AK. Do you guys think he has it in him to tear it down already?
Like if the next tear it down to do what though?
To sell.
I mean, like, but because
the next 2 weeks
Billy
go
Donovan
poorly.
didn't leave the Oklahoma City Thunder because they were getting ready to rebuild,
right?
To come here and then sign a long-term extension to then go over a rebuild here.
Yeah, I don't think
that happened. So
situation.
you know, at some point, who did you tell the wrong thing to? I'm not saying that AK did that, but
right.
But if
things
your
change.
circumstances are your circumstances, sometimes you just got to ride the nastiness out. And I think that's what this team is. They came to this year talking about continuity, right?
Yeah.
And they changed a couple of players.
They could have just told us they extended the coach as part of the continuity, by
well,
the way. I'm
that,
not
I mean,
sure why that didn't
that's
come out
that's I think that's the game that the ownership group is playing with the media still at this day and age that I don't know about or I don't understand. Like at some point it's gonna come out, right?
Yeah.
And you definitely don't want it to come out while you're struggling during a road trip. But again, that news came out for a reason too. Right? Like certain lines in the sand have to be drawn. If you don't want to do what the coach is saying you got to do, then hey, this is the backing that the coach has. They're too good to be playing this comfortably and be this poor at it. Like
They shouldn't be this comfortable
This
playing that
isn't
bad.
right now, based on its current personnel, based on the individuals that are out there. They're not at the point where they can roll the ball out and win.
But
there are some teams that
continue
can
to do that in the first half.
This is not a team that's like that, and they keep realizing it at the halftime break for whatever reason, and the intensity piles up, and now you're back in the ball game. But this is a bad trend. You can't. This is not a sustainable way.
They got used to being
play.
down. They got used to being down last year. They got used to hitting a bunch of tough shots, and
you don't have
there's a
to do
market
it that
correction
way.
that comes in. They went 6 for 25. From mid-range last game against Sacramento Kings.
Yes.
If you don't get to the hole and you don't shoot three-pointers and you're not turning the team over, live ball turnovers, getting your fast break offense going, that's a hard recipe.
Does the technology allow fans to log on to Call of Duty and just watch you guys play and listen?
I have a Twitch channel, but I don't jump into that very often.
I'm not Twitch streaming.
I
We
saw
get our
what
butts
happened
kicked by a bunch of 9-year-olds, man.
You can sell some tickets.
No.
Adam and
or
me.
you could be Miles Leonard.
Jason Goff. Check out NBC Sports Chicago. Thanks for coming in to the Parkins and Spiegel holiday party. We're bringing in the professional musician.
Yo, my wife needs me. She just called me. I got to roll, brother.
Professional musician and the person who thinks he could have been a professional musician. Next on The Score.
This is where the Bulls play.
Levine down the floor, under a way. Derek Jones Jr. with a two-handed slam dunk.
Arturas, I think we were all excited to see you guys make the playoffs. Now, obviously, you were sitting really pretty before the All-Star break, and then all the injuries kind of ganged up on you. You did win a playoff game, but how do you take the next step? How do you go from being a team that makes the playoffs to a team that wins in the playoffs? How do you make this team better this offseason?
Well, for me, number one is continuity, right? The turnover was so big in the team. We have only 2 players left from the team that we took over 2 years ago. So the continuity is huge for us. Also, development of our players, that they are getting better every day in Advocate Center. And of course, experience that they had, this year. Also getting some playoff experience. It's going to serve them well. So, I said that after the season that, the teams that we are, fighting against, they have their core for 3-4 years. And we've been together since last October. So we need that time still, to get familiar with each other and how to play with each other. So any additional time we get together is good. And looking forward to training camp in October.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This hour on The Score brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
We're back live with more of the Parkins and Spiegel holiday party.
Every year, okay, the kids, and for the last few years, I was on the road. I'd come back, I'd get a glass of wine, I'd get down and hang out with the waiters. I won't tell you where, because I'd get in from L.A. about 11 o'clock on Christmas Eve. It'd be snowing, and we'd put It's a Wonderful Life, black and white TV. That's my favorite.
Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas, George! Merry Christmas, movie house! Merry Christmas, Emporium! Merry Christmas, you wonderful building and loan! Merry Christmas, Mr. Potter! Happy New Year to you! In jail. Go on home, they're waiting for you.
On 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Thank you to Jason Goff and Adam Amin for coming in studio to the first ever Parkins and Spiegel Christmas party. Thank you to Rinaldi's for bringing in food. Thank you to Shane for making his short ribs. Thank you to Tanny for smoking some wings and Brussels sprouts with bacon. Thank you to Spiegs for the peanut butter balls. Thank you to me for a pound of shrimp cocktail.
You did bring a pound of shrimp.
I did.
But where are they? Do we need them?
I haven't put them out yet. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to put out the shrimp cocktail.
You are.
Maybe our next guest, John Vincent, would like some.
He might enjoy a fine shrimp cocktail that was bought with love from the store on your way in.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's the freshest of fresh shrimp cocktail.
I saw it. You brought a bottle of cocktail sauce. It's a nice touch.
And a lemon.
And an actual fresh lemon, not just like the container of lemon juice. Yeah.
No, nothing but the best for you fine folk. A pound of shrimp cocktail.
Meanwhile, I'm asking Shane, how long did it take to braise those short ribs? 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Christine
I've had a rough week.
Christine, yes, you have. Christine was making the peanut butter balls last night. I was, watching TV and supporting her emotionally.
Exactly. What did you do? You didn't do anything.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Hey, but Tanny, how long did the wings take to smoke? 2 hours?
2 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And Tanny made all the product. This is the true definition of a show. I like to think that we all do like an equal lift at times. Sometimes, some person pulls more weight than the other on a given topic or show or hour or whatever. This holiday party is a true producer lift. You and I are here just eating and drinking, and they lined them up and we knocked them down.
I think that's true. I did bring in the mensch on a bench.
Oh, never mind. Then it's all about you. Never mind. Then you have done it.
It's all Shane. Shane booked all these incredible people, including the remarkable John Vincent.
John Vincent,
who joins us right now in studio.
Hi, John.
How you guys doing?
Oh,
so good
man.
to hear your voice on these airwaves.
Oh, thank you for having me here.
Of
This
course.
is great. I love the studio. It looks awesome.
Oh, thank you so much. Be sure to have some pizza and some food, some drink before you get out of here.
Yeah, what's best before you sing? Is it a peanut butter ball or is it some pizza? What's best for the throat?
Yeah, I'm probably the worst person because you see the size I am. I don't follow a diet, so you should not be eating before you sing. But I've done that many a times, and we've done it many a times.
Yeah, you had the gig at the steakhouse.
At Ditka's,
at Ditka's.
For like 20 years. That was awesome. Still close to Coach and talked to him. I talked to him last week, and
how's he feeling?
He's good. He's doing good. Yeah,
good to hear.
It was it was a special place to be at.
Well,
Did you like have a ribeye and then sing? That would be tough.
I've done that.
Yeah,
when I was younger. Now it's like I can't even have a ribeye that day. It's like, you know what? Maybe I'll take like an energy. Seriously, you're like, holy crap.
Yeah,
I can't eat that.
But when it was, so the coach is NFL royalty. So would there be like NFL royalty, NFL all-timers coming through there every once in a while?
Yeah, Jerry Rice. You'd see. Everybody from coaches, from everybody from ESPN, Chris Berman and the staff, and everybody there. You'd see players, Eric Dickerson, obviously a lot of the '85 Bears, Charles Woodson.
That's awesome.
You would just see a ton walking through there, but not only football, a lot of baseball and a lot of hockey and basketball. And that's how I kind of got my start with the Cubs. Was Larry Rothschild, who I love, who's now the pitching coach at the Padres.
Yeah.
Was with the Yankees. The Cubs before that got me my start to sing my first anthem at Wrigley in 2003.
That's awesome.
So how many anthems? So John Vincent is in studio. Spiegs, professional singer. John Vincent, professional singer.
He's better.
Yeah, well.
And much better.
But you're a professional singer. Don't sell yourself short. How many anthems have you done at Wrigley? How many? Do you have any rough idea on a number?
I would probably at this point 100, 200.
It's amazing, right?
Yes.
You did a World Series game?
Yes.
Which one was it? 4 or 5?
Game 4.
Game 4. I was
Yes.
there. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So you sang in Game 4.
I sounded horrible.
Why?
Nerves, and I had a horrible cold, but nerves just made my throat just totally choke up. My fat ass almost fainted. It was if you look at the video, I mean, I sound horrible. If you look at the video, I take a step back, and I'm looking at it now. I'm like, God, would it have been really funny if I just fell over? Because it would have been everywhere. But it was like, 'cause I don't know if it was an ump or somebody said, yeah, like 50 million are watching, and when I heard that, I was just like frozen.
Well, that was a high estimate for the World Series, $50 million. I mean, it's baseball. They got a viewership problem.
Yeah.
It wasn't 50 million, maybe 15.
Maybe whatever it was. If whatever it was, it made me really nervous.
Well, I've been there worried, like physically, while you're trying to sing. That's when you're working. That's when all the technique and all the years of training actually come into play, don't they? You got to fight your way through that.
So this is going to be really fun because what is a holiday party without some music, right? That's the idea here. We're throwing the Parkins and Spiegel holiday party. And so Spiegs normally is the professional musician around here. But we're like, you know what? John Vincent, you're doing Christmas sing-alongs at Rizzo's, right, in Wrigley on December 11th and the 18th. So back-to-back Sundays?
Sir. Yes.
So we should come out and see you. I assume that's at night?
Yes, 6 o'clock, 6 to 8. And the 11th, the 18th, Sunday nights. And the nice thing is they got the Chris Kindle marker across the street. Wrigley's all decked out inside.
Yeah.
The whole area, it looked really cool. The first Sunday we did this past weekend went really well, and a lot of fun. So,
so go check them out at Rizzo's on the 11th to the 18th.
I was over there the other day, and then everybody's looking for something to do when they're done with the market, and what they do is go over to Rizzo's and watch you sing. That's perfect.
That's going to be perfect.
Come on out, have a good time, and there you go.
So a professional singer, a very, very, very professional singer.
I wouldn't say that. I'm not. No, I'm really not. I'm not.
And then
just take it,
I'm
John.
not.
And then, just take it. It's live radio. Just take it.
And then the best singer of all in the studio is Aunt Heron. Just ask him. Because Aunt Heron is a confident man, and he should be. I mean, look at those broad shoulders. Look at that smile.
Wearing that sweater, he's obviously a confident man, too. You cannot doubt the confidence of Danny Parkins.
I look good. You should check us out on Twitch. But Aunt said something to me one time. It was the most unbelievable thing I've ever heard anyone say, and he just said it with a complete straight face. He was like, I am great at karaoke. And I was like...
No, I said, I'm great at karaoke. Whatever he said was a little different than what I said. I'm great at karaoke.
My mistake, John.
Karaoke.
And then I was like, okay, well, how good are you? Like, you know what I mean? Like, American Idol good? Thinking that's ridiculous.
Was she in Exit the Dragon karaoke?
Karaoke.
Yeah, she was good.
And he was like, well, I could have been a finalist on American Idol. I don't think I would have won.
I don't think I would have won. No, I don't.
The man played in the NFL for how long?
Handful of years, 5 years.
5 years in the NFL. He's like, I could have been a finalist on American Idol.
I'll add this caveat.
I know. We got
if you will. Yeah, I know. We're probably running short of time. But the early version of Idol, it probably advanced from there. But like I knew a couple of the people that made it to the finals in the early American Idol. Like, I can sing as good as that guy.
Okay, so we're going to find out. We're putting it to the test.
Well, I'm going to say something weird because, like, I never believe in coincidences anymore. My buddy always said no coincidences. Yeah. I played a very lower level of football, making like $300 a week in Germany back in the day. In the Euro, I never thought I would be a singer. I never thought I'd be going on all these stadiums and singing the national anthem. Yeah. So why, being a football player in the NFL?
That does not.
So why not?
That doesn't. He could be. Yeah,
I can carry it too.
Absolutely.
So what we're gonna? I've always wanted to put Ant to the test. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna start with John Vincent because he's singing Christmas songs at Rizzo's and Wrigley on the 11th and the 18th. We're going to start
doing this backwards. Should we not work up to the?
No. You're the guy who'd be a finalist on American Idol. We're finishing with the closer. Okay. Yeah.
Anthony,
I'll trust you guys.
Danny has a vision.
Yeah. Oh, actually, no. We're gonna. Yeah, John will actually play us off the break, but we're gonna start with John Vincent. I believe you've chosen to start us off with "Fly Me to the Moon."
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Here we go.
Fly me to the moon, let me play amongst those stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand.
In other words,
There we go. There we go.
oh baby, kiss me.
Get him, Satch.
Louis.
I feel you.
Fill my heart with song. Let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore.
In other words,
don't hurt him.
Please be true. In other words,
Is that Pat Mahomes?
oh, I love you.
Pat Mahomes' uncle.
Oh, come on now.
Very nice.
Amazing. Amazing.
Very, very solid from Mr. Vincent.
That is John Vincent.
Toggling back and forth between the classic crooner style right over to Louis Armstrong. That's some beautiful stuff.
It doesn't hurt that I'm high, and my mouth is dry, so that Louis just kind of helped me. I swear to God. Like,
I believe that you're high.
Yeah, I'm looking at that punch. I'm like, is that punch to have anything in it? Because like I got cotton mouth. Like,
would you like some
vodka?
This would be a good time.
I'm not boozing.
Okay, we got other stuff for you. We got
I'm high
other
as a
stuff for you.
kite, but I'm not boozing.
What a wonderful world. I tried.
What
man.
a wonderful, what a wonderful world. Oh, yeah.
But then your throat is shot, or at least my throat is shot the rest of the time.
No, there's technique. There's technique to do that in a way that doesn't hurt you. Oh,
amazing.
That is incredible. We'll get you some non-alcoholic punch in a matter of moment. Anthony, as you're ramping up, would you like some alcoholic punch to help you get into a mood?
Shane's making it sound like we're on the clock here, man. I mean, we can, whatever. I got some time.
All right.
I don't want to slow us down by boozing. I can do my thing.
We're gonna do your song
beverage.
now. We have another guest coming in a little bit, but you can hang out. You're always welcome. But here it is: the man who said he would have been a finalist on American Idol karaoke.
Nope.
It's a slight roll of the R. Don't overdo it.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Karaoke.
You've chosen.
Speed's got it down already.
Come on, man.
It's karaoke.
You know how easy he makes that sound?
Linguistics.
I think you make it difficult. It is the Christmas song.
Ooh, can I get the hat?
Absolutely.
Give him the hat.
Scarf. You want scarf?
The Christmas song.
Go ahead.
A lot of props.
It's an excellent call.
Tune into Twitch. Well, I mean, you want to hear the music, I assume.
You can go headphones from the back. I've been struggling with that all afternoon.
You're so confident you don't even know if you need to hear the music.
Is he playing it yet?
Not yet.
No, he's going to play
It's
it when
coming.
we cue it up.
Go for the back.
All right,
There
here
you
it
go.
is. Big Ann Herron should have been an American Idol finalist, the Christmas song.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Yuletide carols being sung by a choir. And folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight.
Why, Aunt?
They know that Santa's on his way.
What's he got? What's he bringing?
He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh.
Who's it for, Aunt?
And every mother's child is gonna smile to see if reindeer really know how to fly.
Yeah, lean in.
And so I'm offering this simple phrase.
Oh, that simple phrase.
To kids from 1 to 92.
92.
Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to you.
Aunt. Damn. Oh, man.
At least Hollywood Week. I'm
That
saying?
was
You know,
really,
at least Hollywood.
That was really good.
I'd bring you to Hollywood Week because of the attitude, because there's emotion in there, and I believe that the intonation would be a little more consistent if you could hear the track better and we're in your comfort zone. But yeah, there's a lot of there's personality in there, right, John?
That was really good. That was really, really good.
Thank
I'm
you,
gonna
John.
okay.
He's
I'm
no man.
gonna say
I'm
this,
open.
and again,
I'm open to feedback.
No. The feedback is like I'm really high, so it sounded really, really good. But no, it sounds really good. So if you can make it Sunday or the Sunday after that, all you can eat, all you can drink. You just got to sing that song.
Is that right?
That's it.
Bam! You just got a gig. You just got a gig.
Okay, so
Rizzo's the 11th and the 18th with John
Oh,
Vincent.
all right. I was going
Or
to say,
the
'cause,
18th.
like, if the Bears are busy on Sunday, I'm usually busy on Sunday.
Bye
but
week.
if the Bears
Bye
are
week.
if we're
Bye
talking
week.
this
Bye
Sunday,
week. There you go.
Oh,
This
come on
Sunday.
So
now.
you're
Give
gonna
me
sing
John's
it.
info.
You on stage, sing it. You got to do that though. You just got to do that. I'm telling
you
you.
know what? Hey, man.
Because I know a couple drinks in you. You're
You
gonna
said nothing
just
but
be
a
like,
word.
boom.
Yeah,
It's
that's what he
another
needs. He needs that couple
And
drinks.
some edibles.
100%.
And some edibles. I'll get that for you too. So we're good.
Wow.
Brian Sandberg
We're
and
making
John
deals
Vincent
here.
working together.
That's great.
And that was good, man. It was strong. The
I'll take
texters
it. I'll
enjoyed
take
you. Big Ant started slow but got it going. He's not bad.
Ramped
Pleasant
up.
surprise.
Ramped up.
Beautiful.
Ramped up
He's no
story.
Parkins, but who is?
Thank you. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh, o'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Can I get unlimited food and drinks too?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm in.
You want to go? Seriously, I'm not kidding.
All right, great.
I'm pretty sure my wife is dragging me
You're
after
in.
Christine.
That's it.
That's it. I'll bring the weed.
The more, the merrier. I'm serious, guys.
I'll
So you
bring
guys
the
wanna-
weed.
All
6
right.
o'clock. How many times has
Sunday.
he said that line? I'll bring the weed.
I'm a big contributor to whatever party's happening. Yeah, it's my go-to. The pre-rolls, not a problem.
Nice.
Thank you both so much. What's a Christmas party, a holiday party without some music?
You should have a Christmas Standards album, John Vincent. You ought to have a Christmas Crooners record.
I mean,
Let's make
especially
that.
where you can do multiple intonations like that, man. I was blown away. Very, very impressed.
And you're playing us off to break, right? What's the final song here that we're doing before our next in studio comedy act?
I think Rudolph, right?
Yeah.
Sing it with me. You got to sing it with me,
All right,
please.
let's see what we sing.
Here we go.
You guys remember the day John Vincent and Anthony Harry got together for the first time?
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer
Come on, Ann.
had a very shiny nose. And if you ever saw it, you would even say it glowed.
It's Sam and Dave.
All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudy join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, "Oh, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight?" Then how the reindeer loved him. Have they shouted out with glee? Rudy the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history.
Oh my God, it's so festive in here.
Amazing.
It's the most wonderful time of the
Holiday
year.
spirit.
John Vincent, see him at Rizzo's the 11th, the 18th for the Christmas sing-along. Big Ant's going to go out there this Sunday, going to perform. Who knows, maybe Spiegel and I will be there.
Yes,
as well.
My wife is texting me right now. We'll see if I'm allowed.
Oh, yeah. We understand how that works. We got a celebrity coming on at 5. Not that you two gentlemen are not.
What's in that pipe?
Nothing yet.
Yeah, but again,
If you stick around, I know what's going to end up in there.
Yeah, we can change that. Another professional comedian joins us in studio. Very excited about this next on The Score.
I think we became a team today.
Shout it out with glee. Rudy the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in
It's all right. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Falla, 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 falla.
He got you.
He got me.
How do you know so much about balloons?
I know a little bit about everything.
Tell me more, Shane. Tell me everything you got. Give me empty the helium tank of all the helium information.
I think that it's a fun thing to do at the end of a kid's party.
Oh, it really is.
QB1 party. God, our producers don't like us today.
I think most people don't like us today.
Oh, they're walking out.
Are they leaving?
I think they might be leaving.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure what's happening.
Something has happened.
I feel so abandoned now.
Yeah. No, they literally got up and left. That's not a good sign.
We could start saying anything and they couldn't dump us. And it
I
would
have-
technically be Tanny's fault. Where they can do something and perform going forward. And, oh no! I was going to bring them home for my kid. Wow.
This is violent.
Wow.
This is,
oh,
oh my
no.
God. There's some real anger on the face.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't really understand.
There's a
why.
knife. Is that a knife?
That is
No,
a-
it's
that is
scissors.
a knife. They
Wow,
are
that's-
popping the balloons.
Boy, oh, here's QB1.
That's $108 worth of balloons that have been popped.
That is a thing that happened.
That is a thing that happened
Wow.
by our producers. Wow. Steph said bring home some of those for Owen.
Nope.
Yeah. Wow.
That didn't happen. Wonder what's
There's one up there above Speaks.
I'll bring that one home. I'll bring that one home.
I'll guard it with my life,
Yeah,
Danny.
I'll bring that home.
Is that because you think we shouldn't be celebrating a loss? Is it because we're annoying? Is it about...
No, you're not annoying. Jalen just texted and asked if I would pop them.
Did he really?
No.
No.
I would have bought that.
No, I think it's because they think we, mainly me, are annoying. But that's okay.
No, I think this was excellent today.
Yeah.
But it has to end.
But
at
it's
some
time.
point.
This was the time to...
Like, were you really going to pack those all up and back in the car and bring them home?
I think he was.
I'll bring those ones home. Owen
those
loves,
are nice. Yeah.
Owen loves balloons.
When you have the OB1,
It does look like
you can salute OB any day of the week.
Yeah.
It's QB1 and Mylar and giant balloons. We were thinking about leaving those here. Leaving those here for the morning show.
Yeah,
What do you
boy.
think? How would the big dog go over? How would that go over?
The new decor of the studio.
Actually, our big problem is the feather boa, which Jalen would never wear, is dropping.
Shedding. I'm
It's
shedding.
shedding feathers all over the studio, everywhere. There are orange feathers all over this entire floor.
You know how at the end of a party, when you just don't want to clean? You don't want to clean up. You're just, I'm just going to leave all those dishes till the morning. And then you wake up with a hangover and you really regret all of the decisions.
Just sell the house.
Yeah, exactly. Like, was this party really worth it?
Yes.
Thinking about cleaning up all of these individual feathers from this boa and these shredded balloons so Mike Mulligan doesn't get angry at me tomorrow morning.
Justin Fields forever.
Yeah, that's very good.
loose. I want people making out in closets. I want people hanging from the ceilings, lampshades on the heads. I want it to be a Playboy Mansion party. And also, I want you to know and spread the word that I will have my digital camera and I'll be taking pictures all along the way. And the best and craziest thing that happens will be on the cover of the newsletter. Incentive.
You do realize that we can't serve liquor at the party.
Yeah, I know. Damn it. Stupid corporate wet blankets. Like booze ever killed anybody.
On 670 The Score, an Odyssey station.
Thank you so much for hanging out. It's a different kind of show today. We're on top of all the baseball news, if any happens. There really hasn't been a big signing in the last couple of hours. It's the Parkins and Spiegel holiday party. There has been comedy and sports and Lynn Bramer just for good vibes. And now we're back to comedy. Jen Sturger is in studio. Thrilled to have you back on the show. You are performing at Zany's Old Town tonight, opening up for Chris Porter. How you doing, Jen?
I'm great. I'm just glad to be on the show to talk about something other than, the male anatomy for once,
Yeah, that makes it. And who knows what'll come up. But
literally.
Yeah, but exactly. But you had a lot of questions. Did we tell you what was happening, what you were walking into?
Not really.
Okay, yeah.
Not really.
She seems confused, Shane. She's like, what was your question about Shane, by the way? Why don't we ask that one first?
No, I was just like, there's a lot going on this table. There's some mystery stuff in a bowl, punch. I'm assuming there's liquor in it. Or there
is. Whole bottle of vodka.
Yeah, Shane poured a whole bottle of vodka and 2 Sprites.
And exactly. I'm like, and then there's just the lone dented Sprite on the counter.
Yeah.
This is the saddest holiday party I've ever seen. It needs to smell like peanut butter, so I'm assuming I can't have those.
Oh yeah, those are peanut butter balls. They're delicious.
It's just peanut butter.
yeah.
And then you have the mensch, and then I was just trying to. I'm glad all things are represented here.
So you know the mensch.
I know the mensch very well.
You know the mensch well. Tell people why you know the mensch so well.
Mensch and I go way back, honestly. The mensch ended up being like this pseudo mascot for Team Israel baseball. Back when they were playing in the WBC, because Cody, as you know, played for Team Israel, and he just always was trying to find fun and inventive ways to be like the clubhouse guy. And so he told them, I'm going to go get this little mensch, whatever. He got the mensch this size, just the regular size.
For those who can't see, it's not an elf on a shelf. It's a mensch on a bench.
And for those who don't know, Jen Sturger, Cody Decker is Jen Sturger's husband. You're not his wife. Right? I think that's probably. Is that the right way of introducing that? I would think.
You just nailed the dynamic of my marriage to a T. You
guys are just competing with each other as who's husband and wife?
Yes, we're very progressive. It's husband and husband.
Husband and husband. Okay, so Jen Sturger is
my
Cody
pronouns
Decker's
are
husband.
Don't try me. That's
Love that.
But so yeah, Cody went and he got this little mensch, I think from Amazon or whatever, and he took it to the Brooklyn series. And when they advanced, he was like, I've got to do something bigger for going to Asia. So they sent him this giant life-size mensch on a bench.
If you Google, you will find it is as big as Cody Decker, a mensch that sat on Team Israel's bench.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
And in all of the press conferences, it was very Andy Kaufman-esque. And now this thing resides in my house.
Oh, my God.
And I forget what room he's in sometimes. And so I'll just walk into our studio and all of a sudden I'll see this giant life-size Jewish man sitting on I'll be like, holy crap.
That's not Cody.
No, it's a little alarming though when I'm by myself, so.
Eventually all Jewish men do age to look exactly like the mensch though.
Can't
so
wait.
You've got that
gazing into my
to look
future.
forward to with Cody. Absolutely.
You're very lucky. So you just mentioned Andy Kaufman. You've been doing stand-up for years now. How many years have you been doing stand-up?
So I started in 2013 and then took a little bit of time off to do the whole married thing and, follow Cody around as his emotional support person during baseball. I don't know if you guys know this. Minor league baseball, not as awesome as Major League Baseball. And so it's quite taxing on individuals and their mental health. So I felt like I took a step back from being on stage to be a good supportive wife. And then got involved with radio. Was doing a radio show with Cody called Swings and Misses. We did that for a little while. Pandemic brought that down. RIP. Was doing pro wrestling stuff for a while, so was balancing television and radio at the same time, and I just didn't have the capacity, because they'd want us in to do Kevin and Bean sports in the morning, and I would be out at the clubs late at night, and I was like, this doesn't work, So comedy took kind of a backseat to that. And then once the pandemic kind of started to like loosen up a little bit, I was like, I really miss stand-up. You know, I miss being on stage. I miss being in front of live audiences. I miss people because I'm high risk. So like I wasn't going out and seeing anyone at all. It was just me, my cats, and my dog, and sometimes Cody when he was in town. So like I was losing my mind. And so stand-up just felt like the right time to get back in because none of us were good at it. We were all doing Zoom shows, which were just abysmal, you know? And so now it was just like, this felt like the right time to slip back in. And honestly, like, I feel like I've made crazy strides since I've come back into comedy because I just kind of came back in at the right time.
That's awesome. Were you like becoming one of those like stereotypical crazy cat ladies? Like in that time?
I've always been one of those.
Really?
Exactly.
Really?
I talk a little bit about it on my set. Like, I feel like I have to acknowledge this, you know, like I run a nonprofit animal rescue in Los Angeles. And I just, mainly because, you know, I stopped rescuing men in my 20s. So like just cats and dogs now. But yeah, I really do love my animals, you know, like that was kind of something Cody and I bonded over in the beginning.
That's awesome. Who are your comedy influences?
God, my comedy influences. Obviously, you know, Sarah Silverman was a big one for me. Chelsea Handler honestly was the one that made me look at her and I thought, oh, I can do this because she was so attractive and so funny and so quick and she just didn't care. And I was like, man, I want that like chutzpah. I want to be able to walk out on stage and just be like, I'm going to own this room and I don't care whether or not you people like me. And so I feel like it was a combination of those two for sure.
She's still got that too, Chelsea Handler. Saw her fairly recently, just, you know, at the Chicago Theater, just absolutely killing it and working the room.
Oh yeah. So that's definitely who my influence was getting back into it. You know, I read all their books, Tina Fey's books. Like I've just always been fascinated with comedy. Like even when I was a child and I had no business going to shows and my parents would somehow get me in, I was just like, you guys are terrible parents.
So what did you learn about minor league baseball, being with a minor league baseball player? Like what surprised you about just how awful it is to be a minor league baseball player?
I mean, I probably would get canceled if I started like putting all that dirt out there, but I don't feel like those guys get enough help with their mental health because it's such a grind. And just the idea that like you have to like wait for someone to get hurt or for something bad to happen to someone else for you to get your chance. Like
that's what you're rooting for.
Yeah, that just feels like such a terrible thing where you're like, oh, so-and-so went down with an ankle. Oh yes, I'm called up. You know, like it just felt like such a sad existence, honestly.
And they don't get paid much, and they're traveling on bad buses and such.
Bad buses. I know Cody would always talk about them trying to make these like makeshift like swings that they basically would like convert into beds like across the aisle, and like they would just kind of sway back and forth. Like so it's like being on a tropical island, but you know, sadder. And like he would just always talk to me about like just those bus trips from hell, you know. A lot of Southwest flights. I think he's racked up a bunch of points there.
Oh, boy, hold on.
I mean,
that's a loyal Southwest.
I love Southwest
right there.
Listen, bags fly free. You can cancel your flight same day. They just refund the points.
Yep.
Flies out of both Chicago airports.
You get to listen to the stewardess do their tight five.
That's what I don't love. I'm a nervous flyer, so when they're like,
you're like, stop making jokes about this.
Seriously, during the safety instructions, I need to know where the emergencies are. They're like, if this plane was going to go down today, we would not have showed up to work today. Well, that's not funny. What if the plane does go down today and I'm not prepared?
See, I just started giving it back to them where they're like, are you willing and able to assist in case of emergency? And I'd be like, are you expecting one? Because I'll leave.
Yeah. They're like, oh, there's your seat cushion is a life raft, but that's not going to come in handy because we're flying over a mountain. I'm like, yo, there's some nervous flyers back here. I don't have my Xanax right now. Can we take it easy? I'm just trying to go to Vegas for $104.
Exactly.
like, lay off on the plane crash jokes, flight attendants.
Man.
Right? Time and place. Do that on stage.
Exactly.
Don't do that.
Know your audience, for sure.
I'm strapping into a piece of metal that's going to go 600 miles an hour, and we're going to all just pretend like this is totally normal.
I think that's been the craziest part for me since like getting back out on the road and doing more like road shows for comedy is just knowing where you are and who you're talking to at all times and knowing like what that audience is about, because it just makes it just determines how your set's going to go right away. Like if you're clueless I mean, you're just going to be fighting an uphill battle in certain areas. Like, I just know what my target demo is.
Which is?
Not a room full of all dudes, that's for sure. Which is funny because sometimes that's what Chris Porter attracts. Is I know when we had one show like last week in Indy, and there were literally 3 women in the room, and I was just like, "What happened here? Like, where are all the women in this city?"
Yeah, and you think guys don't get your humor, or you're trying to make fun of dudes, or is a combination of thereof? Like, what's the?
I think it has a lot to do with that. I'm trying to think of a way to say it so that I don't get canceled on radio. Where's my dump button? I just have that big energy,
Sure.
but for a girl, whatever that is.
Yeah, and you think that
I
intimidates?
just had to dump my middle word myself because I didn't know where the button was.
It's self-editing.
You're Pete Davidson energy,
True.
but for a girl.
Yes, I do. I do.
Yeah.
And sometimes it just rubs guys the wrong way.
I suppose I could see
They're like,
that.
man, she's making our women feel too good about themselves.
That's terrible. Don't paint with such a broad brush. We're not all terrible. It's just most of us.
Oh, man.
Jen Sturger in studio. Cody Decker is her husband. Jen Sturger will be at Zany's in Old Town tonight, opening up for Chris Porter. So tickets still available. Go out, check them out.
You know, I was just watching The White Lotus, and they're pretty sure the entire message is that men are terrible. That's the message. It's the ethos of the whole thing. Like every man in it, and I guess they're not wrong. Essentially, right? I mean,
we've done a lot of good things throughout society. We've also been basically anything bad is largely our
can be
fault.
attributed to us. That's
Listen, it's not. I don't paint a broad stroke with all men. It's just mostly Cody. Like, let's hear it. If you want to hear the roast of Cody Decker,
the
like
listeners might line up for that.
Yeah, sure. We got about 4 or 5 minutes left. Yeah, let's roast Cody.
That's what my stand up is. It's just very honest perspective on marriage, especially a marriage with my dynamic, which you nailed so eloquently,
Yeah.
husband and husband.
Yeah.
And
So
not just because I have a deep voice.
So I mean, but honestly, I mean, we're both married. What are some of the dynamics that you feel like have you learned any lessons? You had any tips? What would you from your act or otherwise? Where you're like, you know what, this is what makes it work or doesn't?
No, I still haven't figured it out. Like, we're coming up on 5 years, and I don't know what I'm doing. Every day I wake up and I'm like, I thought the ninjas would have taken you by now. Honestly, I still don't know how to make a marriage work smoothly. I think people just are, get together and just try to figure it out. I think communication's really important, and it's really hard when you have 2 people that are super snarky and sarcastic trying to communicate with each other. Because at some point you have to be like, all right, tap out for a second. We have to try to communicate like we aren't running bits at each other, and that this isn't a Friars Club roast. All right.
Yeah, give me the vulnerability here.
Oh yeah, because we can both go there. But I think the difference is just not getting too mean with it. Like learning how to communicate like consciously with somebody.
It takes work.
It does.
It takes actual work. I know.
How long have you been married?
I'll be 5 years in April.
Okay.
So yeah, it takes constant work to stay.
It does.
But then when you work it out, eventually you come to a holiday party and your wife has made the peanut butter balls. Okay. So, there's peanut butter balls at the end of the rainbow is what I'm trying to say.
That's beautiful. Put that on a Hallmark card.
Balls for everybody.
We were asked earlier if we wanted wisdom.
Yeah. Balls for everybody. That's the tagline for the show. It's perfect. That's perfect.
Especially Shane in that vest. But yeah.
What's wrong with the vest?
What's
wrong with the vest?
She can't hear you. She's not wearing
I
headphones.
can't hear you. That's on
No,
purpose.
but it's okay. But he wants to know what's wrong with the vest.
Because the vest is lovely, I think.
Roast Shane if you want.
What's
roast
wrong with the
Cody.
vest?
Listen, stand up for a second.
Yep. Oh, viewers on Twitch can see what
Jesus.
a glorious Christmas thing.
It's like Santa's workshop just vomited all over you.
Yeah, that's the goal here. I wanted to. It's a Christmas holiday party.
You just wanted to show off the guns, is what it's about.
Yeah, my massive biceps.
God, I feel like I'm around Cody right now already.
They have a thing. They definitely have a thing.
Oh, is that why there's a bromance?
I think there's definitely a bromance.
They probably send each other pictures of their biceps all the time, and I don't even know about it. They're just Snapchatting pictures of their arms.
Tanny and I spent my 30th birthday with Cody in Vegas for one of the trips on the rooftop lounge of the Legacy Club.
Oh, that's what that bill was.
And got.
I'm not even joking. I was like, what on earth did you spend $400 for in Vegas?
Shane's birthday.
Shane's
My
birthday.
30th.
Oh.
Yeah. Got high as a mother.
High as John Vincent?
Yeah.
That check out? You're just nodding.
There were many fights about this.
Oh, no. It plays to the
didn't
Twitch
know that.
audience. Man, we are just tight-roping around some sore subjects here with Jen Sturger. Many fights about the... I mean, listen, what husband and wife hasn't fought about a bill in a Vegas trip?
Oh.
I mean, come on. Those ATM fees show up. They're, $10 withdrawals. Oh, it's
I was just glad none of them were at strip clubs, to be honest. I felt like that was... I didn't know whether to be happy about that or sad about that. Like, where were you guys spending money? Oh, that's sad.
you were paying for booze in Vegas? You can get it for free.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, it's tougher for guys sometimes to get it for free, but yeah, fair enough. So, all right, Zanies in Old Town, opening up for Chris Porter. No tips on a smooth sailing marriage. Texters are pointing out
Therapy
and communication.
Lots of therapy.
Texters are pointing out it's big deck energy.
Ah.
Especially for Cody.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a lot of that.
There's
a lot of that.
There you go. Well, good luck with the show. Help yourself to some food. I know you said it's a sad holiday party, but there's food and booze, so it's not that bad.
Yes.
And
It's all the food that I'm allergic to. I cannot wait.
Well, we did get your dietary restrictions ahead of time.
Exactly. You didn't even get my rider.
There was no
My
rider
bad.
at all.
My bad.
You know what? I got a car though, which Shane sent like 20 minutes early. So that's why I'm like, I barely have like my eyebrows on right now. He's like, I'm sorry.
I feel like you're out to get me here. Wouldn't you rather be early than late?
No, I was like, my dad must have ordered this Uber because my dad is the type of guy that's like, we got to leave for the airport at 4 a.m. And then at 3:50, he comes in and he's like, let's go, we're late. And you're like, no, you said 4. You said 4 a.m. That's when I'm getting up. Don't do it a minute sooner. So yeah, I was like, oh, my dad totally ordered this Uber for me.
That's amazing.
Thank you for attacking Shane as much as you have. That's been a lovely part of the day.
No problem. That's what I'm around for.
Good luck with the show. Zanies in Old Town opening for Chris Porter. That's Jen Sturger. We got our celebrity friend coming on at 5 o'clock. We're back well before that. It's the Parkins and Spiegel holiday party on the Score.
This is where the Bulls play.
Levine down the floor. Unknowingly, Derek Jones.
Odyssey station.
Not a ton of big baseball news so far since we've been on the air. Jeff Passan did go on the Pat McAfee show and say that the Cubs are among the teams that will be in on Shohei Ohtani in next year's free agency.
Remember, that was part of my vision. Kodai Senga here with Seiya Suzuki. They share an agent, and then they work together to help convince Shohei Ohtani to come to Wrigley. That would not surprise me. That would be pretty amazing.
No baseball news. Did you not see Scott Merkin's tweet 19 minutes ago? The White Sox are in discussion with outfielder Victor Reyes. Who, Tanny? A switch hitter who can play all three outfield spots. Would be a minor league deal with a non-roster invite to spring training. I'm jumping off the building.
Hand up, that's my bad. I missed that minor league deal for the White Sox. Wilson Contreras, if anyone who doesn't know, 5 years, $87.5 million with the Cardinals.
Oh my God, Victor Reyes! It's not even Victor Robles, like the former national who you might think about. No,
This
Victor
is a
Reyes.
non-Major League Baseball player. This is a person who shouldn't be playing baseball at a Major League level. The White Sox are in discussions with him. You know, you should be discussing. No longer playing.
Hey, well, I got a quote from you just 1 minute ago from Rick Hahn. It might make you feel better. From Scott Merkin's Twitter account. We've had some productive conversations, both on the trade and free agent front. Until there's a deal, it really doesn't matter. It was a productive week. Lots of conversations, lots of different ideas thrown about.
Yeah, well, Rick's got a lot on his mind right now, okay? So
he's talking.
Yeah, congratulations.
They're thinking about things.
We have signed productive conversations to a minor league contract. Love that guy.
Would you guys say our next guest is our favorite celebrity friend?
Yes.
Is that fair?
I think so.
For SNL, when you make your 5th appearance, you get a jacket. I believe this is this person's 10th appearance on the show.
No way, 10?
I think I might be making that up.
Oh my God.
But
we'll talk Bills.
If you count Super Bowl predictions, I feel like we could be at double digits with our favorite celebrity friend. Next, we're not going to see him over Christmas, so we had to invite him to the Christmas party. Bill Fichtner next on The Score.
Bulls fans, it's Chuck Swirsky and Bill Wennington. This is where the Bulls play. On the runway, dumps it down with a right-handed slam. Get your Bulls talk with Danny Parkins and Matt Spiegel on your way home from work. Afternoons 2 to 6. It's all right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score, official radio home for Bulls basketball.
We were talking about a really good Bulls team earlier in the decade that did not win a title because Joakim Noah was honored last night. And every time we talk about a great team that didn't win it all, we think of the Buffalo Bills. Well, but here's the thing.
You have to. You have to.
You have to. So, but offer the perspective as a lifelong Bills fan. Here we are decades later. You look back on that group. Did they underachieve? Did they achieve just right? Where do they sit in your sports heart?
You know, listen, for a fan, I don't care how many people will say to me, and it's happened over time. People will go, come on, man, you guys were losers, man. That must have been horrible. Hey, listen, as a fan, you want your team to win. You got a whole season. I mean, those 4 years, yeah, we didn't win that game at the end. And that was a heartbreak, especially the first one. Because you know, Belichick was the defensive coordinator, and he figured something out that nobody else did. We only had the ball 19 minutes in that game. But, you know, you look back and you go through the season and you go through the playoffs. They brought us so much joy back then. Yeah, we didn't win that final game, but the following year, what was I going to say? Hey, I hope you guys don't win this year so we don't have to go through that again. No, you want to go through that again. You know, listen, there's no mistake about it. Hopefully, God willing, in the next couple of years, that tune changes.
Super Bowl 25, 19 minutes and 27 seconds, time of possession. Bill Fichtner off the top of his head. That's pretty remarkable, Bill.
Yep, there we go. There we go.
You brought it back to the worst sports moment of his life again?
Well,
I
was giving him the
What's
props.
the matter with you?
Giving him the props. For being the fan.
No. I'm glad you brought it up because you know this will be the last time I ever talk to you guys.
Oh God!
Did you ever have a pet that died or something, Bill? We could talk about your pet dying. Would that be easier?
No. It probably would. listen. You know,
we did want to
when
talk
you're a
to
fan,
you.
what are you going to do?
Hey, no, we're apparently gonna keep bringing it up. Like Spiegs will keep bringing up the '90s Bills. I'll keep bringing up Armageddon, and we'll keep talking.
Yeah,
to
it's
you.
our hook.
To Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score! Parkins and Spiegel show flashback.
We are going to ask Bill Fichtner. He had pledged to come for Bills Bears. Will he still do that, even though it is on Christmas Eve?
How you doing, all right?
You spending Christmas in Chicago, Bill?
Listen, I got to start working on my wife.
I really should discuss this with my wife.
Your wife?
I said to my college boy, he's like, "Oh, this is fantastic, Dad. I remember what you told me about Chicago and the Bills, and we're going to go there for Christmas." I'm like, "Slow down, buddy. Slow down. Let's clear it with the War Department first."
Santa Claus?
Reindeer must have broken off somewhere over Lakeshore Drive.
Lakeshore Drive?
We're in Chicago, young lady.
I'm going to tell her. I'm going to say, listen, you're going to have the greatest Christmas ever. It's going to be in Chicago. I love Chicago. She's never been. My boys want to go, and it's the Bears and the Bills. I mean, come on. That's going to be a game.
This time of year, I may start singing a Christmas carol for you, okay?
Now, listen, I'm depending on you guys to come up with a nice little brochure.
We will get it to your assistant. The steakhouse, Michigan Avenue, a white Christmas, the view.
Hold on. Let me get my assistant. Hold on. Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
All right.
Sounds so much like you. It's amazing.
Master Heston!
How did you do that?
Acting!
Brilliant!
I go!
All right, Bill, thank you so much for putting up with our nonsense. We'll see you at Christmas.
Yeah, let's talk before then.
670 the score. Hey, congratulations, boys. 30 years! Yeah! Congratulations!
We're back live with more of the Parkins and Spiegel holiday party on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Oh, God. I can't believe people pay us for this.
The checks haven't come in just yet this week.
We normally get laid off on Fridays, so we'll see how they feel. The bosses feel about today's show.
It's a real festive time of year to do it, I always think.
Absolutely. It's been a very fun holiday party, and you want to save the best for last. So after the comedians and the musicians and our radio friends and our sports friends, we wanted to call our celebrity friend. He directed Cold Brook. He's been in everything. The opening scene of The Dark Knight, Black Hawk Down, Armageddon, Crash, 1,000 other things.
He's Phil Yagoda on Entourage.
And, of course, as he likes to say, he only wants to be known as from the Parkins and Spiegel show on 670 The Score. Bill Fichtner, how the hell are you?
Come on. I can't believe they pay you either.
It's a joke. It's a con that we've run on these people.
Oh, I love that setup. Oh, I wish my wife would have heard that.
We'll send you the audio.
We'll send you the podcast link.
We talk about you a lot, Bill. You have no idea. Like, very often. Hey, when should we talk to Fichtner? Like, we're trying to figure it out.
Is this a big enough reason to call Bill Fichtner?
It comes up. That's right. Yes. Happy holidays, Bill. You like a good
Happy holidays. So you got a little party going on there, huh?
Yeah, we decided, to throw ourselves a holiday party. We got food, we got booze, we're bringing in guests in studio, and we were like, well, Fichtner's not coming for Christmas, so we felt like we should call him. Basically.
I love it. I love it.
Wait, is that locked in for sure? For those who don't know, Bill is our favorite Buffalo Bills fan of all time, and the Buffalo Bills are very good. They also happen to be in Chicago for Christmas Eve. Yeah, we were going to put together a big brochure to try and woo you and the family to Chicago, but it never really picked up steam as a project because there seemed to be a large thought process in the group that there was no way in hell you were
just
coming.
seemed too disinterested, Bill. That was really the issue, I think.
Oh, well, listen, are you guys going to the game? Are you going to go?
Not if you're not there.
Oh, man, that's so sweet. Listen, I'm not going to make it this year. I can't make it this year. I started working on this new show, this new series, and I'm obviously not working on Christmas Eve, but it's had me a little bit nuts, and once we get the break for the holidays, I'm getting whisked away with the lady to our little cabin up north.
Oh.
So I'll be watching it on TV, but I won't make it this year.
Now, good for you. Is that The Company You Keep? Is that the show you're talking about? Yeah, it's based on a South Korean TV series. You got Milo Ventimiglia from This Is Us is the big name in it. So good for you. That's
Bill
all well.
Fichtner's the big name in it.
Well, that's true.
Don't be so disrespectful.
Yeah, you're good point. It is Bill Fichtner.
Yeah.
We're interested in your career and all that, Bill, but it's Bills and Bears at Soldier Field on Christmas Eve. You say you're not going to make it this year. When's the next time they're going to be here? 6 years? Isn't that how it works?
It's going to be a while.
It's going to be a long time, Bill.
Well, you never know how that stuff works. Well, it might be. You never know, but you never know. Listen, I'm taking. So my son, who's doing a semester abroad, he's over in Italy right now. He was so depressed when the Bills lost to the Dolphins after having 497 yards of offense compared to the Dolphins' 212. Should not have lost that game. He was so depressed that I told him, I said, listen, don't worry about it. When you get home, we'll repack your bags, and I will take you to Bills Dolphins in Buffalo. So I had to pick a trip, and I had to talk him off the edge. So I'm going to take him next weekend to see the Bills Dolphins.
That's 1 week before the Bears game, Bill.
1 week. I can't stay around. around, but I mean,
Yeah.
So
you chose
I had to do.
you chose like your hometown and your son over us.
I know.
Is that what happened?
It's shocking, isn't it? But it is the Dolphins, and if you're a true Bills fan of my generation, if the Bills go 2-15 and both wins are against the Dolphins, it was a really good year.
That's what we just had. We just had a Super Bowl game against the Green Bay Packers. The Bears are 3-10, but it was Super Bowl week because they were playing the Packers. I didn't realize that's what the Dolphins, not the Patriots, but the Dolphins felt like that for you, Bill.
Well, you know what it is? It's my generation because back in the 70s, I'm pretty sure it was a pure 10 years with that undefeated Dolphins team, beginning with that in the 70s, where I don't think the Bills beat them for 10 years in a row, same division. Now, for the younger generation, those that are in their 30s and 40s and that, it's more the Patriots because they grew up with, Tom Brady coming along, and then the Bills went 1 for 98 or whatever it was, some ridiculous number. But for me, personally, it's the Dolphins. You beat the fish, it's a great day.
So, Bill Fichtner, the Bills are back in the driver's seat for the 1 seed in the AFC because the Chiefs lost last week, but the AFC's wide open. There's a game still in Cincy for you guys, January 2nd on Monday Night Football. Who are you more worried about, the Chiefs or the Bengals, if anybody?
Listen, as much as it's hard for me to get these words out of my mouth, the Dolphins are good. And they got a lot of good players there. I love the fact that they're going up to Buffalo. But the Bills' remaining games you got the Jets, even though they lost last week, how did they lose that last week? You got the Jets winning record, Dolphins winning record, Cincy winning record. And who knows, the Patriots, they might have a winning record by the last game of the season.
And Justin effing Fields, Bill. Are you familiar with the quarterback of the Bears?
Tell him, Danny. Tell him.
The Bears might stink, but we have Superman, okay?
No, you do it. Listen, this is his year where he's finding himself. I really believe that. I mean that. And I'm not just saying that for the local audience and you guys. No. I mean, I'm a fan. I like the Bears. And it's going to be a tough game right there. But I think that I don't know, just beat the Jets, beat the Dolphins, because the truth about it is, up until last week, and you guys know this because I've said this before, I can't stand the writers that we're at halftime of week 1 and they're already talking about, well, this guy's the MVP. Everybody wrote the Bills off when Josh had a couple of games where he was off, and then one Sunday, 2 teams lose, 1 team wins on a Thursday night, and all of a sudden the tables will flip. I don't believe any of it. You got to get to the end of the year. And I hate to quote Bill Belichick, but the season kind of does begin after Thanksgiving. Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
I can't tell you how happy it makes us that the most sports content that we've had here in the Parkins and Spiegel Holiday Show is in our Bill Fichtner segment. Like 100%. This is phenomenal. Bill, we're using the Bills as an example of how you build around a quarterback who can run a lot, who can pass, but is a tough SOB. And what the Bills did over the last 2.5 years, the last couple of off seasons to build around Josh Allen, that's what we're talking to fans about. So you've watched it. What's been the best thing that the Bills have done to support Josh Allen that the Bears should learn from?
Well, they started to give him. Here's 2 sides of this coin. One, no matter what you put around him, boy, you got to. I mean, isn't it the truth in this day and age? You get injuries on a team, you change your season. I don't care who you are. I mean, the Bills had some rough patches there. There were games 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the season, they were up to 3 to 5 defensive starters every single game, not playing. And now today with this news about Vaughn, it's not a meniscus, it's an ACL. Bye. See you playoffs next year. You got to overcome that stuff. But the biggest thing that happened with Josh is Stephon Diggs. Start to put the tools around him, give him the confidence. Even Josh says it. I love when announcers go, "Hey, Josh, why do you run that ball?" And he's like, "Yeah, I know. I got to stop doing that, but I can't." And he can't. I heard an interview with him a couple of weeks ago where he said, "Listen, I'm not I'm not a quarterback. I'm a football player. And he is a football player. That's what he likes to do. So you put the people around him, try to get him a better offensive line, get consistency in the coaching, consistency where these guys are hearing the same mantra. And that's what's going on, I think, with Josh. And get that support around him and get a fan base that isn't going to waver, and they're not going to boo him if he throws an interception. It's like it's our guy. And who doesn't grow in an atmosphere like that? And Josh is, flourishing from that. Yeah, meaning it's the same thing as last year. They lost to the Jaguars. It was like, what? This year, had a little rocky thing. But if you're going to come together and gel, do it now. And I feel like that's kind of what's going on with the Bills. Don't you get that sense?
I think it's exactly what's happened with the Bills. I feel like you and I are of one mind, the great Bill Fichtner, because everyone's like, this city loves its 85 Bears defense, and they're like, oh, we need this, we need that, we need that. Yeah, sure, you got to upgrade your defense. Support your quarterback with weapons, and he will flourish. And then I like the play caller and the offensive coordinator, this guy Luke Getsy, and they're like, Justin Fields will be fine if he leaves. I'm like, no. Josh Allen had Brian Dable for 4 years before he was established, and then he left. Like you need continuity of offensive coaches, you need weapons around him, and you need to give him some time. Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Yes, and I think that's listen. Not that I think that Dorsey has been the perfect guy, but the truth about it is nobody's perfect. Dable had some games last year where he'd go, "What is this guy thinking about?" And then he'd have a quarter where he'd get brilliant with his play calling. Dorsey's going through the same thing. Everybody does. You're figuring it out in the middle of the game. But I wasn't shocked when the Buffalo Bills said, hey, we're going to get an offensive coordinator. How about we get somebody that's close to Josh in the system, the quarterback's coach, Dorsey, bring him seamless. Josh feels good about it. Everybody feels good. That's support. That's, to me, you're doing something right. You're like keeping the game, you're keeping that train rolling down the track.
All right, so Bill, we're throwing our little on-air holiday party today, but we're just some radio, jamokes out of Chicago. So, we got a little music, a little comedy, a little Bill Fichtner, some lights, a punch, some food. It's been very nice. What's the best holiday? Not holiday. What's the best Hollywood party you've ever been to? Like, A-listers, some Malibu mansion on the beach. Give us who threw the best Hollywood party you've ever been at.
Best Hollywood party I had was in the parking lot over at Costco. And
Stop.
No, I'm kidding. Listen. I'm going to tell you something. I have a friend out here, a writer. His name is Sheldon, and he's got a producing partner, Jen, and they throw a holiday party every year. And I don't get out and about yet a lot out here. I'm too much of a home guy and hanging out and kids and this and that, but. This is a not miss party. It was last Saturday night. I just recovered yesterday, and it's the best. I mean, it's just the best. It's just the most fun. Great food. You see all sorts of people, and I really mean this too. I really don't go to a lot of these things. I'm just not that guy. But when I go to these things where there is like a lot of like Hollywood people there. It's kind of nice for me because I see people and I'm like, oh, hey, dude, I haven't seen you for a while. And people that I've worked with. And so that's the one holiday party every year. It's kind of my guilty pleasure. And I love going because I just really don't do it a lot. And that's the one.
Okay. You didn't drop a single name, Bill.
I know.
What a dignified person you are.
Yeah.
Very dignified of you.
Oh yeah, Danny's looking for the names, and I'm looking here.
Me and Buscemi were talking about saving the world in Armageddon over a couple of cocktails. That's what I'm looking for, Bill. You know that.
Get off the nuclear warhead.
Yes. Thank you for playing to the lowest common denominator.
Me and Clooney and Wahlberg were talking about that time on The Perfect Storm when we did that. That's the stuff Danny's dreaming of, Bill.
That's true.
I know. I'm dreaming of it too. I'll let you know if it ever happens.
All right. Well, listen. Will you be in Arizona for the Super Bowl if the Bills make it?
I just had this conversation yesterday with Kimmy, my lovely wife, and I said she asked me the same thing, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Listen, it's the two of us in the house now. We're empty nesters now. I've turned her into a Bills fan. She's from New England. she's a Patriots fan until I said that can't happen in this house and in this marriage. So she's a Bills fan. And when the game is about to start, she's like, are we going to watch the game together today, honey? And I'm like, no, babe. And I'm in my man cave downstairs because I'm a nut and I got to be in my rocking chair looking at that TV. So part of me thinks, I think I'd be more comfortable here, but I said this to her. I said, listen, if they make it to the bowl, God willing they make it to the bowl, sure, it would be great to go. But I will tell you the one thing that I won't miss when that day comes, and that day is going to come. When they win it all, I will not miss the parade in Buffalo.
There you go.
No, that is, and I got to tell you, I'm not alone in that. All my buddies I grew up with, we all say the same thing. Sure, we love going to games, but none of us will miss that.
I'll tell you what, Bill, this is a list we look at a lot of times. It is the quarterbacks with the most wins against a single franchise, right? And there's Brett Favre with 23 wins against the Bears. There's Aaron Rodgers now with 24 wins against the Bears. Would you like to take a guess which quarterback and which team stand atop this list, my friend? A quarterback in the NFL with the most wins against a single team. It's Tom.
Got to be Brady against the Bills.
33-3. 33-3, Bill. I'm sorry you had to live through all of that. That must have sucked. You deserve a Super Bowl, sir.
Yeah, listen, and we'll get off the phone. I'll go right into therapy because you had to bring that up.
Yeah, I don't know why he does that to you.
Why did he do that to me? You
I don't know.
what I mean? I'm just...
Did you know that Jim Kelly never won the big one?
Have
you met Brady? Have you met Brady?
You know what? Listen, that was another day. Today's a new day.
Yes, sir.
And we beat the Pats.
All right, Bill. Listen, enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the games. Thank you for joining our holiday party. We're sorry we won't see you in Chicago. Maybe maybe we'll do the hard work. Maybe next year it'll be Bears at Bills. We'll do a show trip out to Buffalo, and you can show us around your old stomping grounds.
Oh, you bet I would.
All right, Bill.
You bet I would. All right, guys. Listen. Happy holidays, everybody. Be safe and go Bills.
All right. See you. There we go. That's Bill Fichtner, ladies and gentlemen.
He's the best.
He's the goods.
That guy.
He's the goods. How long did it take you to book Bill Fichtner for the holiday party, Shane? How long did it take?
Yeah, that one was a record. That was about 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Yeah, after the first message was sent, about 7 minutes later the response.
I can't tell you how much I love. I'm sorry to hit him in the meatball heart there at the end, but I love the meatball. I'll tell you what they do. He starts trying the T's turn into D's.
Yeah.
Jaguars. He gave us a Jaguars in there. He's just a Buffalo guy.
He's just a Buffalo guy who loves his football team. And as soon as I ask him a question about Hollywood parties, he's like, I went to a party with some producers, and then I won't tell you any of the names. But I got a lot of takes on sports.
Yes, he does.
But you want me
That's
to spill
not why
any
I
tea?
talk to you. I talk to you so we can talk sports.
I get it. But he knows that I got to get an Armageddon question in every time. So he gave me get off the nuclear warhead. So I was happy about that. That's a streak of me asking ridiculous questions about Armageddon to Bill Fichtner. All right, this is fun. We got a little time here to breathe, recount the day, pour some cocktails, go over the hot stove news of the day. This is very good. It's Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Big news, Cubs fans. Pat Hughes.
So I would say mid-'90s, late '90s, mid-'90s. I'm up for a couple of films. One was called Go. I didn't get it. I went to see the movie, and Billy Fichtner played the part that I was up for. I went, he's pretty good. Okay, he's pretty good. Then The Perfect Storm opens just before I get on a plane to go to Morocco to star in Black Hawk Down. And I'm watching Billy's performance, and I go, pretty good freaking actor. I land in Casablanca. They drive me to Rabat. I get my duds on. Here we go, boot camp for the Delta boys. And I get to set, all this sand, I get to set, and there's Billy Fichtner. He turns around, and I go, you got to be kidding me. Like, really? And he goes, hey, man, I'm Bill Fichtner. And I go, go Sabres. And we have been attached at the hip ever since.
I love Goon, Jay Baruchel's movie, and there's so much good stuff in there and so much good fighting. And I wondered as I'm watching it with all you guys, and I mean, Liv Schreiber is amazing, and there's so many people. And how much did the love of hockey make you want to say yes to a project like that?
Boys, I tell the story. It's true. It's like third season of Sons of Anarchy, maybe 2011, 12, something like that. I'm in the bar at the clubhouse, and my phone's ringing, and we're not filming with lunch break. I actually take it to my Canadian agent. She goes, okay. I go, what's up? She goes, you've been offered a hockey movie. I went, I'm in. I'm in. They don't even have to pay me. I'm in. No. And then she explains it all, and I go, well, I'm too old to be a player, even though I'd be the best player on the ice.
Obviously.
I'm trying not to brag too much, but ask Fichtner how I can skate. I said, what is it? They went, Ronnie Hortense, head coach. Damn, did I have fun with the boys. Sean William Scott couldn't skate a lick. His double should have won an Oscar for best performance.
out to NFLshop.com if you want to get your light up sweater. It'll be lit. You guys want the lights on or lights off? On. Okay. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas.
On 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Really fun show. Still 30 minutes to go. You can check us out on Twitch. Someone on Twitch said, wow, you guys really wasted that bottle of vodka. I think it scared me off a bit. Like, I got to drive home, and you poured the whole thing in, and it speaks. She's like, this thing is way too strong. So I haven't even dipped into it.
No, it's gotten watered down. The ice has melted. It's actually in a really good place right now.
I think you're fine. I've had 2 cups, and I feel like I could fly a plane right now.
Oh.
If I knew how to fly a plane, I'd have no problem flying.
That's the problem, though. You don't know how to fly a plane.
John Vincent is flying a plane. He was up that.
How about John Vincent?
Man, love that dude. Even more so now.
So just to recap, so like we listen, we love the audience, we love the mob. You guys are a part of this. You're why we do this every day.
I do it to get paid.
We also want to grow it though. So tell a friend, send them a podcast. There's a sports radio show that does sports, but it also can be a little different. Today we had Lynn Bramer on. We had Adam Amin and Jason Goff in studio together.
Right. Stand-up comic Pat McGann.
Stand-up comic Pat McGann in studio, telling stories about doing a gig at the Field Museum for the White Sox the day that Tony La Russa issued an intentional walk on a 1-2 count and saying, Tony, be sure to get up and move around somewhere else people will think you're one of the exhibits.
And Tony laughing and standing up and leaning into it.
Yeah, so amazing to get that story. John Vincent, who sang the national anthem at Game 4 of the World Series for the Cubs, coming in unabashedly high to sing Christmas songs, and then doing a duet with Big Aunt Heron, who sang karaoke on the air for the first time after saying that he could be on American Idol. That happened on the air today.
Do you believe that Anthony believes that he could make it to the finals of American Idol?
Hey, man.
I believe Anthony believes that he could fly a plane.
Irrational confidence is what lets talk show hosts be talk show hosts, football players sometimes be football players, and Anthony Herron believed that he could be a finalist on American Idol. And I'm here for it. Good for you, Ant. And then he showed up. He sang.
He was great.
It was a little pitchy dog. It's a little bit pitchy at times, but he found it.
He's not a professional. So
yes, and he's listening to a karaoke track through his headphones, struggling a little.
But that happened. Then Jen Sturger came in, talked shop, and then Bill Fichtner has been on the show today. Been a very, very busy show. It's been a ton of fun.
Apologies to Jen and Cody, by the way. I totally had forgotten that Cody did pick up that massive check at Legacy Lounge at Circa, and I don't know if they had talked about it, but now we understand that they did talk about it. So if Cody hears that segment, Cody, I'm very sorry for bringing that back.
That was one of those nights where I tried to hang, and I was like, oh, yeah, I could hang with these guys. Okay, good night, everybody. And then you guys were up for an extra 2 hours.
Yeah, Tanny, we were up there till, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning?
Yeah, what does Circus say? The time of your life?
I think so.
I think we had it.
We did.
The
Found
time.
a weed pen on the ground and smoked that.
Ground score.
From what they didn't spend on alcohol, they were able to save money on finding weed pens
free
on the,
weed.
on the ground.
Well,
Yeah.
it's an expensive place. You know it's not going to come from a seedy folk.
Yeah, no one's ever gotten into trouble doing anything seedy in Las Vegas.
Right.
At a hotel on
Nobody's ever
Fremont
found
Street.
drugs on the ground in Las Vegas and ended up in the hospital.
Yes, they were legal.
Yeah, I couldn't think of any way that would go wrong.
Oh, my God.
So you wanted to talk a little bit more about Wilson Contreras here and the idea of, so he signs 5 for $87.5 with the Cardinals. My reaction was one of just like that relative to the market. That's a smart organization that outbid the Astros, another smart organization, to get a guy that the Cubs seemingly had no interest in, and he had a comp pick attached to him, and he still got a massive, massive deal. Makes me fear that maybe the Cubs got it wrong, but I'm happy with what they're doing. It's going to be weird to see Wilson Contreras in a Cardinals uniform.
So when we talked about it earlier in that exact context, and we ended up having a conversation about the market and what all these big money contracts and things like that, that thought process of did the Cubs get it wrong permeates for people, and I understand. And so we got some texts then, and I've gotten some tweets during the day and others saying like, tell me why again? Why the Cubs didn't want Wilson Contreras? And like we can go along the specifics, but here's the deal. They clearly decided he's not their guy. And they know him better than anybody. And they decided they did not want to invest in him as a long-term catcher with a long-term contract. So they tried to trade him. And what's been interesting, the comments that came out of Houston from Dusty Baker, where Dusty talked about why he did not want the Astros to trade for Wilson Contreras. They came close at the deadline, and then they did not do it, were very, very interesting.
Well, at the time, it's not that I didn't want him. It's just at the time I didn't think that it was a proper fit with 2 months to go in the season. You know what I mean? And then you got to learn your pitching staff. You got to learn how we go about doing things. And I didn't feel that there was enough time, to do that. Now going forward, I mean, yeah, we're going to talk to him, and we have interest in him. And if the numbers are right and the years are right and the situation's right, then right for both of us. And if not, then we still got some catching depth in that situation. See, people take a no sometime as rejection, and it wasn't about that. It's just the timing wasn't right. I stressed that then, but it didn't come out right.
So it's interesting. So they didn't want him because they didn't want him to have to learn the pitching staff. And he also talked, Dusty, about how Wilson was going to want his at-bats, and because it's his year, it's his time as a free agent. He wanted to have his at-bats, and Dusty didn't want to have to deal with that because Wilson wanted to do it. So, there was not really a market because people didn't want to do it. And it's become very clear that some people are fine with the way that Wilson Contreras is as a catcher in terms of as an offensive player and with DH flexibility and all those kind of things. And they're okay as well with the way that he deals with pitchers and game plans. And just know, for anybody who's wondering out there, the Cubs were not okay with that. They had they had made up their mind. They did not want to go into the long term with a catcher who deals with pitchers from a personality perspective, from a game planning perspective, from a handling perspective, the way that Wilson does. So they knew that they didn't want that, and there are other teams that didn't want it as well.
For as much as the White Sox telegraphed the end of Abreu and tried to make it pretty obvious that was going to happen to a lot of people, the Cubs did it tenfold with Contreras. I mean, it was just, maybe they'll be wrong, but they clearly made that decision. And I think what makes it easier is, okay, the Astros, the best team in baseball, spends that money on Abreu, and the White Sox haven't done anything of note, of serious financial commitment. Mm-hmm. Whereas the Cubs, Bellinger, Tyone, expected to be in on at least one of these shortstops and hopefully land them, and more things to come. So I think it makes it easier to stomach. I wanted to ask you, go ahead.
Just one other thing on that. The Cubs have to find offense. They desperately need to find offense. Yes. And they didn't want to have offense be from the catcher position because they need that catcher position to fit their profile of defense and handling pitchers. So they got to find offense. And I'll tell you what, if they get Dansby Swanson and not Carlos Correa, they will still need to find offense.
Right. He's more of like a 780, 770 OPS guy with 25 home runs and all of that, as opposed to 830, 850, guys like that.
Maybe he'll surprise people, but I don't think he does not have the offensive ceiling that Correa does. So they're going to need, they've been counting on getting offense out of that shortstop from the superstar perspective. And if they don't get Correa and they say they get Swanson, they'll need to go out and find some more offense. They just don't want to sacrifice defense at catcher, period.
I wanted to talk to you about Tyone a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I swear this is not any sort of gotcha thing. I'm just genuinely curious. With Clevenger, you said you hated every aspect of that signing for the Sox. And you said, in Tyone, and I didn't know this, a 2-time Tommy John surgery guy, like Clevenger.
I didn't know that either. So there are lots of reasons and levels that I didn't like the Clevenger signing and still don't. But no, you're right, because I called out the 2-time Tommy John thing for Clevenger.
Yeah.
And the research that I was looking at had omitted Tyone from the success stories. I told you it was Nate Eovaldi and Chris Capuano.
Right.
And that's it. But no, then I hadn't realized that Taillon is a two-time Tommy John guy. Once 2014 and once 2016 or 17.
Yeah, he's had multiple good years
since.
So it's not he's not coming off of his second Tommy John surgery or anything like that.
The way that Clevenger is not recovered in full from his second Tommy John.
Right. It seems like if you look at the pitch mix and the stuff like that Taillon, who's a hard thrower, is also learning how to pitch more, pitching to contact, unbelievably good walk rate, right? Great command of the strike zone, all of that stuff. And the Cubs, we were talking about it a little bit earlier, like with Suzuki, Bellinger, and Happ, it's pretty damn good outfield defense with the potential, depending on which shortstop they get, and Horner at second base, they have a really good infield defense, and they don't have a lot of swing and miss guys. So I get why they feel like that guy profiles behind Stroman, and depending on what they do the rest of the way, like, I mean, he could be there too. And if things go well, he's there 3 or 4.
He's a middle of the rotation guy. If he's
your 2, you probably don't have a great starting rotation on paper.
He's an innings eater who's super tough, doesn't walk anybody, and has a really good pitch mix that they might think they can tweak a little bit. I was reading something about his curveball, that the curveball it is better than his slider on some level, and he doesn't use the curveball quite enough. So maybe they'll lean into the pitch mix and change things a little bit. But no, he's not a huge swing and miss dominant front of the rotation guy. He's a middle of the rotation guy who will eat a lot of innings and you can count on with a good pitch mix.
So you hated the Clevenger signing. Do you like the Taillon signing?
I like it. I like it okay.
Okay.
I like it okay. It's not the ace, man. I wanted Carlos Rodon. And Kodai Senga.
Still good.
Maybe. And I wanted Kodai Senga. And maybe they'll still get Kodai Senga, and that'd be like getting a 2 and a 3 with Senga as the 2 and Taillon as the 3 kind of thought process. But yeah, I mean, Taillon has had a lot of success the last couple of years with an impressive pitch mix and seems to have learned how to pitch. But you are absolutely right that I did not realize he was a 2-time Tommy John guy. I didn't even realize it till I read the articles today.
At the end of holiday parties, people say things they often regret. Maybe you can get that out of us. Get in your questions for a little one last thing. We'll kick it around as well with the 4 of us. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
He's a Tommy John survivor. Hey, Cubs fans,
Cube, thank you so much for the time, man. How you doing today?
Man, that was a hell of an intro, man. I'm doing good, man. You know what I mean? Y'all listening to that, you know what I mean? Y'all just pump me up that much more.
That's our guy. That's our guy, Chris Tannehill, goes by Tanny. He is a huge fan, and no one in radio does better intros than Tanny.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. You know, a couple of hip-hop stations can learn from that.
I know he appreciates the praise. Want to talk to Tanny, though? Man, comes up in hip-hop, has mixtapes, a fan of Ice Cube, gets complimented left and right by all of his big celebrity opens. Said Ice Cube said that some hip-hop stations could learn a thing or two from that open. How'd that feel, Tanny?
I wish I would have had that endorsement like 10, 12 years ago about, when I was actually DJing. But, of course, like, Cube was awesome, and I got a chance to meet him when he was here 5 years ago. I couldn't believe it was that long ago. He signed my record, so he was very cool when I met him. And so that was the first guest I ever actually got on the turntables to produce their open. So I got on the turntables on the 1 and 2 on Friday night. Had to make sure that Ice Cube was taken care of properly.
Wow.
So
That
you
is hot. That's how you do it. Actually dealing with wax on a Friday night.
But seriously, a couple of hip hop stations can learn from that. That is high praise. Like, put it in the bio. That is an awesome endorsement. Say it often. He makes it sound better than we are each and every day.
Afternoons on the Score.
Just one more thing, please. I thought you had a clock to punch. I do. I'm leaving right now.
It's time for One Last Thing.
Let's let someone else ask a couple questions.
I just want to ask you.
And then we'll come back to you.
One question.
How about that? Let's let everybody else and we'll come back to you.
Ask any question.
I just want to ask you.
For anyone on the show.
Then I can figure out who I want to answer to. I don't need your help with that.
I just want to ask you. One question.
Does anyone else have another question first? I got a question. All right.
I just want to ask you.
Thank you.
One question.
One Last Thing with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
I forgot to put out the pound of shrimp.
Oh, no.
Don't worry, guys. I mean, yeah, Tanny made Brussels sprouts with bacon and smoked wings.
Uh-huh.
Shane made short ribs and mashed potatoes. You made peanut butter balls. There's
No,
Shane,
he didn't.
I did not.
Shane's Speaks' wife made peanut butter balls.
I was emotional support on the couch.
I got the 1 pound of shrimp and then forgot to put it out because Rinaldi's brought in pizza and wings and garlic knots for 20 people. And now we have shrimp. That's traditionally how shrimp cocktail is served, right?
Yeah, hastily.
At the end of the party, hastily.
Nice cool dessert.
yeah.
It's like the sorbet course. Famously, the shrimp cocktail comes late. Actually, maybe it is more like the sorbet course. It should come early. But I had one. It was delicious. I could tell how hard you worked walking up to the fish counter and saying, "I'd like a pound of shrimp."
It was difficult. It was challenging, but I executed it correctly.
My favorite part, I think, is that Shane had a lemon knife ready to go. It's not a knife he uses for anything else. He just keeps it around only to use if a lemon needs to be cut.
Designated lemon knife. He's prepared. What do we got today, Shane? Any questions?
Yeah, really not much there, Danny.
I didn't really tease it very
promoted
much.
it at 5:41.
Yeah, no, that's my bad.
So
I got other stuff.
There's one here. What's the craziest thing that's ever happened at a Score holiday party? And don't talk about the one thing that we said in the break not to talk about. So is there another craziest thing that you've seen outside of the one we said not to talk about?
I remember. I mean, nothing. If I can't talk about, that, it's not crazy. But my favorite personal Score holiday party memory that we can discuss was when our old COO, Wheezy Kramer, was there, who I'm tight with. She worked with Entercom and Odyssey, and I knew her a little bit in Kansas City, and came here. It was my first holiday party at the Score, and she was at the holiday party, and all the salespeople were kind of circling her and trying to suck up to her because the merger had just happened between CBS and Entercom, and she was the number 2 person at this new company, and all the salespeople were trying to, make a good impression on one of the most powerful people in radio. But I knew her a little bit, and her and my wife hit it off and just polished off a bottle of red wine in the middle of the whole thing. And everyone was like, "You guys hogging Wheezy?" And it was just there was a lot of animosity between the sales staff, and my wife and her got after it. But that's not that great a story. It's just drinking at a holiday party.
It's not bad though.
It was fun.
I think there's one that I remember that comes to mind that I can't share, and then another one that I remember
can't do it.
that I can't share. I'll share this one. The first holiday party after I was rendered vaguely employed by Jimmy DeCastro, when he was pointed out to my wife at the Christmas party. I remember that. She gave the coldest, hardest, ugliest, dirtiest look I've ever seen from anybody to another person, and I love her for it.
That was uncomfortable. I remember that.
I enjoyed it.
2 years ago or 3 years ago, we did the Christmas party after party, a bunch of us at Boss Bar, which is something you should never do. You should never go to Boss Bar. But I got so drunk that there's this pizza window next door to Boss Bar down there in River North. I brought home a 28-inch pizza by myself in a cab, and I remember waking up the next morning. I ate half the pizza. A 28-inch pizza.
In bed?
It's called Doughboys or Dough Brothers or something like that.
Oh, I know that place.
It's just a window right there, not even like a restaurant. But I was absolutely skunked.
I eat the pizza all by myself. Nobody else eats. Eat the pizza.
Yeah.
You organized this holiday party?
I didn't organize. I just, for some reason, the marketing promotion staff didn't book the entertainment, and I did this year.
Our actual Odyssey holiday party next week, Shane is also executive producing that party.
Yeah, so we got dueling pianos coming and a woman that plays the electric fiddle. So if it fails, then I'll point a thumb. It's on me, but I think it's going to be a great time.
Nothing says holiday party like electric fiddle. Am I right? Nothing. Here's one last question.
No, Tanny has a holiday party.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
Yeah. So my wife was having this big holiday party it's not Score, but it's for her company downtown here in a big building. And then a group of terrorists took it over, and I had to save everyone inside the party.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
for you.
I know. It was
John McClane.
I saw...
He wasn't there.
I don't know who that is.
The Houston sports
from
writer.
Sales?
Is that
John McClane from Sales was there?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it Nakatomi Plaza? Was that where the holiday party was?
That's not where my wife works.
Is that when you wrote Christmas at Hallis that Danny ended up rapping? Is that where you wrote that? Love that.
Good song.
Yeah.
What was the question you wanted to ask?
Oh, here's from a texter. What was the worst part of this train wreck for the last 4 hours? Your text, sir. Your text.
Train wreck.
I know, he was kidding. He said loved it. He enjoyed the train wreck. He was just...
It wasn't a train wreck.
I agree.
Yeah.
Screw that guy.
End the show on real high vibes there.
Oh, come on.
It was great.
I thought it was great. I enjoyed the hell out of this.
And the person said that he loved it.
Is there a positive vibe in here right now?
Where did that come from? Was that drop when I was out?
It's Mark Grody to Justin Fields after they lost their 10th game.
Oh, wow.
But we're playing pretty well.
I think it could be useful for us.
Oh, yeah, I definitely... You think?
Could have had it Friday. I wish you would have asked it 2 weeks ago.
Is there a positive vibe in here right now?
Yes, there is, Mark.
We're all on the same team, but sometimes we play defense against each other. Yeah. It's a unique dynamic that we've created.
I thought the text was going to be funny, that I would read it and say, screw him, because he actually loved it, and it didn't work out very well. So thank you.
It's okay.
Good night, everybody.
It's okay. We're feeling good. It was a good show. It's a lot of fun. Tell a friend. Share the podcast link. Let's grow the mob heading into 2023. Not that, the year's over. We're all here the rest of this week, next week. I'm here the week after that, so, we're going to be around a while. But we just thought today would be a fun day, the Wednesday of the bye week, to throw the holiday party. So, thank you to, in reverse order, Bill Fickner, Jen Sturger, Ant Heron, John Vincent, Adam Amin, Jason Goff, Pat McGann, and Lynn Bramer. Yes?
I think that's it.
And screw you, Boomer Esiason.
Yeah.
Didn't need him.
Thank you to Rinaldi's in the West Loop. Thank you to Kevin Lapka for doing all the social and the video stream and the Twitch chat. Thank you, sir. Shane Reardon, fantastic work producing this and with the short rib. Fantastic, fantastic job, my friend. Chris Tannehill makes us sound better than we are each and every day.
Seriously, the both of them. Great job on this, guys. We have ridiculous ideas, and then they run with it, so good stuff.
For Matt Spiegel, I'm Danny Parkins. We are Parkins and Spiegel. This is The Score.
All right, thank God that's over. I got a headache. All right, so anyway, I got to be honest, Bill. That's just too much. That's over the top.
Bears fans, check out Chicago Tribune beat reporter and Score Bears insider Dan Wiederer, giving you the latest on the Bears 3 times a week on The Score, including Mondays with Bernstein and Holmes, Wednesdays at 8 a.m. with Mully and Haugh, and Friday at 4 with Parkins and Spiegel.
Yeah, I mean, look.